There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. And surfing has the power to change the world and has now taken its place on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognised by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the International Surfing Association. This is a better world through surfing.
Well, welcome to competition. It's day 3 here for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships, and we're in Punta Rocas, Peru, where the surf continues to fire this morning. It was really big throughout yesterday afternoon, and the surfers really had to take charge of kind of some big wave surfing out in the lineup and manage kind of a complicated scenario. This morning we've shown up, and it is still absolutely firing. We're going to be finishing out that under 18 boys round, and it's going to be really exciting to see more of those guys get into the lineup. Shannon Hughes here alongside co-commentator Mitch Salazar. Mitch, it's going to be great to call the action with you today. What are you looking forward to?
Yeah, really good surfing more than anything. You know, we have a couple of top seeds still in this round to get through. 34 heats of the boys U18 has to be a record in my opinion, Shannon, and more than 400 competitors, you know, overall throughout the event, 57 different nations. So really cool to see a venue like this shine because of this surfing. More than anything, though, we've talked about chances, opportunities out there. Everybody's going to have it in 20 minutes.
That's right. I mean, there is just so many waves coming through the lineup here. We've been hearing from Sofia Milanovic, you know, world champion, Olympian, that's been commentating with us. Just that this place is a wave magnet, and we certainly are getting a taste of that.
Yeah, 100%. I came back and competed in 2011 over at Punta Hermosa, Señoritas and Caballeros, and I never saw it, you know, get below 4 feet. And here at Punta Rocas, there's an opportunity for them to really go left, too, if they wanted. But it's really been the right that stood out so far throughout the first 2 days of competition. I feel like that's going to be the same scenario. And we're coming off with a high tide right now. So really a good amount of consistency out there with the tide dropping at the moment, Shannon.
Yeah, it's an incredible venue here to be, you know, sitting, commentating right there out of the High Performance Center and to be appreciating some great conditions like this.
Yeah, high tide 7:40, so about 40 minutes away. Low tide 1:37 p.m. Less of a coefficient today, went negative the last few days. Swell direction south-southwest that has been really good for the spot we're at right now. It did drop a little, 4 to 6 feet. It was easily 10 to 12 feet on the open faces yesterday. But as you can see, water temp, air temp, relatively nice out there for these surfers.
Yeah, it's pretty great conditions as far as the temperature is concerned. It gets a little bit balmy here in the afternoons, but we've had that sea breeze that's kicked up every day. Unfortunate, as you know, we don't really want to see those onshores, but thankfully it hasn't turned into anything that's really howling with heaps of whitecaps. And we've just had, you know, a little bit of that texture to the surface of the waves.
Yeah, south winds tend to not be as bad. You know, it's those west or those northwest winds that you get in the afternoon, especially on the Pacific Ocean side, where it gets to be very messy. We got a brand new heat this morning, Shannon, and we're on.
Yeah, Canada, Tahiti, Norway, and Greece with surfers in the water. It's been exciting to see the Greece team here with more than just a single surfer in Mateo, and he's got 7 other teammates alongside of him. So Levi Epinedos being one of those. He's out there wearing the white jersey. We've got Soren Mathias from Norway in the green. Kaveh Pearson from Tahiti in blue, and Shea Breweiler from Canada wearing that red jersey, that high seed in the heat.
Yeah, and 2, you know, second-generation competitors right here. Shea Breweiler, his dad, Raf, one of the OGs out of Tofino over there in British Columbia, Canada. And Kaveh Pearson, his father, Stephen, was close to qualifying for the Championship Tour multiple times. And seems like maybe somebody right here getting the first wave of the morning. Quick
paddle for Shea Breweiler. Just starting to get a feeling for the lineup. There's a lot of surfers out there, you know, getting a few free surfing waves this morning before the buzzer sounded. So quick in and out for Shea. We'll go incomplete on that first turn. And Levi now with an opportunity for for Team Greece, and he also just can't hold it together on that first turn.
Yeah, Levi's a nice kid. I've met him a couple of times throughout these events, and yesterday it was planned for them to surf, and unfortunately they had to get prepared, wait, and then eventually at the end they didn't end up surfing. So you go from being potentially one of the last heats of the day to now the very first one the next morning. It's a bit of a contrast, but all in all, you got to prepare yourself the same way. Make sure you're ready to surf at any given time, and especially with the reps being cut this year, there's only the elimination round now, Shannon. So you got to be aware of those 20 minutes potentially being your last opportunity to surf and compete out here, especially for the people that are 17, 8 years. They're in their last years of competing here at the juniors.
That's right. It could be their last shot for winning a gold medal on the junior side of conversation here for the ISAs. Of course, we do have that one round of Reparage that will be running. We're actually going to be kicking that off later today once we finish out this round of the under 18 boys. We've got 14 heats remaining in it. Around midday, maybe 11:40, 12 o'clock, we'll be starting off the Reparage boys under 16s round. And a surfer like this, 11-year-old, Kaveh Pearson out of Tahiti, he'll be surfing the under 16s divisions as well, as we see some great surfing. Beautiful technique as he just wraps around in the pocket, and this wave is standing up perfectly for him. It's got such a clean face as he comes through for the finish, just driving through each of those maneuvers and looking seamless in the lineup for an 11-year-old. Levi answering back. He had that quick in and out for his first wave. This is going to feel much better to really just get his feet in the wax and find a little rhythm down the line.
This is a good heat right here. Everybody surfs great. Epinetos on the back end right here. Little slower paced, obviously, to the 11-year-old who is much smaller in stature and size, as we see the Canadian team right there on screen. Got a couple of great surfers, Tanner Sandvig, Osha Green, two of their top tier surfers, I would say. But, supporting Shea, 17 years of age now. He loves hunting back home in Canada. It's cold over there. It's rainy. I've been there in March, April, and, waves are fantastic. It's not that crowded. But dealing with that cold is different, and they're just a different breed, man. I'm telling you, they like to surf their empty waves, but they know they don't really need to leave because the waves are so good over there, and they're surfing by themselves most of the time.
That's right. I mean, it's a similar story for the Norwegians. The amount of neoprene that those surfers between the Canadians and the Norwegians have to put on so much of the year just to handle being in the icy waters, to, literally have like little icebergs floating around with some world-class waves as we take a look at this one.
Yeah, judges are going to set the scale this morning. It's boys U18 still, so I know Kaveh's 11, but his technique is still superb. Maybe the one thing, that he's lacking just because of his size is, a bit more power, but you can't really follow his technique. He's surfing in the pocket the majority of the time, so I feel like given the context of this round so far, that should be something at least in the mid-range.
Levi on his second opportunity as well.
Yeah, had a throwaway on the first one, and then this one much better. Took his time. Very patient off of the bottom, surfing in the pocket too. But as you can see, such a difference with, even if it's a foot higher tide here at Punta Rocas, it really does make a difference when it comes to those waves standing up a lot more. Not finish was solid, so you should be getting a decent score out of that as well.
Yeah, that tide makes a massive difference. Now, your conversation there around, an 11-year-old having excellent technique, maybe lacking some of that power that will come as he grows and gets a little bit more height to him. Just reminds me of two of the girls that we have had come through the ISA juniors who have had massive victories. Katie Simmers, I remember her appearance as an 11-year-old in Japan many years ago. I think it was 2019. And then Tia Zabrowski also coming into the conversation here for ISAs around 11 in the World Surfing Games, not even in the World Juniors, making massive gains within competition into that finals day conversation. And so much of that was based on their, the bread and butter of their surfing, their technique being so flawless at such a young age that their size really didn't come into matter.
Well, the only difference I would say, you're at a point break with much power. Over there, you're at a beach break.
True.
There's certain ways you can surf a wave in comparison to a place like this where it's evident a lot more. You're going to up against Mitchell Peterson, Sam Lowe. Those kids are big, they're strong, they're in their final years competing here in the 18. So perhaps in the earlier rounds it's not as noticeable. Once you start getting into the meatier parts of the event, that's where we're really going to see a difference in my opinion. But yeah, I mean, good surfing's good surfing, and judges appreciate that. So you put up a couple of fives, your chances of making the heat are always going to be strong.
Well, a 4-point ride has dropped on the board for Levi. He's now sitting in the lead, but we're still waiting for the judges to, decide where they're going to go with that first wave of the Tahitian. Out in the lineup, all surfers are in position. We've got priority set. First priority sitting with red, second priority with green. Green having not caught his opening ride yet, but would have paddled for something, tried to get himself in the mix, which is why he's now in the priority rotation. Red holding on to that first priority, just has that 0.9 from that fall on the first turn. So he's going to be more selective now as we're coming down to 13 minutes on the clock, knowing that his surfing is there to get some big scores, and if he finds the right wave, it could really just, shoot him straight back into that leading position.
Well, Norway has great waves too, in the North Atlantic just past the UK, and when we talk about an underrated place to go on a surf trip too, that's one of them, and fortunately did paddle right there, so he was going to go down the order once again, but there's just locations like that. Iceland, Finland has good waves too, but there's certain places where there's not many beaches. It's just a lot of rocks on the beach, and it's hard to get in and out, and that's why a lot of people don't necessarily travel there. But they have quality of waves. It just takes a little more, and certain times of the year too, as we all know.
That and the consideration of rocks, as well as the fact that you're often surfing in the snow, and there's very limited daylight at certain parts of the year. So, it takes somebody that's very, very hardcore to take on those kind of conditions. Shea Breweiler now with a great opportunity. Clean opening turn, sets it up for the second. He's looking for a 3.78 right now to take the advancing position. And this type of surfing is looking nice and clean to start off for his first turn, his first wave. Unfortunately just falls on the finish, but got some work done before that.
Yeah, he did, but I think he would have been more content if it would have, ended on his feet right there, especially nearly halfway through the feed, already having the fall at the beginning, and seems like Matthias might be up and running on his first ride here.
Soren having a look, tries to get into it, and just that wave never really broke.
Well, got to stay positive too. That body language, that's happened twice in a row now. So, my advice to somebody like him would just be chill out, get a wave under your feet. Whether it's a good one or a bad one, at least reposition yourself and kind of feel things out, because there's still lots of time. 11 minutes with the tide right now, with the decrease in swell. There's potential out there for you to be able to get 2 good scores in 10 minutes.
Now, Cave has dropped in a 4.67 for the opening rise, so judges, sending him a good message for where his surfing is at. As we take a look here at Levi. Sets up for that first snap. And this wave just getting a little bit fatter through that next section, and then starting to really stand up and bowl out as he comes into this shallow water.
Solid.
Great final combination to finish off with. Soren now finally getting his campaign started. That was a nice turn that would have felt really good under his feet.
Yeah, and he didn't really even start surfing and competing at this level until 4 years ago. So really outstanding to see a lot of these kids do so well and, represent their country, having traveled so much this early in their lives too, as we see the event schedule for the rest of the event here at the juniors.
Yeah, it's a very big week. We started out with our opening ceremonies on Friday. It is currently Monday?
It is,
I think
yes.
It's day 3 of competition. It's Monday. We started out on Saturday. And of course, it'll just be next Sunday that we're finishing out competition, as well as those closing ceremonies. By that stage, we will have 4 new gold medalists between the under 18 boys and the under 18s, and the under 16s for both boys and girls, as well as a lot of medalists in that conversation. So it's going to be exciting to see how we get there. This year's competition being kind of unique in the context of ISA events, that we've had to drop the majority of repecharge rounds aside from that opening repo. So every surfer will get the opportunity to surf twice. That's a guarantee, and that's awesome. Whether it's winning or coming in second in their first round, they're going to advance straight to round 2. Or if it's a 3rd or 4th place finish, they fall into that repecharge rounds. But from there on, it's going to be top 2 surfers advancing all the way through to the finals.
Well, it's just the fact that surfing's been more globalized, it's more popular, but we've had obviously way more countries in the last few years, but it was a matter of time, and unfortunately, certain people aren't going to have as many chances as they were expecting, but you at least get 2 every single time you come to this event, whether it's through the main winners round or through the repecharge, and now with only having the elimination round. To me, it's something I think is still beneficial to the ISA. You have people that come here from really far parts of the world that come here for their first ever international surfing event. It might be their first time out of the country for a good amount of them too. So giving them that chance to surf twice, especially at quality waves like this. I mean, this is potentially the best day they've ever surfed in their life, and if they're able to do it in a jersey, that's even cooler in my opinion.
It's one of the greatest things in the world is surfing a heat when the surf's actually pumping and you're at a break that you love. You know, whatever kind of style of surfing that you would like to be performing in, whether it's a point break, a reef break, you know, beach breaks, if you get that day firing at a location that you love, there's really nothing like it when you're wearing a jersey. And so these surfers just really getting a pretty exceptional experience for those that are in their first time competing here for the World Junior Surfing Championships at a world-class wave like this at Punta Rocas.
And a consistent world-class wave, too.
Extremely consistent. Now, 8 minutes remaining on the clock, Mitch, and we've got some scores that have locked in. So current situation, it's the Canadian who's in the lead, Shea Breweiler, with a 5.23 and a 4.33 on the board. The Tahitian, Cave, is currently sitting down in second with that single score of a 4.67. He's holding on to priority, sits in a great position within this heat, looking for only a 4.9 to take himself into that leading spot. And then still close as well for that third place surfer in Levi out of Greece. He's just chasing a 0.68 to move himself up into second. And as I say that, the score drops for his last ride. It's a 6.83. Judge is loving it, and it takes him all the way into the lead.
Yeah, and adjusting the scale today, too. It's a bit smaller. It's really not as gnarly as it was yesterday. So I think, you know, given those 5s and the 6s that we saw yesterday, a good amount of them would have been, you know, higher scores by today's standards. But, you know, close to a 7 for the Greek surfer Epinetos. He's into the lead, close to 11 points. And you see Breweiler right there, thinking just with the level of talent that, you know, they've already seen from Pearson, you want to get another wave before this heat ends. And, you know, to say I'm impressed is one thing from Cave, but I know he's won BL's blast off a couple of times in the U8s and the U10s. This kid's gnarly, though. I'm really excited to see him get on a proper set wave out there as we see the best wave of the heat so far, the 683 from Levi. And once again, I think patience is going to be key in these early heats. You know, high tide, don't want to force anything, make sure that you're timing things well, and time that last combination very well. So well done there by Epinetos, the Greek surfer, now in first.
Yeah, really solid surfing. We've got another set coming through, and it's our surfer in the blue jersey who's holding on to first priority. Green's got second priority. See if anyone's in position for this. And just not quite. Red maybe kind of having a look. He's going to also decide not to go. 6 minutes remaining on the clock. And our surfer right there at the top of the pack having a look for this one. Having a paddle, and it is Green, Soren, the Norwegian. Looking for a 7.73 now as the requirements have shifted with that last wave of Levi. This is a great looking wave, throws in some variety to his turns there. Unfortunately, just couldn't find that progression to push out of it again.
Yeah, cool tail slide. Unfortunately, just maybe pushed a bit too hard for how soft the section was, but cool to see the attempt, especially at this point of the heat where he's needing, you know, pretty substantial score, and he gets his best out of it. So little by little, you got to look at the positive things right here, especially, you know, coming up against great surfing nations and, you know, some big names out there. At moments, it can be intimidating, and I remember myself, you know, putting the jersey on for the first time at this event. It was my first time ever competing outside of Mexico. So coming here, doing this event, it was, you know, something spectacular to me. But you're seeing people on social media, people that you look up to, and all of a sudden now it's your time to perform. And at times, not only can it be intimidating, it's something that, you know, can regress your surfing if you don't believe in yourself. And we've seen the power of self-belief here at the ISA Juniors. We've seen it at the World Surfing Games, people that have qualified for the Olympics. So this is where you want to kind of manufacture those kind of emotions, those feelings, and eventually get them to perform right here in these 20 minutes.
That's right, and there's still opportunity left. 4 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock.
Cave's got to get moving, though. Time's winding down. He's got to get a wave soon.
Yeah, and he doesn't have a big requirement. You know, if he's able to get himself even onto a bigger wave with the surfing that he already showcased on that opening 4.67, he's looking at that 5 requirement easily. Soren now taking off on the inside section. He's starting to find some rhythm within this heat. That's great to see. Dropped that 2.7 for the last one after going really progressive on that turn. Now starting to go back to kind of the basics, just some great rail surfing, and that's going to be very good for his, you know, chip away at that 7.49. Out the back, surfer in blue still with priority here.
Good decision not to go on that one. pretty flat face. But look at Breweiler, though. Second priority, he's in second. He's right on top of him. And, you know, you look at an 11-year-old and you're like, oh, man, I got you. You see the way he serves.
Yeah.
You heard the first score. You respect him a little bit more now. You don't necessarily feel, you know, fear towards him, but you know what he's capable of. So I like this, and especially for Pearson, that young, somebody much older than you, giving you that kind of respect. That's something that you should take with you. Know that everybody out there is already looking at you as a potential threat down the line.
That's right, and it's those two surfers in that position of second and third, like you said, as second-generation surfers with, you know, dads that have really paved the pathway for them from a young age to be in the ocean, catching their first waves at such a young age, but also learning how to start surfing in a competitive style, knowing what they're going to be trying to look for from a judge's perspective as well. As we can see the list of ISA events for this season in 2025, there's been quite a few, and we're finally rounding it out here with the World Junior Surfing Championships.
Yeah, it's been a fun year. Longboards were great. Para, to me, the best event ever so far that they've ever run at the ISA level. Of course, SUP and paddleboards over at Sunsal was amazing, and I think you know, World Surfing Games, just a little taste of what's to come in the next few years for the Olympic qualifiers once again. And now here at the juniors, first time we've been here in over a decade now, and just really excited to see both the host nation, everybody else do well with quality waves out there. And you know, once again, Pearson outside don't need a whole lot. He's basically needing a 5 and have to be his best wave, but the issue here, you've caught one, you felt good about it. You don't want to be just content or compliant with only catching 2 waves and not giving yourself enough opportunities. And he might have to go on this one right here, Shannon.
He's going to have a look,
It's a good
and
wave.
He's made the decision. All right, great looking wave to start off with. Nice kind of 2-stage cut back for that opening maneuver, and now sets it up. This wave starting to bowl out. It's going to give him a lot of scoring potential as he keeps that board on rail. Just 11 years old and drawing such a nice line throughout this entire wave, starting to throw a little more power into that last turn.
Yeah, he knew it too. The only way he was getting that score is if he went a bit stronger right there and a bit more powerful, but gotta give props to the kid, you know, he's trying.
I mean, that technique as well, his surfing, the lines he's drawing is really, really fun to watch.
It's mature.
Levi now having a look here. The surfer representing Greece. He's from Melkbos in Cape Town, South Africa, and he's got some power to his surfing. Driving hard off the bottom into that next turn, setting himself up just turn after turn, throwing so much spray all the way down the line. This is great to see. That next section standing up for him as well is going to offer a very powerful finish.
Yeah, nice timing right there. Just very patient, you know, trusted himself. Worked on his scores every single time he stood up to, went to 4, went to 6.83, and this one, in my opinion, either is going to match the 6.83 or going to be right around it. I really like the way he surfed this wave. Just knew not to push too hard in certain sections, pushed a bit harder when the wave was standing up a little bit more. So great execution, especially in a pivotal moment of the heat, and scores in for Pearson. He was close. He was close to getting it, but I mean, I think he just gets a bit more at the end, and he's probably getting that number.
That's right. It's a 4.57. So Shea Breweiler up and riding is still sitting in that advancing top 2 position into the main round, and he's just looking to improve on a 4.33 on the board. So at the moment, it looks like he's safe. 10 seconds remaining. With Cave having had that last ride, it's unlikely with how far the paddle is that he would have had the chance to get himself into another opportunity. Great surfing across this entire heat. Really nice way to start out our morning of competition.
Yeah, and everybody had a couple of chances at least in the 20 minutes, but, you know, props to Shea. He maintained composure and control, and great surfing by Epinetos. I mean, this is really, I think, the tip, you know, of the spear for him so far. I think he has a lot more left in the tank, and I'd like to see him go deeper into the event this one.
Well, Levi Epinetos out of Greece, taking away the win. His favorite wave is Elands Bay, which is on the west coast of South Africa. I've surfed there a few times myself, and it's a left point. So great work to Levi, favoring those lefts, but absolutely capitalizing on the right today in this opening round.
100%, and looking good on the backhand. Still waiting on the 1 score, but either way, he's in first. So moving through, same thing for Breweiler. Good surfing by the 2 goofy footers out there.
Taking one more look as we've got another score to drop here for Levi on his last wave, but Soren as well getting an opportunity. Well, a huge scores just dropped in for last of Levi Epinetos, an 8.27 for his last wave of the heat for our heat leader. Takes out a huge victory, hits that 15-point heat total, and he's going to be feeling good as he heads up for the post-heat interview. We're going to go to a quick break, and when we return, more action here from the under-18 boys.
Hello everybody in Peru for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. I'm sure you guys are having already an incredible time with the beautiful waves of Punta Roca. I'm very, very happy to see this record amount of countries, record amount of competitors, and record amount of participants. Between surfers and their support team, there's almost 700 people in Peru. This is amazing. So I wish everybody the best time in Peru. I wish they enjoy, reconnect with people they already are friends with, and find new friends. Of course, that's the key of the ISA World Championships. Finally, I would like to thank our host, FENTA, the Peruvian Institute of Sports, and in general the government of Peru and the people of Peru for such an amazing hosting of this event. Thank you everybody, good luck, and enjoy the competition. Goodbye. Muchas gracias a todos.
Welcome back to the action. There's some great surfing on offer this morning. We saw an excellent score, an 8.27 dropped for Levi in that last heat right on the buzzer just to really round out his campaign here with that victory. And now we're heading into our 24th heat out of round one. We've got 36 in total to be surfing through before we finish out today. At the moment, Brazil, Netherlands, Belgium, and Poland in the lineup with Matias, Tristan, Zaho, and Antonio out in the water. Shannon Hughes here alongside Mitch Salazar to call to action. And Mitch, we've already got a set on the way.
Yeah, Anthony out there from Poland. These guys tend to surf some really good waves in the European Championships, primarily in Portugal or Spain, so he's used to a lot of open water. Same thing for the surfer in blue from the Netherlands and Zaho from Belgium. Neighboring countries, by the way, too, Netherlands and Belgium. Mateus Neves, he was born in a landlocked city in Brazil, eventually moved to Sao Paulo. He's from Maresias, and this kid's got talent. To me, he's one of the best surfers we have in the U18s right now, and I think that he is really ready to showcase what he's got. And, you know, the training that they've done so far, they're staying right here at the High Performance Institute at Punta Rocas, and it seems like he's going to be catching the first wave of this heat.
Up and riding, on a crazy takeoff for Matias. Impressive to make it through that first section and now starting to find the rail. Like you said, one of those standout surfers in the draw throughout this week, representing Team Brazil, and goes in for a big float to finish. Can't hold on to the ending.
Yeah, Mateus from Maresias, heavy beach break. That's where Medina's from. We've seen this kid do very well at the Pro Junior, at the regional QS level in South America. I'm excited to see him compete in a different format too. Much more heats they have to get through in this event right here, and especially with the team support. You know, Brazilians don't have board riders clubs just yet, so they're not necessarily used to a format that's similar to this. And that's where I think the Australians, the US team, Hawaii now has really done very well to bring that system into play within their state as well. But, you know, for Brazil, they've always had a ton of team support. They've always been very united. And one of the main things for them, too, they're a sporting country. You know, they're good in almost every single sport, and the Olympics are outside of it, too. So watch out for this kid in red. To me, he's one of the standouts this week.
Yeah, and it's actually surprising to me, given the talent and the opportunities for Brazilian surfers to grow their skills so early in life. I mean, Brazilian surfers all over the globe, anywhere you paddle out, they've got talent. You know, it's not often that you have a below average Brazilian surfer in the lineup. It's surprising to me that board riders isn't part of their culture, because it is, like you said, for some of those other nations, really the foundations for where surfers learn how to really grow their skills in their surfing personally. And so for those Brazilians, it's just been awesome to also see that it's just surfing is so much part of their culture that even without having that kind of board riders aspect to it, their surfing is always top notch.
I mean, they've been the best country in the world for the last 15 years. If you look at the world champions on the men's side, on the championship tour. 7 out of the last 9 have been from Brazil. The only other one has been John Florence. So just looking at those results there, Felipe Toledo, I saw his career blast off really when he won the U16s right here in Punta Hermosa back in 2011. A few months later, he won the U.S. Open Pro Junior and beat the likes of Connor Coffin, John, and Evan Geiselman in the final. Those are 3 of the very best to come out of North America in the last 20 years. And I think the most important thing has just always been the support from the government, too. As soon as they saw that surfing was going to take off, they eventually got more events, and especially in the state of Rio, they've invested a lot into it. And now I'm seeing more and more. Arturo Vilar is here. That kid's been a prodigy for a number of years. He's grown under the tutelage of Italo. And I truly feel like they're going to be contenders for the next 20, 30 years if they continue the pace that they're on right now.
Yeah, and we would expect to see many more Olympic medalists with that Brazilian flag draped over, like Tatiana Weston-Webb and Gabriel Medina were able to claim in Tahiti.
Yeah, and definitely do think that they have more talent up and coming, a lot of Groms that are really good, and a huge country too.
14 minutes remaining on the clock. A 3.17 is the only score on the board, so this has been a very slow start to our second heat of the day. While we wait for that, let's go down to the beach, check in with Greece surfer Levi. He's down with Rachel.
Thank you so much, you guys. Levi, congratulations. What a great heat win, and what a way to finish off that heat, going excellent with that. Tell me how you felt about that heat as a whole.
Yeah, I've been waiting so long for this heat. I came here yesterday, like evening, meant to be last heat of the day, called it off because of fog delays, and then got to surf first thing this morning, and the waves just were cranking, like, yeah, it provided, and so stoked to be here. My first wave, I completely bogged, slipped out, but it's all good. I managed to keep it going, keep the confidence up, and yeah, so stoked with that last wave just to end it off strong and confident, and yeah, definitely a confident builder for the later sessions in the competition. Yeah, I'm super stoked. I'm so grateful to be here and for the opportunity. All glory to God. I'm just so grateful for this opportunity. Yeah, thank you.
Well, you're here with Team Greece, which has recently had such an increase in its participation. You have 8 team members here. How does that feel to be representing this country?
Yeah, of course, it was just my friend Matteo for like the last 4 years, I think. So it's so cool to join him in the Opens and the Juniors this year. Such a cool team. The vibes are so high. Such a strong connection with everyone, and we're all just uplifting each other through every heat and losses, just making the most of this trip and pushing each other, yeah.
And how important is it from a country's perspective to invest into that development of the juniors, such as yourself?
Yeah, no, it's been so good. Of course, Greece never had a strong side, and just coming from South Africa representing Greece, it's so honoring, and it's like, yeah, I'm so glad to have the opportunity to be representing. I'm so proud and honored, yeah.
Well, you did an excellent job, going excellent out there, so congratulations, and I know we'll see you in the next one.
Thank you so much.
Back to you guys.
Thanks so much, Rachel. Great to hear from Levi. Just absolutely frothing on the conditions and also just that dynamic. What a great representative for Greece here on the ground.
Yeah, and enjoying the rest of the trip, as he said, too. Need to point that out. It's not just all about surfing. Obviously, you have a job to do out here. That's your main priority, but you might not be able to get this chance ever again. So enjoy it as much as you can. Big cool thing right there. Really, Mateo's been at the forefront of doing that for a number of years, pretty much by himself, and now they have 8 surfers on their team. Really cool to see that growth.
We saw 2 opportunities during that interview. Tristan for the Netherlands just with a 1.6, and Anthony with a 1-point ride now on the board for Poland. Currently, our surfer in the green jersey, Zaho, sitting with that first priority next to his name, has yet to catch his opening ride. And so he'll be looking to get his account started off, but really for kind of the entire field, aside from Matthias, really needing to get things going. Tristan now up and riding. Bogs a little bit of that first turn, and this wave shuts down a little in front of him. He's able to maintain control, though, as he comes around the section, flares it out for that last turn, and has a little bit more to work with on the inside here. Can't hold on to that as the wave goes a little bit soft on him. But he was able to get a little bit of work done there.
It seems like somebody on the outside, maybe Mateo's right here.
Having a look, deciding not to go. Seems like wave selection is a little bit more challenging today because there is still some of those bigger sets.
Yeah.
But then those little ones running on the inside might have some potential.
Well, and I think the peak has shifted too with the tide right now. We're 10 minutes away from the high tide, so I think they're just having a bit of trouble positioning themselves well. But yeah, it's also the lay of the land when it goes from being that big the day before to dropping a little bit the next day, and being the first few heats of the morning, especially the first one, is always completely hard. But positioning is something key out there. On a day like today, I'd like to see more people try to go left at least. I think there's an option. The paddle back out isn't as difficult, at least this part of the morning, but don't be complacent with just only looking one way now. It is a peak. The left might not be as good consistently, but the right isn't the only option out there.
Yeah, there was some great scoring potential on the lefts throughout our first 2 days of competitions. Definitely a couple of 7s specifically dropped. I don't think we had an excellent score on the left, at least not in the heats that I had called. But from our girls under 18s division, we saw at least 2 of the 7s dropped from those left-handers. So they've got some great scoring potential, and it's always an option for those goofy footers that prefer to just go left all the time.
Well, I mean, a goofy footer finds a left at a right-hand point break, too. Chris and I were joking about that the other day.
They always will.
Yeah, it's just one of those things where if the opportunity arises, you need a score, you're not waiting around just for anything, and it seems like a paddle right here by Zaho.
All right, an opportunity. Setting himself up through this first section, representing Belgium. And starting to gain some momentum. Couldn't really find that control off the takeoff.
Yeah, off of the bottom, too, on the second bottom turn as well. Pushed a little too hard. Want to work on the stance a little bit, too. Want to get a little wider and a little lower on his center of gravity as well. And just being honest, this heat's completely wide open right now.
Oh, completely.
Mateus only has a 3.17. Tristan has a 2.6. He's in the lead with a couple of really small scores. So everybody else, they get something in the 5s right now. They're going to be in a comfortable position heading in to the last 5 minutes. But, both Belgium and the Netherlands, they don't necessarily have the best quality of waves. When there is wind swell, it gets really fun, but it's not necessarily the most consistent at places either. Same thing for Poland. They have to travel for the most part to be able to get outside of, that European region that they're from. But, mention Brazil, the quality of waves that they have up and down the coastline. It's a big nation. They have multiple different places to practice from, and especially with the addition of a lot of wave pools in that area too, they benefited off of that when it comes to training. And seems like Mateus now looking again.
Yeah, the Brazilian on the paddle, setting himself up, driving down the line. Off that first bottom turn, just swooping around for the opening carve. Sets it up with a little more of a corner on that second turn, and really driving through, burying that rail as he comes down the line. Wave starting to stand up for him on the inside here as well. And he's got some great potential to finish off with. Started out with that 3.17, just kind of throws away the end section, but looking seamless on his way to it.
Yeah, smaller wave, riding a silver surfboard by Tico and Teco. Good brothers out there from Brazil.
Anthony now up and riding. Unfortunately, just comes off balance on the takeoff. Tristan having a look just behind. We'll stick with him. And this wave looks really fun as he takes off on it here. Seems like the nerves are getting the better of the field.
And I think they're getting ahead of themselves, too. The tide's high. It's not closing out. They're not as quick as they're potentially thinking either. So don't get too far ahead. And especially this wave from Mateus, I know it was a smaller one, but to me, couldn't really have surfed it much better. And in my opinion, it was the right decision to go on this wave at this point of the heat, too. You only had the other small score. You need something substantial to really, move yourself up into the top 2 spots, and surfed it well. Didn't push too hard. It was a smaller one, a bit on the softer side, but right here he's thinking, I haven't really done anything major so far. Might as well blow the tail. I think he recognizes that he was right on top of the rocks, though, and decides to kick out, but he gets the BOH, Shannon.
It's a 5.67 on the board now for the Brazilian. Takes him into a more convincing lead now with that 3.17 to back up. Requirement sitting in the 6s for anyone to take away the leading position for him, specifically on Tristan in second. And then now those requirements are into the 3-point range to be in that advancing spot to avoid repicharge for both third and fourth, Anthony and Zhao. Zhao currently sitting with the first priority next to his name. We've got 6 minutes remaining on the clock. And Matias on the paddle back out just swings into this one Great opportunity
Much better.
to continue sealing the door closed on the rest of the field.
And there's a lot of people that are like that they just need to get into a rhythm, into a flow. There's times where you wait around. He's only wearing a spring suit. The water's not that cold, but still might get a little chilly out there from waiting so long. And all of a sudden, he's definitely improving on his low score of the 3.17. This actually has potential to be his best wave, in my opinion. So beautiful combination right there, the 3 in a row. And just feel like when you see a lot of these waves, especially on the high tide, the paddle isn't that hard to get back out. Might as well go on something that seems a little wedgier that might have better shape on it.
Yeah, and those waves that draw off the rocks that offer some good shape, they really have some scoring potential to them as we take another look here.
And that's the good thing about paddling out slowly, too. You know that you're probably going to recover third or fourth priority once you make it back out, so might as well go on one of these. And that last combo's sick. I mean, he has to really snap it quickly and then go straight up into the lip afterwards. And he gets his best.
That's right, a 6.17. So now that requirement to take away the lead from him is into the 9s on Tristan in second position. The question now really is who's going to take away second. Matthias at this stage is in a pretty convincing leading spot, even though he's just got, that 6 and that 5 on the board for a near 12-point heat total. It's going to be really wide open, though, for anyone to steal away that position from Tristan in that second spot.
Yeah, that's what you got to be looking for right here. 3.23, that can happen with a single turn. Main thing, don't give up on yourself right here. You've had a couple of falls, and you have the opportunities to. Both Anthony and the surfer in green Zaho, just the 1.2, but be in position and make sure when you're in position, you're actually committing to the paddle too. We saw that in the previous heat from the surfer from Norway, paddled for a couple waves and he missed him. It seems like Anthony not missing this.
Opportunity in front of him, only chasing down that 3.2. Just needs to hold it together. Pace out his surfing on this wave. Completed first and second turns. Snap there on the second as he sets it up on rail here. Pumping along the line and looking to really drive through each opportunity. Looking for that 3.2. And we'll see where the judges go with it, Mitch.
Yeah, probably going to be a small score. I don't think it's going to come near the 3.2 that he needs, but it's his best. And diminishes the requirement, so he did his job right there. And 3 minutes 20 on the clock. There's still time to get back out there and potentially get at least one more.
A 1.93 on the board now for Anthony. Like you said, chipped away at the requirement by more than a point, chasing only a 2.28 now to get himself into that second place position. We've got another little set starting to approach here, a few more corners. You mentioned before, kind of noticing with the takeoffs, some of the surfers out here this morning getting a little ahead of themselves with their speed, and Sophia was talking about that through competition the last couple days. This wave actually runs quite slowly, and it's really important to pace out, each of those maneuvers rather than letting that speed get ahead of you if the wave hasn't really caught up.
Yeah, and it changes on the tide, it changes with the swell direction, and of course with the size too. But, another major thing that we haven't mentioned so far in the first two heats this morning is that during the free surfs, there's 300 people out there. Yeah. So positioning's completely different. You might not be looking for the same exact wave. It's like surfing pipe on a crowded day. You got to go on anything you can.
What's crazy, too, is there's 300 people in the water for the free surfs, but there's another 120 that aren't in the water free surfing that are in the draw for the contest. That's how big this event is this year for 424 athletes in total for the World Junior Surfing Championships. As we take a look now at the Brazilian, 2 minutes remaining, looking to just really unleash and showcase his surfing here as he slips off the wax. And at this stage, it doesn't really matter for his score line. He's in a very convincing lead over the rest of the field. Hopefully he didn't feel like he, would have been getting any injuries from a fall like that.
He seems okay, paddling back out easily. I think, just a bit disappointed with himself. You always want to perform, especially athletes. They're the biggest critics on themselves. But overall for him, he surfed a good heat. He started off poorly, then eventually got way better towards the end. And, in a convincing lead, as you said. But right here, just over a minute. Oh, the surfer out of the Netherlands had a chance right there, just a bit out of position. But there's more waves on the outside, though. And I don't know where Zaho is at the moment, but still only needing the 3. And this kid, he needs a load, too.
All right, here we go for Anthony, chasing down that 2.28. He was able to chip away at his requirement with the last score. A little more top to bottom on that opening turn now. Setting himself up down the line, whips it around. He's able to hold it together, and now just needs to really find an in section here. Finds that snap, but doesn't have enough speed to progress down the line.
It's still close, though. It's still close. I wouldn't be surprised that he gets it right here. So if I'm the surfer in blue from the Netherlands, I'm making sure that I get on another wave right here. And same thing for Zaho. He only needs a 3.
Oh, an opportunity lost there as we come down to 30 seconds on the clock, Mitch. A score to drop now. And for last of Anthony, it's a 1.87. So unfortunately, it doesn't hit that requirement for him to take away second. A great effort from him, though. If he would have had that in section, he would have been looking at that score. As we take a look now at Tristan. Snap to start. He's looking to close the door on this heat if he can in second. Isn't able to ride out of that last turn, but could be replacing the 1.6 with the single maneuver.
He could, and I like the attempt right there. You've had nothing to lose, a lot more to gain from it, and you know, it was the only section on offer that really had something substantial in the heat. So get a heat right there by Neves from Brazil, and John Pierre from the Netherlands also moving through.
Yeah, impressive for Tristan to hold on to that second place position, and great surfing from Matias. We'll be keeping a close eye on him through the rest of this event. We've got more surfing to come when we return. Boys under 18s continues on in round 1.
Welcome to day 1 of the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. From the host nation of Peru, Paul Huguet with an 8.83.
Yeah, I feel pretty good. I learned to surf in this wave. Incredible to be here with my family, with my team.
From the United States of America, Mackay Castle with an 8.5. Japan's Mirai Ikeda with an 8.67.
Quick whip throwing tons of spray.
Yeah.
She opts out.
Surprised that she committed to the inside, too.
The Olympian Yang Su Chi from China with a 9.17.
Wow. Oh, sets herself up with it. Wow. A little bit wild.
I feel light point wave is so good. I feel air wave is very good. It's my first time come great.
Perfectly. Speed, elegance, great style, all the way down the line.
Tune in tomorrow for day 2 of the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships.
Back into it here at Punta Rocas in Peru for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. Yesterday the surf was massive. Today it's dropped off a little bit, but there's still some very high quality waves available for these surfers as we take a look at the whole playing field here, Mitch.
Yeah, and it seems like when picking up a little earlier today, you can already see a couple different lines coming through. And, you know, fortunately for us, the first few days been relatively light. So, you know, expected to see that way later today. But, you know, all in all, you get a little onshore wind, especially with a little bit smaller size. And going into this round where a lot of guys have a good air game, you know, it's air wind out there, so might take advantage of it.
It'll be exciting to see. France, Italy, Barbados in the lineup with Inigo Medina, Francisco Aglani, and Rafe Gooding having an opportunity. Nice for them that there's just the 3 surfers. One will be relegated to the Reparage, which means there's better odds of actually staying in the main round.
Yeah, and Medina got second in the U16s back in 2022, so he has experience going very deep into the event, being a runner-up to the ISA gold medal. And you know, Anglani out of Italy, to me, they've been one of the best teams out there in the last few years. Really love to see the improvements, especially a lot of homegrown surfers coming out of Italy, too. And Rafe Gooding from Barbados, you know, that is, to me, one of the most underrated places when it comes to quality waves worldwide. Might not be the most consistent place in the world, but in the Caribbean over there, we're either getting really fun waves or extremely powerful waves. So they're used to the open ocean like we're seeing it right here in Peru.
Lot of solid waves on the way as we can see this set approaching. No priority established here for the beginning of a heat. No one's caught any waves yet. 17.5 minutes on the clock as we see our first wave being ridden now for Francisco, representing Italy. Loves surfing back at home at Supertubos in Portugal, and is feeling very stoked to be representing the Italian team here for a second time within his career. As we take a look now at Rafe Gooding out of Barbados. Drives around the section, shuts out in front of him, and now he's out into the open face. He had a lot of speed coming into that first turn, starts to shave it off in this big roundhouse as he cuts back into the section, setting himself up down the line, looking for a finish, and he'll just kick out clean.
Nice wave, though. Like the start. Went up into the lip a couple of times, didn't force or rush anything, so good timing right there. Excellent pace by Gooding, and Medina on the outside by himself. He's got pick of the litter to any wave that he wants right now with priority, and, you know, getting something involved in the threes or better, always a good way to start for somebody like Gooding.
That's right, 3.5 on the board. For Rafe, it's also his second time competing. Rafe and Francisco, or his nickname is Kiko. So those two in just their second opportunity here at the World Junior Surfing Championships. Whereas you said Inigo for Team France, he's a former silver medalist. He has made it through, you know, the gritty rounds of competition. He's got a lot of experience out in the lineup with him right now.
And not just that, he's proved himself, and people know that. Anybody that's been around the same time he's been around know what he's capable of. You know, you have Dylan Donegan coming up in a few heats, and he's been our gold medalist last year in the U16s, now graduated to the 18s. So people have short-term memories. There's other people that have long-term memory like that, and it's better to remind yourself who you're going up against. Obviously, you want to believe in yourself, but you need to recognize that everybody's here for a certain reason, and everybody's talented to be able to come here.
Mitch, you surfed in so many of these events in the past. What was it like for you when you did draw a really big name, someone who was a former medalist?
I just made sure I was focusing on myself the majority of the time. If I was in a good priority rotation, I needed to be on the best wave. If I saw a good section, I had to go for it, and I'd always try too much rather than not try hard enough. You know, I'd rather lose going out with a swing than not even trying. And, you know, the main thing that I always told myself, don't be intimidated by certain names, because eventually you could become a household name too. So you think that way, eventually it becomes that way.
And you are a household name now.
Thanks, I appreciate it.
In the surfing community, for sure. You're just spread across basically anywhere that you have a voice within surfing, your voice is there.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Shannon.
Well, 15 minutes on the clock, a slow start to this heat. We can see the surfers, though, taking the little pathway down. It's great to be able to see this and give our audience back at home more of a taste of what it's like here at Punta Rocas.
It's nice that there's a little beach to paddle out from, too, because if it were just the rocks, I could assure you that we'd see a lot of dings on both the boards and the feet, but fortunately, a lot of these kids have the chance to paddle out there from the beach break, and, you know, it might seem nice and calm right now. Yesterday, it was pretty dangerous, and not everybody can make it out there, so props to everybody that went out beyond their limits, maybe hadn't surfed those kind of waves before, and it was proper yesterday. We saw a couple people take out some step-ups, too.
Yeah, well, like you said, you know, 10 to 12-foot faces. That is a large wave for someone that's fully grown. When you're talking about a lot of grommets in the water, that is, you know, quadruple overhead.
Yeah, and I think for the most part, the majority of people knew that coming to a place like this. Obviously, you should be researching as much as possible, knowing about the location that you're going to, whether it's transportation, food, of course, travel. But you got to know about the break. I mean, you're coming here for a competition. It's not like that should be the last thing on your mind. So, you know, research things a bit more. Make sure that if you have a large enough quiver, bring a proper step-up board if you have one too, and if not, ask around. That's a really good thing about this, these events too, is that you're able to meet a ton of people that you probably wouldn't normally meet at home. You get those connections, you get those contacts. Eventually, they turn into contacts that down the line are going to be very important.
That's right. I mean, these friendships that will last for a lifetime and could turn into, you know, working relationships and the opportunity to travel, to take your different families to meet each other eventually. There's just a lifetime of opportunity in the surfing community specifically too, where we get that surf kind of itch and we need to go find a good wave somewhere and put all of that savings into great surf trips around the world. And these surfers are just beginning that stage of their life, which is exciting to see. As Rafe Gooding is showcasing some beautiful rail surfing on that opening turn, sets himself up now down the line. Little check as he can eye off a decent section, and it'll just take him out, unfortunately. So we're going to have a score to drop in, 13 minutes on the clock. We'll take another look at this in a moment, but before we do that, let's go down to the beach quickly to check in with Rachel and the Brazilian.
Thank you so much, Shannon. Mateus, congratulations. A great heat win for you. There is a huge Team Brazil here representing. You guys have so much energy. Tell me, you could probably feel their energy out there to help you with that heat win.
Ela perguntou, na real, ela primeiro falou parabéns pela sua bateria, com todo o time do Brasil aqui te olhando. Ela perguntou como você se sentiu com toda essa energia lá na bateria.
Me sinto muito honrado de estar representando meu país com esse time todo, muito forte e me dando suporte. E, cara, com certeza essa energia chegou lá em mim, consegui me sentir bem nas ondas, né? Na primeira eu estava um pouco nervoso, mas dali em diante eu senti a energia do pessoal e fez total diferença.
He said he feels really, really good, like all this motivation of team from Brazil. So he's feeling really good, just want to enjoy this moment. And yeah, he's excited for the next.
And I read on your athlete bio that you're originally from a state that is not has no surfing. So what's been your biggest inspiration to push into the sport of surfing to be here on a world stage now?
Ela tá perguntando como é estar aqui, né, num campeonato júnior, que não pode ter erros, e como você se sente, né, meio que essa pressão.
Eu sinto que um privilégio estar aqui, não é pressão nenhuma. Tanto que eu já falei no começo, né, é uma honra estar aqui. Então eu só tenho a agradecer muito a Deus por esse momento e por estar representando meu país. E nada melhor de estar aqui com esse pessoal aqui que está me fortalecendo muito.
For him, it's a privilege to be here and representing his country. So he's really happy and just want to enjoy all this moment, all this motivation, and representing his country, you know.
Well, would you like to send a message back in Portuguese to Brazil?
Ela perguntou se você quer mandar alguma mensagem em português para o Brasil.
Eu queria agradecer a todo mundo que está do Brasil torcendo por mim, minha tia e toda a minha família lá na Bahia, ao Renato, ao Aécio, ao Felipe e minha mãe que está lá na Suíça de muito longe, mandando vibrações muito boas. É isso, valeu galera, obrigado.
Oh, great to hear from Matthias and the Brazilian contingency down there. I love the interviews where we get to get a little bit more of a taste for the entire team as well.
Yeah, for sure. And a great wave right here by Inigo Medina. I'm a big fan of this kid's style. You know, waited a long time to catch this wave with priority and was very patient when it came to his wave selection too. But there were a couple of carves right there that to me, world-class representation of what he's got and why he's a former runner-up to the world title here at the ISA Juniors. So first turn, very good. You can see his technique is superb coming off of the bottom. You know, pushes just a bit softer right there, but make sure with all the froth on the water, he doesn't push too hard. Much better right there. I mean, fully committed on rail, into the lip. And this combination right here at the end, too, is just excellent in my opinion. Fully brings it around, catches slightly, you know, his rail on the inside, but you know, still pretty good stuff when you look at the context, of what we've seen so far in the first three heats of the morning. This, to me, if it's not excellent surfing, it's got to be very close to it. And another thing, too, drop in the swell. Judges are very obviously content about what they've seen in the previous days. It's not as big as yesterday. It's not as good as day number one. You got to adjust your scale as well. And I think they've done so far their best job in the first two heats, but to me, this is really good surfing right here.
Yeah, that was really incredible. And even, you know, the way that that wave is starting to shape up on the inside, it's looking pretty different as that tide's starting to drop now. High tide was pretty much right about now. It was 7:40 a.m. It's just approaching 8 a.m. here now. And so we're going to see that tide starting to drop out. We can see how bowly it's getting on the inside, really pitching over, and it's allowing these surfers like Inigo the opportunity to put together some pretty explosive surfing for that finishing section, as well as those great opening turns connected together. We're still waiting for his last score, and Inigo's already up and riding on the paddle back out. We saw Matthias with the same kind of approach, you know, in that last heat, just grabbing another wave on the way back out and continuing to increase that score line. Goes in for that layback hit on the finishing section. Doesn't really get the projection maybe to be complete there, but that's not going to matter too much with the score that will likely drop from the previous wave, and even for this one to add in that backup score now. Currently chasing only the 283 to take the advancing position, but he's about to take away the leading spot, and we'll find out by how much. Rafe Gooding currently in that leading position under second priority, but let's take a look at this replay here.
Yeah, this is, you know, a small insider that he knew just wanted to get a backup real quick. First couple of carves, really beautiful. And you can see right here, he really takes his time kind of coming off of the bottom too, but that high tide right now, a lot of these waves that on the inside would have been bowlier a few days ago, they're a bit flatter, so had to force the issue right there at the end and just too soft of a section, but it's going to be a backup, and he's done his job so far in the first, half of this heat to be able to get those scores back to back, waited patiently. The Costa Rican team, they got Ethan Hollander coming up in the next heat, a good surfer out of Costa Rica that does a lot of the events in the United States as well, so excited to see him. Always feel the good team does the Central America country.
Yeah, they have just continued to grow strength to strength. They've had so many great surfers before them within that conversation. Brisa Hennessy, former medalist for the ISAs, and, an Olympian, a longtime standout on the Women's Championship Tour as well, really kind of setting the top standard there for where Costa Rican surfing is at.
Yeah, I think Carlos Munoz was the catalyst for everything. The McGonigal siblings too, Noe and Leilani, but I think Cali Munoz is the guy that's really done, the most for them. If it weren't for his exposure, especially, with the kind of deals that he had with Volcom back in the day, and to see him evolve into a family man right now, but come through this program, it's really awesome as Medina gets his first 2 scores straight into first right here.
All right, a 5.83 for for the first wave of the 2 we were waiting for, and a 4-point ride on the board now. Sets him up in the leading position. Now a 6.33 requirement on Rafe for Barbados to take away that leading position. His highlight of his surfing career so far was taking out the under-12s division in the Live Like Xander competition back at home, and that's a really special event for the surfers in that community.
It is. I had the chance to meet Xander Venezia, and his father Louis organizes that event in his honor, and here Inigo, another insider.
All right. Takes to some progression on the finishing section. Found out, he's got that 5.83 and that 4 now on the board. Francisco Kiko now driving through a first big swooping turn, representing Italy, living at home in Portugal, and setting himself up, just kind of drags through that bottom turn to time out the top turn. Up and riding behind him as well is Rafe Gooding, and just getting to appreciate the quality of waves that we have here as we see Kiko finish off on the inside. We see Rafe go for a big closeout finish as well, but just gets eaten by that wave.
And that was a necessary turn right there to complete 2 at this stage of the heat, because Medina's got his 5.83, he's got the back of a 4. You know that he's probably going to move to the outside right now and try to wait for another wave, but Anglani's definitely going to get his best by a mile, and right now, if he pulled that last turn, he was out of frame, when we saw Gooding take off right there, but I like this wave from Anglani. Just took his time. Once he got to the lip, you can just see the amount of power that he has. Doesn't necessarily take a couple of different angles at it, kind of goes straight up, but still throws a lot of spray. That's something the judges always appreciate. And they readjust right here. Gets enough speed for this last turn, and he did pull it. So that is a crucial wave at this point of the heat for the Italian in blue. And then Medina right here. This one, just the blowtail attempt, so incomplete, but really nice if he pulls it off. Unfortunately, right there, just too soft of a section. And Gooding was flying down the line. Unfortunately, right there at the end falls, but a 2.67 that eventually probably could have been something at least in the 4s, in my opinion. And now crucial point of the heat with just under 4 minutes on the clock.
That's right. Well, we'll see how much this changes as well. We know that Kiko has a score to drop, and getting to look on the replay, he finished that last turn. So chasing down that 3.54, he's likely going to be taking away that advancing position with just 3.5 minutes remaining on the board. No priority established yet as everyone is on the paddle back out into the lineup.
Well, Anglani's no doubt getting the score that he needs. I mean, that pretty obvious just with the first couple of turns on the outside, and Gooding right here, he pulls that wave off right at the end. He's probably staying in second, but got to be aware of what the beach announcers are telling you. And, that's another thing that I learned competing at these events too, how important that was. And that's, eventually how a lot of these surfers get into it. You get a good beach announcer on the beach, and it's really something crucial to the aspect of this event that they got to pay attention to those things while competing at the same time. And as you can just see, maybe would have taken a straighter angle towards the beach, he probably would have pulled that off. But Anglani gets the best score of the heat so far.
There we go. A 6.4 takes Anglani into that second place position, close to getting him into that lead now. His requirement is down to a 3.43 to take away first from Inigo, who's now up and riding, driving that high line to have some speed as he'll now just fly past the opening section. setup maneuver for that first turn as he just continues to eye off what this wave might have to it. Stalling here, we're likely going to see him go for something just a little bit different if he's able to. However, still sticking to the rail for this in section where he pops into the air for a moment. Looking to add in some variety and some wow factor for the judges if he can.
Yeah, he's got a lot more to give, though. You know, once again, silver medalist at the U16s back in 22. This is still good, but by his standards, it's not enough. And the French team yesterday, they lost the 2 other surfers in the U18s already, so I think there might be some pressure on his back, too, considering that he's the only person left in the draw so far in the main event for the boys U18 from France. And you know, they always field a great team. To me, they're always one of the strongest contenders for the gold medal overall. But longtime Cabianca team rider, a lot of flow, a lot of speed. I just think he's been a bit off with his maneuver selection given at some points of these waves too. Not the easiest wave to surf, I can tell you that, Shannon. It can go soft, it can stand up all of a sudden. It really tests your ability to generate speed or control it well too. And you know, selecting the right board, selecting the right fins for this location is something that is complicated, but it's something also that is necessary for you to perform at a high level here.
Now down to 1 minute on the clock, and at the moment it's the Frenchman Inigo currently sitting in the leading position. As you mentioned, the other 2 surfers for the under-18 boys from Team France have been relegated to Reparage round already. He's going to be safe from that conversation now, but it is interesting just looking through the former gold medalist for the team's dynamic. Team France has only gotten 1 juniors gold medal at the ISAs in the past. That was back in 2016. We know they've had plenty at the World Surfing Games. They've had plenty at the Longboard World Championships. A whole lot more of those medals have come. But in the juniors, we're hopeful to see them back in that conversation again this year. As we take a look now at Rafe Gooding, he's chasing down a 5.54. He knows he really needs to push through this wave. Put it all on the line, not leave anything to question by the time he hits the sand. And he's doing just that right now. Some great surfing to finish off with.
Yeah, so this is going to be the last wave scored of the heat, and needs a mid-5. To me, it's his best, but isn't enough to move him up into second place. Well surfed. Larger wave on the outside, too. Really cool casual bottom turn right there for the first one, but has to come around. Beautiful grab rail cut back right there in the pocket. Second one just as strong. More of a setup, though. Much better on rail there, and this is a tough section where he's had difficulties so far down the line, really with the lip lines. So got the combination on the outside, but I think judges just wanted to see a bit more towards the lip at the end.
That's right, and the comparison really being to that 5.83 that we saw from this guy on screen, Inigo Medina, and it just falls short of that. Coming in as a 4.73 for last of Rafe Gooding, a great effort on the finish. It did chip away at the requirement, but he'll stay in third and head to the Reparage rounds. That's the finish of heat number 25 for our under-18 boys. We've still got more, 36 in total, before we hit the Reparage round for the under-16 boys later today. We'll be right back with more action after this.
Buenos dias, surf fans. We're back to the 2025 ISA World Junior Surfing Championship live from Punta Rocas, Peru. Waves are still pumping, as usual. And the performances arrived early today. Chris Cote here with Sofia Milanovic. Sofia, so day 3 of competition, we've already been through a lot of surfing, a lot of heats. Today, seems like everybody's refreshed, ready to go. The boys under 18 round 1 is living up to all of our expectations and more. Hello, I'm Chris. Sophia, are you ready for the day?
I am super ready, Chris, super excited. The waves look super fun. So I'm sure there's going to be plenty of waves for everyone.
It dropped just a little bit, but still absolutely rippable. We've already seen some big scores coming through. So as we get to the end of this round of 26, we're going to go into our first look at some repechage rounds. So today has consequences.
Of course. I think it's a perfect day for that. I think the conditions are a little bit more manageable. So I think we're going to have some good rides.
And potentially a few more lefts ridden today. Looks like the peak has cleaned itself up a little bit, but as expected, we've got an international heat in the lineup. Argentina, Costa Rica. We've got China, we've got Ireland. This is a heat you'll only see in ISA competition. We got Darag Gilmartin, Juan Garcia Mata, Ethan Hollander, and Zhang Laiho. Now, this is going to be fun because I'm not super familiar with these 4 surfers, but as usual, seems like every time you see a heat like this with, some names you haven't seen much of, somebody's going to just blow our minds. We just know that, right?
We've seen that a lot yesterday. So many amazing surfers we've never heard about, and they were just ripping.
That's probably my favorite part of working at these ISA Juniors events. You just get a huge list of new surfers to watch. I mean, the future of surfing is bright. We've already seen a lot of evidence of that in both the boys and the girls side. And I'm sure we're going to see more of that right now. We get 20-minute heats. Top 2 surfers stay in the main rounds. 3rd and 4th place surfers have one more shot in the repechage rounds. Great overview of the lineup. I mean, still a huge playing field. There's not one specific takeoff zone. But Sophia, if you were out in this heat right now, where would you put yourself in this lineup?
Well, I've seen a lot of good lefts, honestly. I think I would probably go left. Still a really, really good rides. But I think right now that the conditions are more manageable, I think those lefts are opening a bit more.
Yeah, it's kind of got a lower trestles look to it today. Super rippable, plenty of power. It's a 0.50 to start for Gilmartin from Team Ireland. Wait to get this thing launched. One cool element of ISA competition is the ISA website with so much information. You can find all about this guy, Darag Gilmartin from Team Ireland. Yeah, and yeah, you can tell he's earned his stripes and ripped his way onto the Irish national team.
Great surfing from Color Red.
Yeah, quick look, but you can tell he's got skills.
For sure.
That was definitely our first wave of note in this heat. Yeah, if you go to the ISA website, isasurf.org, click on the live page for this event, and then you click on the teams link, and all the information about the 57 teams we have is right at your fingertips. Diving into Team Ireland, they brought a great squad. Connor Maroney's here. We got Georgie Hederick, Sadie Shalou, Darag, who's in this heat right now, Maria Butler, Keelan Maloney, Daniel McSherry, Ella Dooley, Ruby Fanning, Rory Murphy. They've got Kameen Skinner-Syme and Joshua Carbis, so a complete team. You can have 3 surfers in your under 18 boys, 3 in your under 18 girls, and same in the under 14 division. As we see now, this is Juan Garcia Mata.
Really good timing to all his moves. Waiting for that section, attacking it.
Yeah, so some nice just back-to-back waves there for Team Argentina. Started off with a 4.5. Quick score came through there, a 3.5. So as I was talking about Team Ireland, Team Argentina gets out there and jumps out to an early lead. We're at 14.5 minutes. Juan Garcia Mata, 17 years old from Mar del Plata. Say that's the surf capital of Argentina. They've got some world champions living there, including our very own Leandro Osuna. Juan Garcia Mata's favorite break is Playa Grande. He's on a Sharp Eye Inferno. He likes surfing, drawing, skating, and he likes traveling and hanging with friends. Sounds like we both would get along with him.
Great surfers from Argentina. They also have Thiago Paseri in their team. Wow, he's so talented, that kid. He surfs so good.
Real quick, huh?
Yeah, he's the son of Martín Paseri, a legend of Latin surfing.
Yeah, there are quite a few recognizable last names in this event. We saw Mick Lowe's son, legendary Australian surfer, yesterday going off. And now we see Ethan Hollander, the Punta Nation of Costa Rica. First indications of Ethan is he's a powerhouse. Making his way around this quick section. Nicely placed quick off the top. Gets onto the open face. Leans into a layback finisher. Strong start for Hollander. Now
Really
we've got a heat on our
powerful
hands.
surfer, huh? Throwing lots of water, timing his moves really well.
And I like that he didn't get too greedy, right? He was patiently waiting for the right sections, so that'll help him in the flow category.
Here's the replay. Look at this first carve he does. Throwing so much water. Really good torque on that first turn. And then this second turn was really good too, right on the pocket, throwing lots of water again. Showing a bit of variety too, changing his moves. And this last turn was really good, throwing all the tail.
How important is placement of your turns?
I think is the most important thing. I think power comes from that, from being precise in your turns.
Yeah, the judges we've seen hypercritical on where you're doing your turns. They want to see you do your snaps, do your carves in the most critical part of the wave. 12 minutes to go in between sets right now gives us the opportunity to catch up with the winner of that last heat with Rachel Tilley.
Thank you so much, you guys. Congratulations, Inigo. A great heat win. Tell me how you're feeling about that one.
Yeah, I feel good. The start of the heat was really slow. I take one good wave and another backup right after. So I'm stuck to pass the heat and ready for the next.
Now you have a silver medal already to your name. Back in 2022, you won the silver medal in under 16. What did you do in that year that you're hoping to replicate this year?
Yeah, I don't really remember in 2022, but I'm gonna try to go hard, step by step, and let's go.
All right, hopefully another medal on the horizon. Well, congratulations. A message in French?
Gros bisous à tous mes potes et à mes parents. Merci beaucoup.
Merci. Thank you very much. I'll send it back to you guys.
Thanks, Rachel. France always fielding strong teams in every level of ISA competition. Looks like Inigo is flying that flag, ripping his way to a heat victory. 10:40 to go. Juan Garcia Mata in the lead with a 4.5 and a 3.5. Ethan Hollander, 17 years old from Dominical. Seen him in his last wave power his way to a 5.33 on his Channel Island surfboard. He is your under 16 national champion from Costa Rica. And as we mentioned all day yesterday and on day one, so many national champions in this event. I mean, you look at everyone's bio, and I would say 75, 80% of our field is at least a national champ, if not a runner-up, if not a multi-time national champ.
Of course, to being able to make it to your team, represent your country, you have to have done the work at home.
Yeah, there's some really cool choices that we've seen. You know, you have the hyper-competitive teams with names that we've seen in ISA competitions in the past, and then you got a team like Hawaii who actually, they've selected a couple surfers more known for pipeline prowess or video parts, but they put on the jersey and look absolutely natural. So I'm excited to see Team Hawaii throughout the rest of this event because they've got a really cool, eclectic team. And obviously, They're used to open ocean, powerful waves. So they've got a great shot of making the podium, as does this surfer right here, Ethan Hollander. 17-year-old, I mean, surfing like a grown-up, super powerful, going plenty fast, blasting the lip there. I mean, this guy is strong. Manages to get the finish. That's going to be a solid number for Hollander, and he's already started off with the highest single wave score.
Yeah, he looks really powerful. His surfing is really mature, huh?
Yeah, he's looking powerful and comfortable.
For sure, he's ripping.
And is power something that you can learn, or do you feel like power is kind of inherent with some of these surfers, and once they know they have that skill, they can really lean into it?
Yeah, I think you can learn how to be powerful. I think like precision, like where you time your maneuver has a lot to do with how much water you throw.
It's not necessarily brute strength, is it, right? It's a lot of technique that goes into surfing with power.
Yeah, for sure.
Here's your surfer representing Team China, Zhang Laiho. Good. Clean surfing here. 16-year-old from Shandong. Favorite break is Karamas on a Warner surfboard. I like this quote, riding the wind and waves, not to conquer the ocean, but to surpass oneself. Sounds poetic. 7:50 to go. Now we see Juan Garcia Mata. So this heat starting to escalate. Score comes through for Hollander, 6.60. So now well into the lead with an 11.93 total. Mata's in second with an 8. Laiho needs a 6.93, and Gil Martin, fortunately, falling behind here, needing a 7.60, but still with 7.5 minutes to go. Plenty of consistency in the lineup. It's looking a little cleaner. Well, I should say a lot cleaner today. More like a manageable point break than yesterday, which was a big open ocean peak.
Yeah, for sure. It looks a lot more manageable. I think it's going to be easier for all the contestants to know where to see, to know where the good waves are than yesterday. Yesterday was all over the place. Lots of big waves, non-stop big waves, lots of sets on the head.
Yeah, talking to a lot of the surfers yesterday, everyone's saying the same thing. That was a lot of work out there. A lot of water moving around. Would you be riding the same board yesterday compared to today, or do you maybe shorten it up a little bit?
Yeah, I think today is different equipment. Yesterday I would have ridden like a bigger board for sure.
Yeah, you needed a little something extra to cut through some of the big bumps and lumps that were coming up the faces of those giant set waves we had. I mean, there were moments yesterday, solid 8 to 10 foot, at least on the face.
There were some big sets.
6 minutes, 17 seconds to go. We got Dirac Gilmartin out the back with priority. Now it's time to make some decisions. Once you get to that 5-minute mark, catching two good waves in that short of a span, it's a little extra difficult. So for Gilmartin, needs to get moving here pretty quick. Needs to give himself a chance to get that 7.60. Of course, if he gets a perfect wave, gets an 8, totally different story. But you can expect to see more from Laiho, from Mata and Hollander, all back into the takeoff zone. And here we go, Juan Garcia Mata. Beautiful opening snap there. A lot of foam on this wave, but he's making it clean. Second turn was great. You can hear Team Argentina on the bluff going wild with every single turn that Juan Garcia Mata does. And yeah, why not? Showing some passion right there at the end of that wave. That was a solid 3-turn combo. Remember, it's not the number of turns you do, it's the turns you do. And I think that second turn that Mata did was pretty much perfect.
Yeah, all of his turns were really good. This first turn was really nice too, timing it super good. Showing patience, waiting for that section to stand for him. And this second turn was, wow, amazing. Throwing so much water. And he's going through the section to try and find that third turn. He does it. Throwing the tail a little bit.
A little extra spice on the end of that third turn.
And he's super happy with that wave. showing some passion. Important. Wow. Beautiful surfing by the Argentinian. Wow, that second turn was so beautiful.
Right?
That's
I could
so
watch
nice.
that turn all day long.
Yeah.
And I mean, you think of the speed power flow equation, right? That was pure flow all the way through, and not an easy wave to surf. There was a lot of foam on the face of that one, but he just made it look so clean and so smooth. Now we go back to our current leader, Hollander. He smashes his way through to the inside section. The score did come through for Mata at a 7.33. So he's well up into the double digits now, just behind Hollander in those top two spots. So now Lai Hao faces the Herculean task of getting an 8.33. And meanwhile, Darragh Gilmartin is comboed. Let's take a look back at what Hollander did on his last wave.
First good turn, throwing lots of water. Wow, second really good turn for Blue. Third turn, he looks solid. Looks like he's never gonna fall.
Right?
Wow. Really nice wave by Blue. I think that first place is gonna be, you know, like it's gonna be really fought between blue and red. Still plenty of time for green and white, but I think blue and red are really surfing a smart hit.
So if you're from Costa Rica, Argentina, you know, Chile, the surrounding countries, do you come through Punta Rocas a lot and in junior events and Alice events and kind of national championships?
Yeah, for sure. I would think that both Costa Rican and Argentina have been here before competing.
Gare Martin, representing Team Ireland. Cool, clean style. Just unfortunately, the wave kind of flattened out underneath him. And this is Lai Hao. Great carve there, opening up his shoulders. Trying to maximize the scoring potential of this wave that, again, fortunately for green and white, both those waves just kind of flattened up through that midsection. So not only do we have Hollander and Mata getting the better waves, but the waves they've chosen have really provided some meaningful sections for them to work with all the way through to that inside. They did both get finishers on their waves. So the highest single wave score was presented to us by Juan Garcia Mata. Just beautiful backhand surfing. Not a drop of water out of place. Sitting on a 4.5 as a backup. But for Mata now, is that top priority. The minute 30 to go. The rare occasion where we don't see a set on the horizon.
Yeah, what a beautiful hit. That last wave of Blue was a 6.6. That's his best wave. Second best wave of the heat. First, the best wave of the heat is done by the Argentinian with a 7.33. That backside attack we saw, that was beautiful surfing.
And how about some Latin rivalries? Do you have countries down here that, it's obviously friendly rivalries. This is a wonderful community of surfers from 57 different nations. But are there certain countries down here in South America, for example, that you love to see in a heat because you know that there's a lot of history between the two?
Yeah, there's a couple for sure. Brazil, Brazil always have strong teams, amazing surfers, and also Argentina has really good surfers lately. Like there's been some amazing competitors. With Lele, he's been 2 times world champion, and then we have the young Paseri, so they have really good surfers too. And Chile has good surfers too. There's plenty of good surfers here in Latin America.
That's just a complete rivalry between everybody.
Yeah.
Well, we
Costa Rica too.
Got 8 seconds left. Maybe one more opportunity. We listen for the horn. And Hollander, hands leave the rail before the horn blows. Good kind of power carve to start in this wave. Clean, open face. Hollander's done his job. So unofficially at the end of Heat 26, you've got Ethan Hollander representing Costa Rica in the lead. Juan Garcia Mata comes through in second place with the highest single wave score. Zhang Lai Hao and Dara Gil Martin, 3rd and 4th place. They're going to be heading to the Reparage rounds, which we will see later today. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more action. Heat 27 coming up next. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, surf fans. You're watching the 2025 ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. We are live from Punta Rocas, Peru. I'm Chris Cote. I'm joined by one of the best to ever do it, Sofia Milanovic. And we've been thoroughly entertained by what we've seen, and that is going to continue because we've got a hammer in the water. Lucas Skinner representing Team England. This kid has turned heads a lot in his ISA career so far. I mean, you can just see that he's got all the makings of a champion. Surfs super fast, very precise. He's got every air in the book. And now, seems like every year he comes through with just some more competitive knowledge, building his heat IQ. And that was a good start for Lucas Skinner. And now we see Ivan Mineko representing Team Ukraine. Nice looking inside here for Ivan. His backhand, just waiting for this wave to form up. Throwing some water with these backside snaps all the way down the line. We've got South Africa represented by Sayanda Hewitt and Sebastian Selak representing the Czech Republic. How's that for an international heat? South Africa, England, Ukraine, and the Czech Republic.
Beautiful heat we have in our hands. And I'm actually really excited to be commentating this heat with Lucas Skinner in the water. I've always wanted to commentate one of his heats because he's such a ripper. Huh? He surfs so good. Here he comes. That first section was not an easy section. There was a lot of white to that wave. And he's eyeing that second section. That's a nice little floater there. So much speed. And this third turn was such a beautiful drone turn all the way to the power source. Beautiful surfing by Lucas Skinner. So much speed on it, on his surfing. In that section, I think he does a little floater here too. Wow. I think we're gonna see some amazing waves by the Englishman.
Yeah, I start strong with a 617, and when you watch Lucas surf, I mean, you can tell he's been studying the Masters, right? You see some Mick Fanning influence in how he surfs. I mean, right there, that was a full-on Fanning's turn. Comes around this section again, and I feel like that first wave was just a place setter. He goes, you know what? I'm just gonna park this 617 right here for now, and then I'm gonna go out there and start going off. And you see glimpses of that. Didn't come down from that air, which is actually a rarity. He's usually super consistent. Obviously, plenty of time, 16:15 to go. That second score is going to come through at a 417. So Mineko from Ukraine comes through with a 2. Yet to see surfer representing Czechia, Sebastian Selak, 16 years old, born in Prague. Favorite break is Pedro Branca in Ericeira. He's on a Bush surfboard. And he started surfing in Portugal when he was 10. Mostly surfs it in Ericeira, But when he's not surfing, he's skating, fishing, traveling. And he is your 2025 winner of the Berber Cup and your second place finisher in the Czech Surf Cup. So he's got some competitive know-how, obviously, with results like that. With 15 and a half left, Lucas Skinner jumps into the lead, already in the double digits with a 10.34. And Mañeko, Ukraine, with a 2 in second place. Get to see Sianda or Sebastian activate their powers. Ocean's still plenty alive. Not an easy takeoff zone to identify, but you can see the surfers who have done their research. At this point, these guys have probably been on the beach, you know, the past 2 days studying, surfing before and after the event. Kind of looks like Lucas Skinner is well prepared. Almost looks like he's alone in this heat, just finding any wave he wants. Setting things up with a quick snap there. Now driving down the line. Snaps off the downcoming lip. And even though he fell right there, I mean, to me, it just looks like he's feeling real loose. You know, he's feeling real confident.
Yeah, exactly. He has so much speed in his surfing. I just feel like he's gonna do, like, I feel like in any moment he's gonna have an excellent score. Just how pumped he is, how active he is. And just his surfing is so nice to watch. I can see that glimpse of Mick Fanning, for sure, of a young Mick Fanning.
Encinitas Ripper representing Team USA, Dane Libby coming up next. Going up against surfers from Angola, Indonesia, and Israel. Unique element to ISA competition. There's coach and crew. Ryan Simmons and the team getting fired up. I've watched Dane Libby surf a lot. This kid is an absolute ripper. Right now, all eyes are on Lucas Skinner, well into the lead with a 6.17 and a 4.17.
13 minutes to go. Second place is Green from Ukraine, Ivan Mineko.
Are you surprised that Sianda and Sebastian have not ridden waves, or is it sometimes when you're watching and there's so many waves coming through, you just have it in your mind that it's going to be easy to go out there and catch a wave, and it can kind of confuse you before you go out?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Punta Rocas is not really, it's a wave that moves, so it's not always in the same place, you know? So sometimes it can be hard to understand where to sit and where to catch that first wave. I think after your first wave, you kind of know where it's breaking and where to sit, but there's still plenty of time. I'm sure they're going to get some nice ones.
And I know you've done every job there is in surfing. I'm sure you've judged. I'm sure you've done some coaching as well. What are you telling one of these young athletes before they head into the lineup?
I think it's important, how I've said before, just to observe the conditions. I think that makes you... Nice. Yes, I think observing the conditions is really important because it kind of gives you confidence and you have like a, you know what you need to do. This is a replay of Lucas. This second turn, he risks a lot. Throws a tail right there. Unfortunately, he falls off. But he's, you know, you can tell he's just having fun. He's not really feeling that much pressure in this first heat, I think.
Yeah, I think starting off with that 6.17 definitely helped. And, you know, he's most likely recognizes the names he's going up against. But for Ivan, Sianda, and Sebastian, you know, surfers more starting their ISA careers, whereas Lucas Skinner has been in the ISA program for many years now. So
he's been a world champion.
Yeah, you consider him a vet at this level already. With 11:14 to go, waiting for the next set to roll through. Let's go down to Rachel Tilley, the winner of the previous heat.
Thank you so much, you guys. Ethan, congratulations. You played a really smart heat out there. Had great strategy. Talk to me about what your strategy was paddling out there.
Kind of just knowing that it was going to be pretty high tide for my heat. Just kind of wanted to stay busy. We had like 2 or 3 waves that everyone kind of pushed themselves too deep on, and then just kind of wanted to get the ball rolling, and yeah, I just ended up kind of being in the right position for 2 good waves in like 3 minutes, and just kind of making sure that no one ever got the best waves. So I was glad to be on them and surf how I wanted to.
Yeah, well, you did exactly that. You got the job done. And here with Team Costa Rica, what kind of honor is that to represent your country?
It's almost a pride in a way, you know. It's just representing my country. I was born there and been living there my whole life, and it's just such a wonderful experience to be a part of a history that has had really good history in surfing. So it's really fun to be a part of that.
And being here in Peru, representing on the world stage at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships, how is it to be here and meet everyone from all around the world?
Yeah, this is my 4th World Junior, so it's kind of just, it's always a really fun experience, you know, seeing friends that I haven't seen in a long time that live like on opposite sides of the world. And yeah, I just kind of feel like I deserve to be here and want to give my best result.
You absolutely do deserve to be here. Is there anything you'd like to say in Spanish for Costa Rica?
Hola a todos, ¿cómo están? Acá acabamos de pasar la primera ronda de sub-18. Aquí creo que en un par de días vamos en la segunda ronda y no, gracias a todo el apoyo de amigos, patrocinadores y familia. Vamos con todo, pura vida.
Thank you so much, Ethan. And I'll send it back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you.
Pura vida. Put Ethan on the list of surfers who are now have to be considered favorites for what they did in their heat.
Really powerful surfer, Ethan. Smart competitor too. I think he picked his waves really well.
He did exactly what you said to do. He said he did his research, knowing that the tide was a little bit high for his heat. And he said he quickly, you know, they went out there, they're all a little out of position, and then he quickly changed his trajectory and put himself right in the right spot for some really good waves. 8 minutes, 48 seconds to go. We want to see a wave ridden at least one by Siandra Hewitt, 18 years old from Durban, part of the New Pier crew. He's on a 6'2" Happy Everyday surfboard. Sianda is an ambassador for Surfers Not Street Children that actually his father, Tom Hewitt, founded. It's an organization that helps get kids off the street and into the waves. He's coached by Durban's Chad Dutois. Chad right now maybe stressing a little bit. 8 minutes, 13 seconds to go. Yet to see Siandra or Sebastian ride any waves of note. Yvonne, quick up and down right there. So yeah, I mean, you can see the clear difference, not just in wave size, but extreme high tide this morning, making the playing field a little bit more condensed, but also making the waves just a little bit more confusing as to which one is going to give you that good clean line. Lucas Skinner has chosen wisely so far. A couple falls, still in control of this heat.
Here comes a wave at the back. Red needs to get a little bit busy now, by now.
Yeah, we're over halfway through this heat. Siana's got to kickstart his campaign.
I'm sure he's a great surfer. Just by making the South African team, you have to be a good surfer for sure. So we'll see if he gets his first wave soon.
Yeah, and with no waves ridden yet, Sianda and Sebastian still share that top priority position. Skinner in 3rd priority, Yvonne in 4th priority. So neither of them have paddled for a wave yet. Sebastian Selak representing Czechia. This is when you start kind of looking toward the beach, looking for your coach, looking anywhere. Just go, what? Please send me something. I mean, he's in the appropriate position in the lineup, and the surfers in red and white will have first pick of any wave that comes through. Time's winding down, 6 minutes, 20 seconds left.
The good thing is that that second place is still wide open.
Yeah, 2-1-0. I mean, that is light work for Sebastian and for Sianda. You got to give yourself that chance, and maybe that's what Sianda's thinking at this point. It's like, okay, I've waited this long, I might as well wait for one good wave because I could potentially put myself in 2nd place with one solid score. I mean, in the span of 20 minutes, you go through all of the emotions, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, there's just 5 minutes remaining. I'm sure he's starting to feel the nerves, both of red and white. Here comes Sianda from South Africa.
All right, excited to see our first look. Hewitt, nice and smooth, good turn to start.
Nice turn.
So he's probably already got the 2-1-0, maybe. I mean, you can't fault these young surfers for having nerves.
Yeah.
I mean, especially when you sit for 15 minutes and don't ride a wave, everything can start kind of.
Exactly, and first heat for them too, right? It's the
Yeah.
first heat out there.
Yeah, so they've been waiting a couple days. They've been watching all their teammates surf heats. That has a way of definitely putting some nerves through your mind. Inside of 5 minutes to go. We'll see if that first turn was enough for Hewitt to put up a 2.0.
There's still some time to get that second wave. And also time for Sebastian to get that first one.
Sebastian now has first priority.
We see red eyeing that wave but decides not to go.
Yeah, I think it's a good call for Hewitt to maybe hang around further towards the inside. Just to kind of, stay out of what's happening out the back. And he's only going to need, yeah, there you go, 2.47. So the first turn was enough, and now Hewitt's in second place.
This is a beautiful wave right here. I don't know if White is going to get it, if he's in the right place. Looks like a little double up right there.
Hewitt could be scoring on this one. Yeah, luck of the draw there. It comes right to him. So Sianda Hewitt now. Starts off with a nice turn, setting things up. Through to the inside. Could have a good section to work with here. He snaps it. It's a good whip there. So cleaner surfing from Hewitt. 3-turn combination there. He's going to solidify that second place position with 3.5 left.
Yeah, that was a really important wave for him.
You can tell the first wave he rode definitely washed off some nerves. He looked a lot more confident on the second wave. So being an ambassador to Surfers Not Street Children, you should check out that organization. They do really cool things in South Africa. And score comes through for Hewitt, 2.93. Placing himself solidly in the second place position. Now Majneko from Ukraine needs a 3.40. Sebastian Selak, Czechia needs a 4.03. Still in the realm of possibilities. But you could see Sebastian must have paddled for a wave. Priority switched over to Lucas Skinner and Majneko in second priority. Skinner staying loose out the back. Kind of locked himself into that top spot with his opening ride. But no stress. Backed it up with the 4.17. You get into the double digits today, you have a pretty strong chance of advancing through. Majneko making a move.
Maybe he's seen something at the back.
And you could
Yeah.
probably
Wow.
hear some whistles and some hoots and hollers coming from the gallery.
That wave looks really nice. Actually, maybe didn't really have a good wall on it, but
Pretty deceiving though. Right when it stood up at
Yeah.
first, it looked like it was going to have that
I think
running
if you
wall.
took off at the back, maybe it was better because it offered a couple sections at the back, but then it kind of got flat.
Sneaky little double up here on the inside for Majneko. Oh, just sneaks underneath him. Probably wasn't a great wave anyway, and now there's a set coming through with a minute 17. And look who's in pole position. It's Lucas Skinner out the back with priority. He's got options coming at him. First wave just kind of rolls through. Not a wave of consequence, but these two monsters out the back. Two of the biggest waves we've seen of the morning.
That wave at the back looks nice. Let's see what?
I think Lucas feels it. get moving.
Not much time left, so I think this is it. He needs to get this one.
Our technical beach announcers giving them the news that they've got just 35 seconds left, and it looks like Skinner's put himself in the perfect position. Cranks it off the bottom, straight up into the lip.
Wow.
Huge opening snap. This kid is a special type of surfer. Now he's waiting for this wave to unfold in front of him. A couple nice carves for Skinner. Lets the fins loose on the inside. Nicely done there for Team England's Lucas Skinner. Comes from Newquay. It's one of the surf capitals of England.
Beautiful
And
surfing by Lucas Skinner.
he made that look real easy, right? I don't think he broke a sweat in that heat.
Yeah. This first turn was the money turn, throwing buckets of water and straight going to that beautiful hack. This carve was really nice. And the wave kind of gets flat, but he's eyeing this last section. Wow. Doing like a good last turn. I think we're going to see better waves from him during the contest. I think he surfed good, but I think it's just a glimpse of what he can do.
Yeah, that was like third gear, and he's got 6 of them. So we'll see more from Lucas Skinner. Convincing heat victory. Boys under 18 roll continues. We're going to take a quick break. We will be back with more. You're watching the 2025 ISA World Junior Surfing Championship live from Punta Rocas. Stay tuned.
The dream of Olympic surfing was a dream decades ago, but today is our reality.
It's about pushing the sport and pushing the boundaries.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
It's been tough road for me to qualify to Paris.
That's the game. You gotta win.
The wave is unlike any other wave.
This is one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's not don't be scared. Be scared, but still don't do it.
Welcome back to the 2025 ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. We're live from Punta Rocas, Peru. Chris Cote with Sofia Milanovic. We just watched Lucas Skinner representing Team England cruise his way to a first place finish. Looking forward to hearing what Lucas has to say about his time in Peru so far. In this heat, you've got USA, Israel, Indonesia, and Angola represented. Dane Libby, Sun Shlomo Malka, Mare Balon, and Domingos Sabalo. So some new names to us. Dane Libby, you would have to say on paper, has a pretty solid resume. He's your NSSA Open men's national champ, skater, snowboarder, golfer, pickleball player. He likes cycling. Just seems like anything having to do with being outside and being active, Dane's all about it. He is a Seaside Reef local. You surf Seaside Reef a lot. You surf with some really good surfers, so there's a lot of inspiration to draw. And for Dane Libby, he's rising through the pecking order at Seaside, which is not an easy thing to do. On any given day, you'll see him out there absolutely shredding. 18 minutes left. I'm sure the scouting report that these surfers got from that previous heat is stay active. You know, don't wait too long. We had some stressful moments for a couple surfers in that last heat with no waves ridden for about 15 minutes of that heat. So here's the R&D department, cheering squad. Will Dean, team captain in the USA, just went berserk in his heat yesterday, throwing alley-oops. Huge heat total. Cowbells are out. That means sets coming through.
Wow, that's a big set.
Yeah, that one kind of just popped up out of nowhere. All 4 surfers getting steamrolled by a rather large Punta Rocas set. This one broke so far out. I mean, look at where these guys were. They thought they were sitting outside, and then as we kept saying that the swell has dropped, looks like it picked right back up.
Yesterday it was like that, but all the time, right?
Yeah.
Like so consistent.
Yeah, it was relentless. Here's Team England. I love hearing these chants and cheers, these kind of celebratory moments. That was a cool one. Got me fired up. So there's what the surfers in the lineup are seeing. I mean, it's so cool that the uniforms are so identifiable from so far away. You know, you got the Irikanjis here. There's Team Indonesia, Team USA.
Yeah, I love that everybody uses their uniforms every day.
Yeah, it's just another fun, unique element to ISA competition. And, you know, the flags, of course, signifying the cheering squad, but also can be used for tactics. And there are some secret maneuvers happening with these flags that give their surfers in the water maybe some tips, some hints. But of course, our technical beach announcers giving them all the pertinent information. The ocean just kind of reset this heat, just blasting everybody out of position. So these surfers are going to gather themselves, get back into the takeoff zone. While they do that, we're going to go down to Rachel Tilley and Lucas Skinner.
Thank you so much, you guys. Lucas, congratulations. A great heat win, but it took a few days for us to actually even get to your first heat. We're on day 3 of the event. How has it been waiting through these past few days supporting your team in the meantime?
Yeah, it was real nice to get the ball rolling there. It's been a long couple days waiting in the sun, trying not to get sunburnt, supporting the team. But yeah, we've had a sick trip so far. It's been fun figuring out this wave, and yeah, it was just nice to finally put the Rashi back on and be back at the ISA Worlds. It feels real good.
Yeah, well, you're looking really strong right from the start. How important was it for you to have a strong first round heat?
Yeah, for sure. This year I want to kind of build a house. I don't want to go all out, so just trying to surf smart and not blow up in the first round. So yeah, feels good, and nice to get some scores on the board. And now we've got a big day for the team and probably another big week of competing. So yeah, I'm super excited.
Okay, well, of course, we have to talk about your 2 previous silver medals back to back. Of course, you're always looking for gold. What do you think is going to be the difference going into this event?
I think this event I just feel a lot more strong. I've been training loads in the gym, and I had an injury at the start of the year, so I've just feel mentally stronger, and I've got some magic boards under my feet from the boys at Skindle Surfboards, and yeah, I just can't wait to keep surfing heats and try and get gold this year. I feel like I can do it, so I'm going to try my best.
All right, well, we're really excited to see the process. We know there's going to be great surfing in the way, so congratulations.
Yeah, thanks. Hi, Mum, Levin, Lucy. Love you.
Hi, guys. All right, back to you guys in the booth.
Smart kid, showing love to mom back home. And Lucas Skinner, super talented. I love to hear that he's feeling good, he's feeling healthy.
I like how he said he was just, you know, taking that heat easy,
Yeah.
not showing everything he can do.
You could tell, right? I mean, once he got that 617, it's like his kind of shoulders dropped a little bit. He goes, all right, I got this one.
Yeah.
I'm going to save some for the next round. And when Lucas Skinner is feeling that comfortable, watch out. This kid's going for gold. So one wave ridden by Sun Malka, representing Israel. I love his quote. His father was an Israeli champion. He says, I want to be like him and better.
Nice.
He did win he got first place in an under 14 division. He's riding a Cabianca surfboard, just like Gabriel Medina. His hobbies, surfing, 18 years old. This is his last year in ISA junior competition. But this is also kind of the the place where you can show the team managers and the coaches and team captains that you deserve a spot on the World Surfing Games team. You know, the World Surfing Games hasn't been announced yet where and when it's going to be in 2026, but that is such an incredible event. You know, that's where you see world champions crowned, you see those team medals earned, you see some of the best in sport in the World Surfing Games events, and guess what? They all had to come through the juniors to get there. So 12 minutes, this is feeling a lot like that heat we just watched, except for no sixes. Nobody really opening up yet.
Yeah, 11 minutes to go. We haven't seen much yet. I think that first big set got them out of position.
This Team Indonesia, and the flag is telling us that we are going to see a little bit more texture in this lineup. You can tell out the back. Starting to lump up a little bit. There's a set coming through. Only one surfer with the P next to their name. Priority 4 for Malka, the only surfer to ride a wave. So priority is still open for Libby, Balon, and Sabalo. We're excited to have Team Angola here for the first time in junior competition, along with other first-time teams, India, St. Lucia, and Slovenia. So if you're wondering why there are two surfers paddling out together, we do have a caddy system now. And here we see Dane Libby representing Team USA, waiting for this wave to form up. Looks like he got a good section on the inside, carving back. So just appropriately surfing this wave. Not a lot of critical sections coming at him, but did a few hard carves to get his campaign started. Probably most likely a mid-range score there for Dean Libby, but yeah, 317. So just under that mid-range zone, but got the ball rolling. And that's how you shake off some nerves, right? You just catch a wave, you surf it well, you know, nothing too flashy, but put a number on the board.
Exactly. That wave didn't offer much, but you can see he's an amazing surfer. Here comes Green.
Our first look at Mare Balon. Team Indonesia, good carve to start. Stand with the high line. Now he has a little section to work with. Nice snap there, quick little foam climb to finish. Solid surfing there. Team Indonesia's excited. They should be.
Beautiful rail surfing by Green from Team Indonesia.
And now he's got about 6 coaches on the beach. So it seemed like they were signifying you just stay wide.
Here's a replay of that last wave of Green. This first turn was really nice and drawn. This second turn too, carving all the way back to the power source. This last turn throwing lots of water. Nice first wave by Green. There's a different angle of this wave. Nice drawn carve there. Second carve. And this is the last move.
It's good, clean surfing. Mare is 17 years old, born in Bali. His favorite break is Padma. He's on a Studi board. And he did win a big event in Indonesia in 2023. This is his second time surfing in the ISA Junior World Championships. There's Team USA. Cowbells out, flags flying.
Your team, Chris, Team USA.
I think they have a bi-coastal team, so I think kind of equal representation from East Coast and West Coast.
Amazing surfers from America, always one of the strongest teams.
Their female squad features some incredible surfers, so I'm excited to get things rolling for the women on our Tower 2, El Bosque. Did I say that right?
El Bosque. Yeah.
El Bosque. So we have 16 under girls starting the day, Reparage girls, and then Reparage boys over there. So a busy day at Tower 2. Our second podium, you can see the results. If you click the tab, Podium 2, you can see the results that have already happened over there today. We're going to be going all the way through till about 5 p.m. So a lot of heat's going to go down today. So we had 14 heats to start for your main event boys under 18, and then we're going to switch things over to Reparage boys under 16, where the stakes are high. If you lose in the Reparage round, unfortunately your run is done here at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. You see Dane Libby coming around a big section.
Wow.
Heavy snap. Blast the fins through his second turn. I mean, you can see things amplified quickly from his opening wave. Throwing the sharp eye board at the wall there. I mean, he looks like a completely different surfer.
Yeah.
The 317 he got, you know, you could tell, that's just a place setter wave. You know, shake the nerves off, get something on the board, but that right there was just pure explosive surfing from beginning to end.
Showing some aggression in that surfing, for sure. This first turn was incredible. So aggressive and in control and so powerful. Going through the section. Little setup turn for this beautiful carve. This last turn was so nice too. He looks on fire. So much energy in his surfing.
That was radical. Speed, power, flow all the way through.
Aggression.
Yeah, and he didn't waste any sections. You know, there's a fine line, right? You can go and try to hit every section coming at you, and that's going to take away from the flow. But what Dane did right there is just he placed his turns, and it looked like he kind of had speed bursts out of every turn that he did.
Exactly.
So exactly what the judges are looking for. It's going to be a solid number. Definitely the best wave of this heat. 5.5 to go, just in time. He's going to get himself back out there, potentially in time to maybe get the end of one of these sets coming through. You want to see Angola's Domingos Sabalo activate his powers. We know he's a good surfer. He did qualify for the Angolan team. Just by qualifying for your national team, you've achieved something great. 5 minutes, 10 seconds to go. He's got to get things rolling. Nice looking wave. Is just really deep, shifting peak this morning. Look at that inside section.
Yeah, that looks like a beautiful wave.
Feel free to mind surf that one, those of you watching at home. Inside of 5 minutes now, all surfers going deeper. So it's almost like a cat and mouse game right there. That wave luring them into that inside, but this could be a double up right here.
This looks like a nice double up. Maybe they're a little bit too deep or not. No, here comes Blue.
All right, soon Malka coming around the section. Gets himself on the open face. Nice power carve there from Malka. Good, strong surfing. Only looking for a 2-3-4. That second turn he did was real nice. That's going to apply some pressure to Mari Ballon. Most likely he'll drop to third.
Powerful surfer too. His surfing looks so mature.
And when you see a surfer that good, who only has one wave ridden in 16 minutes, you know that it's pretty vexing out in this lineup right now.
Yeah, for sure. It's not easy to find exactly where to sit.
And even though there's a lot of waves coming through, you know, the flat-faced waves, just that shoulder out, are not going to do any favors. I mean, we haven't seen the judges throw out any big numbers. Even when you're doing kind of long, extended cutbacks, the judges know that that's a pretty, you know, rudimentary maneuver. So they're not going to give you big scores for flat-faced surfing.
Exactly. You need those critical sections for sure if you want to get a good score.
Just get a wave like Dane Libby just got. 7.5, highest single wave score of this heat by a mile. And he's put himself right back out there in the takeoff zone. He is sitting in third priority. We've got Sabalo in first priority, Made in second priority. This wave rolling through, and Dane getting sneaky on the inside. Finds himself a good little runner here. Big carve to start. Love the way he kind of applies pressure halfway through that turn and kind of launches back towards the whitewater. Foam snap here.
Wow.
And that's his, you can tell that trademark turn he has.
Yeah.
Just whips it up, high and tight in the pocket. 2:35 to go. It looked like Made right there, potentially making a priority error. He drops a third priority. That means Sun Malka is in second priority. Sabalo still in that top priority spot. 2 minutes, 20 seconds to go.
Some waves at the back.
Yeah, these waves are going to get here in time. And all three of these surfers who are in the zone are going to get a look at it. You know, it's kind of deceiving from this angle. That little wave that was in front of them probably blocking their vision of what was happening on the outside, because you saw them all kind of still sneaking over to the right, and now they're going to run over to the shoulder.
This wave could double up, I think.
Yeah, that could be a chip shot.
Let's see if he does.
Maybe just a little too far back.
I think he'll be able to go through the section. We'll see.
Ooh, he could be getting the inside reward here. This is Sun Malka representing Team Israel. Decent section for him to work with through the inside.
He doesn't need much to improve that second wave score.
He's got great technique, you can
Yeah.
tell. Plenty of power. Going for the strong finish into the rocks. Goes down. Could be better than his 2-point ride. I think, yeah, he probably earned something closer to that 3.5. The tense moments now for Team Indonesia. Made Balon did get himself into the top priority spot, so Sabalo most likely paddled for a wave.
He doesn't need much at all, but there's just 1 minute left on the clock. He needs a 2.77. Made Balon from Indonesia. And he's a good surfer too, so I think he's capable of getting that easily.
He's sitting on the second highest single wave, that 4.33. Just unfortunately, trying to get rid of a 0.20. 30 seconds left. Someone's going to go all the way down to the last second. Will this wave come in time? Just seems like it's a little too far out, so Made Balon maybe caught out at sea with 15 seconds left. Oh, there's a chance. 10 seconds. Watch his hands. They have to leave the rail before the buzzer blows. 5 seconds left.
Oh my God.
Can he stand up in time? 3 seconds left. 2, 1. Well, I didn't hear the horn from here, so I'm not sure.
Wow.
Why not? Make it exciting all the way through to the end. So, Made Balon. Ooh, this wave looks like it could be reforming for him through the inside. He was looking for a 2.77, so if it counts, I mean, it's going to be close. There was not a lot of opportunity for Made, but most likely that's going to be it. Give it up to Dane Libby, Team USA, coming through with an 11.73 heat total. Sun Malka, a 3.6 and a 3.5, squeaks into second place. Made Balon and Domingos Sabalo, Indonesia and Angola, heading to the Reparage round where they'll have one more opportunity to stay in this event. That's going to be it for round 1, heat 28. So Team USA, I believe all of their surfers won their heats in the men's under 18 division. So big things happening for Team USA. You've been watching the 2025 ISA World Junior Surfing Championship live from Punta Rocas. Stay tuned, we got more action to come after these brief messages.
This message is for all surfers in the world. The oceans need us today more than ever. The Sands of the World ceremony is our way of uniting the world in peace through surfing.
Now let's begin the Sands of the World ceremony.
It's the ISA symbol, and it symbolizes what we know, peace in the world through surfing. It's a meaningful ceremony in which you bring sand from your beach, you pour it there with your teammates. This ceremony stays with them for the rest of their life. When it came to Tahiti, Tahiti embraced the opening ceremony with the Sands of the World. And the beautiful box that we have today, it's staying in the Hupo.
To be a surfer is not only to go surfing. It is also to take care of the oceans, to be good people inside and outside of the water.
Welcome back to the action here for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. We're located in Punta Rocas in Peru for the week. We're the world's best juniors, all 424 of them, putting on the jersey and getting a few really fun waves in hopes of winning a gold medal. Elian Gelabert from Puerto Rico with a quick in and out to start out this heat. He is up against the Australian in Maverick Wilson and the Venezuelan Jesus Osorio. So just 3 surfers in the lineup. Shannon Hughes here in the booth to call the action alongside Mitch Salazar. And Mitch, it's been a great morning so far.
It has, and 3-person heat out there. There's, you know, bit of a slower ocean on day 3 of competition, but still really fun. And, you know, so far, everybody's only gone right. I'm still surprised that nobody's really looked at the lefts. I know the tide's still relatively high, but there are a few options out there. But Mav Wilson, it's not his first time competing for Australia. Kid out of WA, a great surfer, and he's already got a wave on the board. So frothy one to start things off. Got up to his feet real early on this one on the outside. But silky smooth style on the back end here, Shannon. Longtime competitor coming out of Western Australia. And a beautiful combination right there. 1, 2, 3 right in a row.
Yeah, easy way to kick things off for him. We're waiting for that score still to drop, and we've got a score for that first in and out for Elian. Jesus yet to open up his campaign, but he's now sitting at the top of the lineup with priority to himself.
Yeah, and Venezuelans, it's a quick trip for them. It's pretty close by, and great surfers majority of the time. I had the chance to compete against a number of them back in my day as a junior, and can tell you very talented competitors. For the most part, it's a baseball nation, so you know, surfing's not necessarily the main priority for a lot of government officials over there in terms of support, but as of late, with the success of Francisco Bellorin, Rafael Pereira, Rosani Alvarez, you know, they've seen more and more come through, and I think more Olympic hopefuls as well. But overall, I think their junior program has always been outstanding. Majority of the surfers that have come from Venezuela, though, tend to live outside of it, still representing the nation, though.
Yeah, it's great to see that dynamic coming into play for so many different nations at you know, this level of competition now, especially and specifically because of that Olympic conversation coming into play. Surfers maybe, you know, potentially born in a country but raised somewhere else, or born and raised elsewhere but have family heritage, that are able to, you know, wear a different flag on their sleeve and have that opportunity to be an Olympic hopeful with, you know, maybe just a different field of surfers that they're going to be vying for those positions against, as opposed to some of those countries that have, you know, thousands. Well, welcome back to the action here at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. We do apologize for that power outage that we were just dealing with on site here. Thankfully, it was just the broadcast studio that was down, and the rest of our event has been able to continue tracking on. So we're actually currently in heat number 30 now for the under-18 boys round 1, as Dylan Donegan is just unleashing on that last wave. Sasha Ferry from Vanuatu now up and riding. So we'll talk through live action, then we'll give a little update on that last heat of heat 29 as well, just to fill in our viewership. Although you can continue following those scores online. Sasha getting some work done here on the inside section and looking to put on a clean finish at the end of this wave. We do have some scores already filtered in, and currently we've got 12.5 minutes on the clock. Dylan Donegan is in the leading position. Khalil Piñeras is sitting in second. Sacha Ferry currently in third, and Juan Laborde currently sitting in fourth. Shannon Hughes and Mitch Salazar in the booth.
Yeah, Dylan Donegan is on one right now. He's had 2 waves so far, 6.5, and what seems to be a very strong backup right here. Last year's gold medalist in the U16 over at La Bocana in El Salvador. Saw him at World Pro Juniors, last year in the Philippines. He qualified once again for the European region, and it just seems like he is connected right now to both his board and this wave.
Here we go with live action now for Juan out of Team Uruguay, getting his first ride underway. So it's been a sleepier start for him in comparison to the rest of the surfers in the field.
Yeah, coming from Maldonado, good area, some good beach breaks around there. Uruguay not necessarily known for their powerful surf, but he has made a couple trips outside of his native country, both to Brazil and Peru actually, just to go surf. But he's got a tough heat right here. He's demonstrated in the past that he's able to get some good scores, but right now, with the top talent that we have out there, Khalil Piñeras representing Colombia. He lives on Maui, mother from Colombia. He's surfing in his last year of the U16s and now in the U18s once again. So it's got a lot of talent as well. And as you can see, very used to that friendly power over there on Maui. Very much what we're seeing out here at Punta Rocas as well.
That's right. You know, getting a look at that first wave, that 5.17, his surfing is looking really sharp and on point in competition this week. So he's going to be a name to really keep an eye on, especially as, like you said, he's been representing for Colombia for a few years now. He's also growing, getting more strength within his surfing as his size matures as well. And that's been a very good thing to add to the great technical aspects that he was already possessing.
Yeah, I spoke to him and his father, Ryan, for a few minutes, during yesterday's afternoon when we had the fog delay. Really cool family. They always travel as a pack. And, just seeing this kid grow up, I remember when he was 10, 11, and eventually started going into a young man, and where he's at right now, 16, he's a sophomore in high school, and it's just really outstanding to see these kids not only grow up as surfers, but also just as human beings. And same thing with Donegan. Irish mother, Brazilian father. He grew up in the Canary Islands, and brother Connor, also an excellent surfer. And, for me, growing up into the 18s right now, I think Donegan's one of those people that you need to look out for both a finals appearance and to be one of the few people, maybe even the only one, that have won the U16s on the gold side and the U18s on the gold side. That's the kind of aspirations that he has for his own self too.
Yeah, I mean, those are the kind of things that you want to have goals set, especially if you're coming in, you've qualified for your team in those under 16s. You're going to have, the opportunity in the future to then surf up into the under 18s, potentially going on both sides, if there's a smaller field for your team. But a very tough ask to walk away with multiple ISA Junior gold medals. I mean, the talent field has been very strong for so long. The list of former competitors that have taken away those World Junior Championships, that have really spring-loaded their careers towards the future, is very lengthy. And now to think of the field of new surfers, this new generation and crop that's coming forward, it's a tough ask to take away that gold.
It is. It's not impossible, though. We've seen, Medina do it at the juniors and at the open side. And, of course, Sally Fitzgibbons has done it multiple times. Tyler Rett was former ISA gold medalist in her junior career a couple of times, too. So, it's something to aspire to. Obviously, there's a lot of talent. It's the biggest field we've ever had. I mean, I can't think of another time where we've had, more than 35 heats. We have 36 in this round right here for the boys U18. So a good number of surfers, a lot of excellent surfers too. But, what I see from both Donegan, Lucas Skinner, is their confidence is sky high most of the time. And especially coming through the European region, one that's really needed a good representation at this level. And, he's delivered so far in his young career.
Paddle there for a surfer in red. He's in second priority, so he'll bump down into third or fourth after that. Our fourth priority currently not filled, as our surfer in green, Juan, is still making his way back into the lineup. Up and riding now is the young Maui surfer representing for Colombia. Just throws that tail out on the first turn and he'll go down. Sitting with that 5.17 for his opening ride. And Sacha Ferry has been able to sneak away that second place position for the moment with 2 3.33s on the board. And for the Vanuatu team, a huge success yesterday afternoon, Mitch, as we saw the very first Vanuatu surfer take out a heat victory at the ISA level. It was Manoa Taro, who surfed yesterday afternoon, scored himself a 12-point heat total in comparison to next up behind him with just 8 points on the board.
Yeah, and Manoa's surfing in both divisions too, so he's surfing up. Cool to see him advance in the U16s, but he didn't necessarily know that information up until we told him, and getting that heat win, seeing them have a larger team. George Patar, who's been on the CT, was really close to qualifying. Once again, grew up in Vanuatu. He decided to represent Australia, though, and for good reason. There's more support, but what this event's going to do is open up more eyes and hopefully get more support from the local government, and especially with what they need is facilitation for visas, too. It's hard to travel. It's not necessarily the strongest passport, so coming to certain places, they just need more accessibility when it comes to certain locations.
Yeah, it's a really challenging one behind the scenes, and we're so stoked to see those 3 surfers representing for Vanuatu this year. Hopefully it continues to grow. We add some girls into the team in future years as well, as it's such a cool small island nation with the opportunity to really score some decent surf, and the quality of surfers that's coming out of there is really world class. As we take a look now at our surfer in red, Dylan setting himself up. Little carve back on this opening section, gaining some speed down the line as he goes in for a great bit of rail work. Really draws it out on that second turn and sets himself up for a foam climb. Looking down the line, this wave and this board is looking really electric underneath his feet, Mitch.
It is, and another combination right there on the inside. It goes down at the end, but I'm telling you, you put him on the right wave, right section, he's just going to go to work. And same thing for Laborde on the outside. Had a couple of wiggles right there. He's needing a low 5 at the moment, so probably not going to get that number. But, the cool thing about the Spanish team, there's a good number of territories that they have. It's not just mainland Spain. A couple surfers come from the Canaries. And, of course, Basque Country has always been super strong, and it's really been the epicenter when it comes to Spanish surfing. Overall, you see the development that they've made over the last few years. They've had success at many different levels within the sport of surfing. Aritz Aramburu, the first person to qualify for the Championship Tour. The Echevarri sisters doing great things at the moment. And, of course, you can't forget about what Donegan did last year to get them that gold medal, too. But, yeah, all it takes is one person to be able to accomplish things, and he's been able to be at the forefront right now for the ISA junior side.
Dylan Donegan in that leading position with a couple of 6s. He opened with a 6.5, now has that 6.77 behind his name. A 4.67 was that last wave. Unable to improve on his scoreline so far, but doing a great job representing Spain, growing up in Lanzarote. And with 4.5 minutes on the clock, we did have an unfortunate power outage just a few minutes ago, and so we lost the last half of our footage, specifically for heat number 29, which was what we started out calling Mitch. The Australian Maverick Wilson took out the win. He had a 6.17 and a 5.33 as his high scores. Jesus Osorio, a former ISA scholarship recipient from 2019, he took out that second spot for Team Team Venezuela with a 4.23 and a 2.63, and then it was the Puerto Rican and Elian Galabert who fell out in that third place position. Great news is he's going to have that opportunity for the Reparage round tomorrow to battle back into the main round for the rest of that event.
Yeah, and Elian was actually really close at the end of that heat to get him the score that he needed. Needed a 4.53, got a 4.33. Good sign for him in the future, though, never giving up and having the chance to compete right there, get the opportunity. So going to be stoked to see him in the Reparage round. But right now, Ferry with those couple of 3s, and it's been Khalil so far, who only needs a mid-1 to move up into second. So if I were Sasha right here, I'm making sure that I'm using priority well right here with 3.5 on the clock still. And if you're Khalil, go on anything you can. Get that score, put the pressure on your opponent, make sure he drops down to third, and you're already in an advancing position.
Juan with the paddle there. He's unable to get into it. A little bit of space now from our heat leader, the rest of the pack, but other than that, those three surfers are sitting pretty close. We can see that Khalil has been able to sneak in just under priority as well. He's only chasing a small score, a small requirement, a 149. He has that off the first turn. And unfortunately, he's not going to be able to really increase that score line to put a big ask on Sasha Ferry. 3 minutes remaining on the clock, and we've got some live action here with Dylan Donegan out of Spain. Sets himself up for that first turn, looking down the line to start really blowing it up. Setting himself off that bottom turn to top turn combination. He'll fall out. And now Sasha Ferry, the Vanuatu surfer, with an airdrop nearly on that last turn. He's got, almost had another section. It just got a little funky where that rock gets very shallow. 2 minutes, 30 seconds remaining on the clock. And while we have a moment, let's go down to the beach to check in with Rachel Tilley.
Thank you so much, Shannon. Maverick, congratulations. A great heat win, starting round one off strong, keeping that energy going for Team Australia. How are you feeling?
Yeah, great. I mean, we got a crazy support crew, and yeah, I felt really confident going out in the heat, so I was stoked to stay on my feet and put a couple scores on the board.
Well, talking about your support crew there, sitting here, that wind picked up right before your heat. What did you talk about with your team in terms of strategy for your heat?
Just being able to adapt and adapt to the situation in the heat, and do whatever you need to do to put yourself on the best waves. So yeah, that was the main plan.
Well, and I know you have a lot of support at home. Are there mentions you'd like to give?
Yeah, especially all my sponsors, the family, and Dunswood Painting and Lewin Civil for all the support. Appreciate it.
Yeah, well, congratulations. What a great start to your campaign and for Team Australia. So would you like to say anything to your family watching back home?
Appreciate all the support, and love yous.
Well, thank you so much. Congrats, and we'll send it back to you guys in the booth.
Well done to Maverick as we go straight into live action once again. Juan is currently chasing a 6.80 to get himself into that second place position. Sets himself up for this first turn, throws a lot of spray off of it, and is maybe just going to be caught behind this section. We'll see if he's able to make it back into the open face. Unable to quite get back into a second opportunity now as we track with Khalil. He was able to get a 3.13 for his last wave. We knew that single turn was going to get him into that second place position. It has also put a 5-point requirement now on the board for Sasha Ferry.
Yeah, and perhaps too many falls right here at the end. You can see his body language right there. He's maybe not super stoked on it. There's moments of brilliance, though, for him in this heat, especially the 3.13 that got him up in a second. He improves right here with a low 4, so he did his job. He moved up in a second, put pressure on Ferry, and unfortunately for Sasha, wasn't able to get anything outside of the 3s in this heat. Still, some good signs for him, too. He has potential. He just needs to be on some better waves, but got to give it up to the high seed in this one. Donegan looks outstanding. Pair of 6s out there, especially at the beginning of the heat.
Yeah, really solid way to kick off his campaign here for the under-18s at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. We've got a paddle here from our surfer in blue. And up and riding. I believe this is going to be after the buzzer, but he's going to surf it out, and we'll just appreciate some great surfing here. That first turn looked really, really sharp. Dylan Donegan with the victory. Khalil Piñeres looks like he'll hold on to second, and Sasha Ferry will fall out in that third place position. Juan Laborde as well. Those two for Vanuatu and Uruguay. Heading into the Reparage rounds later this week, Dylan Donegan and Khalil Piñeres staying in the main round. We're going to a quick break. When we return, more action here at Punta Rocas.
Hello everybody in Peru for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. I'm sure you guys are having already an incredible time with the beautiful waves of Punta Rocas. I'm very, very happy to see this record amount of countries, record amount of competitors, and record amount of participants. Between surfers and their support team, there's almost 700 people in Peru. This is amazing. So I wish everybody the best time in Peru. I wish they enjoy, reconnect with people they already are friends with, and find new friends. Of course, that's the key of the ISA World Championships. Finally, I would like to thank our host, Fenta, the Peruvian Institute of Sports, and in general the government of Peru and the people of Peru for such an amazing hosting of this event. Thank you everybody, good luck, and enjoy the competition. Goodbye. Muchas gracias a todos.
Welcome back to the action. Straight into it with Jacob Hines for Team New Zealand. We'll get another look at that wave in a moment. And we'll just take a look here at Matteo Christodoulou for Greece, drawing out a couple great carves to start things off with. Turning back into the section and really smooth, kind of a lanky surfer. And his style has just really come alive over the many years that he's been competing and representing Greece here at the ISA level of competition. Mario Leopoldo for Portugal now up and riding. So a great bit of action to kick off this heat. A nice set. Everyone's found themselves in position as well, which is really exciting. And setting himself up farther down the line. Nice connection with that section. There you can see in front of him, he's got that oncoming wall he can hit. Can feel the energy and the passion. Just, you know, less than 2 minutes down in this heat, Mitch, and we're already feeling it.
Yeah, and Haynes had the one layback right there at the end. It's going to be interesting to see whether or not they deem that complete. But Leopoldo, that's a good wave. A lot of energy coming out of it, too. We've seen Matteo Christodoulou be one of the only surfers representing Greece for a number of years. Now, fortunately, I was talking to head coach Sebastián Alarcón about them having 8 representatives this year. It's awesome. It's great to see a bit more people slowly but surely making sure that they're, you know, representing certain nations and getting obviously a better seed heading into certain events too, especially when Olympic qualification is going to be on line for World Surfing Games. Right here, you have Norway, Marcus Naden Lund, Leopoldo from Portugal, always a strong team, and of course New Zealand. I really appreciate when they do the haka at the opening ceremony. I think it's one of the best cultural representations that we have here at this event.
Yeah, I think it gives everyone goosebumps, right? The whole crowd feels the energy from it, and it's a really special moment every year at the Sands of the World ceremony as those teams are bringing up sand from their different beaches, you know, their flag bearer as well, and then for the New Zealand team to perform the haka at the end of it is really awesome.
No, 100%, and it's, you know, something that's important about this event. You're representing your heritage, your country, and the birthplace really of one of the most beautiful cultures we have in Polynesian history. So getting to see that, especially getting all the team involved, not only with just the surfers but also the coaches, to me, I think it's extremely important. It's a part of how they communicate with each other, but most importantly, how they're able to connect to each other.
It's also a really unique addition to this from the surfing world into the Olympic world, in that at the Paris 2024 Olympics, of course, surfing took place in Tahiti. We all, you know that and got to watch some of the best surfing ever go down at absolutely macking Te Hupo. But it was a really incredible experience to be able to watch the Sands of the World ceremony included in the opening ceremony in a unique setting for the surf community that week.
Yeah, of course, and same thing for them. I mean, they were close to home. Couple of big moments for them too. Bill Stearman, you had Safi Vete compete once again too. So seems like they did deem that incomplete for Haynes. Unfortunately, just a 2 rather than what potentially could have been a 5 or a 6.
Well, that last heat finished out with Dylan Donegan out of Team Spain taking away the victory. He's down on the beach with Rachel Tilley.
Thank you so much, you guys. Dylan, congrats starting off your campaign now in the under 18, so strong. You're the gold medalist from last year, under 16. Up a division now. How are you feeling?
Feeling really good. Yeah, just trying to get the nerves out of the way with that first heat. And yeah, just really happy to be here representing Spain with all my team. We're having so much fun and yeah, really good.
Well, when you're so dominant in the under 16 division and you're now moving into that next division, does your mindset or strategy change going into this event?
No, not really. I'm just the same Dylan that came here last year, just a little bigger, I guess. And yeah, just I'm gonna try and like do my comp the same way as last year, just heat by heat, wave by wave, and yeah, just really happy.
Well, it's a great strategy. Is there anything you'd like to say in Spanish back home?
Sí, nada. A Sergiño decirle que soy de la Punta Tigarafe. Y nada, saludo a mis padres, a mi hermano. Y nada, muy feliz aquí en Perú y con todo para la siguiente.
Thank you so much. Congratulations, and I'll throw it back to you guys.
Impressive from Team Spain in their under 16 boys division in back-to-back years, 2023 and 2024, getting those gold medal finishes, as we see Jacob just go down there. Hans Odriozola took out that gold for the under 16s in 2023, and then Dylan, of course, just last year. But I'm having a look now at the under 18s, you know, record list all the way dating back to 2003 for the under 18s junior gold medalists, and we do not have a Spanish winner for the under 18s category specifically, so we'll see if Dylan's able to get himself a victory here as well.
Yeah, Kai Odriozola was close to doing that back in Brazil in 2023. He made the final. I believe he got bronze. And as you said, Hans won that year, the U16. So they have 2 gold medals back-to-back, which is really impressive when you consider the talent that they went up against too. But, you know, overall, to me, they've always been an excellent, you know, example of how to organize yourself and talk about well-organized teams. Portugal always done the same thing. This is a 5-1-7. At the moment, the best wave of the heat for the Portuguese surfer, Leopoldo. Nothing spectacular, Shannon, but well-surfed this wave right here. Mid-range score. Cuts it a bit short right there. Make sure he comes around the section well. Big roundhouse carve. Open face. A lot of water right here. Moving for Mario, but a strong finish too. And I love the energy. It's not an excellent ride, but you got to feel stoked about what you've done. You've worked your butt off just to be able to get here, and for him to claim a 5, I like it. Do it right now, young man.
And, you know, getting a decent wave on the board, the first wave could be absolutely staying in his top 2 scores, and it's a decent one in that 5-point range. Now looking to try and improve on that for the last 12 minutes of this heat. But to set yourself up solidly like that, Mitch, at the start of a heat is a real good kind of, you know, I think it just sets that mentality well for the rest of the heat moving forward.
Well, from a coaching perspective, anything above a 5 could easily be a keeper, and it's starting off the heat that way. That's the way you want to do it. And same thing for Mateo. You know, we've seen him do very well on the backhand. What I'd like to see a bit more is a bit better energy through him through his turns, but dropping close to a 4 right here. He's in second. Haynes has had a couple of chances, and unfortunately with that, you know, misread at the beginning of that heat with the 207, that was a wave that easily could have been scored or counting right now for him. The surfer from Norway out there still waiting on his opening ride. Does have priority, but lots of time, still 12 minutes. But it's nice to see a lot of the high seats perform the way that they've wanted to so far, and then a couple of surprises every now and then in this opening round too.
Yeah, that's right. It's always fun to see a surprise in a heat, but you know, seeing those expectations met is also really great. Jacob Haynes there on the inside. You can see him waving his hands. He's just wanting to know, all right, what are the scores he's currently sitting on? What's he chasing from an advancing perspective? But also, very importantly, where is he at in that priority rotation? He's currently down at number 3 on the priority roster with that 2.07 as his high score. And he, taking a look at his bio, 16 years old from Ahipara in New Zealand, has spent a lot of his life actually living in Australia. At about 15, his family moved back from Australia to New Zealand, where he was born. And from then on, he's been based in Raglan specifically. He spent 3 years, the last 3 years, living away from his family in Raglan, specifically for the sake of training there at the Surfing Academy, with the hopes of really, you know, becoming a high-level professional surfer. He says he's an absolute unit who doesn't do much else besides surfing, surfs his brains out, and he cannot wait to win this contest. So he's coming in with high hopes. He's also got some big dreams for next year and big plans on the calendar, where he'll be moving to Tahiti to start chasing some bigger waves.
Well, that's obviously a lot to say right there. Now you got to be able to prove it and back it up, but I love the energy. I love the attitude. The fact that he calls himself a large unit, I think that's hilarious too. And, you know, props to the kid for having that kind of self-belief. But, you know, right now, you know, you got to be able to back that up with your surfing too. So halfway through this heat, you've been doing your training, believe in yourself, make sure that you're reminding yourself of all those moments of pain, of hard work to be able to get here, and use that to fuel the fire in this back end of the heat. Because the main thing that I've always seen with a lot of surfers that maybe come in a little too overconfident is that in those 20 minutes, you struggle really to find certain waves because you're expecting too much already from the ocean as well. You got to surf what's in front of you. And I had a really good chat with, you know, one of the head coaches for Hawaii this morning, Jason Shibata. Don't expect anything that hasn't been breaking so far this morning. And the best surfers that you've seen drop a couple of 6s, drop a couple of 7s, almost back-to-back heats. Lucas Skinner and Dylan Donegan, they got to work early, and they weren't necessarily complacent with just having a couple fives. They were always searching for something more when they had their scores.
Here we go, taking off on a left for Jacob Hines out of New Zealand into that nice opening wrap. Spends his time living at Ragland now, so he's used to going left, but unfortunately just pushes a little too hard on that last turn.
Yeah, only needs a high 1 at the moment for second. Yeah, there's a chance he moves up in a second right here, but Mateo doesn't have a backup score in the white, so yeah, another 2 for Jacob. And Haynes out there in the red, he's in second. So living in Ragland now, trains over there. I wouldn't mind to see him move over on the other side of the peak and choose one of these lefts that we're seeing break on the far outside. That's an option that's still part of the contest area, so they can choose to surf that wave if they would like.
There's been a few great lefts in competition already. We're now in morning number 3. It's 10 a.m. local time here at Punta Rocas in Peru. We've got a lot of surfing to get through, Mitch, before we are in our medal rounds of this competition. It's currently Monday morning. We started competition on Saturday, and we'll be running heats all the way until Sunday. So 6 more days of competition after this. There we can see Mario just with a quick in and out, and he's already in that leading position. Improved on his overall heat total with that 4.23 for his last wave before this quick one. And at this stage, it's a decent ask on the rest of the field to be able to take away an advancing position. So he's done very well structurally at the start of this heat. A 7.33 is what Jacob Haynes or any of the other surfers really would be chasing to take away that leading spot.
Yeah, and the Portuguese surfers here in the past have done extremely well. Vasco Ribeiro got second back in 2011 to Cristóbal de Col, the gold medalist. And it's waves not only that resemble a lot of their home breaks, really the same kind of scenario, a lot of gloom, and of course, you know, open ocean waves as Mateo now, break surfer from here from Lima though.
Driving hard off the bottom
Much
into
better.
this next wrap, looking really good. He's got that 383 from his opening wave, and this wave's looking to just grow on that score line, really finding some flow down the line.
Yeah, and that's much better. I love the energy that I saw on the combo with the 2 turns right there. First wave a bit slower, maybe just wanted to get things going, and understandable given that it's his first heat so far in this event. He's had to wait over 2 days to be able to compete, so not only expect a situation change right here, might be matching one of the 5s we've had so far in the first things of this morning, Shannon.
And Mateo, though he represents Greek, he's half Greek and half Peruvian. He's actually from Lima. His favorite wave is San Bartolo, which is just down the road where we're staying this week, Mitch. And it's just such a cool little town, a little surfing village with some boats floating in the harbor and a great right-hander coming off, you know, the into the kind of cove off the side. So for Mateo, he knows this area really well. He's feeling very at home and comfortable in the lineup out here at Punta Rocas, and would be spending, you know, a lot of his free time surfing here in the lead up to the event while also being able to sleep in his own bed.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably one of the most important things, getting your proper rest, especially an event this long, 7-8 days of competition, and especially when you break it down, once you get into the meatier part of the event, you're going to be having to surf 2 to 3 times per day, and with 2 different podiums, there's maybe a chance you have to go one back straight to the other, and you know, that's a crucial part, at least from my perspective, especially on the broadcast side. People always ask me, what's the secret to what you guys do? Hydration and sleep.
Yeah.
And it's almost the same thing when you're competing. You need to get outside of the sun, you need to make sure you're staying hydrated as much as possible, and of course, this being a team event, you want to be on the beach supporting when you can, but if you don't have to be, you make sure to stay out of it.
That's right. 5 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. And the great thing with this event is that there's that team aspect. So there's a lot of support, a lot of expected extra energy to be given in supporting your teammates, but you're also receiving that from that crew as well. And able to really kind of watch out and have each other's back. If someone's not feeling well, if you're feeling really exhausted after a big day out in the lineup, you know, being able to kind of tap out and have that support crew doing you know, just putting that time in behind the scenes is a really awesome dynamic to any ISA event, but specifically here at the juniors when it's all surfers that are, you know, under 18 years old. We've got 11-year-olds in the draw this week, 11, 12, 13-year-olds that are surfing, sometimes between multiple divisions as well, in the under 16s and up into the under 18s. So there's a lot expected from the energy side of things, and there's a lot of energy to be given as well from those support systems behind the scenes. Jacob Hines now up and riding. He's got some work to do. Chasing down a 5.96. That kind of wave selection isn't going to get him there.
No, that's not going to improve on one of the twos that he has already. But, you know, New Zealand team always strong. Really like Alexis Owen so far in this event for the boys U18. I think he's been one of the best surfers so far, at least in this division.
Yeah, he was a huge standout yesterday.
Yeah, well, he does well when it's big. That's kind of his bread and butter right there, especially when you add in the exposure that we have right here at Punta Rocas, a wave that moves around quite a bit. This heat, though, very interesting. Mateo's only caught 2 waves, a 3.83, a 4.2. Leopoldo, 2 scores early on, the 5.17 and the 4.23. But I still think both first and second are available. Unfortunately, Marcus from Norway hasn't been able to get a wave yet. He's been holding on to first priority for the majority of the heat. And, of course, you have Haynes out there who's, you know, had the couple of 2s. You've had a couple of throwaways after that as well, but he's scavenging for something on the inside. I feel now with 3 minutes, there might be a necessity for him to have to go on an outside wave to beat Mateo.
Marcus finally getting that opening ride under his belt. He's been quiet throughout this entire heat, down to 3.5 minutes on the clock to finally get those feet in the wax. So that's going to be a nice way to just at least get something rolling for him. A 1.27, it's not a big score. But now, hopefully, he's able to find himself with one more opportunity before the timer runs out for our surfer out of Norway.
Yeah, 6.76 what he needs now. So basically a 7. It's not impossible. Still with the time remaining, 3 minutes. Some more lines coming through. Tide's dropping still, which is beneficial to both us and the surfers, of course. But see right here on the outside, issue is that 1 and 2 at the moment in the lead and in second place are the people with first and second priority. So once again, these are learning experiences for a lot of these surfers. Get them out of them, probably don't have priority in a lot of their local events where they're from. You're adjusting to that too. You're learning on the fly, and, you know, adaptability, as Mav Wilson was saying in his post-heat interview, is something that the Australian coaches are really looking at. Are you able to do those adjustments, calculated adjustments at that too, in those 20 minutes that you have available in the ocean?
Yeah, it's really quick decision making in some of those moments. And a lot of teams behind the scenes in the run up to these events, they're working, you know, specifically with that brain development even to make sure that those quick reflexes are happening and quick decision making. As we take a look now at Jacob, again, just, you know, goes down on that first turn. Hasn't been able to find the rhythm that he was hoping for. He's going to need to really reset. I mean, he still has the opportunity, 1 minute 40 seconds. We're not counting him out of this heat completely. Chasing about a 6-point ride there with that 5.96 requirement. And we've got a set approaching. But he's caught on the inside section. So far, he hasn't been able to get that rhythm rolling. And he might have to be into that mental reset as he heads to the Reparage round.
Well, it's got to be happening pretty quick, too, because he's only got 80 seconds left. So might need to be looking for a wide one right here on the inside. Mateo's played a very smart heat right here. 3.83, 4.2. No unnecessary movements to surf both of his waves well. And Mario, one thing, you know, the 5.17 set the standard for the heat. Get energy at the beginning of it, and he's 60 seconds away from a heat win, Shannon. Looking good for the Portuguese team. They might not have posted the biggest score so far in this round, but a lot of them have done very well to advance. So one thing you got to look for when it comes to team energy right there, advancements from everybody.
Yeah, advancements across the board, really looking to get as many points as possible. Even those finishes in, you know, a second versus a third or a third versus fourth, those count for valuable points moving forwards, and that comes into conversation for seedings for next year, depending on what placement your team finishes off overall. So there's a whole lot of things that kind of come into play when it comes to the team's dynamic, and we're going to get more into that as we go through the week, and we start to kind of see which nations still have more surfers in the draw. We'll get those points updated throughout the week to see who kind of has that shot of being a podium finish for the teams as well.
Yeah, absolutely, and it seems like Haynes might not get the chance that he was looking for right here at the end. And unfortunately for Marcus, just going to be the one wave ridden in this heat.
Yeah, that timer runs out, and it's going to be Mario taking away the lead for Team Portugal. Mateo sneaking in with that second place finish off the strength of that 4.2 from his last ride. Just those 2 waves getting him through in that second place position. Both Jacob and Marcus will be heading into the Reparage round, so they're going to have another opportunity this week to battle back to the main round. But after that, it is all elimination heats until the final. A lot of pressure on the line, but a lot of excitement as well here at Punta Rocas. We've seen some great surfing. We've got even more to come throughout the rest of today. We'll be right back after this.
This message is for all surfers in the world. The oceans need us today more than ever. The Sands of the World ceremony is our way of uniting the world in peace through surfing.
Now let's begin the Sands of the World ceremony.
It's the ISA symbol, and it symbolizes what we know: peace in the world through surfing. It's a meaningful ceremony in which you bring sand from your beach, you pour it there with your teammates. This ceremony stays with them for the rest of their life. When it came to Tahiti, Tahiti embraced the opening ceremony with the Sands of the World. And the beautiful box that we have today, it's staying in the Hupo.
To be a surfer is not only to go surfing. It is also to take care of the oceans, to be good people inside and outside of the water.
Welcome back to the 2025 ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. We're live from Punta Rocas. Chris Cote here with Sofia Milanovic, and in the lineup we've got a unique, eclectic group of surfers from all over the world. Japan, Panama, Belgium, and India represented here. It's 4 surfer heat. Top 2 surfers stay in the main round. 3rd and 4th place surfers will head to a Reparage round. Unbelievable amount of surfers competing here in 2025. Over 400 surfers, Sophia, and some of them going double duty, but that is a lot of rounds in these opening rounds. I mean, this is the 2nd day in a row that we've been showcasing our boys under 18, and we still have a few more heats left to go in this round.
Yes, so many participants. You can see also in the free surfs, in the training sessions, there's so many people out there trying to get waves. They're all pumped and ready to go.
Yeah, and you look at the lineup, you say, what looks like there's 500 people out there. There probably was.
Yeah.
You know, the ISA Junior events demand a massive infrastructure, and Peru has been such great hosts so far. The waves, of course, showed up right on time, but when you have, 400 plus surfers, pretty much double that when you think of coaches, staffs, parents, friends, family. So we're looking at an influx of about 800 to 1,000 extra humans here in the Punta Rocas area, and everybody's been happy. Everybody's been well fed, enjoying themselves. So once again, thank you to Peru and Punta Rocas for being such gracious hosts, providing us ample opportunity for these juniors to shine. And here we go, Ren Okano, representing Team Japan. Nice slash there. Cool inside section for Ren to work with. Almost goes down, but maintains control. Now he goes down. So some drama for the finish of that 2nd turn, which I think the judges can appreciate sometimes. When you recorrect and nearly fall and get back in it, yes, it does impede the flow element of judging, but it makes the wave pretty exciting.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you lose a little bit of control, so you don't look as controlled, but I'm sure, still the last moves are going to count. Unfortunately, Red falls off in that last move, but you can see he's a great surfer, the Japanese surfer.
16.5 to go. Luis van Godstenhoven, representing Belgium, in the lead with the 0.50. Of course, that's all going to change with the score to drop for Ren. It's a 4.0.
This is the replay of Red. Nice takeoff. First nice turn, setup turn, looking for that section eye in it. And then he kind of loses control when he lands that 2nd turn. And unfortunately, a little bit late for that 3rd turn where he falls off.
So India fielding a team in their first ever ISA Juniors event. Team Greece stoked. They should be. Their surfer was ripping. Christodoulou.
He's actually Peruvian. He has double nationality. He's Peruvian and Greek. So he knows this wave a lot. It's like his backyard.
You could tell how he was surfing in that last heat. I mean, he was dialed in. Reno Kano back at it. Throws everything he had at the lip. Goes down. So India fielding their first ever team here at the junior level. In this heat right now, they have Kishore Kumar, 17-year-old from Kovalam. His favorite wave is macaronis and mento ice. I can get behind that. My favorite wave too. He is your #1 surfer in India. And now we see from Panama, Shamir Thomas. Nice and quick down the line, making the most of kind of a flatter section. Still putting in some work. A couple clean carves. We'll see if this wave ramps up a little bit here through the inside.
You can see that his board floats a lot. Must be like an epoxy or not a normal foam board.
Kind of riding on top of the water a little bit more.
We'll see that on the replay. Great surfer though from Panama.
First scorer comes through for Shamir Thomas at 2.67. Okano's second wave comes through at a 2, so he's got a 6-point total. Most likely want to get rid of both of those scores. So far, for the morning, the double digits pretty much equal advancement. We saw Lewis Skinner with a pretty high heat total. Dane Libby had some solid numbers. So we've already seen some 7s, a handful of 8s. Texture on the water, but still plenty rippable out here. And still plenty of swell. I mean, we've seen some proper 8-foot sets roll through this morning. So you have to be ready for anything when you paddle out here to Punta Rocas. Tide has been high this morning, so slightly less consistent. Have to be just a little bit more selective with the waves that you ride. Those flat face waves aren't going to do much for you in the eyes of the judges. Shamir Thomas, I think he pretty much maximized the scoring potential of the wave he was riding. It was really flat. Did a bunch of cutbacks, got a 2.67, so a decent start there for Shamir. Now we go back to Reno Kano. A little caught up on the roundhouse cutback, but he's got a good section here. Snaps it quickly into a combination of turns there. Middle turn, definitely the best. And now our first look at Kishore Kumar, representing Team India. Oh, good snap right there, well placed. A little foamy on the face of this wave, but making it work. And gets the finisher. Nicely done there for Kishore Kumar. And here we go, Luis van Godsenhoven. So back-to-back goofies activating their backhands. Nice vertical snap there for Lewis. Ooh, another high-speed turn there right in the pocket. Solid finisher for Luis van Godstenhoven. So judges now have some catching up to do. While they do that, let's go down to Rachel Tilley on the glass.
Thank you so much, you guys. Mario, congratulations, a great heat. You must be feeling great. Tell me about how that went for you.
Yeah, sure, I'm feeling great. I'm so stoked to advance to the next round. And yeah, that's it. Just this. My expectations like better than ever, and that's it.
Perfect. I love to hear it. You know, this is round 1, and so still a long way to go, but you're doing what you need to start out. Is there anything you'd like to say in Portuguese back to everyone watching?
Pá, maltinha aí de casa, acordei doente, mas ó, estamos on e é isso. Vamos passar o round 2 e é isso. Abraço.
Well, thank you so much. Congratulations. Go get warm, and we'll see you for the next one. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Rachel. Team Portugal always fielding a power-packed team. Another dub there for that strong contingent. So as we go back to the lineup, waiting for a score for Godstenhoven, 18 years old, born in the USA to Swiss and Belgian parents. Actually, at a young age, moved to Panama, a small village called Playa Venao, Pacific Coast. He is a polyglot. He speaks Spanish, French, and English. When he's not surfing, he's surfing in his mind, he says, and he also likes to go sailing. He's dreaming of becoming a professional surfer to keep traveling, competing, and discovering new surf spots and amazing waves.
Nice. Well, Venao is a really good place to live. I've been there a few times, and it's beautiful. Really good waves, good food, good people, beautiful beaches.
I'm sure he surfs with Shamir Thomas, who's also from Panama, but you can represent the nation of your parents' heritage, your direct lineage. So 9:40 to go. Surfers making their way back into the takeoff zone. These are our board caddies there in the channel. In the unfortunate occurrence that something happens to one of the boards that is being rid in a heat, you can wave your arms. Caddy can come in there, give you your board, then the caddy's got to swim in. Not an easy job.
Yeah, it's really far from here. So, long swim. Team Japan. Strong team, always, Japan.
And personally, I'm giving them the best dressed award. I want one of those uniforms.
Yeah, they look really nice.
Looks cozy, cool. Could work out some kind of trade, but I think you kind of have to earn that uniform. 8:50 to go. Ren Okano from Team Japan in the lead with a pair of fours. Shamir Thomas now linking into what looks like it could be a pretty fun wave. A little bumpy at the start. It's staying bumpy. This one's got lumps all over it, but navigating them nicely. Comes through the inside. Nice grab rail carve there. Just get things working through to the inside. There's Team Panama right there. Looking like they're pretty stoked from what they just saw from their representative in the lineup.
Good surfing by Blue. Shamir Thomas.
Shamir is from Bocas del Toro, another wave-rich and beautiful part of Panama. His favorite wave is the Chame Bank. He's on a boa surfboard. He's a surfer skater.
This is the replay of his last wave. Doing a nice cut back to the power source. Doing a little hug there for that second turn. Going back to the power source to trying to find those sections that are gonna give him the right timing for a move, and then finishing the wave. Unfortunately, the wave kind of died off.
I like the little grab rail cut back he did in the middle of that wave.
Yeah, that was nice.
It's functional and it looks cool. And looking cool on the wave generally equates to a higher score. You know, you think of the word flow. So nicely done there for Shamir Thomas. And being born and bred in Bocas del Toro tells me that he's probably very comfortable in barreling waves and beach breaks. Bocas del Toro famous for a couple breaks down there that will absolutely pound you.
I've heard it's amazing. Amazing waves, amazing place, and beautiful. Never been there, but it's for sure in my list.
Oh yeah, get there. There's like cool restaurants on these piers. You take boats to the surf camps and hotels around. It's a super interesting, unique place. It's our first year for Team India competing here at the ISA World Junior Championships. They fielded a pretty young team as well, so bright future for Team India at the junior level.
First time I think they're in a junior ISA contest.
Yeah. So that's going to that speaks volumes of the talent level they have in India. As we see your surfer representing Belgium, Godstenhoven. Couple quick snaps down the line. This wave really flattening off in front of him. He maybe has one more chance here to get loose on the inside. He's going to stick with it, just throwing some spray all the way through to the inside rocks. Now he's got to be careful. Gets really shallow in there. Not much more he could have done on that wave, but that's going to be kind of a good illustration of, you know, you can do 20 turns down the line, but if you're not presented a good critical section, the judges tend to keep you below that mid-range score.
Yeah, I like that jacket.
Right? They look cool.
It looks so cool.
Super stylish. And they all have fresh sneakers on too. It's like they came knowing that they were going to look fly.
Nice.
5:14 to go. Ren Okano from Team Japan with a pair of 4s in the lead. It's like everybody just got dusted by that last set that just rolled through.
5 minutes to go. And we have the Japanese Ren Okano with a two pair of 4s in the first place. Then we have the Luis from Belgium in the second place with a 3.5 and a 2.83. Shamir Thomas from Panama, and it's a 3.47. That's not that much.
Yeah, I mean, this heat's super tight. These guys are doing secret signals. We're going to get to the bottom of that. 4:28, here we go. Kishore Kumar coming around, nails it off the top. Great snap there for Kumar. Comes around that section again. I like how he compresses his body and leans into that bottom turn. He's got a good finisher there, throws the tail, goes down, but he's only looking for a 2.20. I feel like he got it.
Yeah.
Really on the strength of that first vertical snap. Looked nice. There's a team going, I don't know what the score was. What do you think? We think it's probably enough. He's
Yeah,
trying
I
to get
think-
better than a 2.2.
I think that could be enough for him. And there's 3 minutes and a half remaining.
Of course that this one's going to go down to the wire. They all seem to give us that end of the heat anxiety moment where all the surfers not needing too much. Seems like the waves always come through at the end of these heats with 3:20 to go. Just like that, from 4th to 2nd, Kumar, Team India, comes through the 4.13 paired with a 3.57. Firmly in 2nd place. Now that means Luis van Godstenhoven needs a 4.20. Shamir Thomas still in the conversation, only needing a 4.83. And he's a really powerful surfer, so if he just gets a wave that gives him the opportunity to push through that rail, he could get that 4.83. But now we're down to 2 minutes and 50 seconds. Here's where the clock really starts to run away. So this was the wave that Kumar needed.
Yeah, this is the last wave from India, doing a really nice off the top for that first turn. Going back to the power source, trying to look for those sections that are going to give him the critical move. And then unfortunately he falls off, but he already did a pretty good job in that first section of the wave.
Yeah, I like his style. I mean, I'm not surprised that India fielded such a strong team. I've never been there, but apparently there's great waves all over the place. A lot of sand bottom points, some reef breaks. I mean, you look at India on a map and there's just so much coastline.
It will be a good place to go for sure. On my list too.
Yeah, there was, I believe, the Asia Championships happened in India a few months ago. And I did get to hang out with the Indian team at the World Surfing Games last year in El Salvador, and they were just awesome. Super funny, welcoming. I'm like, can you guys just adopt me? Just take me home with you. 1:35 to go here. Ren Okano in the lead and in that top priority position. Texture has blown through the lineup, but still plenty of opportunities. So Kumar now in 2nd, sitting in 4th priority. Godstenhoven in 3rd priority. Got Shamir Thomas looking for a 4.83. There's a good view of takeoff zone, and it's pretty confusing now. Tide's still pretty high, so it's condensed everything. And these waves tend to pop up, and then some of them just disappear. Like the wave we're seeing in the very bottom of your screen right there, that looked like it was going to break outside.
Yeah.
But nothing happened there. Shamir Thomas sees something. He's powering his way into this wave, and here we go. Looking for a 4.83. Hits the first section. He's got to hope for something to happen on this wave through the inside. This is where you're begging for a reform. All right, nails the ender, but goes down. There's just not a lot of power on that wave.
Yeah. Maybe if he would have pulled off that last move, it would give him more chances, but I don't know. Not completing that last move is going to be not favorable for him.
Yeah, it comes through a 2.73, not enough for Shamir Thomas. Great surfer, just did not have the rhythm out there this morning. Ren Okano, we'll see if this wave counts. May have gotten up before the buzzer. He goes up and into the lip. Just lightning fast down the line here. This young surfer representing Team Japan, throws the fins out there. So he was sitting on a pair of fours through the majority of that heat. Team Japan's going to move through. And at the moment, that could be an advancement for Team India. For the rookie team from India competing for their first time ever here at the ISA junior level. And they got to be proud of what Kumar just did. Came through with that needed 3.57 to get him the edge, staying in the main round. So third and fourth place, heading to the Reparage round. We're going to head to a break, but we'll be right back after these brief messages. You're watching the 2025 ISA World Junior Surfing Championship.
Welcome to day one of the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. From the host nation of Peru, Paul Huguet with an 8.83.
Yeah, I feel pretty good. I learned to surf in this wave. Incredible to be here with my family, with my team.
From the United States of America, Mackay Castle with an 8.5. Japan's Mirai Ikeda with an 8.67.
Quick whip, throwing tons of spray.
Yeah.
She opts out.
Surprised that she committed to the inside too.
The Olympian Yang Su Chi from China with a 9.17.
Wow. Oh, sets herself up with it. Wow. A little bit wild.
I feel light point wave is so good. I feel air wave is very good. It's my first time come break.
Perfectly, speed, elegance, great style, all the way down the line.
Tune in tomorrow for day 2 of the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships.
We're back. It's the 2025 ISA World Junior Surfing Championship live from Punta Rocas here in Peru. We have over 400 of the world's best surfers, 18 and under. And so far, it's been so good. We've seen some big numbers posted. I'm Chris Cote. I'm with Sofia Milanovic. And we've both been super impressed with what we've seen so far. And I think that tradition is going to continue into this heat. 33 still in the opening round of the 18 and under division for the men. We got Tiger Abubo, Killian Roskop, and Tommaso Layson representing Barbados. Up and at it early. Beautiful carve there. Right behind him, Tiger Abubo. Cranks it off the bottom, straight into the lip with authority. Going vertical on the foam climb. Gets eaten by the white water. Meanwhile, Tommaso is still going. Sliding his tail. Color coordinated, board jersey. Getting a lot of attention from the crowd and the judges on that wave. He ripped that one.
Yeah, great surfers in this heat. You can tell Green is an amazing surfer. Beautiful style, super smooth. And then Red with that classic Hawaiian style. Kind of look like a Koa Bacalso or Joel Centello surfing. Super powerful. Tiger Abubo. I wonder if he's he's the cousin of Megan Abubo, or they're related. Here's the replay of Green. Beautiful first turn. Waiting. Super patient for that second turn that he's going to do right now. Wow, throwing buckets of water. Timing his move to perfection. And this third turn, so smooth. Looks so easy when he's surfing the wave. Super smooth and patient surfer.
Really sick style, too.
Yeah, beautiful style. This is the Hawaiian. Going hard on that first move. Fortunately falls off on that second move, but you can tell he's an amazing surfer too. So we have a great heat in our hands.
Yeah, Tommaso starting strong with a 6-point ride. He's 16 years old. Favorite wave is called Brandon's. He rides chemistry boards. He's been surfing for 7 years. He has 2 brothers and 3 sisters. And he surfs in Barbados and Italy.
Nice.
Not a bad couple of places to reside in. Tiger's first wave comes through at 3.33. Tiger, born and raised on the North Shore of Kauai, one of 5 kids in his family. He likes to surf, do jiu-jitsu, fish, spearfish. His aunt is actually pro snowboarder Elena Height.
Oh,
and his
wow.
other aunt,
Megan
one of
Abubo.
your contemporaries, Megan
All
Abubo.
right.
Another one of the best surfers that I personally know. Megan, an
Amazing
absolute
surfer,
ripper.
Megan. Shout out to her if she's watching.
I think she always tunes in for Tiger's Heats. She's a big fan like us. And Elena Height is a really gnarly snowboarder, like
Wow.
big mountain boarder. So this family is
Yeah.
extremely talented.
Those jeans are super powerful.
Yeah, we saw Tiger compete at the ISA Juniors in El Salvador last year. He is a 2-time NSSA national champion. He surfs at Pine Trees a lot in Kauai. Pine Trees, I mean, you can imagine the list of surfers that were raised at Pine Trees, talking the Irons brothers, you know, Reef McIntosh. It's endless, the list of names that have come through that Pine Trees region.
I've never been to Kauai, but I've heard it's
It's
so
it's stunning.
beautiful. Yeah.
It's really breathtaking. There's obviously good waves there. I mean,
Yeah.
I can't talk too much about it because
Don't.
they say you got to keep it quiet.
Yeah, don't.
But you know,
You won't get much waves if you do.
I want to, like, for such a small island, the amount of surfers that have come out of Kauai and just burst onto the international surf scene is, it's got to be per capita one of the, you know.
I'm good friends with Rochelle Ballard too, and she's from Kauai, and she's always telling me it's such a beautiful place there.
If you have a guide, I think you can do all right. 14-15 to go here. Situation still stands with Layson in the lead. Tiger Abubo in second, and yet to see Killian Roscoff crack into one. So 3 surfer heat. Same rules though. First and second place, they stay in the main round. Third place surfer will go to the Reparage round. And so far, we're loving what we're seeing from Tommaso Layson. Right from the jump, posting up a 6-point ride. That's a keeper score for this morning. And it looks like everybody has kind of moved in a little bit. These impactful, the most impactful waves we've seen ridden are the kind of medium-sized waves that are coming through.
There's some like double ups that have some potential.
And to the uninitiated, so a double up is kind of a wave that 2 waves come together on, and it actually makes that wave, like in most cases, twice as powerful, twice as fast. You know, the energies come together, and that's where we've seen a lot of the bigger scores come from. Not necessarily the biggest waves, but the waves that have those kind of cupped out sections. Judges really putting a lot of emphasis on big maneuvers. So it's not quantity, it's quality. You can get a 6 on the strength of 1 big turn. Tommaso did on his wave was a combination of major maneuvers. And there's no mystery in what the judges are looking for, right? I mean, it's always the same with every heat. They do reset the scale, and of course their eyes are always on the conditions. So with 12.5 to go, we've got Layson in the lead for now, so we wait for the next set to roll through. Let's go down to Rachel Tilley standing by.
Thank you so much, you guys. Ren, congratulations. A heat win for round 1. Tell me about how you're feeling.
Feeling so bad, but I get to win. I'm fine.
Were you nervous getting ready for that heat, you know, starting your contest campaign here?
No, nervous, but I all the time bypass, so
How lucky do you feel to be surfing such amazing waves here in Peru?
Yeah, so good wave, and then I like here.
Would you like to say anything in Japanese to everyone supporting you?
応援ありがとうございました。全然決めれなかったんですけど、次はしっかり修正して思いっきりやってきます。ありがとうございます。
Arigato. Thank you so much. Back to you guys.
Team Japan with another win on the day. Looking like a strong team of rippers representing Japan. 11-12 to go. One turn scored for Layson on that previous wave. Comes through the 3-1-7. He extends his lead. Coming up next, Peru, Chile, China, and Ireland. There is Adrian de Osma representing Team Peru. And here he is again, Layson. I feel like we're just becoming bigger and bigger fans of this kid with every wave he surfs. Really cool style. He's going super fast. The board looks perfect.
Yeah.
It's all coming together right now for Tommaso Layson.
Beautiful, clean surfing, super sharp in all his moves. I really like how he's surfing.
He has
Beautiful
a speed.
style.
He has a speed
Yeah.
edge, doesn't he? He's going.
Yeah.
I think he's going faster than anyone we've seen this morning.
Yes, I've never heard from him before, but wow, he's really good.
We're going to sound really smart 4 or 5 years from now when everyone's talking about Tommaso Layson, and we're like, we've known about this kid since 2005. Yeah, I mean, this is the best place to scout future talent. So many amazing surfers from all over the world. I mean, if you've been taking notes, you're going to have a list of future champions for sure coming out of this event.
This is the replay of Tommaso. Wow, what a beautiful turn up the top. He also kind of looks like Mick Fanning for a little bit, huh, in some of his turns. Super smooth, timing his moves to perfection, and just really solid surfing, really mature surfing.
Yeah, super impressive so far. So he's going to delete that 3-1-7. Meanwhile, out the back, Tiger Abubo. Team Hawaii. I mean, they're loaded with hammers. Tiger's one of them. This kid's been ripping on an international level for many years now. And it looks like he could be putting himself in a good position here. Yeah, this is a good-looking wave. Solid highline carve there for Tiger. Leans into that cutback. Applying pressure to his heels, pushing that rail through the water. So he has to kind of just rely on a series of cutties here as he waits for this wave to form up through the inside. He's got an end section to work with. There's the layback tail slide. And he's got more for us on the inside. Another snap. Wow, so that wave had a great section out the back. He did some work through the mid portion. Got out in time, so he didn't have to deal with the boneyard in there. That's going to be a big number for Tiger Abubo.
Yeah, I really like his surfing. He's super powerful surfer. Low center of gravity.
Like how he hooked it up at the top section of the wave.
Amazing torque up the top of that wave. Going back to the power source. Trying to eye that section. Changing all his moves. Also, he's showing priority.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to do work through a kind of a flatter section, do it like that.
Beautiful style, beautiful surfing by Tiger Abubo from Hawaii.
I love when that happens, when you do a turn, you feel like the wave's about to end, and then you keep looking down the line going, oh, bonus.
Yeah, there's more. Wow, that first turn was so committed, so powerful.
The judges have locked in their score for Tiger's wave, a 5-point ride. So I think they wanted to just see a little more of a critical nature in the turns. It wasn't a lot of cutbacks. I mean, they're all really cool looking.
I think just the wave didn't really offer that many critical sections.
Yeah, it's not you, it's me, it's the wave. But Tiger will get right back out there. While we wait, let's go down to the glass. We got Rachel Tilley.
Thank you so much, guys. Dane, we didn't get to chat with you right after your heat, so we're really happy to be catching up with you again now. Now you're a lot warmer. You had a great heat, a great start to your round one, getting your highest score in the sevens. Talk to me about how that heat went for you.
Yeah, it was a slow start to the heat. It was sitting for a while, got kind of cold and numb, but yeah, it took off on like a pretty bad wave and then kicked out, and it put me in the inside on the spot for the 7, so yeah, I was stoked.
Yeah, so adapting in the heat, you know, when you say you had a slower start, what's going through your head and how do you actively change your strategy to keep up with the heat?
Just staying calm and yeah, just have fun, I guess. That's pretty much it.
Well, it would feel very similar to home. You're from Encinitas. Waves are not too dissimilar, I'd say, here to Punta Rocas. And how are you finding it?
Yeah, actually there's a wave in Encinitas, Swamis, that's pretty similar to this wave. So yeah, it's nice to kind of have something to look back on and relate to.
Well, congratulations. Thank you so much. And we're looking forward to seeing you in these next heats coming up.
Thank you.
All right.
Thanks for that, Rachel. Yeah, Dane Libby, Encinitas board rider team member, the state champs, national champs. He also surfs for the national champion San Diego High School surf team, or San Diego Academy team. Encinitas is just a city of champions. You know? I know you've spent a lot of time there, but yeah, congrats to Dane Libby. He ripped that first heat, and we're going to see more of him as this rounds continue. So 5:17 to go. Tiger Abubo now.
Wow.
He's got a 5. He's got a 3.33. He's on his way to a high number here. Doing a lot of power into these cutbacks.
He's pushing really hard through each turn, huh? Really powerful surfer.
I mean, he's making the most out of the, you know, the kind of flatter sections. Like, I don't think you could do a better turn in the sections that he's been presented. So hopefully we get to see Tiger get one of these steeper outside waves. This kid will not back down from any section. Seen some footage of him in solid waves, Haleiwa, Sunset Beach, and he's gnarly. He will charge. So obviously Team Hawaii is going to feel comfortable in kind of these open ocean conditions. So 4.5 left. Here we go. This is Kilian Roskop. He started off the 0.60, but a little bit lost at sea, but now he's back at it. Big snap there for Kilian. That's how you do it. And can he ride out of the finish? All right. So raising his level there. Now we see Layson. Quick snap. He goes down.
Good wave by Blue.
Yeah, that was
surfing
cool.
it really well, attacking.
And a totally kind of different look to that wave than we've seen before. So that could be a good example of something the judges are going to look for. That big closeout section can actually help you because it's a critical piece of water coming at you, and he rode out nicely. So it's going to be, I'm really interested in what that's going to come through. It's going to give us a little bit of insight into the mind of our 5 judges up top, this international panel, male, female, experts in their field. Been nice and clean. I feel like all the scores have been spot on throughout the week so far.
Yes, for sure. And I agree with you. I think that a walled up wave and that seems that is going to close out has more potential than one that is flat, you know. Even if you do one major turn, you're going to get a good score.
3 minutes, 10 seconds left. Another big set rolling through. Tommaso Layson in the lead with a 6 and a 5.63. He's in the top priority spot, out the back. Kilian Roskop. He's just trying to power his way back to the takeoff zone. Tiger's in second priority. He's right to the inside of Layson. And it looks like opportunity might be knocking out the back.
I want to see Red getting like a more walled up wave. I think he's going to attack that. Unfortunately, he's just got waves that didn't really have that much potential, I think. Kind of flatter waves.
Yeah, I feel like he's gotten more out of the waves he's ridden.
Yes.
You know, you can imagine if he gets a big steep section.
Exactly.
The claws will come out. I mean, the fact that he's been able to get a 5 and a 3.73 on the waves he's ridden is pretty rad. You know, just on the strength of searing cutbacks. 2 minutes to go. Killian Roskop, 17 years old. His favorite wave is Rocky Point. He rides a Shopper Hawaii board. He is your Swiss champion, the under-18s in 2025. Born in Switzerland, but moved to Sunset Beach on the North Shore of Oahu. So I feel like Sunset, Haleiwa, you know, those types of waves will prepare you well for Punta Rocas. Big, long right, plenty of power. A minute 31 to go. Roskop now in third priority, needing a 3.5. We still have a heat on our hands. Tiger Abubo is not safe with that 3.73 in his scoreline. There's Jason Shibata, one of the coaches for Team Hawaii.
Amazing surfer, Jason.
Yeah, great surfer. He's been doing it at a high level for a long time. Wise individual as well. He's been coaching for probably, you know, the better part of the last decade. And I think when, you know, have a team like Hawaii has with just so much raw talent, having that presence of a guy like Jason Shibata, you know, they also have Sebastian Zietz in their corner. So well coached, well prepared. Here we go, Tommaso Layson. Nice slice off the top there to start this wave. Good, clean face. Starting to shoulder off a little bit. But man, this kid's style is good. Oh, gets the chop hop there. So he's having fun and taking names. 6-point ride paired with a 5.63, and with 15 seconds left, it's Tiger Abubo. Good defensive tactic there, keeping Killian Roskop off this wave. Could have a meaningful inside section. This wave kind of shouldering off again. You can tell he's just a little bit frustrated with that one, but I think he did his job. All he needed to do right there was keep Killian off that wave. Killian only needed a 3.5, so great tactical decision there for Tiger Abubo. And, you know, it wasn't pretty, but he put up a 5 and a 3.73, so advancing through. And I think we just saw the tip of the iceberg for Tiger Abubo. He is such a good surfer, and we're going to see more of him as he is now advancing through. Tommaso Layson laced that heat up with a 6-point ride, added to a 5.63. He gets the win. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more under-18 action. Don't go anywhere. It's the 2025 ISA World Junior Surfing Championships.
The dream of Olympic surfing was a dream decades ago, but today is our reality.
It's about pushing the sport and pushing the boundaries.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
It's been a tough road for me to qualify to Paris.
That's the game. You gotta win.
The wave is unlike any other wave.
This is one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's not don't be scared. Be scared, but still don't do it.
We are back. 4 rippers have taken to the lineup. Peru, Chile, China, and Ireland represented here. 2025 ISA World Junior Surfing Championship rolls on. Live from Punta Rocas, Chris Cote with Sofia Milanovic. We're going to start off with Raimundo Berry, representing Chile. Strong, goofy footer. Getting a quick start here. Already a couple turns in the books. Calm, casual approach. Throwing plenty of water on his backhand. Goes through a series of maneuvers to just keep himself driving down the line. That was a good start. Probably be, you know, just under that mid-range. You know, the judges are really sending a message that's clear. They want to see you surf in the most critical part of the wave, attacking the lip. Of course, if you don't get that opportunity, you might as well throw a few carves in there. Just put some points on the board.
Exactly, and we see a good wave at the back. And we have a Peruvian in this heat. We have Adrián de Osma, amazing surfer. Him and his brother, they are both such good surfers. He's paddling hard for that one. Unfortunately, he was not able to get it.
He's from surfs a wave called Lobitos Talara. Where's that?
That's
are you
up
allowed
north.
to say?
Yeah, you are. See him paddling here.
I mean, you could tell right when he stood up that he's a good surfer, and even good surfers fall like that every once in a while. So unforced error, maybe just a case of nerves, and that's a way you can shake it off. And he's still got 17:20 to go.
Yeah, of course. There's still plenty of time to go. Plenty of waves too, and Adrian knows this wave.
Oh, look at that. So he shook the nerves off quick and got right back at it. Nice section on the inside. Good, clean style. You can tell he surfs plenty fast. It feels like Peru kind of is broken up into 3 sectors. You got the north, Cristobal del Col, and that crew up there. And then obviously Lima area, where Punta Rocas is, where we're at now. And then further to the south, Chicama, the world's longest left. Is that kind of the case? Is there kind of 3 segments? Or surf segments, I should say?
Well, actually, Chicama is north to Lima, so it's pretty much up north, like...
oh, that's north. Okay.
Yeah, so it's Máncora and Lobitos, that area, that's up north. That's where Luca Messina, Sol Aguirre is from. Cristobal, too. Cristobal goes between up north and here in Lima. For me, it's the same. I go between both of them.
Yeah.
And then you have Trujillo, too, that is where Chicama is, around the area of Chicama. And you have some really good surfers from there too, like Piccolos from there. And then you have Lima, Punta Hermosa, around this area. There's lots of amazing surfers here too.
I mean, you look at the coastline and it's seemingly endless.
Yeah, we have so many waves, all types of waves. And the most important thing, I think, is that it's really consistent.
Yeah.
Like, good training ground.
And I've heard that Peruvian surfers don't mind a long drive.
Yeah. No, yeah, that they can drive for a long time to get those good waves.
And I'd imagine you could kind of chase swells up the coast when they come, you know, those swells that push north.
Yes, I'm sure there's lots of waves we haven't even surfed before, and they're just amazing. There's such a big coast here in Peru.
Have you ever ridden Chicama?
Yes, I love Chicama.
Yeah, it looks so fun.
It's so long.
You ride a shortboard or like an egg?
A shortboard, shortboard, but it's good for an egg too.
Yeah.
Like, just depends how big it is and how's the swell and stuff like that. There's different sections on it.
You can really ride for almost a mile?
Oh yeah, it's so long.
So cool.
It's such a long wave and just beautiful wave.
I think as a kid, that was my dream wave because it looked just fun. Didn't look life-threatening. It looks like you could just get up and do. You can imagine being a grommet out there doing like 400 cutbacks.
Yeah, and it's sand bottom, and you're a goofy footy.
Yeah. And all the things I like: sand bottom, lefts, long, point break. 14:30 to go here. Raimundo Berry starts with a 4.5 and a 1.40.
We see that Adrian got a 3 point for that second wave.
Yeah, I mean, that was not a great looking wave. So the fact that he milked a 3 out of it was pretty cool. 14:14 to go. Waiting for the next set to roll through. Let's go down on the glass with Rachel Tilley.
Thanks so much, guys. Tommaso, congratulations. A great heat. Way to kick it off. Okay, you're a 5-time national champion. What is the difference walking into an event on the world stage?
It's an honor to represent my country. This is a very big event, probably the biggest junior event in the world, and yeah, I'm just happy I got out there and got a couple of good waves and got to show my surfing.
And getting to travel to somewhere like Peru, outside of the waves, what have you been enjoying about this country?
We've been eating some very good food here, and yeah, there's so many good surf breaks here in Peru. It's like a wave machine. It always has waves and so many surf breaks, so that has been very fun as well.
Now, if you were to recommend to Barbados something for them to come do here, do you have any recommendations?
Definitely surfing. This is definitely a world-class surfing place, and yeah, that's it.
Well, would you like to say something in Spanish back home?
Just thanks to everyone back home in Barbados for supporting me, and thank you to my sponsors, the Barbados Surfing Association and the Barbados Olympic Association for helping us get here to Peru, and also ciao mamma in Italia, ti voglio tanto bene, anche David, Alisa, e Emily, e Leila, ciao.
Thank you so much. Congratulations, and I'll throw it back to you guys.
Seems like a great kid. He's an amazing surfer, and he's got 2 new fans. And myself and Sophia, super impressed with what we just saw from Tommaso. 12:20 to go. Got White flipping the script here, looking at some lefts. At the moment, Raimundo Berry in that top spot with a 4.5 and a 1.40. Here's Daniel McSherry from Team Ireland. And Daniel, he's 17 years old. His favorite wave is The Peak. He was born in Sligo, and he is a winner of a big junior event in Ireland. He's based in Northwest Ireland, and he surfs Irish reef breaks, which, if you've seen video of them,
Slabs,
they look
right?
really gnarly. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, slab town.
Looks scary, yeah. There's some waves coming at the back. Priority number 1 is with the Chinese, Jiang Cholu. Priority number 2 is with Raimundo, the Chilean, and priority number 3 is with the Peruvian, Adrián de Osma. And we see White in a wave right here.
Daniel McSherry. That was a rough wave to ride. Got one snap through the middle, but most likely it's going to be just a bit of a low score because it didn't give him a clean line to show us what he's got. Comes to it a 1.57. So Shulu now in top priority, but caught behind in the whitewater there. Big one out the back. 10 minutes, 45 seconds to go.
Yeah, this wave at the back looks like it could have a nice wall on it. See the competitors paddling really hard to get into position.
Ooh, Barry could get the chip shot. Little piece of whitewater on top of that wave. It just wasn't enough to get him into it.
He loses his second priority.
Ooh, that stings. Looks like we got Adrián de Osma ripping into this one. Silky smooth. Good slash there. Wow, he's got really good fundamentals. I mean, you can tell that he puts a lot of work just into keeping his surfing clean. Gets the big finish there. That's the Adrián de Osma that I think everybody was expecting to see. So he's definitely going to get rid of a .80. Razor sharp surfing on his rails.
He's a great surfer, Adrián. And this is his first heat too, you know. He's probably a little bit nervous, trying to feel the conditions, feel the vibe. I think this is just the start of him. I think he's going to get better waves and show us what he's capable of. He's a really, really, really good surfer.
Yeah, and being the home team, I mean, that can add nerves because we saw yesterday, every time a surfer representing Peru paddled out, I mean, not just the team, the coaches, we're talking extended family on the bluff.
Yeah, of course, and they've been training for so long for this contest. So, for sure, you feel the nerves, you know?
Yeah.
There's so much behind you.
Well, a lot of times it just takes one good wave, and I feel like Adrián de Osma is going to elevate from here because he just dropped a 5.
He's building his
scores.
Yeah,
I just have a good feeling that he's just going to blow up his next wave and
yeah, me too.
Lock in an excellent score. We'll see what happens. Raimundo Berry now representing Chile. In his bio, he says he loves surfing left point breaks. Well, he's pretty good on his backhand too. Nice snap to finish there. Solid power surfing from Raimundo Berry, 17 years old. Representing Chile in a big way on that last wave. So he's sitting on a 4.5. Definitely got rid of 1.40.
Beautiful surfing by Blue, the Chilean. His timing was really good on that wave. Attacking each section vertically. This is a replay of his last wave. He's eyeing that section. Throwing lots of spray. Going back to the power source to try to stay close to that pocket. Hits it up the top.
It's our first look at Jiang Shulu. Unfortunately gets hung up at the top. Wave passes him by. He's going to have to get back to the drawing board with 7.5 left. Osma in the lead for now. We're still waiting for a score to come through for Raimundo Berry. I have a good feeling that that's going to be a solid number. Got Shulu with a potential chip in here. Up and riding, Jing Shulu, representing Team China. One of the most improved teams in the past few years by a mile. I mean, it just seems like they're sponges. They just learn so much with every event that they surf in. Daniel McSherry now for Team Ireland. He's got a good wall to work with in front of him. He's got a cool style. He's got a narrow stance.
Yeah, maybe.
He's ripping his way down the line here.
Good job.
Yeah, strong finish there. Irish fans go wild on the bluff. He's going to make this a heat. Everybody's still involved. Everybody's still within reach. So Raimundo Berry sitting on that 4-5. We're still waiting for his last score to come through. 6.5 minutes left. Adrian de Osma sitting out the back with priority. And you can almost feel the energy. So
Yeah, for
Adrian
sure.
in the driver's seat now, surfing his home break, knowing what he has to do. He got a good feeling on that 5-point ride.
Now he needs to focus on improving that, at least that second wave score, to improve his lead.
Yeah, Raimundo could put himself in the top spot after this score drops. I feel like that wave was as good, if not better, than that 4.5.
Yeah, I think that was his best wave. The judges are taking their time with that last wave of blue.
Peruvian boys have great haircuts too. I think they all went to the same barber.
Probably.
5 minutes, 22 seconds to go. There's the Chilean flag waving wildly, trying to send energy out to their surfer. And Shulu.
He's a great surfer. You can just tell by his stance and his approach, but unfortunately he's been falling off in every wave.
Yeah, that was a valiant attempt. He went down inside of 5 minutes now. Score drops to Raimundo Berry, 5.4, so he does improve. Gets into the top spot with a 9.90 total. Adrian de Osma in the red jersey, putting himself in prime position. He's in that top priority spot. This team patiently waiting for their surfer to take to the lineup. St. Lucia, one of our new teams competing here. Along with India, Angola.
So first place is the Chilean, second place is Adrian from Peru, third place is Ireland, and fourth is the Chinese. The Chinese needs a 6.0 or to improve his 2 waves total, which is kind of low. I think he can do that. And Daniel McSherry from Ireland needs a 5.53.
We've seen a lot of scores in that mid-range. What does it take for a surfer to crack into the high 7s, 8s, even 9 range today?
I think you need to get the right wave that gives you those critical sections. And obviously attack them, attack those sections. With power, with flow, with commitment.
Yeah, it feels like you can't force the judge's hand by doing a bunch of turns down the line. You could get a 7 and 8 on the strength of 2 big turns.
Yeah, we saw that the first day of competition. I think it was one of the Australian girls that there was like just one section in the wave, and she did this like huge like off the lip. She got like a 7 for it. So it is quality, not quantity. We see some waves coming. Adrian is ready for it.
Oh, this is a cool battle. Chile versus Peru. You got surfer in blue, second priority, keeping Adrian Osma honest, as we see now Jing Shulu cleaning things up. Got a good inside section. Lets the tail slide there through that turn. So yeah, this is much more indicative of how good this guy surfs. All the way through to the inside. Some good work being done. Definitely going to get rid of that 2.
I think Adrian is at the back too. I hear all the Peruvians.
Oh, using his priority. Here we go. Adrian de Osma cranks it off the bottom, straight up into the lip. Beautiful arcing slash to start this wave. Waiting for the section to arise. He goes up into it. That is what we're talking about. So 2 big turns there for Adrian de Osma. And it's almost like you're looking for a wave that has a closeout section because, right, we saw that ending was really exciting, and that's the last thing that the judges see and feel before they lock in their score. So this is going to be a telling number for Adrian de Osma.
Beautiful surfing by the Peruvian Adrian de Osma. I think that's by far his best wave.
So if it's better than that 5, he's going to jump up into the top spot. But Raimundo Berry's out the back with 1:40 to go.
He surfed it really well. That first carve was really beautiful too. And that last turn, that was critical. The right spot.
Well, I'm a fan now. I mean, he's really impressed me with his clean style, plenty of power. 1:20. Still waiting for that score to drop for Osma. Here goes Raimundo Berry trying to seal the deal. That wave kind of collapses around him, so it's a no-go. Ooh, about halfway out, Adrian de Osma. He's not going to wait for his score to drop. He's going to just apply some more pressure. That wave closes out. Oh, no! Over the falls, under the lip. I guess that doesn't make sense. You got to be... He basically got worked. That was a wipeout. It was a 2-for-1. He stood up. Wave kind of barreled over him. And he goes, oh yeah, Punta Rocas has power. He felt it there. 30 seconds left. We'll see if the last wave, the previous wave from Adrian de Osma, is enough to flip the heat. And it is. 7-3-3. Okay, I mean, it's not much clearer than that. 2 big turns. You know? That's the message the judges are sending. Cutbacks are cool. But if you do 2 big turns in the critical part of the wave, you're going to be rewarded. Highest single wave score this heat for Osma. But Raimundo Berry, back foot slips out. Got the feeling he's safe in second place, but give it up to Adrian de Osma.
Good job, Adrian.
Smart surfing there.
Great surfing by Adrian. That last wave, we could see what he's capable of. I think there's a lot more he's going to give in this contest.
Peru comes through with a victory. Raimundo Berry advances in second place. Jiang Shulu and Daniel McSherry will head to the Reparage round. And we're going to head to a quick commercial break. We'll be right back after these brief messages. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the 2025 ISA World Junior Surfing Championship.
Welcome to day 1 of the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. From the host nation of Peru, Paul Huguet with an 8.83.
Yeah, I feel pretty good. I learned to surf in this wave. Incredible to be here with my family, with my team.
From the United States of America, Makai Castle with an 8.5. Japan's Mirai Ikeda with an 8.67.
Quick whip, throwing tons of spray.
Yeah.
She opts out.
Surprised that she committed to the inside too.
The Olympian Yang Su Chi from China with a 9.17.
Wow. Oh, sets herself up with it. Wow. A little bit wild.
I feel light point wave is so good. I feel air wave is very good. It's my first time come break.
Perfectly, speed, elegance, great style, all the way down the line.
Tune in tomorrow for day 2 of the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships.
Welcome back to the action here at Punta Rocas in Peru. The surf is firing. And there you can just see from all that white water on the top of the surface, how big the sets still are when they're coming through. We can see the surfers just sitting kind of inside of that section there, and we're just waiting to get our next heat underway. Our surfers out in the lineup with the opportunity to get some very good quality waves here at Punta Rocas. We're currently into heat number 35 for round 1 of our under 18 boys, with South Africa, England, Ecuador, and St. Lucia out in the water. Matt Canning, Finn Gillespie, Johan Jagal, and Sebastian Ambler in the water. Shannon Hughes alongside Mitch Salazar for the call.
Yeah, good heat. Matt Canning, second-generation pro, is that Paul was on the championship tour for 6 years in the mid to late 90s into the early 2000s. Seen him before. Great kid. Finn Gillespie, not his first time, his first time competing in Peru, but not his first time competing for Team England. Seen him multiple times. First time I've ever seen somebody from St. Lucia here at the ISA Juniors. Cool to see them represented. It's a beautiful island in the Caribbean, and of course Ecuador. They have plenty of waves. It's a short flight from them to get here to Lima too, so pretty local event for them.
Yeah, really exciting, and great to see St. Lucia in the conversation, like you said, on the junior side. We also have Angola, India, and Slovenia all sending junior representatives to this event for the very first time. They've had representatives at the World Surfing Games in the past or other events, but never here for the juniors, and that speaks to the growth of surfing in their nations.
Yeah, definitely, and places that have quality waves too, and I think, you know, a lot of them it's just hard to get to. It's, you know, multiple stops that they need to do in order to get to a place like this. But in the end, everybody's got a chance. You have 2 opportunities as well to compete right here, whether it's through the main rounds or now with the elimination round. But seems like outside, maybe a couple of lookers right there. Ambler already has a small score on the board. Same thing for Yagual. But talked about Ecuador and how good they've been overall when it comes to the open side of things. Lacking a bit of junior experience now. So I know Colombia, Romeo Chavez, he lives in Ecuador. He surfs for Colombia, though. Want to see some new talent come out of that beautiful South American country, Shannon.
So much talent across this region of the world, that's for sure. And it's been exciting to see more and more of that showcased. Great, you know, having this event running in South America specifically for, you know, the amount of surfers from that Latin American heritage that are competing across the ISA events, the Alas Pro Tour as well. There's just so many events running in this region of the world throughout the year, and now to be able to, you know, host an event like this here in Peru is really special to be returning for the ISA. Couple opportunities here as we see Finn Gillespie now up and riding for Team England, and some, you know, jockeying for position to get into this ride. 60 minutes on the clock, and he's just setting himself up with that first section and now starting to unleash, putting that board on rail. A couple of mid-face carves as he opens up down the line, and just kind of eyeing up that next section, throws that stall for a moment, now pumping and driving to set himself up with some speed for a crisp final finish. Looking to ride out of this. We'll see if he gets there. He's able to hold on to it. Well done.
Well, let's see if they deem it fully complete. There was a moment there where I don't know if he was completely in front of whitewater or not, but a really strong effort right there from Gillespie, especially one carve on the outside. Proper surfing by the kid out of England. He's one of the larger dudes in the event too, and scores in. Shannon, it's a mid-ranger for Finn.
4.5 to kick things off. He'll have a little bit of a paddle to get himself out to backline once again. Sebastian Ambler for St. Lucia has that 2.23 on the board. And a 2-point ride for Johan out of Ecuador to kick things off. Matt Canning, now the South African from Durban, surfs at New Pier back at home. He's waiting for his first ride to get underway.
Yeah, there's a couple of people from the Durban area in the event. Kai Hall was speaking to him earlier, right there from the same location. The LePron siblings, right from outside of Durban and Scottsboro. So they surf a lot of quality waves in the area right there in that zone. Looking at the replay here of Gillespie, 4.5. As he said, first few really just to set up the inside section. A lot of these walls here at Punta Rocas tend to be very fat too, so got to be good on the rails when it comes to really providing those big scoring opportunities right here. More setup work on the inside. It's one turn on the outside with a lot of torque. Slides the fins, and this turn right here was very difficult to do. Once again though, did he fully ride out of the whitewater in front? I think judges deemed it incomplete. Still a strong effort, though, from Finn.
Yeah, based on that 4.5, reflective of that end section and the kind of sleepy start to the opening section, a little bit fatter, still with some more water on it. That high tide was early this morning. We're approaching low tide now through, the middle part of our day. It's about 11:30 a.m. here in Peru as we take a look now at Matt Canning getting his campaign underway. Just a setup turn to start things off with. Another one here and there. You can see how much water is filled in on the bank at the moment, and he's just going to exit from that wave.
Yeah, so his father was on tour for a number of years back in the mid to late 90s. His parents actually met in Spain at a tour stop, and since then he's been practicing his Spanish, especially with the juniors being in El Salvador last year, now here in Peru and South America. So really cool to see him, diversify his culture, get to explore more opportunities when it comes to languages as well, and especially from South Africa, plenty of languages right there in that region, Shannon. And of course, for a lot of these kids from Durban, talking about a very multicultural place right there in that beautiful country.
Oh, extremely. Well, speaking of different languages in South Africa, the nation of South Africa has 27 official languages. Their national anthem features every single one of those. It is a beautifully multicultural country. And, for Matt to be kind of adding Spanish into what he would be hearing back at home and different, shops or just, school kids that he's around, the variety of culture that he is exposed to in his daily upbringing there in South Africa is pretty wild. But 27 national languages is quite a few.
Official ones, and that's not even the counting ones that aren't official either.
Well, 12 minutes remaining on the clock. Finn Gillespie is currently sitting in the leading position. Let's go down to the beach to check in with that winner of the last heat.
Thanks so much, Shannon. I'm here with Adrian representing Peru, our hosting nation. How are you feeling representing and winning your first heat?
Really happy to be here competing at home, especially in an event like this. It's a wave that we surf every day. My house is like 5 minutes away from here. And I'm just glad that I'm representing my country and I could pass my first heat.
Okay, well, here you have such a big country, you have so much support. You have all your fans here as well watching. Do you feel like having that energy is increasing the pressure or it's increasing the energy?
No, I think the energy definitely motivates me because everyone's here. It's like just having one more competition, but it's the ISA. And yeah, just focused on each heat, on doing what I do every time I get in the water. And yeah. On to the next one.
Well, do you have, if you could give one recommendation we have 57 nations here at this event, if you could give one recommendation that you think they should do off the beach in the towns, what would it be?
Yeah, definitely go to Punta Hermosa town. There are a lot of restaurants, lots of cool places to be. There are other surf spots also, La Isla, Señoritas, Caballeros, and there are lots of things to do.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Congratulations, and we'll see you for the next one. I'll send it back to you guys.
Thanks so much. Great to hear from another Peruvian. Now, they took out the team's gold medal for the juniors here in 2011. They're looking to put themselves back into that conversation up against the reigning junior world team champions of Team Australia, who won last year in 2024. Took it out for the first time in a decade, but they've got 9 gold medals to their team in total through the history of this event. And we'll see if the Peruvians are able to capitalize and steal it away from the Australians here at home on their home turf at Punta Rocas this week. Matt Canning now up and riding. Drives through that first turn, releases the tail a little bit. Has a lot of control through the bottom turn, but slips off the wax on the top turn.
Yeah, an unforced error right there from Canning, and unfortunate because he was on his way to a large number. I still think he's going to get rewarded, heftily for the first turn, but in the end, combination of major maneuvers is what you're really looking for those large numbers. Still halfway through the heat, nobody really has anything substantial just yet, but I think right there, that's just evidence of what he's capable of doing. You need to make sure you're completing those maneuvers, and I think there's a big case right here for doing it in the opening round, too. You want to send a message to everybody else that you got what it takes to get that gold.
Johan now comes flying into the screen. He's got a lot of speed as he kicks out of that wave.
Yeah, just a quick one for Yagual. Already has the 2 before that. Probably going to be another small score for him.
And a paddle battle to get out to backline.
Yeah, Canning's got pretty long arms, though. He's a tall guy. It's going to be hard to beat him when it comes to that battle. But Yagual's giving him, a run for his money, though. I like what I'm seeing. Can't back down, and especially in moments like this, opening round, make sure that they know your name. They don't want to surf against you later on.
All right. Looks like Matt's just going to take that inside angle. Still don't have any priority established between the two of them. Matt's taking a look at just a smaller inside wave. He does have a score that's dropped in for the last one. It's a 3.6. It moves him up into the lead with a near 6-point heat total at the moment. But still at this stage, the heat's pretty wide open.
It is. And once again, we're talking about, you know, Canning having that experience of his father being a professional surfer. Not only just any professional surfer either. You qualify for the Championship Tour. That is a big accolade. And you think of the people that have come through this program that have been gold medalists, even the people that have lost out, you know, in the Reparage final a couple rounds before that, they've had a lot of success, you know, at the biggest of stages. And I mean, that turn is just impeccable. There's really nothing wrong with it. And right here, just front foot, little bit slip. And it's going to cost him in the end, because that was a wave that had the potential to be up into the 5s, 6s at the very least, and then extend his lead. But 8 minutes to go, he's still in first. He's got time.
And we've got a paddle here from Johan, up and riding once again. He's able to stick with it on that first turn. Swings really, really wide as this wave starts to stand up on the inside. It's going to give him a great section to finish off with. He's going to need to be able to complete that, though, to keep himself in that conversation with Finn sitting in second place.
Yeah, and doesn't need a whole lot for second, though.
Sebastian now up and riding from St. Lucia. He'll go down. One of the first of the juniors in competition for this event, specifically for the World Junior Championships in its history. And it's great to see St. Lucia field a team this year.
Definitely, the Caribbean's gotten much stronger over the course of the last few years. We've seen PR Puerto Rico do very well in the past. Brian Toth had an excellent career. Dylan Graves, Ale Moreda, among others. But of course, I think the Dominican Republic has done much better over the, you know, their recent history. I think St. Lucia, of course, too. Barbados always fields a good team, especially when it comes to World Surfing Games. The issue is, though, once people start graduating into World Surfing Games, especially with the incentive and the motivation of eventually getting into the Olympics, you've got to focus on developing your junior surfers first to eventually get them to surf in the World Surfing Games. So ideally, you get those 12, 13-year-olds to start competing at this level right here.
Here we go with Matt Canning, just pumping around the line. This wave having a few different kind of corners popping up within it. And he'll go down on that first turn. Finn now setting himself up. Like those kind of stripes on the side of his board makes it look like a tiger as he's driving through that second section. Little rail to rail as he sets up for a nice tail slide, and he nearly held on to that. Surfer in white now up and riding. Sebastian looking to keep his claim in this heat. Big down carve as he hits the section. And unfortunately just gets bounced off. It's so challenging sometimes when that whitewater's right at your heels to just stay standing.
Well, and, you know, these are learning moments for a lot of these kids that don't necessarily compete either that often or on a stage this big as of right now. So everybody's doing their best. Of course, you got to be thinking that there are some people that, you know, have had more accolades over their young career so far. But for a lot of these young surfers like Ambler from St. Lucia, probably the first time that, you know, not only they've experienced international competition, you know, being on a live broadcast, a lot of different things. You have 400 plus people in the event, plus the parents and everybody else that's traveling with them. So, you know, in the end, there is a good amount of pressure on you. You're trying to represent and do your best for your country, but at the same time, make sure you're enjoying yourself. Don't go out there thinking that you need 2 6s every time. If you feel satisfied with what you've done out there in the 20 minutes that you have available, that should be more than enough. But, you know, you still want to advance, and Gillespie's made sure that 4.5, 3.43. Canning's had a couple of chances. His best wave of mid-3 at the moment, so just looking to get them rolling, because we are talking about the world's best juniors, you know, and 8 points, 9 points is good enough to advance, but there's been people that have already won heats with 16 points, and the waves are available out there, so you still want to make sure that you're proving that you deserve to be here.
Yeah, that's right. And when it comes to, you know, making it farther in the draw, a round one heat with, you know, a heat total, sorry, a round one win with a heat total under 10 points, that'll happen pretty often. But once you're making it, you know, past that round two and moving farther into the conversation, you got to be hitting double digits and really want to be looking at probably at least a 12-point heat total if you're looking at victory.
Yeah, for the most part, and especially a lot of it depends on the people that you're up against, right? You have some nations that are better competitors, some that rely more on their natural talent, but in the end, winning the heat makes a bigger statement than just moving through. So I remember Doug Silva telling me a while ago, I can't really give you any advice because I haven't won my heats yet. So that was one person that I always looked up to in that sense. He was always looking for the W.
Yagual now up and riding, finding some more rhythm on this wave, only needing a 3.97 to take the advancing position, and he was definitely on his way.
Yeah, and the first two carves, they're going to give him some points, so wouldn't be surprised that not only is this his best wave, could be close to the 4 that he needs.
Canning with an opportunity now, goes up into the lip and he'll fall. It's going to leave Finn Gillespie with priority for Team England. Looks like Finn's maybe there on the inside, and he'll be holding on to that first priority next to his name. Sebastian now up and riding, and he goes down on the takeoff. Waiting now for an important score to drop through for last of Johan out of Ecuador. Chasing down a 3.97 to see if he can take it away from Matt Canning. Matt now up and riding, needing to defend his position. He's chasing a 4.34 to take the lead away from Finn, as he's just setting himself up down the line here, really waiting for that explosive moment within this heat. That turn looked really beautiful. Crisp line being drawn down the way and just sets it up off a couple of top turns, making it look easy out there, but again, really needing something to set him apart within his surfing on that wave.
Yeah, a bit conservative on this one. I don't blame him, though. He just needed to make sure that he was staying in one of the top 2 spots. I like the wave from Yagual, though. That was a solid one, great combination of turns, and in the end, you don't need a whole lot to be able to get a good score out there. I think Canning's easily going to replace his 2.37, and right now Gillespie's been in the lead the majority of the heat, but I wouldn't call him safe. 2 minutes on the clock right here, waiting on a couple of numbers, and the 2 goofy footers out there, and red and green doing very well in their last 2 waves.
Yeah, this could really change up the situation. It's a 4.34 requirement for last of red and a 3.97 requirement for last of green, though we know that green's requirement will grow based off of the last wave from surfer in red, who could potentially be taking away the leading position, and then we'll see that requirement somewhere into the 4s for our surfer in green sitting in 3rd. So a couple adjustments to be made, a minute 30 seconds on the clock, so still opportunity though to even replace the current scores on the board. As we take a look now at Yagual, just driving down the line, sets up the first turn really well, into the second one. What went wrong there, Mitch?
Too much weight on the heel side rail, just leaning a bit too far back. If he was a bit more centered on his board, he's easily riding out of that, but just getting a bit ahead of himself, and that's been 2 waves in a row now for Yagual. Still waiting on his previous one, which I think is going to be his best, and judges taking their time because they got red, green with a couple of waves, and that could easily shift first and second out of place, and see right there, got just enough on his previous one.
Wow, a 3.97 drops in for the last of Yagual. That moves green up into 2nd and red down to 3rd. Red, however, only needs a 2.38 to take back the 2nd place position.
He's getting that.
He's getting that, and he's likely going to, have the chance to get the score to take away the lead as well. Either way, our surfer in green for Ecuador, Johan, he's going to be back down into 3rd position, waiting for this last score to drop.
Yeah, and that might have been all she wrote, though. I think Yagual probably does improve on the 2, though, so gonna make it a bit harder on red.
I mean, at the moment, we're looking at equal heat totals, 55.97 across both Matt Canning and Johan. However, Matt's last score just dropped. It's a 4.1. It's enough to move him into 2nd once again, and that requirement now sitting at a 3.74 on Johan out of Ecuador. We do have one more score to drop for him, a 2.33 on the board. That narrowly increases his heat total, but isn't enough to take him up into that jumping 2nd position. Finn Gillespie guaranteed with the victory for Team England. More action when we return.
This message is for all surfers in the world. The oceans need us today more than ever. This Sands of the World ceremony is our way of uniting the world in peace through surfing.
Now let's begin the Sands of the World ceremony.
It's the ISA symbol, and it symbolizes what we know, peace in the world through surfing.
It's a meaningful ceremony in which you bring sand from your beach, you pour it there with your teammates. This ceremony stays with them for the rest of their life. When it came to Tahiti, Tahiti embraced the opening ceremony with the sands of the world. And the beautiful box that we have today, it's staying in the Hupo.
To be a surfer is not only to go surfing. It is also to take care of the oceans, to be good people inside and outside of the water.
We are here in Punta Rocas, Peru, very large desert city located just outside of Lima, and it's a pretty incredible part of the world to be able to spend some time in, Mitch, this week. The surf is all time. We've got this great high performance center here on the break at Punta Rocas, and a really incredible string of these really cute little towns up and down the coast with these little bays and some fantastic waves along the way.
Yeah, and really good food too in the location. It's a long weekend for the people here. There's 2 national holidays, Monday and Tuesday, so kids don't go back to school until Wednesday. People are off work until Wednesday too, so packed weekend we had here over at Punta Rocas.
Yeah, exciting for the local community to come down and support the Peruvian team that's competing, but also to get some eyes on the best of the Grom surfers globally. 424 in the draw this week, representing 57 national teams who are, competing for that coveted team gold medal. It's a record-breaking number of teams entering into the event. It's broken, the record that was set last year. And I think that's the story so many years, year on and year on, just based off of the growth of surfing around the world. As we take a look now at the Indonesian, Weston on his first wave, looking smooth as he comes through those first couple turns. Just setting things up here, getting a feeling for this heat out in the lineup. And we're still in the under 18 boys, but we are finally in the 36th heat of round 1. And after this one finishes out, we'll be heading into our Reparage rounds for the under 16 boys.
Yeah, Larry Lavick out there from San Clemente, California, representing the U.S. Really good surfer. His brother Noah, also part of USA Surfing. Excited to see Hurst, though. We just saw a small taste of what he's capable of. But this is a good heat. Angola out there with Adilson Joaquim and this kid from Israel, Hacknam.
Ethan now up and riding into that first big wrap, setting himself up here as he just drives through the section. Looking down the line as this wave begins to stand up for him, connects with that lip line well, and this wave's going to have a lot more to offer. That was a really nice looking turn as he just dug that rail in, slides the tail around, gives a little bit of variety to the judges panel to tighten it up.
Yeah, well done there by Hackman. And Ethan, tall, lanky surfer, has a cool style, as you can see right there. Uses the entirety of his board to keep it on rail, but, Punta Rocas offers that. And we've seen that drop a couple excellent scores. We've seen that really with a couple of the best surfers so far in this event. And Leandro Osuna will tell you he won his gold medal here back in 2014. And this is a location where you got to be really gun and rail, but you have to have the right equipment to be able to do that too. And it seems like that board that Ethan's got under his feet is working.
Yeah, have you noticed many differences in the equipment that's being ridden out here in comparison to what, surfers would be riding last year in El Salvador?
For the most part, I'd say, there's just a lot of kids that don't necessarily have a huge budget to be able to change boards that much. But you're looking at high-performance short boards for the most part. A lot of Sharp Eyes, a lot of Channel Islands, 77 for the most part, the most popular Sharp Eye model. It seems like the CI 2.0 Pro, probably the most ridden one so far in this event by the juniors. My opinion, I just think you need something out there with fuller rails to be able to push some water. Wouldn't mind a little bit of extra length too, given that it does get bigger here. And paddle out, well, it ain't that easy either.
Yeah, you and Sophia are certainly on the same page in that conversation, liking a little more length on a board for a wave like this at Punta Rocas.
Yeah, I grew up riding bigger boards, heading to Puerto Escondido, to Pascuales, so I'm no stranger to that. There's people that haven't ridden anything above a small step-up before, though. They come from small beach breaks, and for the most part, they're only riding their small, high-performance shortboards, so I don't blame them, but I think that's the good thing about coming here earlier and getting to notice those kind of small details.
Opportunity now for Angola's Adelson on his backhand, looking for the left. We haven't seen too many lefts ridden in competition this week, but they're definitely out there.
Yeah, and Adilson coming out of Angola, one of the newer nations. I remember seeing, a couple of these kids back in Brazil in 2023, and having the chance to converse with them, they're really nice kids, and get on a larger team. It's really awesome to see. They come from a part of Africa that has a plenitude of waves, and I'm talking heavy reef breaks too, but they don't need to travel that much just because the waves are really good at home. So cool to see them compete here, and like to see him go right. It seems like he's got the good backhand surfing, but probably just as good on the forehand too.
Yeah, Dilson started surfing back in 2001 in Cabo Ledo with his brother, and they just love going surfing every day. They've got real high quality waves back at home. Like you said, it's one of those wave-rich regions of the world, the west coast of Africa, that really has, an incredible amount of point breaks available that so many surfers from around the world are now starting to travel to more, getting the opportunity to surf some emptier lineups in comparison to some of those spots that are the real hot spots of surfing globally.
Yeah, Namibia, Mozambique, among others. Madagascar has plenty of waves. Reunion Island of French territory right off of the coast of Africa too. There's, multitude of waves over there too. Good amount of different things to do as well. You go on wildlife tours and what's not, and of course, the exchange of cultures that we see anytime somebody goes to Africa. So that's really cool thing about their personality too. Their culture is integrated into that. Seems like Lavic right here in red might be having a look at a double up.
Great looking waves setting up in front of him. It's a little bit smaller, but we could see that start to reform on the inside and stand up really well as that tide's starting to drain. Great control so far for Laird, and now starting to unleash. So nice decision to take off on this wave, as it was looking a little bit softer, but it's really standing up and giving him some power to unleash on the finish. He's got maybe even another opportunity. He'll kick out clean. And wow, that was great surfing for the USA surfer. As we take a look at Weston now on his backhand. And he's gonna hope this wave stands up the same as that last one. Throws that little stall in, just kind of waiting out the following section as we see a little flock of birds go flying past. And he'll tag the in section complete. He's got that 277 on the board. A quick in and out for Ethan out the back as well, just scoping out the lineup.
Yeah, and I've always been impressed by the Indonesian surfers. They have, the quality of the waves. They've always had a good quality, amount of surfers too. A lot of them just don't want to travel because the waves are so good at home though. They have, a ton of economic opportunities back home with tourism and whatnot, especially in Bali, but we've seen more integration from some of the outer islands of Indonesia and not just concentration on Bali itself when it comes to the identity of a lot of these ISA teams. And of course, Hurst, the kid's got talent. We've seen it with the twos and this last wave that he got as well.
Taking a look at this one for the last of Ethan.
Yeah, just the one carve all the way on the outside. This is Hurst last. So Weston, late pop up. Got a flow right here on the two carves that he needed to get back into the pocket. That's much better from him. Nice little kick stall just to be able to stay right there next to the whitewater the entire time. Only issue with this wave, never offered up any vertical steepness, and it's going to cost the score. It's going to keep it, relatively low, but still really well surfed for what it was worth. So he's going to get his best wave, no doubt.
Still waiting for scores to drop. We got that 1.73 on the board for the last wave of Ethan. He's got that 383 that he started out with as well.
Yeah, get a flow on this wave. Nothing spectacular, but just really well read. Good extension on each and every single one of his turns and not rushing anything too. Something we see with a lot of younger surfers. And then this wave from Lavic, I'm impressed. I've known Laird for a number of years. He's come through a lot of the programs, the amateur ones even in the United States, and that's actually his second one, I believe. So did he ride out of that last turn? Yes, he did. So that is a major combo for Laird right here. And so far, the United States has done extremely well in the first 3 days of competition. And it seems like Lavic, well, he's continuing that right now.
Yeah, he certainly is. Well, with 11 minutes on the clock, let's go down to the beach to check in with Rachel Tilley, who's going to interview the winner of that last heat.
Yeah, thank you so much, Shannon. I'm here with Finn representing Team England. You nailed that last heat. Congrats, but a lot of nerves going into it. How did you manage that?
Yeah, it's always, the first heat's always, I'd say, probably one of the nervous ones to have. But yeah, I just tried to stay as calm as I can and just try to pick out the best waves, and yeah, got through, so yeah, stoked.
Well, I know you talked about being a little bit, I heard you before talking with Ben Skinner, a little bit nervous after you fell on that first one, frustrated. What is your self-talk sound like when you're out there trying to regroup?
yeah, just stay calm and positive, really. Like, we all make mistakes, so yeah, I was just trying to stay calm and then, yeah, just pick the best waves and make them this time. But yeah.
And sometimes not easy being at the very end of the round. You've been watching for days now competition happen. And this morning you got to see Lucas, your teammate, win his heat. Were there any takeaways you were able to see from his heat and applying to yours?
Yeah, for sure. Like, this morning he surfed such a smart heat. And we were more just talking about just staying calm and just surfing the wave to, not over surfing basically, and just surf the wave to how it is. And yeah, I think we both did that, so yeah, sick.
Yeah, you absolutely did, and you got the heat win, so congratulations, and we're looking forward to seeing you move forward.
Yeah, thanks so much. And I just want to say a big thanks to all the boys at Skin Dog Surfboards, best boards I could ask for, and obviously thanks to my family and my sponsors. Yeah, stoked. Let's go for the next one.
All right, thank you. Send it back to you guys.
Thanks so much. Well done to Finn. That board looking great under his feet. And Skin Dog Ben Skinner, he's not just a great shaper, he's a world-class longboarder himself, but he's down on the beach with the crew this week in that support role, coaching, taking care of the kids, and making sure that the entire environment for them is just a really great experience.
Yeah, well, he's got 2 of his own kids in the event, so super coach, super dad. And if you give Ben Skinner any kind of board, I'm pretty sure he could ride it well. So, you know, cool to see Team England always doing well, and that's good advice. I mean, don't try to overdo things, don't oversurf, especially in the opening round. You don't have to show all of your cards either. But Finn, nice kid. Cool to see him into round 2.
Yeah, really excited for him. As we can see Laird out the back, just waving his arms, wanting to know that situation update. And we've got it. Not that he can hear us, but the world can hear us. A 6.33 for that first score drops in. It took a little while from the judges panel, and he's now going to have a second score to drop as well. So that sets him up in second, only chasing a 0.60 to get that leading position away. And for Laird, you know, he's one of those surfers in the draw that loves other sports, but he's also an excellent athlete in other sports as well. He's currently a multi-sport varsity athlete at home at school in San Clemente. Attends school full-time. He's an honor roll student, and he's a really, really good golfer. And so for him to kind of, you know, have a few things going on behind the scenes, excelling at golf, excelling at surfing, traveling away from home through the school year. There's a lot that he's managing while also keeping his grades top notch.
Yeah, that's something really cool. Big word of advice, you know, from Zeke Lau, and I think the Gudauskas brothers were able to do it successfully too. You stay in school, you still work on your surfing, but you make sure that you at least finish high school first. Then you concentrating on becoming fully a pro. And you know, it's excellent to see Laird do that, especially with scholarship opportunities, going to school. There's a lot of surf teams over there as well. So I think that's something in the future that Laird's probably looking at. Being a multi-sport athlete even more, you could potentially get an even better scholarship, maybe over in San Diego or even further north at Cal Poly SLO. So apply to all those universities, young man, because there's a good chance that not only you're going to get in because of your grades, also because of your athletics.
That's right, and it will open so many more doors. You know, the hope of becoming a professional surfer could give you a career through your 30s potentially. Past that, there's going to need to be something else happening, you know, and so having some education behind the scenes to then pull into you know, future job opportunities is a great call.
Well, we need more people within the industry that are educated, and just PSA, public servant announcement to everybody. There's multi ways of being able to make an impact in surfing. That's being an engineer, working in wave pools, working as a businessman, and of course, being a broadcaster too. Come over here, do this.
Ethan up and riding with a quick in and out. I mean, you and I have been able to make a career out of broadcasting, and it's been a really awesome opportunity for us. And there is definitely more spaces. It's been so fun to have Rachel Tilley on the team with us. She is reigning world longboard champion for the WSL, just finished out with her 3rd world title. She's an ISA gold medalist and silver medalist from here in Peru, and now working behind the scenes as well. She's a college graduate and has a whole lot going on. As we take a look at Laird and another Team USA surfer that's been joining us in the booth, and Rachel Tilley, as Laird's getting a little bit of work done down the way, trying to pump together. It almost looked like that wave was going to double up in time for him to have a nice end section, but just didn't get there.
Yeah, he's got the right mindset, though. You've got your 2 scores on the board. You got close to 14 points at the moment, working under priority. Main thing, don't make a mistake and put yourself in a position where you could potentially get eliminated. The only way that happens right now is by having a priority interference and somebody being able to jump you above your 7.5. And, you know, you look at Hurst, got a couple of decent waves. The 4 was well surfed. The 2, you're looking at something to improve on that. And Hacknam, Joachim, they've both been out of it because can't crack anything better than a 4. So just need to be on the right wave, and this is something smart by Hurst too. You have a 2, you've waited long enough with priority, might as well wait a few more minutes with priority if you're going to be at the back.
5 minutes remaining on the clock. Little wave starting to roll through the lineup here. Laird in that leading position, the 7.5 has dropped for his second wave, has him sitting with a nice 13-point heat total on the board. Weston now with the chance, and he'll just go down over the handlebars for that first turn. He'd be needing now a 9.16 to take the leading spot away from the American. And priority now sitting with Ethan out the back. Ethan chasing down a 3.62 in the green jersey. So that second place position still feels wide open between second and third. A slightly bigger requirement in that high 5 range, essentially a 6 for our surfer out of Angola in Adilson.
There's the U.S. team, Brody Price, Will Dean, Dane Libby, who already won his heat earlier today too. They're looking good. Very impressive Will Dean, team captain this year. Dropped an 8 yesterday, had an alley-oop for his backup 7 as well.
Yeah,
so far squad looking great.
Really solid heat for Will. Walked away with a 16-point heat total into that excellent category. And exciting to see some of that progression coming into play. It's still the early rounds. You know, it feels like a lot of those surfers that we would hold, you know, high expectations to make it into the medal rounds of this event have just been taking a very paced approach to competition throughout this opening round without having too many excellent scores being thrown around.
Yeah, and Hackman right there, Hackman, excuse me, did paddle for a wave, so he was needing a score, and first priority goes all the way down to 4th priority right here, and a massive mistake. And it's our colleague, Ryan Simmons, call him the best beach announcer in the world, myself personally, has a very distinct voice that you can hear from anywhere. So when he's on the mic on the beach, definitely getting your scores, your situation. And that's the good thing about a good beach announcer. We have 4 great people here at this event, but most of them have been professional surfers in the past, or at least competitive surfers. They know what you want to hear at any given moment. Time, priority, and situation, the 3 most important things that the surfer should be hearing out there.
That's right. I think it's so important for, you know, anyone walking into those roles, even if it's just competing on a board rider's level or something, getting the jersey on and feeling what it's like to be in those moments, especially from a beach announcer, because you need to be on the ball. And the team that we have here at the ISA is really the most incredible in the world. As we take a look now at Weston Hurst driving through those first couple of turns, this is going to give him a lot of opportunity to try and chip away at that requirement. He is chasing a 9 now to take the lead, but anything he does to improve on that 2.77, it's going to really start to close the door on 3rd and 4th place positions.
Might be his best wave right here. I really like the combo, very precise and sharp surfing by the surfer out of Indonesia. And there it is. Judges do agree, slightly better than a 4.67.
There we go. Requirements up to a 5.71 as we take a look at Laird now, heat leader. Incredible opening car, really setting the rail in as he drives down the line, sets it up here on the inside section, lays back. I like that there's no risk for him right now with what he needs to do in his surfing, and so he's able to just put it all out there.
Yeah, this one has the chance, in my opinion, to improve on the 6. Just the 2 carves alone had a lot of quality to them. There's no doubt if he pulls that last layback at the end, in my opinion, that he would have been improving with his backup.
And a quick in and out there for Adilson out of Angola. It was so great to see him in the water for this heat. Just a couple of small scores on the board, but a great opportunity to be present here at the World Junior Surfing Championships. And he'll be looking for the opportunity to surf once more in that Reparage round. Each surfer at this event is going to get that chance to surf twice, which is really cool. Between the different podiums as well, getting some experience here at Punta Rocas and getting some experience at El Bosque as well.
Yeah, El Bosque, a quality wave, and this might be a quality wave, an important one, needs close to a 6.
Hackman now up and riding, and he's chasing a 5.71. Would have needed a little bit more than that to chase down that score. 30 seconds remaining on the clock, and we're still waiting for that last score of Laird to drop in.
Yeah, judges are thinking about it, and I think it has potential to be up there at least in the good range of 6 or better. And going back to Joachim, learning curve, these are experiences, first time out of the country, You're traveling to a place that you had never been to before. Long way to get here too, so don't be too hard on yourself. Make sure that you're taking everything in, you're learning from your mistakes, and you're appreciating every moment.
That's right. As we take a look now at Laird on the victory lap, just enjoying what waves he has to surf with a very small crowd in comparison to what this morning was like. A couple scores to drop in for him as the timer runs out, and we finish out our under 18 boys opening round. We had 36 heats in total, and we are officially finished with them. Top 2 surfers from each of those heats have already advanced through to the main round. The bottom surfers, either 3rd or 4th place, will be heading into the Reparage later this week. When we return from this heat, we're going to go into our under 16 boys Reparage round.
This message is for all surfers in the world. The oceans need us today more than ever. The Sands of the World ceremony is our way of uniting the world in peace through surfing.
Now let's begin the Sands of the World ceremony.
It's the ISA symbol, and it symbolizes what we know: peace in the world through surfing. It's a meaningful ceremony in which you bring sand from your beach, you pour it there with your teammates. This ceremony stays with them for the rest of their life. When it came to Tahiti, Tahiti embraced the opening ceremony with the Sands of the World. And the beautiful box that we have today, it's staying in the Hupo.
To be a surfer is not only to go surfing. It is also to take care of the oceans, to be good people inside and outside of the water.
Welcome back to the 2025 ISA World Junior Surfing Championships live from Punta Rocas, Peru. Starting Reparage rounds, boys U16 Heat 1 out there right now. 4 different nations represented in this opening heat of boys U16 Rep 1. This is Shen Li at a Chinese Taipei. Young goofy footer. Fielding an even better team that they had in the past. 4 different surfers out there representing different nations, and of course a couple of new names out here, including this young kid in the white jersey.
Jack Kropp from Nicaragua setting a little fin slide, tail slide on that opening turn, looking really composed and in control as we're into the Reparage round now, and just driving through the section with a great opportunity to put himself into that leading position with that first wave.
So the main thing right here, big difference in comparison of previous years, all the rep rounds going to be 20 minutes as long as things go according to plan. So they do have an extra 5 minutes.
Michael now up and riding for Team Italy.
Wow.
Incredible surfing for those first 2 turns. Would have been exceptional scoring had he been able to pull off that second turn.
And still a good score though of 4-5. So like to see that kind of inclusion right here from Monteiro into his surfing. A lot of vertical attacks, and of course laying it on rail with the first turn as well. To me, the most impressive thing about Italy so far has been their young talent development that has been homegrown too. A lot of surfers from outside of the country that have Italian heritage have surfed for Italy before, but we're seeing a lot more that have been within country as of recent years, and Michele Scopa, I think, has been at the forefront of that. Cool to see Michael Monteiro right here doing the same thing.
Yeah, that's right. For Michael, he was born and raised in Cape Verde, Italy, and Brazil. He's grown up surrounded by the ocean and is, a child of the world, essentially, having multiple places to be able to call home and have that as the product for the type of surfing that we're seeing right now, but also tapping into that Italian heritage as part of the team.
Yeah, in Cape Verde, they have great waves, Italian territory, so have seen a couple of guys in the past over at the SUP events, Ayrton Cosolino being one of them, who's been a silver medalist over at the SUP surf portion of it. So excited to see what Monteiro has both on the forehand and the backhand right here.
He's the father of a world-renowned kite surfing legend, Mito Montero, who is a phenomenal high-performance surfer as well. So it runs in the family. As we take a look now at Lee from Chinese Taipei. Nice opening snap on his backhand. Sets it up and just is able to hang on to that second turn. Driving through and resetting now as he finds a better line through the third and fourth. And unleashing a lot of power as he comes down. The way I can hear the cheers from the team of Chinese Taipei just behind, and that's a great way to tag the end section as well.
Yeah, they have a ton of amazing waves over there too. They've run World Pro Junior Championships, the WSL Longboard Tour, and of course they have a QS and a Pro Junior event over there as well. So Chinese Taipei, to me, underrated when it comes to surf trips. A lot of availability when it comes to major flights and major airports going into there too. So I think that in the future, medalists for sure. Wouldn't be surprised if we see some world champions as well come out of there.
Oh, absolutely right. There's such high quality waves, and it's such an incredible place to travel to as we take another look at this one.
A lot of patience shown on this wave right here. Little off on that one. Makes up for it with the work on the inside though. Good variation of maneuvers. Not pushing too hard, pushing just hard enough for how soft these sections are. And, you know, coming from a place that offers up good beach breaks, a lot of point breaks, and of course consistency as well too. He's, you know, no stranger to having to move around, paddle around like we are seeing at Punta Rocas at the moment.
I've surfed heats in Taiwan. There is a lot of water that moves. It picks up a lot of the swell, same as this here in Punta Rocas, and it can be a really challenging location while also having those opportunities to score some of the waves of a lifetime. So for Chen Chen, as he's known to his friends and family back at home, he's got some real quality surf that he's able to train in. He's also been spending more time on flights, getting to Bali as often as possible to surf other world-class waves and be amongst that contingency of surfers. So he's really had this opportunity to start growing his own performances with a 6-point ride on the board now. Jack Kropp up and riding, little tail slide as he starts out on his second wave here. Dropped in a 2.67 and just driving through the rail as he sets it up down to the inside section. Really paced out surfing here, looking comfortable and in control. Has a nice section to hit on the end as well.
Yeah, Nicaragua, they've always had incredible surfers, great waves. You know, have gone through a couple ISA events themselves in the past, especially at Popoyo. She's South African now, Sochana.
Here we go with a great looking right, surfing on his backhand. The surfer out of Durban spends a lot of time in the water at New Pier, as well as, you know, many of the surfers representing Team South Africa this year, specifically that New Pier area. As we take a look at some great rail surfing from Molokele, and setting himself up for a big finish here. Great composure. And this heat is underway. We've got scores dropping for all surfers. We got a 4.5 on the board for the Italian now. He's sitting in third place with that first priority next to his name. The requirement on the South African is a 6.34, but he just chipped away at that with a 3.9 on the board and now is chasing a mid-range 2 to get himself into a better situation. We're going to go down to the beach to check in with Rachel Tilley and the winner of that last under-18 boys heat.
Thank you so much, guys. Larry, last heat of the round, and you made it happen. How important was it to seal the deal on that one?
I don't know. I just felt like it was like my time, and I had to go surf my heat, and it took me a minute, so I got a slow start, and then I was kind of nervous. Slow start to the event, and then slow start in the heat, but then I got a couple fun waves, so I'm excited.
Well, how do you adapt to a strategy when you are having that slow heat? What does it sound like when you are in your own mind when you're trying to talk to yourself back into rhythm?
When I paddled out, I saw everyone paddle way further out than I was planning on sitting, so I was like, oh, well, maybe maybe I had it wrong, and then paddled out and didn't catch a wave, and I paddled back in and found my peak again and ended up working out. So I didn't really do much adapting. It was more just I should have stuck to my game, and I ended up figuring it out at the end. So yeah.
Well, those are the good lessons to learn in round one, and now you have surpassed that Reparage round on to the next. What will you be doing to prepare looking forward into the event?
Kind of all the same. We've had a lot of really good people on our team. Like Isaiah over here, he helped me with my shoulder. I was kind of like struggling for a little bit and got me right. And everyone, Tracy, Simo, and Morgan, they're all here and getting us ready. And I couldn't really ask for anything else.
Well, it's a great way to round out round one. So congratulations on that, and we'll see you for the next one.
Thank you so much.
Back to you.
Well, pocket sevens for Laird to tie up a great-looking heat. He'll be strong heading into that next round.
Yeah, definitely. I think, you know, they made a statement as a team overall right here in the opening round. They had most of their surfers go through in every division, so I'm impressed. I think Laird has a good chance at a wave like this, especially with the quality of surfing that he presents on rail. But saying that, it's a long event. There's a lot of rounds to get through, and of course, we have plenty of talent out there, including these young 4 kids in the boys U16 Rep 1.
Yeah, this is officially going to be our first elimination heat run here at Punta Rocas. So top 2 surfers will be staying in the draw. Bottom 2 out of the conversation as Chen opens up on that great looking wrap to start things off with. Bogs the rail for a moment there, and he's now just going to kind of S-turn his way through, setting himself up rail to gain a little speed and flow as this wave starts to stand up on the inside and give him an opportunity. Great reading of this wave as he comes into the finish and unfortunately takes a dive. Montero out of Italy with a huge backhand attack. The afro flying, the spray flying behind as well. Lines it up for another 2-turn combination to tie up that middle section of the wave. Let's see what else he can finish with. Already incredible performance, and he tags the end, making it look so fun. There might be even more available. He thought it was done and then realized there's another section he can connect with, puts it all together. Excellent, excellent performance.
Well, in my opinion, this is the boys U16. It's the first time we've seen them on our side over here at Podium 1 at the right end. Yeah, judges real quick with this one, Chen, and you want to read out the score?
There it is. It's a 9.33. No surprise.
No, not at all. I was even going higher myself, but could not have surfed this wave any better. Good variation. Slides the tail right there into the lip once again. What a combination of turns, but really the patience and the flow. Not rushing anything. Went to the lip when he needed to. Explodes when he needs to. But this is what you want to teach a lot of the young kids. Make sure that your weight is completely distributed between the front and the back part of the board. And he was just on one right there. I hadn't heard of his name before. I'm not forgetting it right now.
Michael Montero for Team Italy, born and raised between Cape Verde, Italy, and Brazil, taking a little bit from each of those countries and their surfing heritage into what we're seeing showcased right now, walking away with a 9.33 for absolute perfection on that last wave.
Yeah, I mean, a 9, it's well earned, and at this level, you get anything above an 8, and you have truly, you know, proven that you've surfed in an excellent fashion. And to me, you get anything above a 9, your confidence just goes sky high right now, and proving that you're one of the best juniors in the world, making sure that you earned your spot on the team, but proving to everybody else in the event that now they have something to look forward to when they surf against you. So props to him, proved it in the nick of time, and right here, looking to improve on a 4.5. I'd be paddling out slowly right now, trying to get something to back up that 9.
Yeah, definitely no need to rush in any way. Just take the time, get to continue to know this lineup as well as he already has. 8 minutes remaining on the clock, and we had that 9.17 that dropped in yesterday for Suchi Young, our team China surfer, an Olympian. The young surfer out of China, just 14 years old. And that was an incredible performance on that wave. Now another 9.33 on the scoreboard as far as our stats go overall for competition this week. We've had some 8s and a lot of 7s dropped so far. But to, like you said, you know, get to close to that 10-point range, it takes a lot of great surfing.
Yeah, in different divisions, right? Suchi and the girls U18, we've had Mirai Ikeda, same thing, girls U18. We had Will Dean, boys U18, drop a couple of 8s. There's been multiple ones in the boys U16 as well. But, you know, just when it comes to being the first heat of the round and the Reparage, as you said, the first heat where elimination is on the line, this is extremely impressive. You know, somebody who has his heart racing, You're trying to do well by your team. You're trying to do well by yourself. And once again, it's a trek to be able to come to these events. It's a long one. It's a long travel. But most importantly, you feel like you just want the opportunities in 20 minutes to be able to present your surfing. When he got it, it was a golden egg. And you're going to Willy Wonka's chocolate factory, and you're diving right there in the chocolate river. And props to the kid, man. He pulled it out when he needed to.
He certainly did. Wow, what an incredible wave for the 13-year-old out of Sal. He's just, you know, strung together some incredible surfing for a little Grom out in the lineup right now. Great technique, great power being matched with that wave as well. He's going to have a very, very bright surfing future ahead of him from what we're already seeing. Taking a look at some of the statistics, you know, as you're saying, of course, not comparing those waves together, but just kind of overall some of the highlights of what we have seen in competition. Specifically, though, in the U16 boys, the highest wave before this was from the local Peruvian surfer, Paul Huguet, was able to get an 8.83 yesterday, so just shy of that 9-point range. So this is the first 9 dropped in our under 16 boys division specifically, and it's going to be talked about for the rest of the day, that's for sure.
He's going to be thinking about it for the rest of his life. And once again, you know, surfing careers are short-lived. So you get your moment, you appreciate it. Don't make it be the only thing that you ride on. I mean, you want to add on to that, obviously, but it's a good starting point for him. And especially right here with 5.5 on the clock, haven't been a ton of waves come through in this heat. And seemed like the first 5 minutes, plenty of action. And since then, it's been pretty slow out there. So it was good work from both Monteiro and Lee to be able to get those scores on the board. And both Jack Kropp and Melu out there. Zotsana from South Africa only has a 3.9, needs basically a 6 for second place right here.
Yeah, that's right. It's a decent requirement. His surfing has all the elements to get him there. We just need him to find that right wave and get himself into an opportunity. 5 minutes remaining on the clock. Little set sort of approaching here. That that wind has really come into play, but let's just take another look here.
Yeah, patience. It showed off, but once he got those steep sections, he truly went straight up in vertical. I really love that tail slide. You're going so fast to be able to control your board that way, and his weight is so well distributed on top of it as well. But right here, that turn, really to me, the money turn, especially after doing 4 or 5 in a row, your legs are tired. You're trying to overthink things and make sure you add some variety. And right here, just a little frosting on top of the cake. Great effort, 9.33, so far the best of the event.
Incredible surfing. Setting him up with a great position to build on that 4.5 now for the backup score. A 7.84 is the requirement currently for Chen Chen, sitting in second place in the green jersey. And Jack Kropp sitting in third. He's chasing down a 6.20 to get himself into that advancing position. A 5.98 is the requirement on Molokele out of South Africa to take himself into that second place position. And again, the reminder with 3.5 minutes on the clock, this is the final heat opportunity for third and fourth place. This is now the Reparage rounds. It is an elimination round, so the top 2 surfers will be gaining a position back into their main round. Bottom 2 surfers will be knocked out of competition officially as we see this last set coming through, Mitch.
Well, that's the case for, from here on out, isn't it? Because even in the main rounds, third and fourth, they're eliminated now. So you got to make sure that you're doing your best. 2 waves is all you need. And if you simplify it, I think from now forward, you're really looking at, what, 16 waves to become gold medalist. And if you break it down that way, I know Rachel can tell you from her experience competing over at the WSL Longboard Championships recently, you have 30 minutes out there. It doesn't necessarily mean that every single minute of those 30, you need to be trying to catch a wave. You just need to be on the best ones out there. And I feel like for a lot of these kids, they get ahead of themselves sometimes. Most of them, you know, in their early teens, they got a lot going on in their mind. And that's what the coach's job is, to relax him, to teach him how to appreciate this moment and value those small details in these heats.
Up and riding now, the South African with an opportunity. He's chasing down that 6-point ride. He's a product of Surfers Not Street Children in Durban, South Africa, which has had a massive impact on the underprivileged communities there and getting kids access to the ocean. opening up different doors. And for Molokele, it's given him the opportunity to be competing here and to be the KZN, the KwaZulu-Natal, which is the state that he's from, national champion at the moment. Qualifying himself for this team was just a huge, huge achievement. And it's been great to have him part of that contingency. And to see that support system in South Africa from, you know, kids with varying backgrounds all coming together to represent their countries and wear the green blazer this week. As we take a look now at Jack Krop, he's down into fourth position as the South African has just jumped into third with his last wave. And now Jack's chasing down that 6.20 to get himself the advancing position out of this heat. Great basics to his surfing. And I like that tag to the end section.
Yeah, and if you're not going to make it out of the heat, it does matter whether or not you get third or fourth when it comes to your ranking as a team. It helps your seeding for next year. Of course, you want to do as best as you can, and he moves back up into second right here, does Krop. And for the most part, Nicaragua, they've typically had very small teams in the past, and it's, you know, the same case right here in 2025. But Montero, I'm telling you, man, this kid can go a long way if he keeps it up. I really like what I'm seeing. Good use of priority so far as well, but seems like Lee right here, he's up, looking to improve on the 3.
He's chasing down that leading position, drives hard off that opening bottom turn. You can see a lot of spray flying off the rails. It's looking like Jinsun Harbor back at home in Chinese Taipei right now. And he's unfortunately not able to connect that wave all the way through. And we'll take a look at our heat leader, Montero, already sitting on a 9.33. He has so much speed, he's just trimming off as he drives down the line, throwing a lot of spray off of each of these turns so far. And he goes into the air on the finish. He's not able to hold it together, but showing us a little flair of what he might be thinking moving forward in this event.
Yeah, and that board looks really fast, too. It seems like it's under his control pretty well. And you know, not only a statement performance, really a performance that has provided his name to everybody watching worldwide. You know, for me, brand new person watching him for the first time here, and I know who Michael Montero is right now, Shannon.
Yeah, we certainly do. Well, that will round out our first heat for the under-16s Reparage round 1 with Michael Montero of Italy dropping in a 9.33 on the board, a 4.5 to back it up, and an incredibly strong performance. Lee Se Chen out of Chinese Taipei holds on to that advancing position in second, and it will unfortunately be Jack Krop of Nicaragua and Molokele Zotshana from South Africa eliminated from competition, but they're proudly going to be supporting their team for the rest of this event from the shoreline. We're going to go to a quick break. When we return, Chris Cote and world champion, Peruvian legend Sofia Milanovic joining the conversation.
The dream of Olympic surfing was a dream decades ago, but today is our reality.
It's about pushing the sport and pushing the boundaries.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
It's been a tough road for me to qualify to Paris.
That's the game. You gotta win.
The wave is unlike any other wave.
This is one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's not don't be scared. Be scared, but still go and do it.
Welcome back to the 2025 ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. Chris Cote here with Sofia Milanovic. Shock and awe. We heard hoots and holler screams coming from the broadcast booth. That's because there are 9s dropping out in the lineup today. We're into the boys under 16 Reparage round. This is going to be Heat 2. Sofia, no surprise that a surfer in the Reparage round is dropping big numbers like that, because this is your last chance. You got to surf above and beyond to make it through these Reparage rounds.
Exactly, you have to put that extra effort for sure, because if not, you get eliminated from the contest. You have to try extra hard to keep going through the Reparage all the way back to the final,
yeah,
right?
This is the bittersweet side of competitive surfing. Somebody's got to lose, and it's going to happen in this round. So for the first time, we're seeing elimination round surfing, starting with the boys under 16. These young shredders were surfing at podium 2 over the past couple of days. We've got Dominican Republic, India, Chile, and Greek represented here. Carlos Sanchez, Som Sethi, Kai Quirk, and George Nakos. This is a really fun round because, again, this is where we're going to see some new names to competitive surfing, thriving or just getting that much needed practice in the contest format. So either way you slice it, to make your national team, to qualify for the ISA World Juniors, you've done something big there. But now you can see stakes are high and the waves are pumping.
Yeah, that was a really nice set.
Yeah, for us to watch, but not for the 4 surfers who just got steamrolled by it. Look at how wide these waves got as well. Looks like somebody in position. Oh, these poor guys on the inside are eating this one. If you get caught right in the middle of this peak, that is not a fun place to be when one of these 12 wave sets rolls through.
Yeah, for sure. You get so many waves on the head. You get pounded.
So we're 17 minutes left. Just a couple of quick up and downs. There you see your surfer in white, George Nakos, representing Greece. They've had some success already today in the under 18 division. And this is where you really got to coalesce as a team and send all your support to your surfer in the water. 3rd and 4th place surfers are out of this contest. Just going to sting because it's only day 3 of, what, 9 total days. So by the weekend, we're going to be talking about medals. We're going to talk about overall team standings. It is Monday, 12:25 local time here in Peru, or here in Punta Rocas.
And today is a national holiday here. So I've seen some more people here in the event, coming to watch the event, coming to watch the best junior surfers in the world. Everybody's so happy to be here in Peru.
Downtown San Bartolo? Is that where I'm staying?
Yeah,
Is that where I
you're
live
staying
now?
in San Bartolo.
Yeah, it was going off last night.
Yeah.
It was raging downtown. And great music, lively crowds, just vendors and food carts, restaurants were popping. It was a great night to be in San Bartolo. Back to business, 15:47 to go. It looks like all 4 surfers on the verge of getting back to the takeoff spot. Got a feel for these 2 young athletes on the inside who are just about out of that white water. And it looks like they're going to be able to sneak around this set that comes through. And here we go, Som Sethi, Team India, up and out real quick. Carlos Sanchez from the Dominican Republic. Taking a look at that wave. You got Kai Quirk out the back with priority. So 5 minutes of just pure whitewater disaster for these 4 surfers. But now everybody looks like they're in a position to clean things up and take off on one of these waves that's rolling through.
I think the tide is starting to go down a little bit.
You think that's going to help keep the lineup cleaner? Or is it just going to make this lineup even larger?
Yeah, I think it's going to make the lineup larger because it just breaks in different places when the tide gets lower.
4 or 5 waves on the horizon now.
Yeah.
Had one of our juniors early on today in a post-heat interview say, this place is a machine. It's automatic. And we've seen evidence of that 3 days in a row. We're on day 3 of competition.
Yeah, he was saying he was enjoying Peru. He loved the food. He loved the waves. That's pretty much it. Food and waves here.
And the people are nice.
Guaranteed.
I mean, what more do you want?
Exactly.
And although it looks like it would be pretty cold, the water's in that 66, 68 range. We saw surfers trunking it yesterday. You wouldn't need much more than a short arm full. You know, the air is a mild temperature too. Got a lot of things going for you down here in Peru.
Yeah, summer is starting really soon, so the water tends to go warmer for sure. I would still use a 3-2, I think, though. But for competing, yeah, for sure. Short arm, long leg.
Here we go. Som Sethi Newcomer to the ISA Junior Competition, we want to welcome Team India, fielding a first-time team in this event. Nicely done there for Som. Cool style, you know, just cruising down the line, activating his rail. It's enough to get himself 2.83. So a good start, jumps him into the lead. Be Kai Cork finding a medium-sized wave here, representing Chile. Nice traditional roundhouse cutback there. Nothing wrong with that. Just waiting for this wave to form up. You could have a good section here on the inside. And blows the tail. And just can't regain composure. He goes down. Carlos Sanchez from the Dominican Republic. Good backside hook there for Sanchez. Comes around the section. Gets a little freestyle on his backhand. He's going to keep with this one through to the inside. Not an easy wave to surf, but he made it count. He's definitely going to do better than the .83 he started with.
Good wave by Red. Long wave. Lots of turns all the way to the beach.
With 12 minutes left, looks like this wave bypasses our surfers. Som Sethi. Nice carve there. Just gets a little hung up on the second turn, trying to pump into it. He's out. 11:40 to go. Judge is going to lock in some numbers there. Let's go down to the glass with Rachel Tilley.
Thank you so much, guys. I'm here with Michael representing Team Italy. If you can believe it, only 13 years old, but surfing wise beyond his years, getting a 9.33, the highest of the event so far. I want to hear from you how that felt.
So I was pretty comfortable on that wave and confident, and I catch a good one, and I just did my best. I have my new board that I love it, so I was pretty confident on that one and just did my best.
Well, that new board looks magic under your feet. This was the first heat of the Reparage round. You could have been eliminated in this heat. How does that pressure affect you going into the heat?
So on my first wave, I fall, so I was a little bit, pressure. But then I find another good one, and then after that score, I just feel more relaxed, and I was so happy. And yeah, next to the pass to the next round.
Well, you should be so happy. That was an excellent performance. Is there anything you'd like to say in Italian to everyone supporting you who'd be so happy watching that at home?
Grazie mille a tutti per il supporto, saluto i miei genitori. Niente, adesso passiamo nel prossimo round e dai, forza Italia.
Thank you so much. Back to you guys.
Oh, he's awesome. Team Italy has to be really excited to have a surfer like that on their team who goes out there and does work. And does it with a lot of joy. Couldn't you just feel it coming off him right there?
Yeah,
obviously, you're going to feel good coming in with a 9-point ride.
9.33, I think that was the score he got. That's an amazing score. Almost perfect score. So good for him, the Italian.
We got 9.5 left here. Som Sethi representing Team India in the lead for now. He's 14 years old. He lives on the east coast of India. He's been training hard for the last 4 years. He says, I am proud to represent India at this event. He wants to thank his sponsors, TT Group, and of course, his parents. And here he is again. I'm liking what I'm seeing from this young Indian talent.
Oh, fortunately he falls off on that one.
I believe that was a commentator curse. That's my bad.
He's riding a Milano surfboards. One of the local shapers here. My shaper.
Oh,
great.
That's cool.
Yeah, great shaper.
So maybe pre-ordered it or came down and grabbed it out of a shop?
Yeah, he probably pre-ordered it. That's what I would think.
That's a
but I don't
wise
know.
decision. I mean, you see surfers on the championship tour and in the World Surfing Games level doing that. Getting boards from local shapers who know exactly the waves they're shaping for.
Yeah, exactly. And he's a really good shaper. Really, really good.
I trust you because you're a really good surfer. You would know surfboards. That score comes through at a 2.73, so it does help him out a little bit, extending his lead, 5.56 total. Kai Cork needs a 0.69. George Nakos needs a 3.93, and Kai Cork is up and at it. You can tell he's got plenty of power. First turn is good. Winds up, lays into the second. It's a good-looking wave for Kai, Team Chile. So some good work on the outside. Trying to put the punctuation mark here through to this inside section. Fully wrapped turn. And nice and smooth as he exits that wave. I think he could be jumping definitely into second, but potentially up into the top spot. That was well surfed.
Yeah, that was a really good wave by the Chilean. Kai Cork, he surfed it really well all the way to the last section too. He was able to pull a couple of nice moves. When there's 7 minutes to go in this heat, we have Kai Cork from Chile in the first place, Som Sethi from India in the second place, Carlos Sanchez from Dominican Republic in the third place, and George Nakos from Greece in the fourth place. But White needs a 5.33, that's not that much, and Carlos needs a 2.23 to get to that qualifying place.
Big set rolling through now. This one swung really wide. Already caught a couple of our surfers up in the white water. Looks like blue could potentially have, or white could have got around it. So white's out in clear water. Unfortunate souls caught inside trying to make their way back out with 6.5 left. Kai Cork, highest single wave score of this heat now with a 5.5. He's 16 years old. His favorite break is Kachagua. It's a beach break. He's riding a LTS roundtail, and he likes to golf and spearfish. He is your national champion for under 16, and he got second in the Latin American champs under 14. He's raised in the heart of a family deeply connected to both art and surfing. Chilean mother, Australian father. So he spent a lot of his early childhood living in Bali, where he started surfing at a very young age. And he likes powerful waves, plays the piano, golfs, spearfishing. And he likes to reflect a strong connection to nature, sport, and an outdoor lifestyle.
Beautiful.
Couldn't have said it better myself. Well, now he's in the lead. So Som Sethi has dropped to second. Sanchez needs a 2.23, so he's in a dangerous position now for our top two surfers. He's in second priority. Nakos in third priority, needing a 5.33. That's going to be that's got to match what Kai Cork just did on his wave.
Four minutes and a half remaining. Priority number one is with white. Priority number two is with red, and priority number three is with blue.
George Nakos, 15 years old. He lived in Cape Town, South Africa for the last 8 years, so we would expect him to be to thrive in right-hand point breaks. He's traveled a lot in the last few months. He's currently living in Canada. He's in 10th grade. Carlos Sanchez now linking into a right-hander. He's hoping this one cleans up through to the inside. He's hanging in the power section of this wave in the white water. Now he gets on the open face. There's a nice backhand carve there. Just using that wingspan to kind of drive himself up into these turns. So some good lateral movement down the line here. He's just got to hope for a good finishing section there. Not a bad way to end it. Got
nice
a good
wave.
feeling that could be above and beyond a 2.23.
Yeah, nice wave by Carlos Sanchez from Dominican Republic in red.
What do you know about the waves in the Dominican Republic?
I've never been there, but I've heard there's some nice waves there. It's a beautiful country. For sure. Here's a replay of green of the Chilean. Wow, that first turn was beautiful, beautifully drawn. Second, nice turn, throwing lots of spray. Looking for that section. Wow. Powerful surfer, Green, from Chile. Another nice turn, all the way back to the power source, and he kicks out.
Yeah, pretty clear that that was the best surfed wave in this heat, 5.55.
This is Red in this last wave. Nice, beautiful turn there on his backside. Another nice turn, throwing some water. Staying close to the power source, to the whitewash, to make sure he finds the opportunity on that pocket. Fortunately, the wave kinda, well, actually, that was a really nice last turn for him. That's probably his best wave.
Yeah, came through at 3.6, so he's now in second place. Carlos Sanchez, 16 years old, born in La Ciénaga. His favorite break is Encuentro. He is sponsored by a company called Soul Surfers, DR. And his hobbies, surf. He just likes to surf. Nothing wrong with that. 2 minutes to go. Kai Cork in the lead, Sanchez second. Som Sethi needs a 4.10. George Nakos, his requirement, she got a bit larger, now needs a 6.70.
Just 1 minute and a half to go. Time is going fast in this hit. The good thing is that White has priority number 1, so he can choose whatever wave he wants. He needs a 6.7, that's a really good score. So he needs to pick his wave right.
I got a tough question for you. So it is lunchtime. We have been talking about cuisine around the world. Chile, Dominican Republic, India, or Greece, where do you want to eat first?
Oh, well, they all have good food. I really like Indian food. I really like Greek food. I haven't tried that much Dominican food. And Chilean food is good too. But if I had to, can I pick 2?
That is one of the hardest decisions that I've proposed to you. Indian food, Greek food, 2 of my favorites as well.
Yeah.
Ooh. I'll split the difference. You eat in India, I'll eat in Greece.
Okay,
and
perfect.
We'll trade off. 47 seconds left. Kai Cork in the lead. And it looks like he could be adding to that. Big section in front of him. He muscles his way around it. Now he's got some open face to work with. This wave seems to be forming up nicely in front of him. Cranks it off the bottom, up and into the lip, goes for the air. Can't come down with it, but I like the effort. I like that idea, knowing that time's winding down. He's got the lead. Just go for it. And here's Som Sethi. This could be a very important wave for this young surfer representing Team India. He's looking for a 4.10. Nice work out the back. Good carve there. He's got to ride out clean. And he does, standing tall. That's going to make this interesting.
Nice wave by Blue.
He was going fast down the line, getting up in the lip. Confidently standing tall, letting the judges know he was in complete control at the end of that wave.
We'll see what the judges think.
I think it's going to be close.
Yeah, I think it's going to be close.
That's one of those scores that we know we're going to have to wait for because the judges they know full well the ramifications.
Here's a replay.
All right, 4.10 is the requirement.
Nice cutback, back to the power source. Eyeing that next section. And a nice little hack there. Wow, that was a money turn, I think, there. And finishing good. Good job by Blue. The Indian, Som Sethi.
I mean, if he advances through, great. If he doesn't, he's still going to be proud of himself. That was clutch surfing on his final wave. These are those moments that if you've ever been in a surf contest, you've probably been in this position, waiting to hear a score, waiting to know your fate.
Nerve-wracking.
Kai Cork from Chile, he's safe. Now it's all about second and third. Carlos Sanchez, did he do enough to defend Som Sethi, representing Team India? Judges still deliberating. This could be a huge moment for Team India. And anytime you get your surfers advancing through heat, just add more points to your overall team total. So yeah, still waiting for that score to come through, needing a 410 or above. Give it up to George Nakos. That heat didn't really go his way, but just by qualifying for the Greek surf team, it's a big accomplishment, and obviously gaining some great, life experience, traveling internationally. I didn't make it to Peru till I was 49 years old, so I'm kind of jealous that these kids are already here at 14, 15, 16 years old. They got to step up beyond me. The judges are taking their time on this one.
Yeah, they are.
I mean, it's such an important score.
It's going to be a close call for sure.
Surfers, this is kind of cool because we haven't really seen much of this. Basically, to get in and out of the waves here at Punta Rocas, there is a beach break right where these surfers are going in. So just beyond the rocks, you can kind of sneak through on the beach and then kind of paddle around. It's going to be a pretty long paddle at about 100 yards to get out there. And you do have to deal with pretty gnarly shore break on the inside there. Yesterday was probably sketchy in there.
For sure. Here he is.
Still waiting for that score. Man, this is drama right here. And the score has come in. Oh, it's just underneath the required need of a 410. It's a 373. But man, you got to give it up to the kid. Som Sethi surfed a great heat, put up some good numbers. We will see more from this young Indian surfer. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back. You're watching the 2025 ISA World Junior Surfing Championship.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. And surfing has the power to change the world and has now taken its place on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognised by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the International Surfing Association. This is a better world through surfing.
We're back. Time to shred. This is the boys under 16 Reparage Round 1 Heat 3 here at the 2025 ISA World Junior Surfing Championship, live from Punta Rocas, Peru. Chris Cote here with Sofia Milanovic. Super impressed so far at this Reparage round. These are surfers that got third or fourth place in their opening round heats. And whether that was, because they went up against a buzzsaw, like a veteran junior surfer, or made a mistake, or just starting their competitive surfing path. Here's your lineup: Liam Saihun from Switzerland, Ivan Mienko from Ukraine, Asborn Gwenin from England, and Kai Schmitz from Team Germany. So this is an all-European affair in this heat.
Great heat we have in our hands.
Learn a little bit more about Liam Saihun, 16 years old. He was actually born in Casablanca, Morocco. His Switzerland in his blood. His father is from Switzerland. He likes fishing, hunting. Got first place in the Moroccan Surf Championship. And his favorite wave is called Tafna. It's a big wave spot in Morocco, so that tells me this kid charges.
This is wide in this replay. Looks like a really nice, good surfer. Whoa.
Whoa.
He attacks on that first move.
Kai Schmitz, Team Germany.
That was a really good attack on the top of that wave. Wow, second good move there. Beautiful surfing by White. That's a great start to the heat for him. Third move. Wow, that was a amazing wave for him. He's gonna be happy with that. I'm sure the team is cheering for him in the beach.
You could call this the revenge round as well. You know, you lost out in that first heat, and that can have a way of firing you up. And
For
it looks
sure.
like that's exactly what's happening with Kai Schmitz from Team Germany. 16-year-old went off on that wave.
He gets a 7.17 on that last wave. Good job for White.
Earned
the
every
German.
bit of it, didn't he?
Yeah, that's a great score. Great wave.
16 minutes left. Kai Schmitz jumps into that top spot. Other three surfers yet to activate their powers. So while we wait, let's go down to our sideline reporter, Mitchell Salazar.
Yeah, thank you guys. Here with Kai Kork from Chile. Muchas felicidades. Congratulations. You're still in the event right here. Taking away the W. What did you see today in comparison to yesterday, Kai?
Yeah, happy to make it through my heat. And thanks to all the team that are here giving all the power. So yeah, really excited. And yeah, today the wave was like a little bit bigger. It was like fun. Yeah, happy to make it through.
You grew up in a couple of different places, but representing your home country. What's it like having the Chilean team right here? Obviously, close travel for you guys too, just south.
No, it's really fun. It's great to have all the team here. Everybody's the best. They're always together. We always like pulling up each other. So we're really happy to be with them. And yeah.
Un mensaje y saludo para Chile.
Un abrazo grande, un saludo a todos mis amigos, a la familia, a mi polola, a la gente que me está mirando. Así que muy feliz y con todos los otros hits.
Felicidades, gracias.
Yeah, Team Chile's got a lot of spirit and a lot of talent. I expect big things from this team. Top 10 finish at least.
Yeah, they're great surfers, Team Chile. They have great waves too in Chile.
Yeah, there's been some major events in Chile in the past. We see now back at it, Kai Schmitz. I mean, this kid got the memo. If you drop a big score, back it up quickly. I really like the way he surfs. And I really like the look of this board. Not a great finish, but did some work through the midsection of that wave. Nice and snappy, real quick. I believe he's on a KT surfboard. There's something to be said about that bright neon yellow color. When he's on the kind of greenish open face of the wave, the board almost glows, it pops.
Yeah.
It really just gathers your attention. I'm not saying the judges are falling for tricks like that, but it's impossible not to notice the speed and what he's doing with the board, you know, the subtle details when your board's that bright.
He's surfing really good. He's fired up.
4.5, second wave, so solid backup there. We have surfer in green having a look. Ashbourne Gwenin. He's got a cool story. He's 16 years old. Listen to this. So he's born in Costa Rica, currently lives in Cape Town, South Africa. His father is English, his mother's from Denmark. He's been surfing since he was 9 years old. Only started contests about 4 years ago, but recently won the Under-16 English National Championship in Newquay, Cornwall. And in J Bay, South Africa, he came in third in the Under-16 South African National Championship. So this kid gets around.
Wow.
And he's already has a pretty stacked resume of past events. I'm excited to see what he's going to do for us when he gets himself in position to catch a wave. Only one surfer with priority next to their name. That's Liam Sayun, Switzerland. Kai Schmitz now into the double digits with an 11.67 total. Ivan Mienko. So this is Ivan's second surf today. He's actually surfing in the 18 and under division.
Oh, wow.
As well.
Okay. Here comes a little wave.
Ooh, this could have a interesting look to it. Here we go. Ashbourne Gwenin. Carving through to the inside, setting things up. Wave pulses up a little for him. Nicely placed turn there. Some added flair, kicking the tail out on the finish. Good, clean, solid surfing there. Not a great wave, but definitely made the most of it.
Yeah,
He's going to get himself into second place.
You can tell he's a great surfer, color green, from England. That wave didn't really offer much, but he surfed it really well for what the wave gave him.
Absolutely. $11.47. Now we're starting to see priority come into a little bit clearer of a picture. Liam Sehun, Switzerland's in the top priority spot. Muñeco in second priority. Here's a bit of a paddle race for Kai Schmitz and Ashburn Gwenin. Waiting for scores to come through for Gwenin. 57 nations competing here at the 2025 ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. It's a record-breaking number of teams. Yeah, proper paddle battle. Nothing wrong with that. Definitely makes things interesting in the span of a 20-minute heat. I think that Kai thought he had it in the bag, but Ashbourne just came steaming up behind him.
Always entertaining, a good paddle battle.
Yeah, it's fun to watch for sure. Well, at the end, it's going to be Kai Schmitz getting the edge. Third priority. That was pretty rad to see these guys going that hard for third and fourth priority. They know how important that can be.
Exactly. Especially with just 10 minutes remaining in this heat.
Something happening out the back. First wave looks a little shouldery. It's almost like you want the wave to look like it's going to be a closeout. You will have opportunities on the outside. And if you get a big closeout section through the inside, oh, that was not a great decision from Ivan Muñeco. But he drops from second to fourth priority. But I get it. If you've been sitting there for a while, kind of just want to get things going. Sometimes a priority reset can actually wind up in your favor. So you see Green having a look there. And that's all it takes to have your priority stripped. So now he's just handed Ivan's priority back to him. Anytime you even do a one-arm paddle towards the wave, our priority judge, they're right on top of it. They know all the tricks in the book. You cannot fool them. Your priority will be switched quicker than you think. Inside of 10 minutes now. Schmitz in the lead for Team Germany. This Euro force heat. Bit slow to start, but it's like something happening on the horizon as usual.
But it has dropped a lot from yesterday.
Definitely, and it's slowed down the tempo, the cadence of these waves coming through.
I haven't seen like a big set for a while now.
So Kai Schmitz representing Team Germany. He's raised in the Canary Islands. His favorite wave is called Spanish Left. He's 16 years old, he's been surfing since he was 5. This is Ashbourne Gwenin. Big hit there.
Beautiful hit there. Another one.
He's got a cool bright airbrush as well. The board almost looks like it's glowing. Comes through the inside, smashes it. Now that's the Ashbourne Gwenin we've heard about. A ripper representing Team England. You can tell he put a lot of aggression into that wave. And it's definitely going to pay off for him. He started off with a 4.10. He did one of the best turns of the heat so far on that outside section.
Yeah, that was a really good wave for him. He was able to find those critical sections, and he surfed it really well with a lot of aggression, with a lot of energy.
Serhun now, Team Switzerland. Got a chip shot into this wave. Good opening setup turn. Decent wall to work with. Just carving things back. There's a big snap. That's what the judges want to see. Banks it off the white water. Ooh, he could have a good closeout section here on the inside. He maintains control.
Good wave for Red.
Yeah, that was good, strong surfing. I like that he didn't give up on that wave, too, because it offered him 2 nice pockets through the inside.
I think that's going to put him back on the heat for sure. With 7 minutes remaining. This is the replay of that last wave of Red. Eye in that section. Doing like a bit of a setup turn there. Going another kind of like a setup turn. And this third turn, this was a money turn. More vertical. Throwing lots of water. Another good turn. Then he finishes well here. Good surfing by Red. Really fluid, smooth surfing.
Yeah, nice and snappy.
This is another angle for this last wave. I think that first move turn, he kind of didn't time it like as good. I think the third turn was the best timing. That was really nice turn. Then this fourth turn was good too. But it was just like it was one after another. So I think judges are gonna like that.
Yeah, that had a good feel to it. Everybody making their way back to the takeoff zone. 6 minutes left. Kai Schmidt's in the lead for now. We're waiting for 2 scores to come through. They're going to be impactful. Green, Ashbourne Gwenin, is patiently waiting to hear the number that was just laid down by Liam Sehun from Team Switzerland.
There's a lot of good level in this Reparage.
Yeah, I mean this is telling. Remember, this is elimination round, so these are surfers who lost in their opening round heat. But I mean, in watching this, it's nearly impossible to tell the difference between a Reparage and a main round heat.
Yeah.
Everyone's surfing so good. Ashbourne Gwenin comes through with the score he needs, a 5.67. He jumps in or maintains his second place position. Now we're waiting for the score to come through for Liam Sehun. He needs a pretty solid number, an 8.77. Might have to rely on 2 waves, although we have a good feeling that he's going to get a decent score for his opener. As we see now, surfer in white, Kai Schmitz, goes down in his second turn, so now all eyes are on Red. Or I should say all ears are on Red. We're waiting to hear that score read out by our technical beach announcers. 7.17, the highest single wave score in this heat so far, laid down by Kai Schmitz. I wouldn't be surprised if Liam Sehun's score gets close to that. Felt like a mid-ranger. I mean, he definitely surfed above and beyond the quality that that wave had on it, so.
Yeah, I still think Kai's wave was better.
Oh, yeah.
I think Liam, like, the first 2 turns were a little bit misplaced. I think a little bit late. You know, they were not as critical, but that third turn was really nice, and he finished it well. But I think that first wave of Kai was a lot more critical moves. Let's see what the judges think.
4 minutes left. That's where things get critical. All right, so it was close. Surfer in red, Liam Sehun, 6.07. Puts himself in a better position, now only needing a 3.70. Goes Ivan Manyenko. Just up and out there, 3.50 on the clock.
Now Red doesn't need much at all. 3.7 to go into that second place.
Yeah, I mean, that could be one big turn or an extended ride with a couple carves down the line. Definitely not an easy score to get. We'll see if Gwenin can do better than a 4.10. And if he does, that's going to make the requirement for Sehun a little bit bigger. Ooh, big snap there. Judges are going to like that third turn. Goes down in the fourth. We'll see if that eclipses a 4.10.
The wave was kind of weird, huh? It was not like...
It was pretty wobbly.
Yeah.
So I think he surfed that strange wave about as good as he could.
Yeah, he surfed it well.
Not sure if that's going to be better than the 4.10. Get down to the wire here. Yet again, 250 on the 250 to go here. Kai Schmidt's third wave, 2.60, won't factor in his score line. Now we're waiting for a third wave score for Ashbourne Gwenin.
Wow, this is a really good heat again. I think it's going to come down to the wire again. All great surfers.
Ooh, it looks like a Vaughn could be in the spot. That wave just completely flattened out. It could have lured the surfers over to that area, and then they have to make a quick U-turn. This one's stretching out down the line. Surfer in red has the #1 priority position. They're both caught a little outside there. So Kai Schmidt's now, ooh, good little reform here on the inside. Bashes it. Great starting turn.
Wow.
Ooh, a solid second turn. Dodges that nasty boiling rock on the inside. Those low scores of 4-5. I think he just detonated that score.
Yeah, those first 2 turns were really nice. The first one was super vertical. The second one was super sharp, through a lot of water. I think he's going to get a good score for that.
Yeah,
Great surfing by White.
That was impactful. First snap was pretty much perfect. Here we go. Priority is with red, so he's able to defend his position there. I think he almost cut a couple toes off of Kai Schmidt on that carve. Oh no. Oh yes, okay. Doesn't give up on this wave. Sehun needs a 3.70. Oh, he knows it. He's got a minute left. Manyenko. He's been surfing well all day. There's a couple low scores in this one, but good up for this young surfer representing Team Ukraine. Bright future in this sport for sure. 42 seconds left.
Green paddling hard. He wants to close that door on red, improve that second score he has.
Ooh, good looking wave with 30 seconds left. Cranks it off the bottom, and it got weird. Things got weird. We'll see if they clean up as we get into this inside section. Yeah, might as well ride it all the way through. 19 seconds left. Backup waves of 410. Most likely not going to do better than that, but either way, he put himself closer to the beach break to get a clean line to come in. And now he's just got to sit and wait.
Oh, look,
So
one more wave.
Red.
Oh.
Oh. Yeah, you could feel it right there.
I mean, he had one really good wave, the second best wave of the heat. So he's bummed. He knows he could have made that hit. He's a great surfer. But they're all great surfers. Green is a great surfer too. White is a great surfer too. I'm sure that Blue is too. So.
Well, this is going to be the most emotional round of this event so far. You know, it's always a bummer when you lose great surfers like Liam Sehun, Ivan Manyenko, but this is part of competition. Congratulations to Kai Schmitz coming through swinging. 7.17 and a 4.5. And Team England alive and well here in the Reparage round. Ashbourne Gwenin comes through in second place. We're going to take a quick break. We will be back with more Reparage round surfing Heat 4 coming up next.
Hello everybody in Peru for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. I'm sure you guys are having already an incredible time with the beautiful waves of Punta Rocas. I'm very, very happy to see this record amount of countries, record amount of competitors, and record amount of participants. Between surfers and their support team, there's almost 700 people in Peru. This is amazing. So I wish everybody the best time in Peru. I wish they enjoy, reconnect with people they already are friends with, and find new friends. Of course, that's the key of the ISA World Championships. Finally, I would like to thank our host, Fenta, the Peruvian Institute of Sports, and in general the government of Peru and the people of Peru for such an amazing hosting of this event. Thank you everybody, good luck, and enjoy the competition. Goodbye. Muchas gracias a todos.
Welcome back to the 2025 ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. Chris Cote here with Sofia Milanovic. We are live from Punta Rocas, Peru. It's great heats behind us and more ahead of us. We got Kaveh Pearson, William Rambo, Sacha Ferry, and Nemo Aini. Finland, Vanuatu, Poland, Tahiti represented. That is a lineup you will only find in ISA competition. We'll love to see it. Sofia, Tahiti, obviously, they're going to field a powerhouse team. The surfers right now, though, they're facing elimination. These are Reparage rounds.
We see Hira Teranautofa there. Great surfer. He's been world champion a couple times, actually, in the ISAs. One time in Peru and one time in, I think it was Ecuador?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah, those would be familiar faces if you ever spent any time in the channel at Chopo when it's big.
Yeah.
These guys will be either charging the waves or driving the boats, keeping everybody in that channel safe when the waves get serious.
And they do get serious, don't they?
Come on.
So scary.
It's definitely the coolest place in the world to watch surfing because you are so close to that wave.
Amazing.
So 18:45 to go.
Having the Olympics there was so amazing.
Yeah, that was, I mean, it doesn't get much better than that. Just absolutely bombing. So our field in the lineup right now features surfers from all over the world. If you go to isasurf.org, click on the live button for this event and then click on the teams button, you have access to a lot of knowledge about the surfers that you're watching. Let's go to the Poland team tag. So Poland has fielded a strong team. And I think one of the coolest names that I've seen on our screen, William Rambo.
That is a cool name.
Born in Warsaw. His favorite break is Super Tubos. He's riding a Rasman surfboard. He's a surfer from Poland that surfs in Portugal in Peniche. 16 years old.
He lives in Portugal.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a good place to surf. Beautiful waves in Portugal.
Yeah, this coastline reminds me of Portugal a little bit. You know, nooks and crannies, bluffs, cliffs, rocky point breaks.
Yeah.
Ericeira kind of has a similar setup, but it's a little closer to the rocks, but, you know, good extended long right-hander. And we learned a lot about Vanuatu yesterday with Toro getting that big win.
They have great surfers in Vanuatu.
Yeah, Manoa Toro put his name on our radar in a big way yesterday. But Sacha Ferry, 16 years old, from Port Vila, favorite wave, cloud break. Grew up in Vanuatu, and he says that part of the world shaped who he is. He's super proud to be representing his country on a world stage. He took part in the Oceania Youth Athletes Camp in Fiji, which we saw a piece on earlier. You had Michelle Perez and a few coaches with a group of surfers from that area out at Cloudbreak. He was in the ISA World Games in El Salvador. He says it was the best 2 weeks of his life, and he's very excited now to compete in his first ever World Junior Championships. And here he is. Representing Vanuatu, Sacha Ferry. Fit in a couple turns out the back, but suffered a flattening of that wave. Here's Team England, listen in. They got to be really excited about the team they have down here. I'm claiming England. They got a shot at top 5 at least.
Yeah, they have great surfers. And they have Skin Dog as their coach, right? Great surfer, great longboarder.
Just an all-around awesome human being. 15 minutes to go here. Pearson from Tahiti yet to ride a wave. Same with William and Nemo. Still waiting for a score for Sasha Ferry. Tide's dropping. So conditions vastly different than they were early this morning. So whatever research and development you did at about 7 or 8 o'clock, it's definitely changed a lot.
Yeah, you have to reassess conditions for sure. 14 minutes remaining in this heat. There still hasn't been a wave ridden. Patiently waiting for some sets.
Well, that will give us a chance to talk a little bit about Team Finland. They're led by Eli Timperi, 18-year-old out of Encinitas, California. He was born in Finland, and he is a vet here in ISA competitions. And the way he's been surfing, he's looking like one of the favorites.
He got some great scores yesterday.
Yeah, I would not be surprised to see Eli with a medal around his neck at the end of the week. Nemo Aini, 15 years old, actually born in Tel Aviv. His favorite surf break is called Hilton Beach. Finnish mother, Israeli father, grew up in Tel Aviv, spent his summers in Finland visiting family. He's always loved surfing, and his parents actually have a surf school. So he had a leg up on the rest of the kids his age. Going to work with his parents meant going surfing.
Nice.
Pretty cool. And he says he's been very fortunate to surf in a lot of different places in the world. So we hope to see Nemo Aini find something good out here. While we wait, let's go down to Mitch Salazar, the winner of that last heat.
Yeah, thank you guys here with the great Kai Schmitz from Germany. Congratulations. I saw you surf yesterday in the U18s. Very good feet out there. And now in the Reparage U16s. How comfortable and how necessary do you feel it is to surf in both to get a better feeling of Punta Rocas?
Yeah, it's much better. Like, I can do trainings, I guess. I can put the nerves out to, like, if I just surf more, I feel like I'm more comfortable. And today the waves are smaller and they are better. So, yeah, super happy.
Does this place remind you at all where you're from in Tenerife?
It's Punta Hidalgo. Yeah, El Callao. It's really good wave. Super fun.
All right, what about Peru so far? What have you liked outside of the waves?
Yeah, the food is really nice. I like a lot of ceviche, and just feeling great with the sun out there.
All right, the German team, anything you want to say back home? I know you got a lot of support right here on the beach, but also watching online.
Bueno, pues muchas gracias a los que me apoyan desde casita, a mi madre, a mi padre, a mis amigos, a mi hermano, y nada, contento. Seguimos.
Thank you, guys. Congrats.
Thanks, Mitch. We got 12 minutes left in this heat. It's gone a little strange. Only one surfer has any waves of note, and that's Sasha Ferry from Team Vanuatu with 3.67 and a 1. And at the moment, I mean, pretty good start. Everyone else has some catching up to do.
Yeah, there's some waves coming at the back, so they're going to be fighting for that wave.
Got no priority right now. Well, Sasha's in 4th priority, but all the rest of the 3 surfers wide open. Basically, whoever's deepest on this right is going to be the surfer in charge.
Still, that doesn't have really a wall, that first one. The second one looks a bit better.
Yeah, this one has a good bowl to it on the outside, but just catches these surfers out of position. Well, it started with a good bowl, but then it just went completely weird.
Yeah.
A flat closeout. Not the type of wave you want to surf in your heat.
This one looks like a K1.
All right, here we go. Nemo Aini smashes that oncoming section. So one big turn for Team Finland.
Fortunately, falls off there. It kind of closed out that wave. It was not a good wave. Not that much opportunity in this hit.
Yeah, I think the good news for Nemo is he will get rewarded for going up into the lip like that, but he's also separated himself from the pack. So if a wave sneaks around the 3 surfers on the outside, he could find himself in a good medium insider waves, which we've seen in the past couple of heats.
Yeah.
Those are the ones that are really giving you the most opportunity. And that could be happening right now. Nah, he looked at that one. It looked all right, but I don't think that's got anything on it. So Nemo's first wave comes through a 3.0. It's enough to put him in second place. If this heat ended now, Nemo and Sasha would advance through and stay in this contest. But we still have 10 minutes left, so half a heat to go. Tahitian flags held taut for the moment, so that tells me that's some kind of signal. And here is your surfer in red representing Tahiti, Pearson. Nicely placed cut back right there. Bouncing through to this inside section, hoping for this wave to form up. Cool style, you can see this kid's got a whip. Up in the lip, kicks the tail out. Okay, I'm liking what I'm seeing. It wasn't a great wave, but he really surfed it kind of above its potential, I'd say.
Good little surfer from Tahiti, surfing it really well, reading that wave good. It was a hard wave to surf and to read.
Sasha Ferry up and into it, he goes down. Want to know more about this young Tahitian. So Kaveh Pearson, he's only 11 years old.
Yeah, he seems really young.
Already a charger. He says he lives and breathes the ocean. He's been riding waves since he was 2. And his biggest achievement, this one's pretty cool. He was the Barton Lynch BL Blastoff Challenge winner for the under 8 division and the under 10 division in 2022 and 2024. Here Barton's tuning in right now. Barton, a longtime ISA commentator.
This is a replay of Red. 11-year-old from Tahiti. It's so good that he's here, you know, tasting what it takes to be in the ISA World Games, the junior ones.
He's got 7 more years to compete
exactly.
in this event.
It's a great experience for him. And surfing super good.
I really like this kid's style.
Yeah, beautiful style.
You can tell that he works at it, right? When you see someone with a little flare in their arms and, you know, their hands, or everything's doing everything's in its right place. Yeah, super cool. He's on a Timmy Patterson board and or a Teva surfboards. His favorite break is Te Ava Iti. He is here to progress, have fun, and chase new adventures. He likes to surf, fish, snorkel with his brother, and it's pretty obvious he says, I'm happiest in the water. And we're happy to see it. 4.23 for Kaveh Pearson, so he's put himself right there in the mix. All surfers now with scores. Well, we're still waiting for Rambo to activate, but William Rambo is out the back with priority. Kaveh just needs a .51, basically stand up, do a bottom turn, and get that score. Inside of 7 minutes now, big set rolling through.
Big waves at the back. Priority number 1 is blue.
Something tells me that if it was 2-3 times this size, Kaveh Pearson would not be scared. I mean, if you grow up surfing in Tahiti, you don't really have a choice.
Exactly. If you're a Tahitian, this is probably small for you.
Oh, yeah. You know, and all those other water activities that he does, just that'll just help his surfing. All the paddling, you know, the swimming in the ocean. Team Peru getting ready for their next heat.
Yeah, this kid surfs so good, Bastian.
Here we go. William Rambo's first wave representing Team Poland. Comes around a big section. Nice carve there. Ooh, a big snap and just gets hung up a little bit. Air drops to the flats. He goes down. But a good opening turn there for Rambo. So a quick reaction here from Pearson, knowing he just needs better at .51. Bam, there we go. Vertical snap, a little bit of an airdrop to come down just to add to the dramatics of that turn. Yeah, he obliterated that .51. And that was super smart. Get a quick one and just put yourself in a little bit better of a position. Still 5.5 minutes left.
That was a great attack up the top from Red. He gets a 5 for that and goes straight to the lead.
Again, I mean, the message is clear. Judges want to see you go vertical up into the lip.
Beautiful style. Look at this bottom turn. He draws it drawn bottom turn straight to the top. Lots of risk, lots of commitment, and the judges pay him for that. And that's a 5, basically for just one big turn up the top.
Look at the back knot of his jersey too. I mean, this kid's
Yeah.
tiny. He's ripping. To me, he's surfing like Ethan Ewing.
Yeah,
he's
he's
got
ripping.
a similar style, right? And this was a great, valiant attempt there up and into the
Oh.
lip, but
Fortunately, falls off.
yeah, just a little mistimed. There's Team Tahiti. Now the smiles come out. Flag with a different position. So with 4.5 minutes to go, Kaveh Pearson jumps into the top spot with a 5 and a 4.23. Nemo drops to second. Sasha Ferry from Vanuatu just needs a 1.60. He's a good, powerful surfer. Just needs to put himself on a quality wave. Is this gonna be it? That's not it. So Nemo is sitting in second priority. You see Sasha in green in that top priority position. Finnish flag proudly flying in the sky. Four minutes left. Ferry does have priority. Looks like some sets rolling through. He sees something. It's hard to tell, but this wave could have a line on it through the inside.
Yeah.
Kind of dissipating here. Maybe this.
I think red's gonna turn around.
Yeah, I think it's a good call to go on this one.
Oh.
Maybe he couldn't get into that. Doesn't look like Team Tahiti's too stressed. These are some of the best boat drivers in the world you're seeing
Yeah.
on screen right now.
That's Hira. Flagging the flag. Proud of Kaveh. He's doing an amazing job with just 11 years old.
Yeah, surfing above and beyond his years, isn't he? And already, if you're 11 and you already have such a good style, that's going to continue on with you for the rest of your surfing
Of
life.
course, you already know the technique, so you're just gonna have to keep improving it.
And it looks like he's got, you know, all the fundamentals figured out.
Mhm.
So when you have that strong of a base at a young age, you're doing something right. There's the signals. So even though he's in the top spot, I mean, you can tell they're still concerned. They know how good Nemo and Sasha are. William Rambo, if he gets a good wave, he could flip this whole thing. 2.5 minutes left. So you see Kaveh's in fourth priority. He's staying away from that crowd.
Not that much time left. Sasha Perry just needs a 1.6. That's nothing. That's super attainable. And William Rambo needs a 2.78, which is really attainable too. Here comes a wave. Priority number 1 is green.
Ooh, it looks like Nemo could be in position for this one. Clean path into this wave. So makes the drop, gets around a big section. Now he gets to work. Quick carve there, wrapping it back around into the whitewater. Solid third turn. All right, can hear Team Finland. Small
Nice.
but mighty. They're cheering on Nemo Aini.
Nice wave. I think that's probably his best wave, and it's gonna make things harder for.
Oh, here's the answer back from Sasha Ferry. 2 quick snaps on his backhand. This wave flattening out quick. Has to dodge the rock. Regains his composure through to the inside. Wave perking up a little bit through here. One more section to work with. Looks to the beach. And now we just wait. Did Nemo improve on the 3-point ride? Most likely. Oh yeah, 3.67. Oh, a quick score comes through for Sasha. That's a 3.53. Now that means Nemo Aini needs a 4.20. He surfed that wave really well. Massive set coming through. This one is infinite. It's just going.
Yeah, that's a really good set.
And I don't think any, well, maybe one surfer's out there with potential. You see Kaveh Pearson way on the inside. And this is a wild set. Just when you thought the swell was dropping, something wicked this way comes with 20 seconds left. William Rambo looking for a 4.70. Strong start there. Wave gets kind of weird through the inside. Finds a clean section to hit. Comes around it again. Third turn. And he can't ride out smoothly. We'll see if Aini was up in time. Would it be last second heroics? Well, give it up to the 11-year-old, Javier Pearson.
Wow, that heat coming down to the wire. Let's see what happened.
Aini looked pretty stoked at the end of that one. He was flexing for the crowd. Support crew's smiling, so I feel like something big may have just happened there. Yes, and just like that, White gets a 4.33, and that's enough. Team Finland back in this event. Last second heroics there for Nemo Aini.
That was like pretty much on the buzzer, right?
Clutch performance there. Your young surfer representing Team Finland. Give it up to Sasha Ferry from Vanuatu. Strong start, couple threes. William Rambo kept his competition right within reach with a 3.50 and a 2.50. Unfortunately, we lose Sasha Ferry and William Rambo, but give it up to Nemo Aini. Last second heroics, getting through in second place. Javier Pearson, strong surfing for the win for Team Tahiti. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with more. You're watching the 2025 ISA World Junior Surfing Championship.
Welcome back to the action here at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. We're in Punta Rocas, Peru, and we are into the Reparage rounds. Top two surfers will be staying in the draw. Bottom two, unfortunately, eliminated. And right now it's going to be Germany, Finland, Belgium, and Saudi Arabia all on the shoreline, hoping, praying for the right waves to come to their surfers. And these four young men are going to have the opportunity to get their accounts opened up now that this timer has started. 20 minutes on the clock for these Reparage rounds, which is awesome to see. Sometimes it's only 15 minutes, but given that there is only the one Reparage round in the competition for this year, that extra 5 minutes is an awesome allotment from the technical team upstairs. And out in the lineup, Jarko, Joachim, Lucien, and Suleiman all looking to get their accounts opened up. Shannon Hughes alongside Rachel Tilley here to call the action. And Rachel, we might have a little wave coming through now.
Yeah, good afternoon. It's been a great day of competition so far. We've seen excellent scores already dropped in this Reparage round. We saw the highest of the whole event, a 9.33 dropped in Heat 1. So that was really exciting. We know that the conditions are great. It's been a little bit windy, but the surfers have been handling it really well.
Yeah, there's definitely been some bump on it. It looks like a little bit more of a complicated lineup than our opening day of competition, specifically when it was more of a similar size. Yesterday, of course, was really large. There was a lot of cleanup sets throughout the day, but some really high-quality waves coming through. Today's still a little bit of power on offer as we take a look at Lucien representing Belgium. Tries to just hook it up under the lip after coming around that section. He'll fall down and he'll have a little swim with the fishes.
Wow, I love that. Was a very nature-filled shot right there. We had the birds come through and the fish.
We need David Attenborough commentating instead of us. So we take a look at Yoki on the inside, representing Finland. 11 years old, putting together some great surfing so far. Cars back into the section, driving down the line, and a couple pumps here to make it through. Looking to see how much this wave will stand up for him on the inside section. Looking to just drive through the tail as well for each of those turns. Can't believe he's going to do it, but he's just made it through an absolutely flat piece of water to connect with that finishing in section turn. And we'll have the best score of the heat to drop in without a doubt.
Yeah, that was a really greatly surfed wave. So well read and well executed. I'm really impressed by his variety of maneuvers and the way he read that wave. Shannon, he's only 12 years old.
Just a little grommet out in the lineup. This is the under 16s division, and the top 2 surfers will be advancing through. Lucien with a huge re-entry on that second maneuver. Great combination for that wave for the Belgian competitor, sitting on a 0.7, and he's going to put down his best score of the heat so far.
I mean, this surfing is top-notch right now. The release of the fins there from our surfer in green was really critical at that section of the wave.
15 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock. A 4.83 on the board for first of Yoki Bjork out of Finland. And we've got this next set starting to come through. We've got first priority sitting with our surfer in white out of Saudi Arabia. Second priority with Jarko in the red jersey out of Germany. Decent size set, kind of starting to approach now. And coming into a heat like this, Rachel, for Reparage rounds, what's some of the conversation points that coaches would really be hounding in with their athletes?
Well, you know, this is a round where their athletes are probably having a lot of nerves. It's that first true elimination round for them. And so I'd say getting that busy start is really crucial, like we've seen both from blue and green, because that just gives you an advantage going into the back half of the heat, not stressing out on if the waves come. It gives you a little bit more control on what's happening throughout the heat. But really learning, they'd probably all be just getting words of how to manage their nerves, staying calm, taking deep breaths, you know, and if you fall, being able to adapt and regroup and think on their feet.
14 minutes remaining on the clock. Let's go down to check in with the winner of that last heat on the beach with Mitch Salazar.
Yeah, thank you guys. Here with Tahiti's Kawai Pearson. Kawai, felicitacion. What a heat, what a way to surf. You're surfing in both divisions, by the way. How does it feel to represent Tahiti in your first ever ISA?
I'm happy. I'm really happy. The wave, just about. The waves are good. I'm stuck. And thank you for everyone.
Perfect. Anything you want to say back home to Tahiti? I know everybody's watching.
Thank you for everybody watching. My mom, my brother, and my family.
En français? In French?
Merci, merci maman, merci Nike de me regarder.
All right, let's hear it, guys. Let's hear it for Kawai Pearson out of Tahiti.
That was so, so sweet. I'm so stoked to see that Kawai was able to showcase his surfing out there, taking away that winning position, and a great team cheer with the Tahitian crew, frothing on some good waves that he was able to catch out there. That was so cute. Taking a look now at Sulaiman from Saudi Arabia. He's here with his sister. They're competing at the juniors level, and that was an awesome ride on his backhand. A nice straight hander and some decent size to it as well.
Yeah, really, really long as we see Bastien getting ready for his next heat.
Yeah, surfers coming up in the next heat. Peru, Colombia, France, and Norway represented. Top 2 advancing through. Bottom 2 will be eliminated from competition as we see a nice looking takeoff from surfer in red, Jarko out of Germany. Now we've been waiting for him to really open his campaign. Just had the 0.5 up until this moment. You can see just with his style and composure that he has, you know, really earned his position here on the team for the Germans and finds that in section very well surfed up until the finish of that wave.
Yeah, I mean, we started this heat talking that a quick start would be really helpful in these types of conditions, and he wasn't able to manage that. So he really is surfing a 12-minute heat, having just surfed his first wave, and that's how you'd want to start. That's going to put him right back in there to that conversation.
Scores to drop now for first of red. We do have that 4.83, which was the opener of Yoki in the blue jersey. He's now backed it up with a 4.07. So he's sitting in that leading position, close to a 9-point heat total, as we take another look here.
Yeah, you can see Jarko's total board control on this wave as he just looks to set this up. He cuts these turns a little bit short, Shan, just to make sure he's there at the right timing. You can see how he cut that short, but puts him in the right spot to time that last turn really well. And I love that he stayed with that a little bit longer just to show that he's riding out that with that control, riding out of that with control. Something we've seen sometimes is the surfers jumping off feeling like they have demonstrated that, but from our view, doesn't necessarily look like they have completely ridden into the flats, and that affects their score.
Yeah, really needing to make sure that you complete those finishing maneuvers for the judges to deem them complete. As we can see, surfer for the next heat getting ready to paddle out, or starting to paddle out, I guess. It's pretty challenging to get in and out of the lineup here, Rachel.
Well, this is why it's called Punta Rocas, right? Look at these rocks. And on top of them, too, filled with oysters. So you got to be careful of cutting yourself and navigating. The tide is going out now, so it definitely makes that paddle out and in a lot more tricky.
Yeah, Sofia Milanovic was sharing with me on day one that the name of the mussel or the oyster on there in Spanish translates to the beak of the parrot.
Oh.
And it's because it's that like sharp and long and intense if you were to come in contact with it. So it's certainly something these surfers want to be avoiding contact with at all costs. But the reality is, to get in and out, they're going to have to step on a few, and hopefully we avoid a few cuts to the feet along the way.
Yeah, for sure. Those things can cut deep, so hopefully we don't see any of that.
It's just one of those things, too, that surfers around the world, like those from Team Saudi Arabia, that is the sister of Salomon, who's in the water. This is Salma. She'll be competing in the girls under 16s division as well. And it is so awesome to have her here representing for the green and white flag, cheering on for her brother that's out in the lineup. He got a 0.9 on the board, Rach, for that first wave.
Yeah, a really long ridden wave. You know, a lot of these teams I remember seeing Saudi Arabia represented in the World Surfing Games as well, and a lot of their training happens in wave pools, and that's a tricky factor in learning how to navigate a lineup and get on the right waves that are going to have proper scoring potential when you don't get to spend a whole lot of time in the ocean.
Oh, it's such an important part of competition. Although now, of course, wave pools have been added in as an element of competition for a number of years, but there's a very big difference to surfing in a wave pool and surfing in the ocean. Some great training potential, though, when you are in a wave pool to just get reps on a wave, you know, to lock into your actual, you know, speed, power, and flow on the wave. But when it comes to being in the ocean, especially at a spot like this at Punta Rocas with a lot of swell, there'd be a lot for this team to be kind of navigating out here.
Yeah, with the tides changing as well and the swells changing, that wind picking up, there's different currents too that are constantly moving you out of position and can confuse you on where you're sitting at in the lineup. And so learning things like that really just takes time in the ocean. So it's great to see Solomon here representing and competing and getting out there in this experience is so crucial for his development into his sport.
Lucian now up and riding for Belgium. Incredible opening turn. Looking to hook it up into the lip for the second, and he just nearly makes the drop on the way down.
Gosh, I was feeling like that could have been the highest score of the wave had he not come unstuck there, Shan. I loved that he made it all the way to the lip, released those fins. Let's take a look at this on his backhand. Double overhead for our surfer, our young surfer. Nice opening turn, brings it down. That compression being held really well. And he just flicks it up, which was really, really nice. And then as he came back down, it looks like he didn't pull it around enough, and that outside edge of that nose unfortunately just got pegged into the wave.
A 3.73 and a 3.5 are the two scores he's now holding on to. That 3.73 was a good enough score to jump him up into second. Representing Belgium, but he actually resides in Panama after being born in Rhode Island in the U.S., so another one of those surfers of the world, you know, getting a lot of opportunity to travel around, surfing different locations, to be living in Panama and getting to surf in some tropical water, enjoying that amount of time with his family out there is a really great opportunity. But then to be able to represent Belgium on the world stage and continue to grow the Belgian surfing contingency moving forward to the future is really exciting for Lucien and his family.
Yeah, it's so great to see so much representation around the world. I mean, ISA brings us around the world. You can see there at the bottom of your screen all the places we've gone to just this year. You know, we've also find ourselves in countries within Europe, North America, Asia, Denmark. It's incredible to be able to travel in an opportunity with the ISA and these events.
That's right. This year, 3 of those 5 events that have run happened in El Salvador. Of course, Oceanside, California hosted the ISA World Parasurfing Championships, which was a really exceptional year this year. There was an incredibly high level of performances across the board with the young surfer out of Australia, Kai Coles, who's a paraplegic, paralyzed from the waist down, who had the biggest closeout maneuver we've ever seen at that event before. And it was really one of the most outstanding moments of professional surfing globally for that event in Oceanside, and it was just such a cool thing to see. But now taking a look at the junior action, we're in the under 16s. It's the Reparage round, Rachel, and with 5 minutes remaining on the clock, Lucien is doing everything he can to keep himself in an advancing position, because remember, those bottom 2 surfers will be eliminated from competition.
Yeah, I like that he's keeping busy. I'd say that's exactly what he should be doing. Unfortunately, he keeps kind of mistiming this last maneuver, getting up to that one a little bit too late, and the lip taking him out before he could find his footing.
A few other surfers kind of dotted down the way. Of course, surfers paddling out for the next heat will be in the lineup, but we've also had some caddies out there sitting on, a surfer's second board equipment choice, just in case there is some snapped boards in the lineup, which wouldn't be surprising given the size and the power out there.
For sure, yeah. I mean, that has been a really great thing to see for those teams that are coming together and those teammates that are willing to sit out there at the buoy and maybe get a little bit cold, but just to support their teammate out there, that whatever happens, if there's any sort of equipment malfunction, I mean, that could make or break someone's heat if they have an equipment malfunction.
It's so true. I think, based on the temperature of the air and the water, paddling out for a heat in a spring suit is reasonable. We've heard from plenty of the surfers that they've come in feeling a bit warm, especially with how much paddling they're doing that 20 minutes. But if you're sitting out there as a caddy, you definitely need to have a full wetsuit on and be prepared to be a little bit wind chilled with that onshore that just picks up the cold air from those cold ocean currents here in the Pacific. Out in the water, 3 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock, Rachel. First priority is sitting with Jarko, representing Germany from Portugal, from Ericeira. His biggest dream is to become a professional surfer one day. He's so excited to be here representing for Germany, and he would be feeling the pressure now. His surfing is right there. He's only needing a 2.43. A turn like that could have him on his way to that first score for requirement. Linking together that second one, now he wants to build on that and really start to close the door on his advancing position. This is going to put a lot of pressure now on the Belgian surfer in Lucien, as Jarko is just working his way down the line, well and truly finding the score that he's going to need to take that advancing position of 2.43. Now the pressure is going to be on Lucien for the last couple minutes.
Yeah, I'd say that has a possibility, not just jumping him into second, but maybe even jumping him straight to the lead. Let's take a look at this one again. On his forehand, nice patience, bringing around, love that composure of his upper body through these turns, using that back arm to really guide him all the way around. Gets a little hung up there, but is able to recover and maintain that speed. And a lot of roundhouses on this, but that's exactly how the wave was called for, and finishes it off strong. I think the judges are going to really like that.
The score drops in. It's a 4.80. It's essentially equal with the highest of sorry, it's a 3.93. He already had the 4.80 on the board, which is, you know, equal with the highest score of the heat so far. The 3.93 was enough to take him into that second place position and now put a big requirement on third and fourth place for advancing spots. A 5-point requirement is now on the board for this young surfer in Lucien. As he kind of struggled at the start of that wave to get up to his feet, he's now finding some rhythm. He's got a bit of power in that last turn. Unfortunately, just gets bumped off to go incomplete.
Yeah, I love him keeping busy, but at this point, once that requirement goes up to a 5.0, wave selection becomes a big factor as well, and maybe needing one of those bigger, medium-sized waves. I mean, the way that I break it down when I'm in that is it needs to now be the best wave of the heat. 5.0 completely attainable by Lucien. We've been really liking his surfing. He just hasn't found that one that he's been able to complete start to finish in that powerful way.
And that's going to be really crucial coming into, you know, the next few rounds of competition, starting to build the whole picture out, right? Paint the whole picture, starting out with that first turn, ending really strong as well.
Yeah, and with only a few seconds left, the clock really winding down, we'll see if he gets one more opportunity. It looks like he's actually making his way back out to where the other surfers are. I would love to see one more opportunity for both our surfers from Belgium and Saudi Arabia.
20 seconds remaining on the clock. Surfer in blue, Yoki, currently sitting in the leading position. He's got priority. He's been able to hold on to that winning spot for the majority of this heat. He's having a look at this one, and he's going to drive through the section, set himself up with a little victory lap here as he comes through to the inside and just smashes the finish. Can't find the opportunity to ride out of it, but some great, you know, opportunity for us to see what could be coming from him as he'll make his way back into that main round later on in the draw.
A really maturely read heat as well. He only got 2 waves. Both of them were enough to take him straight to the lead.
Well, great performance from Yoki and Jarko for advancing through, and great to see Lucien from Belgium and Suleiman from Saudi Arabia, unfortunately out of the event, but putting it all on the line today, and that was really awesome to see here for the World Junior Surfing Championships. We'll be back after this.
This message is for all surfers in the world. The oceans need us today more than ever. The Sands of the World ceremony is our way of uniting the world in peace through surfing.
Now let's begin the Sands of the World ceremony.
It's the ISA symbol, and it symbolizes what we know, peace in the world through surfing. It's a meaningful ceremony in which you bring sand from your beach, you pour it there with your teammates. This ceremony stays with them for the rest of their life. When it came to Tahiti, Tahiti embraced the opening ceremony with the Sands of the World. And the beautiful box that we have today, it's staying in the Hupo.
To be a surfer is not only to go surfing. It is also to take care of the oceans, to be good people inside and outside of the water.
Welcome back to the action here. We're in the under 16 boys Reparage round 1. Heat number 5 out in the water, competing at Punta Rocas. And there you can see just, you know, away in the horizon, all the little surf villages dotting the coastline on the outskirts of Lima where we're currently located. Those are the surfers from that last heat out there, and we will be running into heat number 6 next. Just waiting for that heat to get underway. We did see a decent score drop for the last of Jarko from Germany in the last heat, and it was the German Rachel with a 6.33 who was actually able to jump himself into a winning position, taking Yoki down into second for Finland.
Yeah, a great buzzer beater performance. He was already in that advancing position, but now that does get him into that top lead, which affects his seeding going into the next round and always beneficial.
That's right. So the same results as far as who is advancing through and who was knocked out. However, a change of position in that leaderboard. So that was well surfed down to the finish. As we take a look now at live action, this heat has just started underway the first 5 seconds. And Bastian Arevalo for Peru is already up and riding. The local surfer, you can see within every ounce of his surfing that he knows this break like the back of his hand, and he is here to perform.
That was incredible. The first few seconds, you know, he was listening to that beach announcer, waiting for that countdown, saw the wave, whipped it around, you know, without the other surfers even really kind of putting together that this could be a rideable wave in this heat. That was really well strategized.
Incredible. This is his favorite break. He's from Lima. He's born and raised in the area. Surfing at Punta Rocas is what he lives and breathes. Now the opportunity to compete for a World Junior title right here at home, this is going to be what it's all about for him.
Yeah, taking his time on that pop-up, but got straight into action. So much power and speed. I'm really impressed by what he was able to lace through this wave, and everything was connected together. That is the money turn there. The fact that he rode out of that with control will really bump that score into another level.
That's right, into another level. An excellent score of an 8.00 for the young local surfer in Bastian Arevalo. Loves surfing here at Punta Roca. Starts out his Reparage round with an 8-point ride. Surprising to see him even find himself in the repos. But Rachel, being, you know, a surfer when the event's running at home, there's a lot of pressure on you in those situations. So finding him now into the repos, he's answered back very well. Already a reset from his loss in round 1.
That's the dream. I mean, at the end of the day, when you're here competing, you just want to surf your best. And of course you have the goals for high results and stuff, but what you really want to do is put on a good performance, and to get an 8-point ride in front of your home, in front of your friends and family, that is truly the dream.
And he literally took off on that wave within 5 seconds of this heat starting. Patiently waited it out. We know there was, you know, a little bit of a gap between the end of the last heat and the start of this heat, as the judges had to take into consideration the wave of last of red from that last heat. Which did change the situation as well and put Jarko into leading position. So he would have been out there patiently waiting for Bastian, knowing that the buzzer hadn't sounded yet, probably eyeing a few other waves as well and deciding what he was going to, you know, attack first, and straight off the buzzer into an excellent ride. What a way to kick things off. He is in the lineup up against a Colombia surfer from France and a surfer from Norway. Jaco from Colombia, Paul from France, and Sander from Norway. Each of them out there hearing that an excellent score has dropped from the local, and they have yet to open their accounts.
Yeah, that can always be a little bit stressful. Great when you're the competitor that drops it so quick. But then when I've been in those heats where you don't, and we have him up again.
And he's already up and riding again. Great looking carves back into the section, drawing such a nice line. You can just see trailing the tail of the board, and just slams on the finish right in front of a very shallow rock. And hopefully he is okay. He's grabbing that board back to him. He's just gonna shake it off for a moment. Like I said before, you know, this is his favorite wave. He knows where those rocks are, and he's still deciding to put it all on the line.
Yeah, he is, and I love how busy he's staying. That's what I was going to say before, is that it really puts your competitors on edge when you sat out there thinking, well, nothing really scoreable has come through yet, and then your competitor has dropped an 8-point ride and then backed it up now as well.
Well, backed it up with a 4.5, and that was with a fall in the finish. So, you know, he could have been looking into the 5s for sure with a completed maneuver there. As we take a look now at Paul for Team France. Couple quick turns to start things off here as he sets up his opening ride. Now starts to really unleash. This wave is opening up with a nice little corner to it. Connects 4 turns together, and he'll kick out. Campaign opened for Paul, now for Jaco out of Colombia and Sander from Norway, waiting for those two. You can see where they're positioned as well, and the lineup is you know, right in the zone for a decent set as we take another look here.
Yeah, this is his 4.5, and it's a small wave that he's surfing with so much speed and power. So, you know, this wave not providing a lot of that power. That's all coming from his legs, and love how he releases the fins there, lays back that upper body a bit. really well surfed. We're still waiting for this one to come through, but our surfer in green opening up his account. This wave not offering as much. That was the turn that stood out here, and then it looked like for a second it was going to stand up, and immediately, as quickly as we thought it was going to stand up, back off.
A 3-point ride on the board for the opener of Paul, and a 0.23 now on the board for Sander, so he was able to scratch into something for that quick in and out. Yaku now left with priority to his name, chasing a 3.01 to take that advancing position for the young Colombian, 14 years old. And Rachel, I've been, reading through some of these bios. You and I have been having some chats behind the scenes about checking in with other surfers and what they're interested in. We've got another wing foiler in the lineup right now in Yaku as well.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking yesterday. I love wing foiling. Peru is known for great foiling, especially up at Chicama. And I love to see athletes that just love the overall water sport, and I think being great at all disciplines only benefits your ability in your surfing.
Yeah, really being a well-rounded waterman or waterwoman for sure makes a massive difference to just understanding the ocean as well, and then making the most of whatever conditions there are. If for someone like even Sander from Norway, he's really into windsurfing and getting to capitalize on something different than when there's not as much swell and he can paddle on a surfboard, going out and windsurfing instead.
Well, my philosophy is being able to be take out any equipment that's right for the correct conditions, because then you're going to enjoy the ocean so much more.
Well, 13 minutes remaining on the clock, and we saw some buzzer beater action in that last heat. Let's go down to check in on the story with Mitch.
Yeah, thank you. Here with Jarko from Team Germany. Kai made it earlier, now you, and literally right at the end too. How'd it feel to get two of your best waves right there in the last few minutes on the inside?
Yeah, I was pretty nervous at the end because I didn't really have good scores, and then I got a little backup, and then I got a wave on the inside with just one turn, and I just thought, okay, I'm gonna hit it hard since nothing to lose anymore.
Just tell us a bit about yourself. How did you necessarily qualify for the German team? Because I know there's different parts of Germany that have waves, a couple river surfers too, but I know yourself, you spend a lot of time in Portugal too.
Yeah, I live in Portugal, and my family used to go always to France, and then we found out about the German competition that they do there, and then I participated once, and yeah, that's how I got in.
You want to say something in German to everybody watching back home?
Yeah. Hallo, danke jeder, der zuschaut, und let's go.
Congratulations, thank you.
Thank you.
Guys?
Thanks so much. Very impressive performance to just hold it together all the way to that end moment, Rach, and for Jarko to be able to take out that leading position.
Yeah, as we were saying, these heats and where you advance through actually makes a difference into your seeding for the rest of the event going on. Each heat matters in that way. So, and I think too, to your own personal confidence is a huge thing to know that you got the score in the last minutes and be able to perform under pressure is really helpful for that confidence moving forward.
Here we go with live action. Yaku, unfortunately just bites the rail. That's his first try on this wave, so still more than halfway to go in this heat. A 3.01 will be the requirement for him moving forward.
And it was our surfer from Germany who ended up winning. He didn't open up his account as well until 11 minutes remaining, and so we know it's entirely possible in those conditions today.
That's right, and there is a lot of those waves that, we've seen surfers with the heats that I was calling with Mitch this morning. A few decent scores that stayed in their score lines for advancing positions came from catching a wave on the paddle back out, under priority from everyone else. As we take a look now at Bastien, goes
Are you
for
kidding
an
me?
incredible maneuver, throws the claim in as well. That was incredibly innovative as we take a look now at Yaku, just pumping down the line, setting himself up now for hopefully, he's also going to go for a huge throw of the tail, and he'll fall, unfortunately. But great to see Bastien feeling, freed up. He's got that 8. He had a 4.5, improved to a 4.87. and now starting to feel like he can test the boundaries with where his surfing is going.
Yeah, and we haven't reached the boundary yet because he landed that one so cleanly and smoothly. That was absolutely incredible. I can't wait to see where the judges go with that. Only a single maneuver, so thinking back to his 8, that was a long ride that he laced the heck out of. But let's take a look at this one. Goes up, wraps it around, and complete control the entire time. And you can see he's stoked with that phenomenal surfing.
Yeah, very, very impressive to find that, you know, that section specifically as we go down to 9 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock. And we've got a 6-point ride that has dropped in for last Sebastian. So a single maneuver, and he's got a very decent score that has dropped in to pair with that 8-point ride on the board. As we see a great looking set approaching now. And our surfer in the white jersey, he's currently sitting in priority. Green sitting with second priority as White has a look here. Just kind of bumping down the line as he's going to try and hop up to his feet. It's a challenging position when you're caught in the whitewater at the start of a takeoff like that. You can, it's like the speed is so challenging to manage when you're in that prone position.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, being able to paddle in with speed really is able to allow you to have that control on the takeoff. And when you get stuck in the whitewash, whitewash is the slowest part of the wave. Being in the swell, that's where you have that speed. The pocket, more particularly, is the place of the wave that has the most speed. So, yeah, difficult place to start.
And Paul now up and riding. Nice open face to start off with, driving down the line into the section. Puts that board with a lot of height in a vertical position. Little check start to finish on the end section as well. And he's going to be improving on the 3-point ride that he started out with.
Yeah, it took him some time to find that backup now. So I'd say by 7.5 minutes, really great. You can see him paddling hard. You know, he wants to get back out there. He's going to go back out with a nice spot in the heat now, putting that pressure on 3rd and 4th with now a total combination of those 2 waves.
A 4.3 on the board now, so he improves on the 3. And we've got Bastian setting himself up. Just to duck dive that wave, same with Yaku. Having a look down the way, it's Sander from Norway. He's had a challenging start to his heat so far, with a 7.07 requirement on the board for him. 16 years old, from Kristiansand. His mom is from Norway, his dad is from Holland, and he is also just a well-rounded waterman. He loves being in the snow as well, getting to snowboard as often as he can when he's back at home in Norway. And it's just great to see how many of these young competitors are becoming great athletes across multiple sports, you know, whether it's other board sports or just an entirely different version of athletics, to have more things going on behind the scenes, especially when they're still in this, you know, these kind of junior high to high school age of their life. They might have a sport that they really tap into successfully, like as, you know, surfing maybe, wanting to turn into a professional surfer, but also just have more things going on behind the scenes to keep life more fun and engaging.
Yeah, I think at this age sometimes there's this misconception that you need to ditch school, only homeschool, surf 8 hours a day in order to become a professional surfer. But having diversification and other interests can actually help you with your career and your pathway to becoming a professional surfer. And I mean, school I think is a really important thing as well, you know, especially at this age, and having that ability to do both is really helpful. But yeah, I love when we see those athletes that do just invest into all of their passions, because ultimately you're going to be having more fun and creating skills across a wide variety that will carry you into your sport.
Rachel, you were, you know, an athlete from a young age. What was it like for you juggling going to public school for all your schooling all the way through graduating high school, and also competing and traveling internationally a lot?
I mean, it was tricky. It was hard work. I took my schoolwork along with me, and I wasn't really interested in homeschooling, and I really enjoy school and getting to see my friends, and I felt like I learned more when I was actually in a classroom. It was hard work, but I managed it, and I'm really thankful that I did, because it's had a huge application in my life, obviously.
Well, 4 minutes, 42 seconds remaining on the clock. It's currently the Peruvian local who's in that leading position off the strength of, you know, on the buzzer, taking off on that 8-point ride to kick off his campaign. Then built a couple of 4s on the board. Found, you know, sort of a club sandwich on the closeout section to find that 6-point ride on the board. And it was a decent score, Rachel, for that single maneuver.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, going into that great range, right under that 8-point ride, he is at a 14-point heat total. He's just had a phenomenal heat. I mean, as we were saying at the start, really, that's something he can come in. Winning a heat is great, but sometimes we've seen heats won with maybe a couple 3s on the board, you know, and that is how you want to win a heat. That's what you can come in, and people, your friends will be cheering, talking, being able to watch and relive, and that pressure and being able to perform under pressure is actually what forms you as a great competitive surfer.
We have a lot of competition remaining in this event here for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. We'll be rounding out competition with our finals and our award ceremonies on Sunday. It's currently Monday here, and we're already 3 days deep in competition. We got a few more heats to run before we'll end out this afternoon as well. Wanting to capitalize on the swell that we have, we're going to be running pretty much till dark tonight. You know, the last heat scheduled to end around 5 o'clock, which realistically will probably be closer to that 5:30 mark. And there's going to be, you know, a lot more surfing to take place throughout this week. But Rach, we know that the swell is decreasing over the next few days.
Yeah, it's been great that we've been able to get so many heats run in these first few days that has provided so much swell. So we see a look, and he's going to cruise out of that one. So these conditions just getting a little bit trickier, Shannon, with this low tide. We have a mixed swell out there. So you can see how it's these different swells are converging over the reef and making that wave selection really crucial. And that's something that our local Peruvian in red has demonstrated so well, that he knows this wave so well. He's been picking the perfect waves and has had an incredible heat because of it.
Yeah, some really expressive surfing. We'll see if anyone's able to get into this one. It's our surfer under 4th priority with the best chance at a paddle. Unfortunately, it's just not going to break. We are seeing, you know, some adjustments needing to be made to positioning out in the lineup compared to what it was looking like this morning. And we also have that tide that's going to be pushing back to full tide throughout the rest of the day. Yaku, though, I like this, you know, this mindset for him right now. On the hunt, down to the final wire. He needs a big score to get the advancing position, and it might even be bigger now that Paul is up and riding for Team France. He's sitting on that 4.3 and a 3.00 3-turn combination to finish off here. It looked really sharp as well.
Yeah, finished that off cleanly. Just trying to drop a 3. I think we could see that wave doing that, a smaller one, but he got a lot of clean surfing done on it.
1 minute, 15 seconds remaining, and clean surfing is one of the things that we love to watch. Just those really beautiful lines being drawn, and especially when the wave opens up well, even if it's that smaller kind of size to it. Score to drop now for last of Paul. And it's a 3.2, so it does just increase a little bit on the 3-point ride. 6.5 is the requirement on Yako to take away that second place position.
Yeah, and with that 40 seconds remaining, he needs a pretty good wave to come through with a 6.5 and a 7.27 respectively required. These athletes do need some, I'd say, some sets or at least some decent medium-sized waves. And Shannon, I'm not seeing that on the horizon right now as we're counting down.
Yeah, it's looking really sleepy out there. Might be working in favor of Paul Fabre from France. He is competing at the ISAs for the very first time. Found his qualification as the 2nd-ranked surfer. coming out of France, getting his spot here for the U16s. So well done for finding that qualification and now for holding on to that advancing position ahead of Yaku and Sander, as it was, you know, kind of tight early on, and Paul was able to build that score line just enough. But the big name in this heat was Bastian Arevalo from Peru, a 14-point heat total with that excellent score off the buzzer. We've got more action to come when we return.
Welcome to day one of the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. From the host nation of Peru, Paul Huguet with an 8.83.
Yeah, I feel pretty good. I learned to surf in this wave. Incredible to be here with my family, with my team.
From the United States of America, Makai Castle with an 8.5. Japan's Mirai Ikeda with an 8.67.
Quick whip during tons of spray.
Yeah.
She opts out.
Surprised that she committed to the inside too.
The Olympian Yang Su Chi from China with a 9.17.
Wow. Oh, sets herself up with a, wow, a little bit wild.
I feel light point wave is so good. I feel air wave is very good. It's my first time come free.
Perfectly, speed, elegance, great style, all the way down the line.
Tune in tomorrow for day 2 of the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships.
Back to the action. Heat number 7 for our under 16 boys Reparage round 1. 19 minutes on the clock, 4 surfers in the lineup. Top 2 will be advancing through in competition. Bottom 2, unfortunately, will be knocked out of the event, and they'll be supporting their team for the remainder of it. But right now, we don't know who it's going to be between the Costa Rican, Guatemalan, surfer from Uruguay, and surfer from Angola, with Cardin, Vito, Roberto, and Julio out in the lineup. We do have a couple scores already coming through. We got a 1.5 on the board for Julio Joaquim out of Angola, dropped in a 1.5 to kick off his campaign. And we're waiting for the opening score now for our surfer in green, Roberto Camblor out of Uruguay, and the first score for red, Cardin Jagger for Costa Rica. That will leave Vito Pilato chasing down his first score as we take a look at the replay here from the first of Julio.
Yeah, this wave only offering a moment for him to get some work done, so not going to be a huge one for him. We're still waiting for this score for our surfer from Uruguay. More work getting done on this one, and love that patience on that bottom turn into that final section. Looking at now this wave from red, wraps it around a bigger wave. Let's see what he does here. He hits it, brings it down cleanly. Doesn't get as high up, but a bigger wave and well served. Huge drop.
Huge drop now for Julio. Drives back into the section and setting himself up down the line to just hit that incoming whitewater. Throws it up. He's unable to connect with the right section to make out the landing, but I love that he just put it all on the line for that wave. We've got another score. It's just dropped for him there. It's a 2.17. Let's take another look here, Rach.
Yeah, that was a huge drop there. Wraps it back around. So he has a lot of speed and energy in his waves. Just kind of mistimes that one. Goes up with a lot of speed, but isn't able to come back down. I think both of his waves have kind of had more of that shouldery look to them. So I'm excited to see what he does on one that stands up more in front of him.
Cardin now up and riding. Snap on the opening section, drawing a long line as she connects with the foam for the second, and just whipping it around as he continues down the line, setting himself up, really eyeing off the finish here, hoping to go big, and he does just that with a great execution to end off with. He started out with a 4.33 rate, and he's looking to build.
Yeah, and that exactly I think he will do. with the first 3.5 minutes of this heat. He's taking full advantage. He learned something out of the book of Bastian's heat, last heat, where he had an 8 and a 5 already within the first 3 minutes.
Yeah, he had a couple of very good scores. That 8 off the buzzer, a high 4 to follow up with, and then able to kind of bookend it with that 6 at the finish of his heat. But for Carden, yeah, wanting to get that heat started very quickly, noting that he didn't want to be, one of those surfers waiting at the end of the heat, really needing to chase the score. Taking a look at this one here, what did you like about it?
Yeah, I mean, this one, he came through with a lot of speed, made the most of, you can see just there's a lot of wonkiness in this wave, a lot of bumps, and he read it really well, was patient at the right times. Love how patient he was there, and really cool that he jammed that tail. Instead of just going up and coming back down, he put that little emphasis, and the judges will notice those things. He's really selling these sections to the judges.
15 minutes on the clock, and Carden Jagger out of Costa Rica already has a 4.33 and a 5.33 on the board, so the 2 highest waves of the heat ridden so far. Roberto Calblor from Uruguay, he's got a 3.83 that he opened up with, and Julio with a couple of scores in that 1 to 2 point range. As we take another look at Roberto, just draws out a long bottom turn to start things off as he connects with that first vertical opportunity. Now just working his way through to the inside, couple transitional maneuvers as he's looking for the setup here, hoping that he can also just put this board into a more critical section of the wave to finish off with, and it's well executed.
I thought that wave was going to be over, to be honest, like 4 turns ago, and then it just stood back up. So that was really great. I think with those extra bonus sections at the end, he will be feeling good with that one, solidifying himself into that second place position a little bit more comfortably, cruising in on this one, takes his time to get into that bottom turn, gets a little bit late, doesn't come out with as much speed as I think the judges would like to see. Check turns here. This is where I thought, okay, the wave might be over, but he could see more down the line, and thank goodness he stayed with it, because this section offered 2 nice opportunities for him to really put it more on rail and maintain that speed through both of those maneuvers with flow.
Scores dropping in now. It just betters his opener. It's a 3.93, and that puts the requirement into essentially a 6 onto Julio in that 3rd place position. So well done for Roberto, getting also a couple of quick waves off, in the first half of this heat, building on that score line. This wave is looking to be a little bit more tricky this afternoon, Rach. Like you said, it's complicated to see which ones are really going to run and which ones won't. There's a lot of different sections that are kind of like popping up and being steep, but then fading out really quickly as well.
Yeah, I think it can be hard when you're at the later parts of the day. Local time, it's 2:20 at the moment, and it looks completely different to how these surfers would have been watching all day so far. If they watch any of those morning heats this morning. Shannon, look at this.
The Peruvian squad celebrating that last result from Bastian. That was awesome. They've got such a good contingency down here.
Man, Shannon, I'm not going to say they wouldn't have done that if he hadn't scored as high of scores, but to see more than just the competitive team, you see the whole community team coming around and supporting it. It's because of his performance there, and he can be so proud with that. That was a great heat that he had. I'm looking forward to hearing from him.
I couldn't agree more. As we take a look now, surfer in blue with the paddle, Vito up and riding on his opening wave. He's got that account going now. Hands have left the rails. It's going to be a small score, but it's going to hopefully free him up in that mindset to just start getting going, start paddling for a few waves.
Yeah, he's at the bottom of the point now, and we've seen some great scores come from some of these corners. See exactly, like he's having a look here. That's what standing up, getting those quick in and outs can do for you sometimes, is it does free you up, just like you said, Shannon, as you're paddling back out, maybe having that opportunity to find corners.
Well, we just heard the cheers from Team Peru down on the beach for Bastian. Let's go in to get the word on the street from Mitchell Salazar and that 8-point ride from Bastian.
Yeah, thank you guys. Here with Bastian Arevalo.
Muchas felicidades, congratulations. What a heat out there in the Reparage, though. You had to make it out. You've proved your point. This is your favorite wave, by the way. How did it compete, or how did it feel to compete out there?
Yesterday I fell into a Reparage heats, but I am super happy to have shown my surfing and get back on the main event. This is a really fun wave. This is my hometown, and I am really happy to make it back into a main round and have a new opportunity tomorrow.
What about the way you got received by your team right there, and especially with the cheer once you came in?
We are a super united team with lots of chemistry, and we are also a really big team, lots of Peruvians supporting us, so it's real emotional, and hopefully I can pass a couple more heats and have a good result here.
Felicidades, un mensaje para la gente local, Bastian.
Gracias a todos los que están viendo. En verdad se siente todo su apoyo y ya estamos de vuelta en el main event y vamos con todo.
Gracias, felicidades. Guys.
Well done to Bastian. Great surfing out in that heat. That was really fun to witness, and also just to hear him talk about that support team, you know, not just the surfers, but like you said, Rach, that whole community environment down here. And as a former, well, a current competitor still, I mean, you're still surfing for Team USA at many events during, you know, throughout your career. What's it like to be able to have that dynamic of, you know, parents traveling alongside? It's a little different now for you as an adult, but when you were a Grom coming to events like this, to be able to have all of that environment around. We'll get back to it, though, after we take a look at this wave.
Yeah, waiting for this score to drop in, but he's our heat leader, so he is just racking up, you know, his waves at the moment as he goes for a little chop hop there. Love that. You can see he's just kind of loosening up and finding some freedom out there. Just getting comfortable. I like that he's staying busy, although he doesn't need a score right now. There's still a lot of time, so I think it is important. He's not winning by, you know, a crazy amount. He does have the 2 highest single wave scores of the heat, so that's a great thing, but always great to stay busy and keep looking for opportunities to build upon that scoreline.
Surfer in green now up and riding. Uses his first priority for Roberto. Finds that lip line to ride out of. Nice bit of length underneath the equipment that he's riding today as well. Helping to smooth out that style, give him the opportunity to just make it around that section. Sets himself up through the inside here. Little check turn as he continues to look for something more intense on the inside here. Those critical sections and maneuvers the judges are paying attention to with that 2-turn combo to finish.
Yeah, I mean, started off with a major maneuver, and that's where you want your major maneuvers to happen, on the outside. So he would be feeling really good with that. A lot of downtime, a lot of flat surfing through the middle, but then finished it off strong there in the little sections of what was the finishing of the wave. Let's take a look at this opening maneuver, though. Whacks it, arms over his head, showing full commitment. Just fantastic surfing, and his wave continued to give. I thought maybe it was just going to be a one and done, but he stuck with it. And this section, this was just kind of some linking maneuvers. Everything's a little bit flat here, nothing overly critical, but was able to get a couple snaps here at the very end and make a really small section look critical there. That will surely go into as his highest single wave score, Shannon.
Now he would need a 5.73 to take away the lead, which would be the highest wave of the heat, but anything that's essentially a 4 will improve on his score line right now and make the requirement even tougher. But there it is, a 6-point ride. The judges rewarding, you know, that surfing from the very beginning all the way through to the end. He had that great turn to start off with, found that lip line, and to tag the section on the end section as well a couple times was just fantastic. He's now into the lead. We've got Carden down into second for Costa Rica. And for Julio now, it's a big requirement on both Julio and Vito. A 7.49 to take the advancing position for Julio out of Angola. And it's been so awesome, Rachel, to see the new national teams represented here at the juniors. Julio being a part of Angola, who for the first time has sent a junior squad. So this is really, really awesome to see. And he's got an opportunity here to start fighting back into this heat. He's still got 6 minutes on the clock. Some great rail surfing, throwing a bit of spray here, looking to set himself up. Hopefully if this wave stands up and reforms, he's not quite going to make any more connections on this one. But that should help his scores chipping away at the requirements for advancement.
Yeah, you know, I at the moment I don't really have any notes on his surfing. It's just been unfortunate wave selection, I'd say. But the surfing that we just got to see demonstrated on that small wave, looking really good. And I think, Shannon, as you said, this is the first time Angola has sent a juniors team. The junior championships, the junior surfing championships, is my favorite event to see new teams show up, because that means those nations are investing into their juniors and continuing to see surfing as a positive to build professional surfers out of, and to see Julio here representing on the world stage at a young age. This is the under 16 division, Shannon. So these are all really young surfers, and they're all showing great fundamentals to their surfing. Even if they don't get to advance or go as far as they'd hope here, you learn a lot competing on the world stage.
It's so true. And for Angola, it's just Julio in the under 16 boys division. They also sent 2 boys in the under 18s in Adilson and in Domingo. So great to have those 3 as part of the crew for this year's competition. Now, a bigger requirement is sitting on Vito representing Guatemala. He has a big ask in front of him of a 9.33, and he is one of the youngest competitors in the lineup. We've got multiple 11-year-olds competing, and Vito is one of those. He was born in Guatemala, but lives at Bocas del Toro in Panama, and he says he's just so lucky to live on a Caribbean island with great waves. I mean, what an incredible place to be raised.
I mean, that sounds pretty good to me, Shannon.
4 minutes, 20 seconds remaining on the clock. Little paddle there for one of the surfers, unable to get into it. And there's still plenty of time, Rachel, for, you know, the opportunity to chip away at those bigger requirements. At this stage, still time for 2 waves, essentially, to be able to match that 9.66 heat total of the Costa Rican, although he is now up and riding.
Oh my gosh.
With an incredible opening maneuver, has so much speed as he flies around the section now, heading down the line, looking for even more opportunity to build the score line after a really solid opening section. And now just working his way through here. We'll see if this wave stands up for young Carden Jagger out of Costa Rica. And he's going to hold it all together, putting on that finishing touch. Very successful surfing on that wave.
That was the best surfing we've seen out of him this whole heat. And I have to say, it's probably Roberto 6 that pushed him there to go, I need that top spot back. You know, he was a little bit in cruise control before. Let's break this down. This opening turn, so much speed, wise beyond his age in terms of reading that wave and the fundamentals he's demonstrating here. Such great surfing, links it around. Love that he stayed with this, watches the stand back up, putting it on rail even through these smaller sections, really extending that back leg there. I mean, an incredible wave. Now I have to say that will be the highest single wave score of this heat. Just so incredibly surfed.
Yeah, that was really, really awesome. As we just take a different angle on this wave from the drone, as he's slamming it down the point. Scores are in, Rachel. It's a 7-point ride for Carden Jagger.
So that takes him back into the lead. Okay, so Shannon, before we were talking about this, he was sitting in the lead for majority of the first half of the heat with that 4.33, 5.33, sitting super patient. At around 7 minutes to go, he stood up on another one. Kind of it was a throwaway, a 3.2, and then lost the lead.
Vito now with the opportunity, the young Guatemalan, loves living in the Caribbean, surfing great waves all day with his friends and his family. He's chasing down a big score, but right now he is doing everything he can to showcase some brilliant surfing from the 11-year-old.
Love that push of that back foot at the end there. Unfortunately, it's incomplete, but that will, of course, go into his score line, you know, just to at least even get those two scores there in 20 minutes in what has been a difficult lineup. is really crucial to him building this out and learning and being a part of a world-class event.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. The Costa Ricans feeling stoked now as Carden's dropped in that 7-point ride. It's taken him into the leading position. That puts Roberto from Uruguay down into second. And another opportunity here for Julio out of Angola with a challenging takeoff. He has been charging on the takeoffs throughout this heat. It's been really exciting to see, and he takes a dive on the finish. Wow, this guy, we're going to see so much more of him in years to come here at the World Juniors specifically, but also through, I think, generations of surfing.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, to be one of those first juniors representing your country on the world stage, that means something. That means a lot. That means he is investing not only into his career, but like you said, those generations to come, and just showing how crucial it is for his country to be investing into the juniors.
The Costa Ricans feeling it as we've got 30 seconds remaining on the clock, and Carden is in that leading position. A few of the girls that have been competing, you know, for the last few days. The girls under 16s Reparage round is running at our second podium today. So if you're tuning in here, you can flick over to watch the camera set up for that podium. There won't be commentary like ours here in the booth, Rachel, for a proper webcast. You'll hear the beach announcing tracked into that, but it does give you the opportunity, if your friends or family are competing, to be able to see the waves ridden. Of course, there's always a live scores to be able to track along with as well to know those results. And that's what we're looking at right now, Rach, is the results for another great heat here. In the under 16 Reparage round, unfortunately for Angola and Guatemala, we have lost Julio and Vito, but they put on an excellent show regardless. Carden taking away a 7-point ride on this last wave with that lip line float to finish. And we'll be right back with more action right after this.
Welcome back to Punta Rocas. You are watching the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship live from Peru. Chris Cote here with Sofia Milanovic, and we are in the boys under 16 Reparage round. Heat 8, an international affair in the lineup. We've got Italy, we've got Lithuania, we've got Scotland and China. In this heat, Antonius Dapkavicius, Joel Christofferson, Samuel Agliani, and Zhang Lai Hao. So 4 countries represented out of the 57 that are here. What are some of the surprises you've seen in this event so far?
I've seen a couple of surprises for sure, like surfers I've never really heard their name before and just ripping, you know. A lot of the Chinese surfers have been ripping. Also China Taipei, Vanuatu. Plenty of other countries that have brought amazing surfers. Italy, Italy had the surfer with a 9.33.
Yeah, highest score of the day, if not the event. Yeah, I feel like this round right here, this Reparage round, the first of the Reparage, is a discovery division. These are a lot of names you may not have seen in competition. You know, some of the surfs we have, like Antanias, for one, representing Lithuania, he's been in one ISA event before. He's 16 years old. He's from Vilnius. And he is got second place in the LBSA Lithuanian Men's Championship, surfing, cycling, swimming, running. He does it all. He did get a taste of ISA competition in El Salvador. And this time in Peru, he's traveling with his younger sister, Monica. She's competing in the under 16 girls. He's the oldest child. He has a brother and 5 sisters.
Wow. So 7 in total. It's a big family.
He's going to be riding a Twins Bros surfboard. So you see Team Italy starting nicely there with the 4-point ride. Samuel Agliani. Looks like representative from Scotland, Joel Christopherson, out the back having a dig there. He's not going to get into it. So that means Li Hao Zhang strokes into this insider. Good opening cutback. Strong start here for Li Hao. This wave kind of bending at him, giving him the chance to engage his rail.
Low center of gravity, huh? His style.
Good style. Obviously, plenty of power. Knows how to get speed. He knows what to do when he has it. So that's a solid start all the way down to the end. You can tell, I mean, this kid means it.
Yeah,
Wants
lots
it.
of energy. Trying hard.
So we still have 20-minute heats in this Reparage round. This is the last chance qualifier for these surfers to stay in this event. Unlike past ISA competition, which had Reparage rounds all the way through to the end. I mean, we have over 400 surfers. So there's no way within the span of this competition window that we could get to everybody and have those reps going all the way through. So it's just one Reparage round. It makes it that much more important, that much more meaningful, and yes, that much more bittersweet, because this is our last look at half the field left here in the Reparage round for your boys under 16 division. And this division is also cool because we're seeing 11-year-olds, 12-year-olds. You know, there's a big difference between an 11-year-old and a 16-year-old, but you wouldn't be able to tell out in the lineup. Everybody's been surfing so good.
Yeah, we saw this morning the Tahitian 11-year-old boy. He was ripping, surfing so good. He won his heat. It's so good to watch.
So 14:25 to go. Looks like we have a set to wait for. While we wait, let's go down to the glass with Mitchell Salazar.
Yeah, thank you guys. Here with Carden Jagger from Costa Rica. Pura vida, my felicidades. A big win. And your dad was telling me, one wave at a time, one heat at a time. You're back in the main event. How does that feel after a good performance?
Well, yeah. In my first heat at El Bosque, I didn't really do that good. I mean, I surfed good, but wasn't on the timing, and I just kind of felt sad after that. But now I'm back in rhythm, and I'm having fun with my team. I have the best team ever. I couldn't ask for anything more, so I'm just stoked and finding my rhythm again. So, yeah.
And there's obviously been a lot of success in the past from the Costa Rican team, Leilani, Noé, Cali, of course. What do you expect from yourself? What do you expect from this team, a powerful team coming from just a few hours now in South America?
Well, yeah, I mean, we have a really strong team. We have some really good surfers in under 18, under 16. I think we're going to have a really good event. We're going to do really good, and hopefully we become champions.
Un mensaje para la gente de Costa Rica.
Sí, gracias a todos los que me están viendo en casa, mi mamá, mis patrocinadores, gracias por lo que hacen por mí, y gracias a todos de Costa Rica y a mi papá, y de ahí pura vida, vamos con todo.
Felicidades.
Great surfing from that young medal threat representing Costa Rica. 13 minutes to go, we see surfers falling out of the sky. We update you here. Samuel Agliani got himself a 4-point ride. His next wave didn't go so well, 0.70. So Zhang Laihao came through with a 4.17. Antanias, 2.5. Joel Christopherson, unfortunately, over the falls, just for a 0.37. Plenty of time left, though. 12 minutes, 40 seconds left. And talking about your surfer from Italy who's now in the lead, 15 years old, lives in Spain, surfs at a spot called Fuerteventura. well, he surfs a secret spot at Fuerteventura. He's not putting that information in his bio. He rides Puca's Performance Mood surfboard by David Santos. He actually got 13th in a QS, a junior QS, so some in Cabreton, France. His hobbies are art. Your overall Spain champion for under 12, winner of the Shelter 14 under 14 division. He loves to surf, spearfish, create art. He's been all over Australia, Bali, Tahiti, Maldives, Costa Rica, Panama, Europe. His favorite maneuvers, barrels and airs. And he speaks 3 languages already.
That's amazing.
A global citizen.
Exactly.
Well, I feel like, you know, traveling, especially surf travel, you learn a lot about the world. You learn a lot about yourself. So we're helping to create better humans here at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships just by, you know, hosting all these surfers from all over the world. They're going to grow as people at the end of this week for sure.
With 11 minutes remaining, we see a wave at the back.
Going to be the Italian Samuel Agliani. Start off with a 4.
Oh, wow.
Vertical up into the foam. Not an easy turn to do. Sometimes underestimated by the judges just for how difficult it really is, but looks like Agliani. I like that last turn there, right up into the pocket, kind of just underneath the lip line. Really cool, unique looking turn. Antanas Dapkavicius from Lithuania involved now. A couple snaps out the back. All right, now we're going to see a paddle battle.
That wave by Agliani was really nice wave. He surfed it so well. That first turn was so vertical, pushing the back foot hard. That turn, just to be able to climb that section.
Underrated maneuver, I would say.
It's really
You know,
hard to
vertical
go that
foam
vertical.
snap.
Yeah.
And it can give you a nice speed burst when you come out of it. I would say Kelly Slater, well, he's kind of the best to ever do anything on a surfboard, but especially the way he's able to climb up foam.
Yeah.
It's really, I mean, it's subtle, but it's just such a radical maneuver. It's really hard to do. So we'll see if the Italian surfer Samuel Agliani gets some good credit. He does, a 5.5. So he extends his lead, now nearing that double-digit total. Let's take a look back at what Antanas did.
This is a replay of red. Nice cut back. Back to a power source, trying to find that section. Smaller wave. And he kicks out.
We've yet to see Joel Christofferson really break through. He's 14 years old. He surfs at a secret reef in Scotland. He's riding a skin dog board. And his biggest achievement in surfing so far was getting onto the Scotland national team. He likes football, surfing, rugby. Started surfing at 5 years old. But this is his first time out of Europe. So welcome to Peru. So Zhang Li Hao flying down the line, up and into that section. Kind of bashes through the white water there. Keeps on going. Strong finish. Gets around yet another section. Wow, this wave just keeps on giving him opportunities. It's going to get wild here on the inside. He goes up with the layback.
Whoa.
Almost controls it all the way through. Agliani again on a gem of a wave. Good, clean, open face for Samuel to work with. Couple good snaps on the outside section. Now setting things up, staying right there in the pocket. Fighting with the whitewater a little bit, got hung up. Let's see if that's better than his 4-point ride that serves as his backup for now.
That wave looks so good at the beginning. I think he's picking his waves really well. We saw the Chinese too in a nice wave, powerful surfer.
Yeah, we're still waiting for that score from Le Hao.
Yeah, I think that's going to put him in the second place for sure. He needed a 0.63.
scan the lineup. You see Joel Christofferson in second priority out the back, waiting alongside of Antonias in red, who's in the top priority spot. Seven minutes, 10 seconds left. I'd love to see young Joel Christofferson from Scotland put himself on a good wave. He seems like a really cool kid. Like I said, he's been surfing since he was 5. This is his first time out of Europe. And I love this quote. He says, "I'm really stoked to be surfing in pro, and I hope to make many friends." His ambition is to surf like Gabriel Medina. And he wants to be pulling airs by the end of this trip.
Nice.
Sometimes you can just tell that this is a good kid right here. Big shout out to his mom, sisters, dog Maple, and the Balhaven Surf Club Groms charging at home. I just want to see him get a chance, you know?
Yeah.
Not an easy lineup. I mean, it's a huge playing field, shifting outside peak. You have to rely on the R&D you've done before paddling out, but a little bit of luck can definitely help you out in this lineup.
Some waves seem to be like, you know, more like open waves, like just by the side, not like too much on the inside. You need to be alert out there, you know, because there's different places to take off on them.
Ooh, there's some opportunity here. And we're going to get our chance to see Joel Christofferson. And he does have the signature Gabriel Medina airbrush. Scooby footer, he's got some power. I mean, he's on his way, surfing like his hero. So a couple solid turns there for Joel Christofferson, representing Scotland. First time out of Europe, straight to Peru. That's going to be a pretty good number to start for Joel Christofferson.
Good job for him. I like that his airbrush is the same as Gabriel Medina's. That's really cool.
I like that he said he's going to be doing airs by the end of his trip.
What I was saying is that there's like wider waves, you know, like kind of like there's like a little peak, like a little bit wider, like that one. That could give you opportunity.
I mean, it is vastly different than it was this morning, isn't
Yeah.
it? It's almost like the traditional peak was up and to the right to where your surfer in red is sitting right there, whereas now, I mean, everything is real stretched out.
Yeah.
Tide going out quick. So that last wave for Christofferson comes through at a 2.23. He's put himself within striking distance of one of those top 2 spots. Needs a 5.84. And Tanyas needs a 5.57. So I wouldn't say that Baihao or Agliani are safe with 2 hard charging surfers getting right back to the takeoff spot. The only problem for 3rd and 4th place is time is not on their side. We're inside of 5 minutes.
So red needs a 5.57 to go to that advancing place, and Joel needs a 5.84. This heat's still wide open.
Rare case of the ocean going dormant. But I think that's going to change within the next 3 minutes and 34 seconds. This is an elimination heat. Bittersweet round of this event. We're going to lose 2 surfers. And yeah, it's a bummer for those guys, but at the same time, now you're on vacation in Peru, so life is still pretty good. Even when you do lose out of this contest.
For sure.
You know, you can become a fan.
Exactly.
You can
or you
go-
win or you learn.
Yeah, exactly.
You know?
Well, you're
So-
learning a lot just by being here.
Exactly.
And hopefully you have some transportation, because maybe now you can sneak away from the contest area and find some low-key spots that we know we're surrounded by. If you do lose, maybe DM Sophia for some tips on where to go surf with not a lot of people.
There's so many waves here. Good waves, good food. That's That's Peru.
And good people.
Exactly.
All right, here we go. Left-hander for Samuel Agliani. Nope, scratch that. It's a right-hander. Faded to the left. Now he sticks to the right. One turn. The Italian surfer. He's not going to better his 4.57 or his 5.5. So he'll get back out there with 2 minutes, 10 seconds left. So now Antañez, he's in the top priority position, still with some time. Joel Christopherson, representing Team Scotland, needs a 5.84. He's in second priority. They just got to will one of these waves to come at him. Doesn't look like much action on the outside, so this could be the last wave these surfers see in this heat. It's not looking great, but with a minute and a half to go, why not? Ooh, that's going to be a painful priority switch, as we see now. Lai Ho.
He's been really active in this heat. Color white from China.
We'll see. Zhang Lai Ho's backup scores a 3.90. One good turn in that wave. Not much after that. The wave kind of just flattened out. The minute left. Can Joel Christopherson flip this heat? Or will Zhang Lai Ho and Samuel Agliani take those top two spots? Tanya still has a chance as well. So now you got Joel and Antañez in first and second priority. 45 seconds left. This set just came through in a totally opposite direction.
"30 seconds left.
I think that's going to be it. The surfers at podium 1. Let's take a look back at what Zhang Lai Ho did.
This is the replay of white. Nice turn up the top. Second good turn. The wave kind of closed out on him, but he was able to do one last turn. He's happy about that.
That was cool. Solid finish as well. Came through to 3.5. It's enough to keep Zhang Lai Ho in second place. Give it up for Joel Christopherson, representing Scotland well. He had one really great wave in that heat. Antañez Dapkavicius from Lithuania, third place. Advancing through, staying alive in this competition, Zhang Lai Ho and Samuel Agliani, Team Italy. So be pretty excited about what young Samuel did in that heat. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more action from the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. Stay tuned.
Hello everybody in Peru for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. I'm sure you guys are having already an incredible time with the beautiful waves in Punta Roca. I'm very, very happy to see this record amount of countries, record amount of competitors, and record amount of participants. Between surfers and their support team, there's almost 700 people in Peru. This is amazing. So I wish everybody the best time in Peru. I wish they enjoy, reconnect with people they already are friends with, and find new friends. Of course, that's the key of the ISA World Championships. Finally, I would like to thank our host, FENTA, the Peruvian Institute of Sports, and in general the government of Peru and the people of Peru for such an amazing hosting of this event. Thank you everybody, good luck, and enjoy the competition. Goodbye. Muchas gracias a todos.
Welcome back to the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. We are live from Punta Rocas, Peru. Chris Cote here with Sofia Milanovic. They're in the boys under 16 Reparage round 1, 9. Got representatives from Costa Rica, Saint Lucia and Uruguay, Kian Giron, Sebastian Ambler, Tiziano Farindelli. It's fun, you know, when some names you're not quite familiar with pop out on the screen. It's a nice little challenge sometimes to be able to do your best to pronounce their names in the correct way. I think we've been doing a pretty good job.
For sure.
These are 57 nations we're working with here.
Exactly. There's a lot of people, a lot of participants.
St. Lucia competing with a team for the first time in ISA Junior Championship history. We're going to see Sebastian Embler. So I think everyone in this round was surfing at Podium 2. If you want to know what's happening at Podium 2, you can click the Podium 2 tab at isasurf.org on the live feed, the World Junior Surfing Championship page, and you'll see all the scores, you'll see heat draws, everything you need to know. Also, if you would like to watch this broadcast in Spanish, the Spanish booth is stacked with talent. They've got champions over there, they've got TV stars, they've got it all.
For sure. They're right next to us here.
They're having a good time too. I think when I watch the replay, no offense to us, but I'm going to listen to the Spanish broadcast. I'm going to take some notes. 17-15 here in Heat 9. One surfer in this heat will be out of this contest. Two surfers will have fought their way back to the main stage. Costa Rica had a great result earlier on, just a few heats ago. I don't know if we've seen any surfers from St. Lucia yet.
It's a lot less consistent, the waves. So you have to really be alert. You really need to be on it, searching for those first waves, because the heat goes so fast. Here comes a wave. Oh, I think that might...
Uh-oh. Well, we'll see what our priority judges say to that one. Yeah, it's getting real tricky out here. You see a lot of bumps moving up the face of this wave. This is our first look at Sebastian Ambler here at Podium 1. And again, St. Lucia fielding a team for the first time ever in ISA Junior competition. This is Barandelli representing Uruguay. A couple quick snaps there, but just kind of has to deal with the flattening out wave. So we have a start.
And we have red with the first priority of the heat.
Surfers making their way back out to the lineup. Boils popping up on the inside. The tide starting to drain out and go low. No scores yet. And no indication of the funny business that potentially started this heat. It looked clean to me. I mean, all three surfers were pounding for the wave, and actually the surfer closest to the whitewater would have had right of way anyway.
Yeah, there was no priority. If there was priority there, that would have been a different call, I think.
Right. Here we go. Cayenne Giron representing the Pura Vida Nation of Costa Rica. Ooh, a good little double up to work with here. Coming through to the inside, building speed. Cranks it off the bottom. Nice stylish turn off the top. Gets around the section. The wave dissipates into nothing. Plenty of speed down the line. It looked like that section let him down just a little bit. As he's going up into the lip, it kind of backed off, but he still made it look cool.
I think his bottom turn was like a little bit too deep, maybe. He lost a little bit of speed there. But still, he surfed it really well. Good start for him.
A 2.83. Score came through quick. Tiziano from Uruguay comes through with a 2.17. Sebastian, representing St. Lucia, came through with a 1.50. He is 16 years old, born at Margot Bay. His favorite break is called Windjammer. That's a cool name for a surf break. He's on a crowd control surfboard. And he's sponsored by a couple of hotels. He's sponsored by Windjammer Landings Hotel, Zoetry Hotels, Cap Maison Hotel, and Chateau Wygo. We got to make friends with this kid because those places sound really cool. He got first place in the 2025 St. Lucia Nationals. Plays guitar, sails, free dives. He's a chef. He's traveled all throughout the Caribbean, Central America, and South America for surfing. And he's proud to be part of the first national team to compete in an ISA event. This is cool. His grandfather has lived in Pavones for over 30 years, and he used to spend every summer there.
Nice.
Not a bad place to spend your summers with Grandpa.
Such a fun wave, Pavones. Have you surfed that wave?
It's on my list.
Yeah.
It's high on my list. Speaking of Costa Rica, I'm going to paddle now. It's Sebastian Ambler. Right back to the takeoff zone after dropping the 1.5. Couple turns, the wave went nowhere. Get a little bit of credit for starting that wave off. So as we wait for scores to come through for Sebastian Ambler's last wave, surfers resetting themselves in the lineup. Let's go down to the glass with Mitchell Salazar.
Yeah, thank you guys. Here with Samuel Agliani, representing Team Italy. The team manager yesterday told me I'll see you tomorrow, and it is true. Italians, you guys are doing very well, and of course, the backhand right there. You remember the goofy-footed union. How do you feel out there at Punta Rocas?
It was fun. It was difficult because it was super moving of water, you know, and it was very difficult, but super fun, and have fun also with the guys in the water.
Italy, I'm telling you, every year stronger and stronger, and very young team too. But you live in the Canaries. Anything you want to say in Spanish first, and then something back in Italy?
Quiero dar un grande abrazo a toda la gente que me apoya y un saludo a todos los locales de Fuerteventura.
And Italian.
Grazie mille a tutti quelli che mi appoggiano e un saluto a tutti i familiari anche.
Forza Italia.
Nicely done in the water, nicely done on land. A very well-spoken young man there, representing Team Italy. Making
Italians
it through.
doing really well.
Oh yeah,
they're last hits.
They're surviving and thriving in this repechage round. What you have to do, I mean, you lose here, your run is done.
Exactly.
So 11 minutes to go here. Sebastian Ambler backed up that 150 with a 153. Highest single wave score right now at 283. It looks like we've got some opportunity here. This is Tiziano Barandelli, Uruguay. Coming around this big section. There we go.
Wow.
Throwing tons of spray with a big backside vertical snap. Little kick out for that cut back there. Sticking with it through to the inside. Looks like he could have something meaningful to work with here. He goes vertical again. All right, liking it. And you hear Uruguay making some noise on the beach, as they should. That was a well-surfed wave for Tiziano.
Yeah, they're happy about that wave. He surfed it really well. One of those first turns was really nice, throwing a lot of water. He finished well too, which is really important.
And there's Team Uruguay. And Costa Rican surfer Cayenne Giron searching for something. He started with a 283, so he's got a pretty decent start. He's 13 years old. Favorite break is Roca Bruja. And he loves Las Flores in El Salvador as well. He's on a Chile surfboard. He is a runner-up for the Nationals in Costa Rica at the under 16 division and in the 12 and under division. He likes to surf, skate, play chess. He loves to read and ride bikes. He was born on the Caribbean coast, where he lived with the first 10 years. He says on his family farm, he was surrounded by trees, monkeys, and sloths. How cool is that? He's got a younger sister and a brother. They moved to the Pacific because they're better waves. Love that. The dad's from Costa Rica, mom is Dutch. He's been living in Costa Rica since he was a little kid, and he loves reading the Harry Potter books.
Such a beautiful country, Costa Rica.
Oh, yeah. So many great surfers from Costa
Pura
Rica
vida.
as well.
Yeah, amazing surfers from there.
Look back at the ISA season of events. Longboard World Championship was pumping. I think the waves were like 15, 20 foot for that event. At the ISA World Surfing Games, massive waves as well at La Bocana and El Sunzal. Parasurfing Championship in Oceanside, California. Had perfect waves. It's like the ISA has some really good karma. All these events had great waves, and we're getting great waves right now at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. You can go to isasurf.org, or if you're here now, take some time to look back at the Parasurfing World Championship. I mean, that was a beautiful event. Amazing surfing. I mean, heroic style surfing in that one. So if you can find some highlights, check them out. But right now, all eyes on Kian Giron, and that wave got weird. I wouldn't say that's his fault. Nothing much he could have done right there.
Yeah, that wave was super bumpy and weird and hard to surf. He caught the rail there. There's still plenty of time for him. He has already a 2.83, which is the second highest score of this heat. And he can improve on a 0.8, so that's not much.
Our current leader, Tiziano Barindelli. He loves a wave called La Boca de la Barra. He's on a Master Surfboard model. I'm Merlin. He's sponsored by Master Surfboards and Marley Coffee. 16 years old, and his biggest surf achievement, being selected to represent for his country here at the Junior Championship. Likes to play football, and he's been surfing since he was 6 years old.
Nice.
We want to know who you're cheering for, where you're watching. Are you in one of the 57 nations represented here, or are you in a future surf nation that will be represented soon? Let us know. Tag us at ISA Surf. Here goes Sebastian Ambler, St. Lucia. One of the bigger waves we've seen in this heat so far. Nice little pocket snap there for Ambler.
Yeah, I feel like he's picked his waves really good, Blue. Unfortunately, he falls off there, but the wave quality was really good.
So Uruguay is on the other side of the continent from where we are now, kind of tucked between Argentina and Brazil. They definitely have some open coastline. Let's take a look back at your surfer representing St. Lucia.
Yeah, this is the replay of Blue in a beautiful wave. Offering some sections for him. Fortunately, he kind of get his rail cut in that last move. There's some waves coming at the back.
St. Lucia, relatively small island, very beautiful. I mean, this has been a vacation destination for people all over the world for, well, since the dawn of time, I'm sure. Everybody wants to go to St. Lucia at some point in their life.
I want to go for sure.
It's right below Martinique, just above St. Vincent and the Grenadines. It's close-ish to Barbados. It's kind of right there in the middle of the Caribbean chain. I'm sure there's some fun waves in St. Lucia. I mean, Sebastian Ambler is showing us that he's a good surfer, so that tells us his home training grounds must be pretty fun. Not fun is having to duck dive a chunk of whitewater that big. 4 minutes, 45 seconds left. Giant set just swept right through the lineup, catching all three surfers on the inside.
Sebastian just needs a 1.54, so I think this is going to be another heat that is going to come down to the buzzer. I think first place, Green has a solid lead. But then after that, it's wide open for that second place.
There's the Pura Vida team sending signals out to the lineup. Kyan right now, I wouldn't say he's safe in second place because he's still got to get rid of a .80. Sebastian's increasing his score line. He's got a 2.10 for his last wave. Any surfer right now that connects with the lip is going to be rewarded because we really haven't seen much of it. The best wave ridden so far by Tiziano from Uruguay was a 4.67.
Yeah, still wide open. But with 3 minutes remaining.
Will you say Uruguay for me? I feel like I'm
Uruguay.
Not Uruguay.
Uruguay.
I gotta try it. Gotta try harder. Uruguay. I'm
You're
saying
doing
it
good.
very Howley style. Uruguay. 3 minutes 15 seconds left. Can Tiziano, representing Uruguay, stay on top? Looks like some opportunity knocking right now. Deep paddles for 2 out of 3 of our surfers.
Oh, he lost priority, so now priority number 1 goes to blue, and he just needs a 1.54. That's nothing.
That's a lesson learned right there.
Still, though, red can improve on a 0.8, so he knows he can pretty much also get any wave to improve that that margin.
I like what Geron's doing here. Come into the inside a little bit. And it was timed well, because he's going to chip into this wave.
Oh, he's getting it. He's
Keep
getting
going.
it. No, he's not getting it.
Love the effort shown right there. Tells us that he wants it. But he's still in a good position. I mean, to pick off one of these insiders. One big turn. It's all he needs to do to get rid of that 0.80.
Yeah.
Yeah, here in the afternoon is what it's 3:13 local time here in Peru. Winds whipped up a little bit, tides dropping, and it makes this massive lineup just that much more difficult to read, especially if you've never surfed here, which in looking at these bios, a lot of the kids in this, the young men in this Reparage round have not surfed here before.
It's really shifty right now, for sure.
It seems like a wave that you need to spend a lot of time on to get dialed.
Even I've surfed it many times, and I still get lost sometimes out there. There's some waves coming at the back, and blue has priority number 1. He just needs a 1.54. But also red can improve on that 0.8. So, I mean, this is, wow. This heat's going to come down to the buzzer again, I think. Super important waves for both red and blue, if they can get some waves. I think they will be able to get some waves. I think I've seen some waves at the back.
So 57 seconds left. Next heat, getting ready. Taking mental notes.
We see blue paddling for this one.
Here we go.
He's
Always
going.
comes down to the end.
He's going.
Sebastian Amler needing a 1.54.
Oh,
no! I mean, he had to push it. That was really the only section available to him. So give him credit for trying.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, he went down, and that's a tough way to finish your heat. 28 seconds left.
Yeah, there's not many waves at the back, so I think that was his opportunity. Unfortunately, he falls off there.
I'm just happy Sebastian Ambler showed up. Again, we just want to welcome Team St. Lucia, their first ISA competition. Now we see Kyan Giron.
Nice.
Yeah.
Really good move up the top for Kyan Giron from Costa Rica, showing some passion. Pura vida. Great job.
Oh, he's so stoked, so relieved. Score came through quick, 283. So he's going to advance through in second place. Look, he just knows he dodged one right there. So great surfing from Kyan Giron, representing Costa Rica. Tiziano Barandelli from Uruguay gets the win. The 4.67 and a 2.17. Top 2 spots advance through. One more look at this big turn.
Yeah, that was a nice turn up the top. Risking a lot.
Solid finish there for Kyan. So that's it for Heat 9 here in the Reparage round 1 of the boys under 16. We're going to fill it up again with plenty of talent. Don't go anywhere after these messages. We're going to get back to the action. Stay tuned.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. And surfing has the power to change the world and has now taken its place on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognised by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the International Surfing Association. This is a better world through surfing.
A better world through surfing, that is the goal here at ISA Junior Championships, as well as all the events that the ISA runs throughout the year. Pretty excited as 2025 is wrapping up to see what the ISA has in store for us in 2026. I'm excited to see what this heat has in store for us. We've got Ross Tafari Lewis representing Barbados, Daniel Ambler representing St. Lucia, Shaked Fadida from Israel, and more surfer from Uruguay, Baltasar Iris. Well, I'm updating my list on coolest names of the event. I'm going to put Ross Tafari Lewis on that list. That is a very cool name for the surfer from Barbados.
That is.
And starting off with surfer from Uruguay. So I'm glad I have another chance to work on my pronunciation of Uruguay. Make this kid proud. Here we go. Iris through to the inside. Snap there. Okay, good start. Still a lot of time left, so just getting that one wave to start your heat, regardless of what the score is.
For sure.
It just feels good.
Yeah.
That just means you got momentum.
Just feel your board, feel like, you know, throw the nerves and stay active. I think it's really important to be active today. This is the replay of red, that last wave.
Yeah, this is Lewis. Got this right off the buzzer.
Nice first turn. Oh, that second turn was really good turn. Smashing the lip. Throwing lots of water. Another nice turn. Oh, unfortunately he falls off, but I think that second turn is going to pay well. We see green in this wave. Oh, that first carve was really nice. Second turn. Trying to find that last section. Good wave by Green from Israel.
Yeah, so we have some scores starting to cruise through. Lewis from Team Barbados dropped a 4.50. Good start there. Shaked Fadida, Team Israel, dropped a 4. Ambler just up and down. So nothing there. We're still waiting for a score for White. Balthazar Iris. Ross Tafari Lewis is 15 years old, born in Barbados, surfs at South Point on a 5.9 crowd control surfboard. He's riding for Coastal Edge, Frights Bay Surf School. And he is a 2025 ECSC winner of the longboard division, 14 to 17 year age group. That's pretty cool. So he is technically savvy on all types of surf craft.
Here comes some waves at the back. I don't think they're really good waves. They don't have that much of a wall. But maybe there's more coming. Priority number 1 is with red.
So for St. Lucia, they have a team of brothers. We just saw Sebastian Ambler in the previous heat, and now we're watching Daniel Ambler. He's a Wind Jammer local as well. But back to the action in the lineup, we've got Lewis. An interesting looking wave. This thing could form up nicely for him on the inside.
Yeah, kind of doubled up for him.
Oh, he's sticking with it. Little speed runner here. Still going. Nothing super critical yet, but a lot of turns down the line. Surfing with good energy here. Comes off the bottom. There we go. Big snap to finish that wave. That's how you want, that's the image you want to leave in the eyes of the judges.
Exactly. Plus, it's just been 5 minutes. He already has 2 scores. There's still plenty of time. He wants every wave to count, and I think it's a great start for him. He's already in the lead, surfing good, doing some good turns, and I think he's feeling confident.
That's going to put him in a good position. So his first wave was a 4.5. He had one big vertical whip out the back on that opener, and he finished really strong on his second wave. So he's definitely going to get some credit from the judges. Priority is with Shakir Fadira. Second priority is with Daniel Ambler. It's the Bayesian team. Feeling good about what they just saw. Here's White, Balthasar Aris. So
Oh, this
replay.
is the replay of White. Oh, a couple nice turns for White.
That's styling it out on the ride out.
And this is Brett on that last wave. Just waiting for that section. I think this is a wave that kind of doubles up for him.
Yeah, I mean, that was really a smart decision to go on this wave.
Yeah.
He must have seen something that looked special down the line, because right here it starts to fire.
Yeah, he's waiting for that section, ready for it. As soon as he stands up, he's gonna hit it.
And everybody's waiting for this one.
And it's right here that's the money turn, throwing a lot of spray. I think that's gonna be his second best score.
Yeah, almost matched his opening wave, so it comes in at a 4.30. We are waiting for a
goes
score
straight
for
to the lead.
Balthasar. I was asking you about alpacas earlier. Unfortunately, you said they don't come to the beach very often. I'm gonna
Yeah,
have to go to
they
the hills
don't.
if I want to see an actual Peruvian alpaca.
You need to go to the mountains. It's beautiful there. It's so beautiful in the mountains of Peru.
I mean, I'm sold. I'm thinking of a ticket extension. There's a cool look at our relatively new high-performance center. This has been around for 3 or 4 years.
Since 2019,
Okay.
Yeah,
It's a little bit longer, but it's for sure, I think, risen the level of the surfing that we're seeing in Peru, which was already at a high mark in the past, 20, 30 years. And we're just seeing an escalation of performances by the young up-and-coming surfers, and I think a lot of credit has to go to what you're seeing right now, the high-performance center.
Yeah,
And
this place is so good for us. We can come here and train in the gym, in the pool, and mostly in the water,
So you're looking at this board right here. This is what the surfers are seeing from the water. This is our priority board. So pretty clear here. They got 10 minutes, 38 seconds left. The colors on the screen are showing you who has that top priority spot. First priority right now is with green. Third priority is with white, all down the line. So it's a massive, 20-foot screen that you're looking at from the water. But, surfers of all ages who are in surf competitions, they have to be reminded every single time they paddle out, because you're out in the water, there's so much happening.
Yeah.
You can forget and make easy mistakes. So I'm sure the coaches for every team, no matter how many times you've surfed in a contest, you're definitely telling them, okay, make sure you know what's happening with priority, and look at this.
Wow.
That's what I'm talking about. You think these guys are thinking about priority right now? They're thinking about surviving this huge set coming through.
Yeah, there's some really nice waves at the back.
All right, Shakir Fadira gets involved. He's already got a 4-point wave. And a good section here,
Oh.
slams it, blows the fins out, comes through clean, thumbs up.
That was a beautiful hit to end that wave by the Israeli.
Yeah, and he got lucky because his competition's getting blown right now out of the water by this giant whitewater. A massive steamroller came through. So 9 minutes, 17 seconds to go. There's a lot happening in the lineup. There's a lot happening on the beach. Let's go down to the glass. We got Mitchell Salazar.
Yeah, it's been a great day for us because guess what? We've had plenty of different nations that have won heat. Another one is Uruguay, Tizi Barandelli. Congratulations. It's your last year in the 16. It's a short travel for you guys in Uruguay. How do you feel competing right here in Punta Rocas, close to home?
Thank you, man. It's amazing to be here representing my team, my nation in this amazing wave. It's such a great place with so many good waves right here. And yeah, it's just an honor. And well, maybe I was a little bit nervous in the heat. I couldn't find another wave like good. And I surfed that one that was good, really nervous. But I'm really happy and try to be better for the next hit.
Ahora en español, una población muy chica, pero obviamente un corazón muy grande. El representar al Uruguay, cómo se siente especialmente tan cerca de casa con tan olas increíbles.
Sí, es hermoso, es un sentimiento muy grande. La garra de charrúa siempre está, es algo que como todos tenemos, capaz es algo un poco más del fútbol. Y bueno, la verdad estoy muy feliz y orgulloso de poder representar a mi país y con muchas ganas de hacerlo mejor en el próximo hit.
¿Un mensaje para la gente del Uruguay?
Sí, bueno, muchas gracias a todos los que capaz me están viendo. A mis viejos sobre todo, mi viejo, mi vieja, y bueno, a mis amigos, vamos arriba Uruguay y vamos nosotros, dale, vamos arriba Uruguay, carajo.
Yeah. Blow out the speakers, we want it. Passionate surfer there, letting us know he's here to win. And speaking of winning, Lewis was in the top spot for the majority of this heat, but he just dropped to second place because Shaker Fatira just dropped a 5.10 to add to his 4. Lewis would need a 4.61 to get back into the #1 position. That was a pretty good wave. Judges have some work to do to catch up here. We're waiting for that last score. Meanwhile, surfer in white needs a 6.30, and surfer in blue, Daniel Ambler, needs an 8.6. I think Daniel may have just been just on the opposite side of that giant set that came through and had to face about 20 walls of whitewater to try to get back to the takeoff zone. And here we have surfer from Uruguay, Balthasar Arias. Good section in front of him. Casual approach up and into the lip. Comes around it again. I like the chilled out kind of approach that we see right here from Balthasar. Good clean style, knows how to use his rails. Stalls it, hoping for this ramp to appear in front of him. Wave kind of dies off, but just good clean surfing there. The Uruguayan team rider.
Yeah, beautiful style from Balthasar. And that last wave of red was a really nice wave too. Surfed it really well. This is the last wave of green.
Yeah, this is the 5.10.
Yeah, he does a huge end-up turn here, smashing that section. He got a 5.1 for that, and he went to the lead. But then red got this wave that I also thought it was a really good wave. It offered a lot of sections. Nice first turn, throwing lots of water. And he gets the second section. That's another nice turn. And a third turn. And he manages that last section. So that was great surfing by Red from Barbados. He gets a 4.67 for that last wave. And he goes back to the lead.
Oh, and here he is, Daniel Ambler. Team St. Lucia. He's flying down the line. So completes that wave. That'll help him out. Comes through to 1.27. Pretty cool. The Ambler brothers basically have a band. Older brother is the guitar player. Daniel Ambler is the drummer.
Nice. There is 5 minutes remaining in this heat. And Balthasar needs a 6.17 and Daniel needs a 7.83. They both need good waves to go to that second place. And priority number 1 is with green, priority number 2 is with red. So I'm sure they're going to be protecting their places in this heat.
Yeah, here's where tactics are going to come into play. Lewis, his last wave drops as a 4.67. Jumps up into the lead. Team Israel sending positive energy out to Fadida. But watch out. Fadida throwing everything he had at the lip. And they're stoked. I mean, they saw that energy and effort out there from Fadida. So he's currently in a pretty good second place position. Balthasar Aris would need a 6.17. Daniel Ambler would need a 7.83. But Uruguay and St. Lucia in a bit of trouble now. Time's going to start going quick.
Three minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Balthasar and Daniel are going to start feeling the pressure now. Not much time left. They need a 6.17. Balthasar and Daniel needs a 7.8. Those are pretty good waves. They're going to have to pick their waves right if they want to get that score. But priority is both with, first priority is with red and second priority was with green. But I think he probably lost priority. Because 2 minutes and a half.
Yeah, time's going to start to go quick here. Lewis is out the back in first place, has priority. So if you think of the percentages, he's probably going to make it through this heat. Fadida, 5.10 and a 4. He's right there. I mean, just 0.07 points behind the lead spot. Aris needs a special wave, a 6.17. Same goes for Ambler.
Yeah, I think they're pretty safe in those first places, just because also they have priority, you know, like red and green. So I'm sure they're not gonna let any wave with potential to go without them riding it.
Yeah, they can lock down the lineup now.
Exactly.
Minute 30.
Because to get a 6.17 or a 7.83, you need a good wave.
You got to get the best wave of the heat.
Exactly.
You got to surf it very well. Not necessarily all the way through. You could get that score with a pair of big turns, but they would have to be really solid sections.
Yeah, it has to be critical turns.
It looks like Balthasar Aris finding a little insider to work with there. One big backside snap. Might better that 2.50. I'm a fan of Balthasar. I like his style.
Yeah, he surfs good. He has a beautiful style. Like
Yeah.
relaxed.
Yeah.
Right?
And same goes for Ambler. St. Lucia does need a big number. And this is Shaked Fadida.
Wow.
Ooh, he might be trying to put himself back in first place. Couple good turns. Start this wave. That was a poorly timed boil. That thing came out of nowhere. Slashing, releasing the fins, and trying to fight to stay upright. Goes down. Solid surfing there. Team Israel's Shaked Fadida. I think he knows that had he pulled that final tail slide, he could be bettering that 4, but this was good surfing.
Yeah, this is a replay of this last wave. That first turn, so much power, and this second turn was really good, throwing lots of water. Unfortunately, he kind of lost control there with that boil that came out of nowhere, and he fell off in this last move. I don't know if he's gonna improve on that second wave.
Well, that's it for boys under 16 Reparage round heat 10. It was Lewis from Barbados getting through. Ras Tafari Lewis Shakid Fadida comes through in second place. Unfortunately, we lose Balthasar Ares from Uruguay and Daniel Ambler from St. Lucia. But congratulations on qualifying. Thank you for coming. I mean, the good news is now you're on vacation in Peru, so nothing wrong with that. We're going to be right back with more action from our under-16 Reparage round. Do not go anywhere. You're watching the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship.
This message is for all surfers in the world. The oceans need us today more than ever. The Sands of the World ceremony is our way of uniting the world in peace through surfing.
Now let's begin the Sands of the World ceremony.
It's the ISA symbol, and it symbolizes what we know: peace in the world through surfing. It's a meaningful ceremony in which you bring sand from your beach, you pour it there with your teammates. This ceremony stays with them for the rest of their life. When it came to Tahiti, Tahiti embraced the opening ceremony with the Sands of the World. And the beautiful box that we have today, it's staying in the Hupo.
To be a surfer is not only to go surfing. It is also to take care of the oceans, to be good people inside and outside of the water. The dream of Olympic surfing was a dream decades ago, but today is our reality.
It's about pushing the sport and pushing the boundaries.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
It's been half road for me to qualify to Paris.
That's the game. You gotta win.
The wave is unlike any other wave.
This is one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's not don't be scared. Be scared, but still go and do it.
Welcome back to the action here. We're in the Reparage round for our under 16 boys. Out in the lineup right now, we've got heat number 11, surfer from Morocco, Portugal, Belgium, and Puerto Rico, represented with Yassine, Manuel, Adrian, and Camille, looking for their opportunity to stay in competition. It's just going to be the top two surfers advancing through back into the main round two as we take a look at some live action here. Frothy end section to finish on, absolutely on the attack for Camille from Belgium. He goes down on the finish, but was able to find some rail work on the way to that end section. Shannon Hughes here alongside Rachel Tilley for the call. And Rachel, the conditions changing and getting a little more tricky, but still some scoring potential for the boys out in the lineup.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, scoring potential, you can have little to no waves for a contest to say it's contestable, quote unquote. And, you know, when a contest director is using the word contestable, you're like, oh no, that means it's you know, maybe barely breaking, but they want us to still surf. That is not the case here. There is so many waves. It is nonstop here at Punta Rocas. This is such an incredible venue for competition, such as this one, a competition that's so big. We have 424 competitors, so that means we have 9 days of competition, and I think this is a great venue for it because it's just nonstop.
Yeah, it is absolutely nonstop. There's 57 nations represented this week, and to have a surf spot that is such a swell magnet when you have so many surfers from all around the world trying to get waves, you want it to be consistent as we take another look at this one.
Yeah, a small score for him to open up. Love that he's going big from the start. But this was the real standout, Shannon, of the exchange from that surfer in blue. Big one and done for the start of that. Let's see if he makes it back around. He doesn't.
He doesn't, but he got a 5.83 for that. We're just taking a look at a few waves we missed during that commercial break as we take a look at the first eyes on this wave for Adrian.
A nice opening turn, unfortunately getting unstuck there, but I'm loving the ability that we're already seeing from all of the surfers here. Lots of great potential, you know, some mistakes in those lower scores that we're seeing, but it's actually, we actually saw moments of greatness on each of those waves. So I'm looking forward to seeing these surfers be able to piece together entire lengths of rides.
I totally agree. I mean, looking at the draw now or looking at the situation, we got a 2.43 for that single maneuver with a fall after on the board for Adrian in white. We've got a 2.5 for that first turn and a fall for Camille. So if those two are able to, you know, finish off that second maneuver, continue on down the line, they're going to be starting to enter into that conversation of that 5.83 that we see on the board already for our surfer in the blue jersey out of Portugal from Manuel with that 5.83. We've got 14 minutes remaining on the clock, and while there's a lull in the action, let's take the opportunity to check in on the beach with Mitch Salazar.
Yeah, thank you guys. The Bayesian invasion is real. Rastafari Lewis right here from Barbados. Congratulations. ECSC champion earlier this year, now in the U16s here at the ISA Juniors. What do you feel, especially with the big team behind you right here?
Feel great. Nice to be back in the main round. Just want to thank my team for supporting me, board sponsor, my dad, my brother. Feels great. Yeah.
Model, actor, surfer, is there anything you can't do?
Can do everything.
Anything you want to say back home to everybody watching?
Thanks to my brother, my dad, and my family for supporting me and watching me. Thanks.
Congratulations. All right, let's hear it, guys.
Land and in the water with that support crew behind as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Barbados just having a great performance today. We've seen them represented on the glass there in their post-heat interviews, indicating that they're winning heats today, Shan, and continuing through.
12 minutes, 40 seconds remaining. It's our Portuguese surfer Manuel out in front, and it looks like surfer in green now, Camille representing Belgium, up and riding. We saw him charge the end section for that first wave, just wasn't able to hold on to it. We're going to see him probably do the same thing if this stands up once again. Great rail surfing as he carves through these opening few sections, setting it up here, hoping for the double up. He's reading this wave really well. Such a talented young Grom with big sights on big wave surfing in his current trajectory in professional surfing. And right now, though, he is absolutely making the most of the break here at Punta Rocas.
Yeah, like you said, you know, making big efforts both in surfing competition like this and the big wave side of things, but focusing on what he's doing here, taking a look at this wave again. A really well surfed wave. I mean, look at how frothy, look at how many faces are on that wave, and he navigated them so effortlessly. Incredible surfing. Not a lot of variety in the maneuvers there, not to his fault, but just because of what the wave is on offer. So I love that he made it to the inside here to finish it off with this end section and releasing the fins a bit there too, just showing that control and radicalness.
Well, a 4.5 on the board. It does take Camille up into that leading position. Like you said, not a lot of variety from those first few turns, but I like what we're seeing, and I can't wait to see more of his surfing throughout this heat, Rachel.
Yeah, 100%. Let's talk a little bit again what you were getting towards in his big wave surfing. Shannon, he has already won the Young Gun Award at the Big Wave Challenges for surfers under 18. He's only 13 years old.
It's an incredible achievement for a 13-year-old specifically to be in that category, to be taking off on the waves. The day that he was awarded for the surfing, on the day that those, that award was taken into consideration, 18-meter waves. That's 60-foot waves. And for a surfer spending most of his time living in Portugal, Nazare being that wave where the goal is to catch the 100-foot wave, this kid could be the future of that type of surfing. As we take a look now, though, at our surfer in red, Yassine from Morocco. He's got an opportunity, all right, to start building that scoreline. He's got a 1 on the board. He's going to improve on that with this wave and still has half of the heat remaining to continue that campaign.
Yeah, it's up to white and red still to really open up their account, both green and blue. Looking strong out there as we see Team Puerto Rico. They'd be feeling good as Manuel has the highest single wave score of this heat so far with a 5.83. And this cliff, Shannon, here at Punta Rocas is the perfect viewing spectator area, because you get to you have this perfect spot to watch over the entire break. You can see the second podium too, where our other surfers are happening just to the right. And you can see it all just from that cliff right there. It's fantastic.
Yeah, there's an actual stadium seating that's been built here on the cliff. And it's a really awesome viewpoint. There's places in the world like Jeffreys Bay as well that have, seats right there built onto the cliff, right above super tubes. And it makes the most incredible viewing opportunity when there's a big event going on. But it also is this draw card for the community. And, I lived in J Bay for a number of years through my 20s. And on a good day at Supers, everyone in town would put work on hold if they were able to, and would be down there either on the beach or sitting up on the bluff on the boardwalk watching waves and just enjoying that community aspect and celebrating the local surfers. And I'm sure it's the same vibe down here with the setup at the High Performance Center, specifically, providing some seats like that on the beach.
For sure. I was just going to say that. I mean, no better place to actually then put a High Performance Center on that cliff. No wonder we've been seeing the Peruvians look so dominant today. We saw Bastion looking really great earlier with an 8-point ride in his scoreline. So it's been great to see the Peruvians perform and gather together around their team and that community. You can see that they're just so proud to be hosting 57 nations here in their home country.
That's right. Well, the Puerto Ricans in support right now of Adrian. He's from La Ocho, which is just outside of San Juan in Puerto Rico. And that's the location where the ISA ran the Supplement Paddleboard World Championships a few years back. And he's a surfer that's just an avid waterman as well. So he really appreciated celebrating just a different type of surfing that the ISA continues to celebrate as well. And having an event like that back at home for him, now qualifying for Team Puerto Rico and getting to represent on the world stage, has been this awesome opportunity for him to continue to see more of what an event of this magnitude entails.
Yeah, I think that would be really inspiring to be able to see that in your hometown, see all the nations gather together. The ISA starts every event with their opening ceremonies, that parade of nations, and watching the flag bearers and the pouring of the sand. That type of stuff gives me the chills, seeing everyone come together and to be able to see that at such a young age for him would have been incredible.
Camille now up and riding on this wave. He's got that 4.5 as his high mark. This outside section tends to be a little sleepy. There's just some traditional cutbacks to continue with, that kind of fuller section of the wave, hoping that some of these will continue to open up, though, and give some big scoring potential. For that one, Camille, it wasn't able to open up, unfortunately, but he did well to just kind of read that wave, hoping for something better on the inside.
Yeah, I'd say his score's not really reflecting, actually, at the moment, how sharp his surfing is really looking how confident he is on his feet. Not an easy takeoff that one was either, coming in out of the whitewash, wrapping it around. It's just cornering off and not providing much more opportunity, except for this turn. That's where majority of that score would come from. But his surfing just looking really sharp and precise. Now he can just be a little bit patient and try and find a better one.
Yeah, that's right. Born and raised in Belgium. At 10 years old, his dad started getting him into the water. And he started surfing from a younger age than 10. But around 10, his family realized how much He had a knack for it, a talent, and an absolute passion. As we take a look at some live action here from Adrian, the Puerto Rican, setting it up with an opportunity to find a corner here through the inside. Just patient, waiting for this wave to stand up. He's currently looking for a 3.91 to make a difference as he just throws in that final turn to kick out, and he'll have a big paddle ahead of him. But for Camille, so raised in Belgium, learned how to surf at a young age because of his dad. And then around 10, they realized how serious that he was about it and, you know, something he wanted to really pursue as a passion. So the family relocated to the coastline, and they've been spending their time in Portugal. And, you know, it's just for 3 years. He's only 13 years old. And you can see the impact that a move like that would have on such a young Grom.
I mean, it's had an instrumental impact on his entire career, already making international events, both in multiple disciplines, and you don't see that often.
Manuel now up and riding. He's got that 5.83 that he started out with.
Wow!
And he goes huge on that opening turn.
Would have loved to see him stick that one, ride it out. Loved everything right up until he got unstuck. It was looking really good. The setup was great. So he's just going to improve his scoreline, you know, a tiny bit. He's the one with that highest single wave score at the moment. So it's kind of his to run away with if he can find that backup and put that pressure on Puerto Rico and Morocco to find a score.
Pressure's on now for the Moroccan, chasing down a 5.41. Nice opening snap. Sets it up. Looking for this wave to stand up for him on the inside section. He's going to have to pump along and hope for it to reform, which it won't. Seems like it's getting a little more challenging out there, Rach, to find that wave that will connect from the outside to that inside section.
For sure. Having that understanding of what is a great looking wave from the outside just takes, I think, a lot of time spent out here and taking a look at this replay. Great opening turn, but then the wave just kind of disappeared. And so, you know, getting more time out in the water in these practice sessions, what I do in these situations, I really try and assess what turns into a good wave and what does that look like from the outside, because you can get easily deceived. You can see something stand up and go, I'm going to turn around on this one, and then it shoulders off quickly, versus finding one that's maybe a little bit smaller but has that wall and that line to it. Does that continue to run? Does that wall up? And that just takes time spent in the water, time rewatching heats, and also looking at the locals and what they demonstrate too.
Well, one of the locals, Sofia Milanovic, who's joining us as a commentator this week, she was making the comments on day one specifically that it's actually really important here to take off on a wave that looks like it's going to close out. Those are the ones that are going to have the wall that will actually hold up the whole way as well and won't taper off too much off the corners.
Yeah, that's great insight to have right there.
2 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. We've got a paddle here from our surfer in white, Adrian. He's now found himself chasing a 4.48, and that opening turn's going to help that situation greatly. We'll see if he's able to connect a couple more. He could easily be on his way to that score. Powerful surfer, throwing a lot of spray with each of his different turns. And just pumping along here. He can see that this wave is going to double up, but he can't quite get there to tag that finishing section. Rach, he's looking to build on the couple twos he has so far, and we've got a score to drop in for him now.
I'd feel a lot more confident about that had he had a final opportunity or an end section opportunity, but this opening turn was beautiful. Love that wind up and just executes it right at the lip. Rounds this one around a bit more mid-face. From here on out, nothing overly critical. It was well served. Love the extension on that one, but it was really the lack of opportunity from the wave. It would have been great to see him get one more bank opportunity. So we'll leave that one in the hands of the judges. I could see it being just under, but I did love that opening turn. If it is just under, he might have just enough time to maybe get another opportunity, because this will at least, if it's not the score, lower the needed requirement.
That's right. I mean, at this stage, so judges are still taking a look at it. We haven't had a score drop yet, as now we're taking a look at yet another replay of it. It means they're comparing things. So it's got to match that 4.5 that we saw from Camille, which was his third wave of the heat. That 5.83 is the high mark from Manuel. We wouldn't expect it to go into that category at all, but it's going to need to really match the high wave of our Belgian surfer. As we take a look at Manuel now, he's also only looking to improve on a 1.07, Rachel, and that will improve that situation, which is going to make the requirement on Adrian that much greater as we still wait for that score.
Yeah, really crucial for Manuel to actually take off on that wave and just try and up that 1.07. I imagine he would have seen Adrian take off on a wave and go, I can't believe I'm here with a minute left with a 1 in my scoreline.
That's right. There's that stadium seating we were talking about, the Moroccan flag flying over. Yassine, unfortunately, just wasn't able to find his rhythm within this heat. He's a surfer that paddles out at anchor point as often as possible. If he's not in school, he's in the water. And I'm sure we're going to see so much more of him in the future here. As only an under 16 surfer, he's going to have a lot more opportunity at the ISA level through the years. And at home, he's got some of the best waves in the world. So I'm sure that's just an absolute privilege to be growing up in.
Yeah, absolutely. Representing Morocco on the world stage, what an honor.
Well, we've got scores still to drop. We're not sure what's going to happen between second and third place at the moment. Manuel has a score to drop.
Wow.
Adrian has dropped a 4.6, but Manuel is down into third, only needs a 1.2, Rachel, and he gets it. It's a 2.63. As we take a look again at this last replay from Adrian, he got the score he needed in the moment, well and truly. However, due to Manuel's last wave, our final results will be the Portuguese surfer, Manuel, up into the lead in the blue jersey. Belgium's Camille holds on to second, and he'll take that advancing position. And unfortunately for Adrian out of Puerto Rico and Yassine from Morocco, they'll be eliminated from competition.
So crucial that Manuel took off on that wave with less than 30 seconds to go, because that took him from not advancing to winning this heat. Really, really smart heat surfing.
Well, an incredibly well-surfed heat for Manuel out of Portugal. When we return, we're going to have more action here from our boys under 16's Reparage round 1. Stay tuned.
The dream of Olympic surfing was a dream decades ago, but today is our reality.
It's about pushing the sport and pushing the boundaries.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
It's been tough road for me to qualify for Paris.
That's the game. You gotta win.
The wave is unlike any other wave.
This is one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's not don't be scared. Be scared, but still don't do it.
Welcome back to the action here for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. We're in Peru at Punta Rocas, which is a phenomenal world-class wave. It's been an absolute pleasure to see the juniors ripping it apart this week, from the free surfs in the morning when there's, roughly 350 of them out there, to the heats where we get to enjoy some calmer moments with just 3 to 4 surfers in the lineup. Now that we're into the Reparage rounds, we're going to see a lot more 4-surfer heats, specifically with the top 2 surfers that will be staying in competition and the bottom 2 eliminated. Right now, we've got Indonesia, Puerto Rico, Morocco, and Norway in the water, and we are about to get this heat underway. It still hasn't started as I'm taking a look at the scoreboard at the top. We've just got a couple minutes down in this heat, and no waves ridden yet, Rachel, from the beginning.
Yeah, we had a really quick start with the last heat, so I feel like it's kind of been, Shannon, a heat on, heat off in terms of consistency for these surfers getting their heat started quickly. I love when kind of that time builds up all of the surfers into one spot. Right now, Green having that inside position, but that peak moves around. I've been listening to Sofia Milanovic, our other co-commentator, just talk about this break and explain it from a local's perspective and saying the peak is constantly moving. You have to constantly be looking around. And it's going to be Puerto Rico who is opening up the heats account first.
Julian now getting his opening turn underway. Unfortunately takes a stumble. And it'll just be that 1-point ride on the board as we wait for the rest of our surfers to open up their accounts. Aditya for Team Indonesia, Rayan for Morocco, and Tobias for Norway. And there's been a lot of heats, Rach, where that front leader, you know, kind of runs away with it, right? They're able to get a heat total close to at least that 10-point range, something higher than that. But for that second place position, we've seen a very strong battle between second, third, and fourth throughout today.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And we actually just saw surfers from both Puerto Rico and Morocco in that previous heat. So we know these surfers would have been able to watch their teammates out there, maybe learn from, you know, good things happening, mistakes happening, positioning. That's always kind of helpful. It's better to have them back to back than when you're in the same heat with your teammate.
It's so true. It's got to be, I would imagine, a pretty challenging thing to be in the same heat as your own teammate, especially when the conditions maybe are challenging and you're not able to find yourselves consistently holding on to those leading two positions.
Yeah, I mean, that's the position you want to have when you're in with your fellow countrymen is that first and second. Of course, this is an individual sport, so I'd say the first 15 minutes are about doing your individual job, and then going into those last 5 minutes, if you both have done your job, you're in first and second, you try and manage that priority to hold it down. I love watching heats like that, but I don't love necessarily competing in heats like that because there's a lot less in your control.
But it's just nice when it happens to work out in favor like that. Here at the contest site, we're located at the High Performance Center right on top of Punta Rocas. And there's some great food trucks down. There's a coffee stall, some pizza, some of the local cuisine as well. And it's been great to be able to see local spectators getting to enjoy the sights and sounds here of the contest, while so many surfers and families, coaches, managers, you know, moms, dads, and grandparents as well, have the opportunity to get off of the beach for a second, kind of reset if they don't have anyone from their team that's surfing and out in the lineup, and really able to just enjoy the environment that our host nation of Peru has cultivated here at the High Performance Center for this week in particular.
Yeah, just incredible facilities. I mean, look at that pool. Just to the left is the gym. We have offices and dormitories all along there on your right. You can see the balconies. I really haven't seen a facility quite like it because we have all of this and we're on the beach looking over such a high world-class wave.
That's right. There are other facilities like this around the world, specifically that cater towards surfing, like the High Performance Center in Kingscliff, New South Wales in Australia, that the Australian team utilizes, you know, from their Olympians all the way down to those new up-and-coming Groms or even board riders clubs that go up for a week to do some training and everything. However, it's not located on a wave like this, Punta Rocas, that we're seeing the Moroccan currently just tear apart. That opening turn, really dynamic, sliding it around on the second one, and he's just going to get out of the situation, recognizing that he doesn't want to lose time trying to milk it any farther.
Yeah, and I think he got the work done that he needed to. Judges are quick to drop that score.
Just a 2.10, but again, in the context of this heat, it is so highly contestable right now, Rach. And we've seen that amongst a lot of them. We haven't seen necessarily the highest heat totals coming through from these rounds, but anything where it's, you know, close between the competitors, it means that every single wave has the opportunity to make and break this surfer's individual session right now, and it's going to have a massive impact on whether or not they're moving forward in this competition.
Yeah, I think it's been great that they're getting busy early on. You know, kind of like I started saying at the beginning of this heat, it's almost like we've been seeing a heat on, heat off in terms of getting those really quick starts. So nothing overly quick getting put on the board in terms of a score of substance. So everyone really kind of looking to start a fresh heat. I know their goal is to not have those twos in the scoreline by the end of it. As we see a look at, that was almost a priority situation, but it looks like whoever was behind him, I couldn't quite tell who didn't have priority, got out in time, as long as it was our surfer from Indonesia who had first priority. I haven't seen anything awarded in negative towards another surfer.
Well, 12 minutes remaining on the clock, waiting for scores to drop. We'll give you that situation update in a moment. Before that, let's check in with Mitch Salazar.
Yeah, thank you guys. Here with the Portuguese surfer Manuel Perugino. Muito parabéns. It's almost like you never left home. You're from Cascais, you're wearing a wetsuit, and you have a good right-hand point break. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. I'm stoked to make it. It was a difficult hit. It's hard. I started a good one, but then couldn't find another wave. I just trying to catch another wave, but couldn't find, and then in the end catch a small wave just to make a small backup to make sure I make the hit. And yeah, I'm stoked to make it, and it gives me more confidence to the next round.
For anybody that's been to Portugal, there's a plenitude of waves there. Point breaks, reef breaks, beach breaks. What kind of preparation did you do for this event?
Yeah, I surf too much in Praia da Poça, you know. It's like my home spot. And in Poça, more to the right, we have a wave that calls Bolina. And it's like a right, and I surf too much that wave, and yeah, I think it's good for waves like this.
Mensagem para Portugal?
Queria agradecer a todos que me apoiam, principalmente aqui à Mel, que está aqui atrás, que tem-me ajudado com tudo. Agradecer à equipa portuguesa toda e a dizer que isto é da Praia da Poça, mano, é para ganhar.
Bora Portugal. Obrigado.
Great surfing, and exciting to see Manuel advancing through into the next round. Keeping that campaign alive for Team Portugal. Valuable points, but also now he still has that chance to win a gold medal this week.
Yeah. A really great thing when the pressure is on in these Reparage heats. You know, in that opening round heat, non-elimination, you have nerves, but that pressure is off a little bit, knowing that you can't get knocked out.
Ryan is just continuing to knock at the door up into that first re-entry, and this wave softens out without giving him really any power to be able to match with it. A 2.1 was the score from his first wave. 10 minutes remaining on the clock, and it is as tight as ever out in the lineup right now. We'll have that second score to drop, and there it is, a 1.63, so one single turn, and it's put him up into that leading position as the Indonesian is down into second. And the Norwegian, Tobias Zarike, who actually was born and raised here in Peru, but has has Norwegian heritage, he's down into that third place position. Up and riding right now, though, Aditya from Indonesia, flying down the line, trimming off some speed as he now drives hard off the bottom into that first opening wrap. Sets it up for another decent slash as he drives down the line. And so dynamic on the finish, an incredible performance. His team is frothing.
I have my hands up sitting here in the booth as well, just like Team Indonesia. That was an incredible wave. Shannon, I think we're going to see that one go into the excellent range. That was so well surfed, so well read. Love that he cut that turn slightly short at the beginning, did that down carve so he could keep that speed up, and everything was connected with flow and flare. A great, great wave. I'm excited to see where the judges go with that.
15 years old from Bali. Let's take another look at this.
Yeah, building up his speed from the beginning. I knew when he was building up that speed, I was like, oh, we're in for something great. Cut that first turn short, got into great placement for that second turn, and wraps that all the way around, lay back, sticking that back arm into the water, showing variety. And wow, the control that he had on that turn, he took his time up in that floater, releasing the fins, just having fun and adding that extra flair to it. Really impressive. And like, he just looks so comfortable in really critical sections.
Yeah, he really looked like he knew what his target goal was on that wave, and it was being surfed with ease. There was no pressure, no stress with it at all.
Yeah, everything came off really, like you said, easy. It looked like, you know, he looked like a surfer who's been putting the work and time on his board, looking really comfortable and confident on his feet. And when you're feeling like that, you know once the opportunity comes, you can just unleash.
8 minutes on the clock, a score to drop for Aditya. Surfing around Bali most of the time because that's where he's grown up, that's where he lives. But he spends as much time as he possibly can getting to Uluwatu and to halfway Kuta to really just unleash in some of the world's best waves. And there, you know, the proof is right there in his surfing. A 6.83 has just dropped. That wave, like we said, just looked so easy. It looked so fun, so comfortable. Now he's in a convincing lead over the rest of the pack.
Wow, I mean, Shannon, I'm a little bit surprised. I really thought it was going to go higher than that. I was really impressed by that surfing, but nonetheless, excellent surfing done on that wave. Maybe the judges just looking at the size, wanting a little bit more.
Ryan now with an opportunity. And he sets up that first line. Had to make it around that big section. This wave, again, it kind of looked like that closeout. It's got a great wall on it, and unfortunately, he just decides to duck out the back of it rather than attacking that oncoming section. Currently sitting with that 2.10 as his high score on the board, and we'll see where that last one goes for the Moroccan.
At the beginning of this heat, you said Sophia had said those more almost walled up waves are the ones to get, and that was exactly the one that Aditya was able to get and surf the living daylights out of. I loved that wave, and it's put him in a convincing lead nonetheless.
Yeah, that's right. It's going to be a 6.27 requirement on the Moroccan to take away the lead, but all eyes now on Julian as he paddles for that wave. He's unable to get into it. Looks like Aditya is now up and riding on his way back out.
Oh.
Foot slips off the wax. That's unfortunate. He'll grab that board and get straight back onto it. Rayan on his paddle back out. He just earned a 3.07 for that last wave. That's great in his campaign to increase the advancing requirements on both third and fourth place surfers. For a 3.5 now for Tobias, who, as I was saying before, has Norwegian heritage, so he's representing Norway this week. Him and his sister, though, born and raised here in Peru, phenomenal surfers for both of them. His little sister, Catalina, in the under 16s, as Tobias is up and riding now, she has a great opportunity really to hunt down that gold medal this week as one of our kind of, surfers to really keep an eye on. And Tobias just isn't able to make the most of that last wave. As we track now with Julian. Drives off the bottom, doesn't have as much speed coming into that top turn to find the projection on the way out of it. So 5 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock. And Rach, we've seen a lot of sibling dynamics within this contest. It's really awesome.
Yeah, that's really cool to see. I think a great aspect we keep talking about the ISAs is the fact that you're on a team, and this is the only event in our world of surfing that gives you that opportunity to be a part of something bigger than just your individual result. And so to get that extra aspect of being able to do it with your sibling is just so special.
Now, the unique thing about their situation for the Zarike family is that the parents have a Norwegian hat in hand and a Peruvian hat, because Tobias is competing for Team Norway, but Catalina is competing for Team Peru this week.
Wow, that's really, really crazy. I didn't know that.
Decent size set on the way, approaching now. Surfer in the green jersey is holding on to priority, and we'll see if either decides to go on this. Looks like they're not even going to think about it. Just paddling over, and that wave will just close out for where they're currently sitting. Our heat leader kind of looking like he wants a piece of this. If he has the opportunity, he's certainly going to go, but priority again, sitting with our surfer in the inside position in the green jersey, and he is now up and riding. Sets himself up for that foam climb to start. Unfortunately, can't hang on to it.
I felt like Aditya, I kind of even sold him into that one, knowing that if Rayan went, he'd use his first priority, and that first priority would then go to our surfer from Indonesia out there. Going in with 3.5 minutes as the heat leader and holding priority is the best scenario that you can imagine when you're trying to create your strategy. This is what you're hoping for. So I think Team Indonesia would be feeling really comfortable. Unfortunately for our surfer from Morocco, I'd say he needed that wave to turn into something to solidify his advancing position a bit.
That's right. Wow, down to 3 minutes on the clock. Tobias chasing down that 3.24 still. Julian chasing down a 4.17. So those requirements will take a bit of surfing to get to specifically. You know, it's out of that kind of 1 to 2 point range, and it's going to take some better wave selection, some better maneuvers as well. And for each of these surfers, Rach, it's been a long journey to getting to this stage. You know, that qualification process back at home, but not even that, just figuring out how to become a competitive surfer, how to get involved with their national teams, whether it's, you know, traveling across the world to compete in those national events or traveling down the street, depending on where they're, you know, these surfers are living and how close in the community they are to maybe some of those really high quality waves at home for them, where those national championships may be running. We've got a little set approaching, and we've got one surfer up and riding. It's Julian representing Puerto Rico, and he goes down. White now with the opportunity for Tobias. Just the young Grom, a local here in Peru, representing Norway. And some great surfing on his backhand as he comes through to this inside section. This is what he's been looking for this entire heat. I really love that he's getting the opportunity to showcase his surfing to the world right now. Just pumping down the line and setting himself up for a nice finish, doing the family proud. And we'll have a decent score to drop there. Rach, he's chasing down that 3.24.
To me, that is the score, honestly. I mean, we were watching Green before look to try and improve upon his scoreline, and he wasn't able to. Let's take a look at this one from Tobias. Nice setup turn, and this one bringing it all the way around on his backhand. Love how he carves this one around. And Shannon, it looks like they were quick to drop the scores with just a minute left.
It's a 3.67. It's enough to move Tobias up into the advancing position. Just 2 minutes remaining, and that was the fourth wave that he took off on. A few ones along the way. I love that he was able to get himself into a wave with the open face. Now the question is on the Moroccan in Rayan. Is he going to be able to get himself another wave? Only chasing a 2.54. He already has a score to that magnitude in the 3-point range. And Julian with the opportunity for the Puerto Rican. He's taking off on the left, the goofy footer now on his forehand. And that's a little two-turn combination, looking to build down the line as well. He's chasing a 4.60, which is more of a substantial score in the context of this heat, as he's finding some rhythm to finish off with, making it look really fun on the inside.
Yeah, finally we got to see a left surfed. To me, that's not the 4.6. That kind of only opportunity that he had for a major maneuver out the back. That rail kind of became disengaged on the cutback. Everything else looked really clean and nice. But are we going to see another opportunity for our surfer from Morocco, Shannon?
The timer has run against the Moroccan, Rayan. Put together a great campaign, was holding on to that advancing position for so long in this heat. And it was just down to the final seconds where we saw Tobias get the score. A 2.27 drops in for last of Julian for Puerto Rico. It is his highest score. Unfortunately, it's not enough to keep him in an advancing position. But impressive surfing from the Indonesian. Aditya advancing through back into main round 2, as well as Tobias from Norway. We've got more action when we return. Heat number 13 for our under 16 boys Reparage round. Welcome back to the action. It's been a big day of surfing here at Punta Rocas in Peru. As we take a look at the landscape here, there's so many great towns and villages, little surf villages built right along the coastline here with all these different bays that dot the kind of southern coastline of Lima, the largest city that we are on the outskirts of. It's a real sandy part of the world, a very large desert that, you know, doesn't get a lot of rain, doesn't get a lot of sun either. It's kind of this overcast feeling most of the time. Occasionally there's some wind that blows through and kind of clears out for some sunshine. But other than that, it's just a really wave-rich region, and it's really awesome for these surfers to spend some time here this week. We are currently in Reparage round 1 for the under 16 boys. Heat number 13 is out in the water. We've got Panama, Dominican Republic, England, and Ireland with support crew on the beach, cheering on their surfers, hoping for the opportunity to advance back into the main round. Kalani for Panama, Blue for the Dominican Republic, Isaac for England, and Kellen for Ireland. Still haven't caught any waves yet. The buzzer has sounded. No one's taken off on anything. And we can see the positioning of these 4 surfers out in the water, just kind of getting a feeling for things. And it looks like our surfer in the blue jersey kind of had a look at that, decided to duck dive, as that wave was really just kind of coming sideways towards the beach instead of straight on, Rach.
I was just going to add that into the conversation. Watching the different directions that some of these swells are coming in this mixed swell really emphasizes everything we've been talking about in terms of wave selection being important.
That's right. It's a dying south-southwest swell, and right now Isaac is finding the best of what's left on offer today. Great looking section to start off with, carving back and driving through as he punches on the finish there. That was a well executed 2-turn combination.
It was lots of speed right off the takeoff, engaged that rail well right from the start. He has watched his teammates, Finn and Lucas, have a really great round 1 today in the under 18s. So I'm sure he got some good tips from them and coach being Ben Skinner.
The Indonesian crew frothing on the performance in that last heat from this young man. We're going to hear from him in just a moment, as it's been a decent day of surfing. And for Adit, yeah, he was able to string together, found that 6-point ride towards the end of his heat, and really lit things up.
Yeah, it was great to see him put together that 6.83. I mean, as I was calling it, I thought it was going to go even higher. The fundamentals that were just so cleanly and sharply executed was really nice to watch as a viewer. It's that type of surfing and that makes you want to go surfing yourself, and that's so inspiring.
16 minutes on the clock, 20 minutes on the board for each of these Reparage rounds heats, which have been great, as we can see some live action now with Kellen Maloney for Team Ireland. Drives through that first turn, setting himself up, looking for the second. 2 similar wraps to get things started, followed by a third. We got that boil from the rock on the inside section as well. And now this wave's starting to steepen up as he drives out of it. We've got a score to drop, and while we wait for that, let's go down to the beach to check in with Mitchell Salazar and the winner from Indonesia, young Aditya.
Yeah, thank you, Aditya. Congratulations. You won the Grom Surge back home in Bali earlier this year. You went to France, you got a semi, and now you're here at the ISA Juniors. Congratulations on the win. How does it feel to be here representing Indo?
Yeah, it feels so good. It's my first ISA, and yeah, I've been dreaming to compete here since I was little, and yeah, I'm so stoked to be here.
Your Instagram says serious but fun. Where do you kind of divide things like that? Is it 50-50 fun, or do you go out there and know how to compete in 20 minutes?
Yeah, I try to compete like seriously, but at the same time like trying to have fun with it because I love surfing so much. Yeah, I'm really stoked, and I'm so great. It's so great to be here.
Would you like to say something back home to everybody watching?
Yeah. Thank you, everyone, my friends, my mom and my dad for supporting me. I also want to say thank you to Kemenpora and Team Indonesia, and also everyone supporting me right now in Peru. And I'm so stoked.
Congratulations. Thank you.
Oh, so stoked that he made Team Indonesia, and we get to appreciate this kind of surfing, Rachel.
Yeah, and Team Indonesia having a really strong presence here. and a really active presence down on the cliff when watching. You can see they were so engaged throughout that whole heat, just really excited for their surfer.
Yeah, really, really great stuff. Now, a 3-point ride has dropped for Isaac Friend out of England. That's going to set him up in that leading position. Kellen Maloney's dropped a 2.5 for his opening ride as well. And we're still waiting for Kalani Camarena out of Panama and for Blue Bunyat from the Dominican Republic to get their campaigns started. As we can see the Irish surfing contingency there on the not the boardwalk necessarily, but it's just part of the infrastructure here. There's really multiple levels to be able to watch the contest from. And there's a great facility for all the young athletes down here today. There's a room just behind where they're currently standing where everyone can get out of the sun, they can store their equipment, and they can feel like they've got a little peace of mind from, you know, the space and the environment around.
Yeah, absolutely. And this heat being a slow one, Shannon, still waiting for anything of consequence to really get on the board. I mean, Isaac and Keelan only having one wave each and still waiting for scores to open up for red and blue. 13.5 minutes remaining. That's still plenty of time, but ideally I'm sure all of their plan was to get a quicker start.
That's right. Well, out in the lineup, it's the two surfers that are a little bit more mature. 16 years old for both Isaac and Kellen, having gotten that early start, at least gotten their feet in the wax already. Both of them having competed for their teams in the past and you know, really able to kind of be some of the front runners of hope for their nations. Where our two young surfers in the lineup from the Dominican Republic and from Panama, Kalani's just 12 and Blue is just 13 years old. So fantastic surfers advancing through the ranks. But now, in some sense, we're going to start to see the divide as we move our way through this under-16s and those surfers that are kind of at the older age of the category and those that are the real young groms that are coming in and starting to just really work out their competitive prowess. Taking a look now at Kalani. He waited out for this wave for a long time, surfing beautifully off the start of it, driving through that next turn as well, and setting himself up down the line. 2-turn combinations so far will already set him up with a chance to take away that leading position. As he's continuing down the line, he's definitely going to get that score that could take him right into the front.
Yeah, you could see the frustration that I just yelled out in that moment from their team, but you know that team is so stoked, screaming, whistling, yelling, supporting. That was a great wave. Shannon, that one will take him to the lead, and there you go, it does.
And it's a 4.17. Could have been looking maybe around a 5-point ride had he finished out that ending turn. And that takes him straight into that leading position. Kellen with a couple of scores now on the board, a 1.5 to back up the 2.5 has him sitting in second, not with a 4-point ride, but off the combination of two smaller scores. Blue now looking to have the pressure sitting on his shoulders. Priority to his name. He hasn't caught a wave yet. We still have over 11 minutes remaining on the clock, and there is a set approaching. But at this stage, you know, hearing that everyone else kind of has their campaigns opened up would be something that he's going to have to process out in the water as well.
Yeah, and Kalani opening up with that 4.17. Now that is something of substitute that we have in our heat. He'd be feeling really good. Having that highest single wave score of that opening exchange really puts you in a nice position of power as you're paddling back out and looking for your second wave. Will we see finally an opportunity?
Has a look for green, doesn't go. Blue has priority, and he's just unable to scratch into it. We'll reset as we take a look now at Isaac, who decides to duck out of that wave. And Blue will have to just duck dive under this one as well.
You can really see how big and rolly these waves are, Shannon. It's hard to get into them. You really have to place yourself almost right under the lip. We've been seeing a lot of late takeoffs because of that.
Yeah, it's been a really challenging wave for some surfers to be able to scratch into and kind of needing to get into those you know, a little bit deeper on that wave with that, either that late takeoff that's kind of got a heavy drop to it, or even that little chip in with the foam to give that extra boost as some of these waves don't have such a steep wall to drop in on.
Well, our surfer in blue, named Blue, also has an Instagram with his brother called the BB Surf Brothers, where they film and post Instagram surfing videos together. So a little shout out to him and his brother, who I'm sure is watching from California, as that is where they reside.
I love that dynamic of the two of them just having some fun, capturing that content behind the scenes, but also, you know, pushing their surfing as they go.
Sorry, I misspoke. He's not watching at home. His brother is here competing with him too.
Of course, another sibling dynamic in the lineup. Well, we'll keep a close eye on them as we see a strong paddle from Isaac. He's unable to get into it. Blue now, still looking for his opening ride. He's regained first priority as everyone else has kind of shuffled around and struggled with their own positioning and paddling to catch waves.
I just realized, Shannon, for our surfers in our first and second position, Camarena and Maloney, I had friends in high school with those last names.
Oh.
2 different friends in high school. I
That's so
wonder
funny.
if this is their long-lost cousins.
They're relatives. Out here in the lineup as we see Isaac Friend just driving through that first carve, sets it up now for the second, puts that board on rail, and you can see he was trimming speed off of that second turn. Now sets it up for a big, powerful finish, and the England competitor will have the team screaming from the shoreline as that's going to do great work towards his campaign. Kellen Maloney now up and riding for Ireland. He's got a big swooping carve to start off with. Also just has a lot of speed on this wave. Now able to push through that next turn, giving a little bit more speed and power to it through the third as well. And this wave's going to corner off. There might be a little paddle battle here between blue and green for priority as well.
Yeah, that was a funky wave. It continued to back off, and then it looked like it was finally growing, and as soon as it grew, it died back down again. So not really offering him the opportunity to, you know, get that higher score that he would have been hoping, because I think we expect to see a great score from Isaac about to drop.
Yeah, there's going to be a decent score with no doubt. A 3-point ride is on the board for last of Kellen, so that jumps him momentarily into the lead. Isaac currently needs a 1.18 to go from third into second. And we're just going to take a breath for a moment because this was a really sleepy first half of the heat. And now that action has turned on, Rachel. Waves of consequence are being ridden. Isaac's definitely going to take away that leading position based off of the 3 that he already has. Essentially, he only needs a 2.5 actually to take away first from Kellen, because Kellen's high wave is a 3-point ride as well.
Yeah, I mean, still plenty of time, and now that they're starting to get busier and feeling comfortable to get busier, the ocean goes a little bit quiet.
And it's a 4.83, so that takes Isaac straight into the lead. It also increases the requirement on Kellen. Now he needs a 4.83 to get himself back into first. Kalani for Panama drops down into third. He's got that 4.17, and his surfing was so sharp on that opening ride. Chasing just a 1.33, he's right there in the conversation to steal away the win. I mean, at this stage, anyone between first, second, and third could win the heat, and it's unfortunate looking at the scores and the surfing across that one of them is going to be eliminated from competition. And our young surfer as well from the Dominican Republic, Blue, he's still in that spot looking for his first wave. He's had some digs, he's had some paddles. Now he's holding on to priority. And off of a single score of a 7.83, he'd find himself in that winning position. It's also going to take that single score of a 5.5 to get him in advancing position.
Yeah, so not much of a requirement so far, but Isaac
now up and riding. He's going to feel
Bang.
good having... Oh! Well, unfortunately goes down in that first section.
Shannon, the commentator's curse from both of us.
We
both loved that opening turn too much.
It was just really great. We were really stoked.
It was really great.
And you could see he's starting to really feel relaxed out there. He's got that 4.83. He's built on his score line from each of his waves.
Too relaxed in that moment.
All right. Well, he's still in the leading position. You know, this is not a negative for him.
No, this is not a negative.
No.
But I really liked that turn. I would have loved to see him right out of it.
I also just am noticing, okay, we've got the word friend in here as a last name. We've got blue in here as a first name. We're in the under 16s division. Those are the most elementary kind of words that you could think of, like how happy and joyful the name blue is. And then friend as a last name, that's just like playground stuff.
Yeah.
You know?
And then my friends in white and red, that they're the cousins of, the long lost cousins of my friends.
When you were like coloring with blue crayons with your friends in elementary school with the last names Maloney and Camarenda.
Yeah, no, that's true. That's exactly, wow, well put together. I think I need to be friends with all 4 of these people. They're all connected to my life.
I think we need to be friends with all 424 surfers in the contest.
I think we do. There are such really cool people representing their countries in this contest. It's been great getting to know them, especially sitting down, working down in the sideline roles, having the conversations and seeing the team dynamics, meeting the parents of these athletes. Of course, this is junior, so a lot of, while they have their teams and their coaches and, you know, physios, a lot of these athletes have their parents traveling with them too, and it's just been great to see their inner dynamics of all of them and get to know them.
Also, kids just make everything better, and having a whole bunch of surfers between the ages of, 11 to 18 makes it for a really fun dynamic regardless of what's happening in the lineup or how good or bad, a heat maybe went in someone's favor. Just the fact that they're here, they're getting to hang out with their friends, they're getting to surf and travel in a new location unless they happen to be one of the locals that's been absolutely ripping here at Punta Roca. Just a really fun environment to have so many Groms in the lineup. 3 minutes remaining on the clock. And we've got a paddle now from Blue in the blue jersey. Uses priority, and he's finally gotten himself into a wave. Absolutely frothing here on a great looking piece of equipment. Huge snap for that first turn. Goes in for a second check. Has so much speed as he flies down the line. And he's looking for he just went for the biggest end section in comparison to his size on that wave. That was absolutely charging, Rachel.
Well, he knows he needs something big, and that was really smart from him. He knows that with little bit of time, he's trying to get it on this one wave. This opening turn, a really great one, was patient. Looks like he's on a bit of a longer board. Also, I'm loving his more narrow style. And that first turn, he almost dug the nose in, but managed to ride out of it clean. Second turn, got a nice snap, and then unfortunately goes out the back there. Watch the nose of his board on this one, Shannon. Really smartly recovered here that we barely even notice it.
Wow, that was very well recovered.
Yeah, and his board looking long under his feet, but I think that's actually just because he's such a small person, and he has a really nice narrow stance. That's a takeaway of that's my takeaway from his surfing, and I really like the look of it. I'm looking forward to seeing as he continues to grow the surfing that we can expect to see from him moving forward.
Well, he's now chasing only a 2.84 to advance. There's a minute and a half remaining on the clock. There is time for him to go to another wave if he's able to sneak something out like this on the paddle back out. Kalani now with the opportunity. Remember, he's got that 417 on the board. He only needs a 1.33 to advance. And with surfing like this, he's already surfed to that score. We'll now see if he's able to really put some pressure onto the rest of the field, if he's able to jump up into second. Just a nice little tap here onto the inside section, and he'll finish off clean, which is exactly what he needed to do to secure that position.
Yeah, going for that claim because he is feeling pumped up, needing a score, and knowing that he achieved that. Now he's hoping that White does not back it up. Judge is quick to drop it, so they'll be hearing that situation change right now.
Wow, 45 seconds on the clock. A 3.23 from Kalani moves him up into second. Puts Kellen chasing a 4.40, and he's got an opportunity. 30 seconds remaining. He needs to surf to his absolute best on this wave. A 4.4 would be the second highest wave of the heat for context. Couple wraps on the outside section. Nothing really critical yet. Just those kind of mid-face carves. Now goes vertical on the finish, but to have any chance at it would have needed to ride out of that wave. I love Rach that he got the opportunity, and unfortunate frustration on the finish.
Yeah, and you can see that frustration from him. He was punching the wave already mid-fall, knowing dang it, I needed to land that last maneuver if I wanted a chance at a 4.4.
Wow, what a wild finish to this heat. The fact that Blue got that opportunity and showcased some brilliant surfing for such a young competitor just fell on that finishing section that could have had him sitting maybe in advancing position. And for Kellen, also for him to have that final opportunity and just not to make the most of that end section. It's officially going to be Isaac Friend from England holding on to the victory, and Kalani Camarena from Panama advancing through in second. We're going to see much more of them and our bottom 2 surfers eliminated from competition. When we return, we've got 3 more heats to finish out a massive day of competition. Chris Cote and Sofia Milanovic on the call.
Hello everybody in Peru for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. I'm sure you guys are having already an incredible time with the beautiful waves in Punta Rocas. I'm very, very happy to see this record amount of countries, record amount of competitors, and record amount of participants. Between surfers and their support team, there's almost 700 people in Peru. This is amazing. So I wish everybody the best time in Peru. I wish they enjoy, reconnect with people they already are friends with, and find new friends. Of course, that's the key of the ISA World Championships. Finally, I would like to thank our host, FENTA, the Peruvian Institute of Sports, and in general the government of Peru and the people of Peru for such an amazing hosting of this event. Thank you everybody, good luck, and enjoy the competition. Goodbye. Muchas gracias a todos.
Message from El Presidente, Fernando Aguirre, our fearless leader. We're looking at more Reparage heats, 3 more to go for the day. Boys under 16, heat 14 in the lineup. 4 nations represented here. Chris Cote with Sofia Milanovic. Punta Rocas has been showing us all types of conditions throughout the day. What will happen now? Mateo Arisamane from Ecuador, Harish Prakash from India, Cash Souter from Team USA, Shen Yang Chen, Chinese Taipei. What do you think, Sofia? What a lineup of nations we have out here right now.
Yeah, we have a beautiful heat in front of us, and I think we see a set coming to start this heat.
Yeah, it's been really, positioning has been everything in the last, this afternoon. And it's definitely not going to be easy to find your spot in the lineup. See all 4 surfers identifying that there's a monster on the horizon. Huge set breaking way outside. You got 1 surfer breaking free, potentially trying to find this left. And everybody caught inside. What a beast of a set wave to start this heat.
Yeah, we haven't seen a set this big for a while. So everybody's getting caught in the inside.
Oh, this is not how you want to start your heat. These guys are thinking, why now? Why me? And still, I mean, everybody getting steamrolled. That's a lot of water moving around.
Yeah, there's a lot of water, and it's powerful too. But they're strong. They're strong kids. They're ready for it.
Yeah, they've been practicing. They're well trained, well prepared. They knew that this was a possibility. They had to. The problem here with a 12-wave set rolling through like that, it's just eats time.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, when you're paddling this hard, duck diving this many times, the clock is flying. And you're getting, you know, you're winded now.
Yeah. At least no one has caught a wave. I think it's worse when you get caught on a set like that and your opponent already has like a good score, right? That's the worst.
Well, a set like that has a way of kind of washing nerves away from the competitors.
Yeah.
You see everybody just probably a little bit stunned right there. 16-14 on the clock, so that was basically a 4-minute set.
And I think there's some more waves coming at the back. So I think we're going to see a lot of waves in this heat.
And we'll see if this risky decision to go way deep pays off for your surfer to the right of the screen.
Yeah, he's really deep there.
I mean, this is open ocean surfing right here. Surfer in blue is representative from Team India, Harish Prakash. Okay, got a rider up. Speedy down the line, getting around this first section. This wave could reform through the inside. It's a big foamy section. Meets him at the end of it. I mean, it's not going to be a huge score, but what it's going to do is help him positioning-wise. Now he's in the channel, so he's going to have a good view of the lineup. And he gets to watch as another set potentially rolls through. Yes, Prakash must have been the super deep surfer. So looks like he did himself a favor, got around quite nicely into the channel. He'll have an easy path to get back outside.
We see a surfer paddling. Didn't like the look of that wave. Decided not to go. There's 14 minutes, well, 15 minutes left in this heat. Goes so fast, the 20-minute heat.
Oh yeah, I mean, especially when that's how you start it off. So your surfer from Team Ecuador in this heat is Mateo Arisomena, 16 years old from Guayaquil. His favorite break is Mar Bravo and Salinas. He's on a Mayhem Driver 3.0. His biggest surfing achievement thus far in his budding career is making the Ecuador national team. He likes Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, playing music, and soccer. This is his first year competing for Team Ecuador. I'm excited to see what Mateo has for us.
Congrats, Mateo. It's a big achievement to be representing your team in such a big event.
Saw Chen drop in and kind of just fall down his stomach. And maybe able to get around the corner. This is Mateo. Oh, rough start. So much power in that white water. I mean, it's going to be, that's like a matter of inches. If he was just a little bit out on the shoulder, could have potentially got up. Meanwhile, through the inside, Harish Prakash. Nice turns.
He looks really young, Indian surfer. He's doing a good job in that wave. Unfortunately, the wave kind of flattens out.
I like how fast he's going.
Yeah.
It seems like right when he gets to his feet, he just starts flying. So Harish competing with his older brother. He's 13 years old. His favorite wave is Mahab's Point. He is your national junior champion for Italy. His hobbies include reading books. He's competed across India in junior and open categories. He represented Team India at the National or Asia Surf Championships in 2024 and 2025. I like this. He says his surfing style is all about clean, powerful turns, speed, and staying calm under pressure.
Nice.
Every heat teaches him something new, and he's always working to improve his technique and push himself further.
I like that.
Wise words from a young surfer. See now, Sheng Yang Chen. Chinese Taipei with a couple good turns. Start off with a 3-1-0. Can't get the finisher. But he'll be rewarded for the work he did on that wave on the outside. Here goes Cash Souter. Carving snap, foamy section in front of him, but this wave looks like it could be standing up nicely through to the inside. Oh, going for the layback right in the pocket. There's a lot of foam on the face of that wave, so he goes down. I believe this is our first surfer for the boys squad of Team USA to compete in the Reparage round. 11 minutes, we're almost halfway through.
Yeah.
Just a handful of waves ridden. These guys are having to earn it right now.
This heat has gone so fast.
Looks like a little bit of a break in the action. That means we get to go, oh, hold up. Cash Souter flipped it right on the inside, straight up into the lip, goes down again. So back-to-back waves there for Souter. He did enough to get in the lead, 3.33. As he makes his way back out, let's go down to the glass. We got Mitchell Salazar, the winner of that last heat.
Yeah, thank you guys. Here with England's Isaac Friend. Isaac, congratulations. I know you're nervous as heck right now, but enjoy this moment. It's the first of many. It's your first ISA as well. What's the feeling like being here with the team?
Super sick. It's super sick to be out here. I'm grateful for this opportunity to represent my country, and I'm stoked on that heat.
What about the preparation coming into the event too? What did you do specifically to be able to get in form for your ISA juniors?
I didn't surf too much because I wanted to keep myself in, like, not too tired and stuff. But yeah, it was like, it was,
Take your time. It's all good. They love you regardless if they're laughing with you.
yeah, you know, just practicing, staying healthy, getting good sleep, you know, staying hydrated in the sun, and not getting too burnt.
By the way, I heard you're the imposter. Is that true? Inside joke, by the way. Let's hear Team England for Isaac Friend right here.
He seems like a rad kid. He was so nervous. He almost slipped and just tried to hide behind his board, but he came through with a solid post-heat interview. Isaac Friend still in this competition. And, I mean, come on, you got, what, up to 9 Groms, 8 of them staring at you, doing everything they can to make you laugh. I think he did really well under pressure there.
Yeah. Such good energy, that kid.
So Cash Souter, even though he made kind of back-to-back mistakes, he still put himself in a decent position with a 3.33 backed by a 1. Cash is 15 years old. He's from Hatteras Island in North Carolina. He surfs Avon Pier as much as possible, representing Real Water Sports Monera, features fins. He's on the Monster Army. And his biggest achievement, competing at ISA Junior Worlds. He's a surfer, a guitar player, a skater. And this is his first ISA Junior World Championship, so he's super proud and grateful to be here. Not only to represent the USA, but also represent the East Coast and that surf-rich community of Hatteras. If you look at your event schedule, Saturday to Saturday, all day, every day, let's go. Competition will resume first thing in the morning. You know, this is the junior championships. We have over 400 surfers, so this is not like the luxurious World Surfing Games and WSL events where you get days off sometimes. We're running through it. Every surfer needs to get at least 2 opportunities to compete. And we're watching the second and final chance here for these surfers in the water. Your Reparage, round 1, heat 14. Shenyang Chain is in 2nd place. Harish Prakash in 3rd for now. Mateo Arasomena on 0.20. And there's a rough start for all 4 of these surfers with a huge set. Just rolled right across all of them.
Yeah.
And it lasted for about 4 minutes. That's basically like a total restart of your heat.
For sure. There's still 7 minutes to go, though. I saw that Green got a little bit frustrated because he fell off in a couple of waves, but there's still time to showcase his surfing. I'm sure he's an amazing surfer. And everybody's in the same position, you know. Nobody has really gotten like a good wave. Everybody was caught by that big set on the head at the beginning of the heat, so they just have to keep calm and do the work.
Remember that famous sticker, keep calm and carry on.
Exactly.
Whatever happened on your previous wave, just get that out of your mind. Get back out there to where you feel is the appropriate takeoff zone. You can have help from your coaches and teammates on the bluff. We've seen some flags kind of being used as markers to help these surfers find the right spot in this lineup. I mean, there's a massive takeoff zone, so it's not like you can really line up with too many things on the beach. See Mateo now.
Oh.
Now getting into it. Okay, look at this nice wall. Mateo to rip into.
Yeah, it's a beautiful wave.
Yeah, it comes around a big section. This one looks like it's just hugging the point really well. It's nice and smooth into the inside. The length of ride is there. Almost got a little cover up through that inside. Mateo Arasamena, Team Ecuador, officially on the board.
Yeah, the quality of that wave was really good. It offered so many sections and kept going from the start to the end. So that was a really good choice for him.
Down to 5.5 minutes. And check it. We got more freight trains coming to the takeoff zone. Big set out the back. This one looks like it's swinging way north. So the first wave comes through for Mateo, representing Ecuador. It's a 3-point ride, so it's a battle of threes right now. Expect one of these surfers to just kick the door open. If you get a 6 or a 7 at this point, with 5 minutes left, you have a really good shot of making it all the way through. Ooh, green was just on the inside.
That wave kind of seemed like it had a good wall, but then it kind of got weird. So
Yeah.
so hard to know which wave is it's gonna be a good wave.
Yeah, so Cash just had to sneak under that wave, and he's just dropped anchor. He feels like he's in the right spot.
This is the replay of White. Waiting for the wave to have a better shape. Waiting patiently, going back to the power source. The
Couple
wave
good
didn't
turns,
offer,
but
didn't offer much.
Only enough for a 2. And this is the 3-point ride for Mateo.
Yeah, this wave was really nice. It had really good potential. Lots of sections to hit it. Mateo from Ecuador did really well. Waiting for those sections. And surfing it really safe surfing, but it was a good wave for him.
When I think Ecuador and surfing, I think of one of the winningest surfer in ISA history, Mimi Barona.
Amazing surfer, Mimi. And we see green in that last wave. Unfortunately, he falls off in that wave. I feel like he's really frustrated.
Well, he knows what he's capable of.
Yeah.
I've seen some videos of this kid. I've heard his name a lot in the competitive surfing world. And here we go. Redemption time for Cash Schauder. Nice setups on the outside. This wave has a good section for him. Blows the tail, rides out clean.
That was a nice wave.
Now he's going to be feeling a little bit better.
Yeah.
And the team was probably on pins and needles there for the first half of this heat, but Cash came through clutch on that last wave. Finishing turn was really cool looking. On edge, risky.
Yeah, he's a great surfer. Beautiful style, really smooth. I think he's going to feel a lot better after that wave.
You can almost see it in his body language right now, too. He's just like, okay, I got this.
Yeah, more confident.
So it comes through to 483. Still not safe. That is a precarious lead because you look at what Chen just got, 310 and a 2. All Mateo needs is a 2.11. Prakash, who we've seen flying down the line on a couple gems, needs a 327.
Yeah.
The good news for Cash is there's only 2 minutes left.
And also, I think that if he gets another opportunity in another wave, I think he's going to build on that score. I think he's thrown those nerves out in this last wave, and he's going to perform better. Wow, that was a beautiful turn, throwing all the tail out. Progressive move.
Yeah, I feel like the reason that it was just kind of kept in that mid-level is when he threw the tail, he kind of had that stall, and it looks cool, it looks dramatic, but it does impede a little bit on what the flow element that the judge are looking for. I mean,
yeah, he kind of got stuck a little bit at the top. Yeah.
I mean, that's one of those turns where as you're riding out, you're just going, oh, please, let me just hang on to this one. And he did it, made the team proud, currently in the lead. Now time's flying. 1 minute, 10 seconds to go.
More waves at the back. We have Cash Schauder in that first place with a 4.83 and a 3.4. Chen from Taipei with a 3.1 and a 2. And then we have Mateo in third with a 3 and a 0.2. He just needs a 2.1. That's nothing. He can get that. And Harish Prakash with a 1.83. And he needs a 3.27. He needs to increase his second wave, that's 0.9, or even his first wave, you know, the 1.83. I think he can do better than both of those waves.
So inside of 20 seconds left. This is going to be the last wave ridden in this heat. All right, Sheng Yang Chen. Couple good turns. Layback slash, okay. So mixing up his maneuvers. This wave's still building up down the line. A big finish here. He's definitely going to help this score. Wow, nice, fast, sharp surfing. Goes for the body varial at the end. Now he's got to be feeling good about the way he finished that heat. Started off with a 3.10. Backed it up with a 2. Knew that he needed to get something else going. And that's going to be it. It's going to be Cash Shouter from Team USA getting the win. Sheng Yang Chen in second place from Chinese Taipei. Unfortunately, we lose Mateo Arisamena as well as Harish Prakash. Both great surfers, and I expect to see a lot more of them in future ISA competition. And for them, their run is done here in Peru. And we're going to flip it over to Heat 15 coming up next in the boys under 16 Reparage round 1. Take a quick break. We'll be right back with more.
Hello everybody in Peru for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. I'm sure you guys are having already an incredible time with the beautiful waves in Punta Rocas. I'm very, very happy to see this record amount of countries, record amount of competitors, and record amount of participants. Between surfers and their support team, there's almost 700 people in Peru. This is amazing. So I wish everybody the best time in Peru. I wish they enjoy, reconnect with people they already are friends with, and find new friends. Of course, that's the key of the ISA World Championships. Finally, I would like to thank our host, Fenta, the Peruvian Institute of Sports, and in general the government of Peru and the people of Peru for such an amazing hosting of this event. Thank you everybody, good luck, and enjoy the competition. Goodbye. Muchas gracias a todos.
Let's get it going. Heat 15 of the boys under 16 Reparage round 1. We got representatives from Chinese Taipei, Panama, and the Dominican Republic. Bo Yu Chen, Gabriel Cabrera, and Sebastian Ribas. And we're straight into it. Your surfer from Dominican, Sebastian Ribas. He found a great wave to start this heat. Good, clean, open face. Did some searing carves out the back all the way through. And look at that energy. That's what you love to see in the afternoon here. A surfer who you can tell really wants this one. He really wants to keep surfing in this event. I appreciate that kind of hustle.
Of course, he wants it. That was a really nice wave he got. He did a really nice turn, a really nice hack. And he's paddling hard to get that second wave. Great surfer from Dominican Republic. Oh, look at the waves at the back. Oh, wow, we missed a really good wave at 6.83 from the Panamanian.
Yeah, sometimes straight from the jump. I mean, there's so much happening in this lineup. Look at this set, is wild. See Sebastian Ribas making his way back to the takeoff zone. I mean, this looks like Sunset Beach or Haleiwa or something. I mean, this is huge.
Yeah.
Hopefully these surfers are in a better position for this set than the surfers in the previous heat who all got smoked. Look at that perfect line. That looks really fun.
Yeah, it is a fun wave.
It looks like kind of a, you know, a bigger style wave that you can actually rip on, and you don't, you know, you're going to get pounded, of course, if you try to duck dive these waves, but there's a good open channel. This would be a great place to really kind of learn how to ride big open ocean waves.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, still plenty powerful. Like,
Yeah, it is
I'm not going to
powerful,
try to
but-
go out there and start duck diving.
Yeah,
I always
but-
stay on the shoulder when I paddle out.
But there's not much consequences, you know. So it's, I think, how you said, it's a good wave where you can actually start riding bigger boards and kind of feel that longer lines, you know, you need for big wave riding.
And I feel like the cadence of sets is actually making it pretty exciting right now. Yesterday was just all day, on and on and on. But now it's a little bit more unpredictable. This is that great wave that started at 683.
Wow. That's a beautiful couple turns of red. This third turn, super smooth surfing from one turn to another without losing speed. Lots of control. And he finishes that wave. Great wave for red, Panamanian. And we see green at the back too, in a beautiful wave. And this is blue. Trying to find that section, eyeing that section. That's a beautiful turn up the top. He kicks out.
We've got 15.5 minutes left. Solid start for Gabriel Cabrera. Quick look there for Chen. Chinese Taipei has been improving every time they arrive, these ISA competitions. Relatively newer team, but they just keep getting better. Got Wan Yu Chen surfing for the 18 under girls. Ming Jiang Liu, Ana Asia Filippini, Chen Chen Yang, and Ho Yu Chen, who is an 11-year-old out of Hualien. He is your national under-16 third place finisher, who's born in Hualien. Only started surfing 3 years ago. How do you get this good in 3 years?
Wow.
He likes to play in the sand, swim in the ocean. His first time joining the ISA Junior Series was in El Salvador last year, so it's his second time surfing in this event. I'm so impressed. I mean, to read some of these bios and realize that a lot of these kids have only been surfing for a few years and they're already at this level is super impressive. Che Shen Li also on the team. Mei Feng Su. That rounds out your Chinese Taipei surf team. They've been rising through the ranks.
Yeah, they get good so fast. They probably spend so much time in the water practicing.
Yeah, I mean, stamina is going to come into play because these guys have probably been on the beach all day long cheering on their teams. See Sebastian up and into the lip. Just a little bit off time there. So Panama, they've had strong teams in the past as well. Sebastian in the water, trying to carry the torch for the team. He had a decent start with 3.17. The Panamanian, Gabriel Cabrera, 16-year-old from Santa Catalina, currently in the lead. So we'll see what happens next. While we wait, let's go down to Mitchell Salazar on the glass.
Yeah, thank you guys. Here with the East Coast product from the US WEBCAST shooter. Congratulations. You had your whole team literally on the edge of their seats right there. You got the floor right at the end. You took the lead. Were you aware of where you were positioned at the end of the game?
Yeah. I kind of was. It was kind of nerve-wracking. I was nervous. I got a little stiff, but I kind of got one at the end. I was pretty stoked.
All right, when you got the call to be on the U.S. team, what was it like? What was the feeling like of being able to represent your beautiful country?
Yeah, I was super stoked. I was really surprised, but feels good.
Well, you got the chance. Anything you want to say back home to Hatteras?
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you to all my sponsors and my parents.
All right, congratulations. See you later. Thank you.
Yeah, you could tell he was reflecting on that heat, and you know, I saw the eye of the tiger come out right there. He was
Yeah.
thinking, okay, I like this feeling of getting a post-heat interview with Mitch. I want more of this. And sometimes when you have a heat like that, where you make a few mistakes, you kind of get that one out of the way.
Yeah, for sure. You know, I think he's gonna learn from that last heat, and he wants to show his surfing. He wants to perform. So I'm sure if he has the opportunity in next heat, he's gonna rip. He's a great surfer.
So with 11:20 to go, Sebastian Ribas, we're representing Dominican Republic. He's 16 years old. He likes to surf at Playa Cosan. He's on an Exodus Dr. Pulse KLK model, part of the Pirata Surf School. Got first place in the national rankings for the 18 and under division. He likes to do jiu-jitsu, and he likes to rip waves. That was a great turn to start this one, and look at that. Lay back. So got the memo, combination of major maneuvers, and look, again, the hustle.
He did a couple turns before that. He did like quite a few turns there. Nothing major, but just beautiful surfing. Here's a replay. That first turn, just like beautiful cutback, back to the power source. This second turn was nicer, pushing it more.
Really stylish.
Yeah. Doing a bit of a layback just to mix his moves. Good surfing by Blue.
Well, he's well coached by Jason Aparicio.
I know Jason, he's a great coach.
Yeah, he's been doing great things this year for sure. And I think he's going to be pretty excited about what Sebastian Ribas did on that last wave. Comes through with a 3.93 and a 3.17. It's enough to put him in the top spot. That knocks Gabriel Cabrera down to second. Bo Yu Chen in third, needing a 4.84. Golden hour here at Punta Rocas. And I've been really impressed with the Peruvian sunsets already this week.
Yeah, there's beautiful
Stunners.
sunsets. Yeah.
We're going to get another one tonight. Sometimes the sun kind of, there's a little strip of blue sky coming down from kind of the grayish part. Makes for a really awesome effect. 9.5 minutes left. Big roller comes through. Red has to duck dive.
9 minutes left. And Bo Yu Chen from Chinese Taipei needs a 4.84 to go into that advancing place. But Gabriel Cabrera doesn't have a backup yet, so he has the biggest score of the heat with a 6.83. He has priority number 1. So I'm sure he's gonna improve his wave, because he doesn't have any score for that second wave.
So Bo Yu Chen is tied with a handful of others as our youngest competitor, 11 years old. Pretty awesome that an 11-year-old is just out there charging.
Yeah.
4.84, I mean, Bo Yu puts himself on a nice long right with some impactful sections. He could get that number.
Of course he can. He's a good surfer. Bo Yu Chen from Chinese Taipei. And he knows he doesn't need much, so he just needs to pick his wave right.
So we've had 2 podiums running today. If you want to know the results that happened at podium 2, right above the live feed, there's a link, podium 1, podium 2. Click that podium 2 button, you can see all the results there. Today was a day of savage cuts, our opening Reparage rounds, cutting about half the field. And we're only on day 3 of competition. So, but don't worry, we still have about 300 plus surfers after today to get through. So a lot of surfing yet to come this week, going all the way through to Saturday. Looks like Gabriel Cabrera has the top priority position. Waiting for Sebastian and Bo Yu Chen to make their way back to the takeoff area, which is fast.
Yeah, Gabriel's being really patient too. He has priority. There's still 7 minutes to go, so he wants to make sure that next wave he gets It's going to be a wave that counts.
How do you even decide when to stop paddling? It feels like if you could just keep going and you wouldn't be far enough out for these big sets.
Yeah, like they're being like, I think safe there where they're seating. They can maybe try and go more at the back, and maybe they could get like a big wave from all the way out. But then they also risk not riding those double ups, you know, so. Oh, here comes a nice wave.
Yeah, there's something pretty special looking about this one. It's got a nice extended wall down the line, and it's going to be red in position. Gabriel Cabrera, Team Panama. Slides into this one with ease. Looks like it's cleaning up through the mid portion. Big section in front of him, nails the white water, drops that back knee, making it look extra stylish. Solid surfing there, and that'll be a great backup score for Cabrera, who started off with a 6.83. So patience paid off for your surfer in red. He's going to be in third priority, but we've already seen it a few times making their way back out. They could grab another one real quick. This is nice surfing.
Beautiful surfing by Red, Panamanian. You can just tell he's feeling really confident. He's happy about what he's doing. Wow, beautiful wave. He's been really effective in this heat. He only has 2 waves ridden, and both waves have been really good. Goes straight to the lead. He gets a 5 for that last wave.
Still 5 minutes left. So we're well into the lead now, into the double digits with 11.83 as a current heat total. Sebastian now in second, and Bo Yu Chen, the number he needs went up just a bit. Now he needs a 5.10. Not too daunting of a number. I mean, you definitely got to earn it. The judges aren't handing out any easy passes today. You got to earn every bit of the points you get. But as we just saw for Cabrera, I feel like that 5 points came heavily on the last maneuver.
Yeah. The good thing too is that he has the priority number 1, so he can pick the wave he wants. There's still 4 minutes remaining. So I think that score is really attainable.
Well, everybody's duck diving again. They've spent a lot of time underwater in this heat. This one could have an extended wall. Super foamy though. Those foamy ones it just adds to the difficulty in engaging your rail and fins. So inside of that 4-minute mark. Overview of our zone. Look at the priority board. Sebastian Rivas now has first priority spots. He's the Punta Rocas High Performance Center, where Peruvian champions are being made. Bo Yu Chen, Chinese Taipei. Oh, come on, right out. There we go. That was a big turn, not just for an 11-year-old, that was a big turn for anyone.
Yeah, that was a beautiful finish to that last wave of green.
I liked that turn.
That was, yeah, it risked a lot, huh? He was critical. Last section of the wave. This is the replay of his last wave. Beautiful turn to start that wave. He's waiting for that section patiently. Second nice turn. Third turn. The wave kind of flattens out, but then this last section offers potential and he goes for it. So great surfing for green.
That was cool. I mean, you can tell he's got solid fundamentals, right?
Yeah, he's a great surfer.
That's going to be, that number could make things interesting. So he's looking for a 5. He wants to get into one of those top 2 spots. Gabriel has got to be feeling pretty confident about his lead right now. It all comes down to this number with 2 minutes, 20 seconds left. Not much on the horizon for the moment.
There's still some time left, even if maybe he doesn't get, well, I don't know if he might get to that 5.1. But even if he doesn't, he's going to improve his second, or that's his best wave. So the requirement's going to be smaller, and there's still time left. I think these 2 minutes are going to be crucial for him.
Ocean is doing Bo Yu Chen a favor right now. And time is slipping away, 1 minute 40 seconds. I'm really impressed with all three of surfers in this heat. The score comes through. Ooh, it's just under a 4.43. But now, the good news for Bo Yu Chen is he only needs a 2.67. The bad news is there's only 1 minute 20 seconds left.
I think he can get it in the time with the time left. 2.67 is not much. He just needs to get active. Well, there's just 1 minute left now. But I don't know. Sebastian is probably gonna go block him soon. Oh, he chooses to go on this wave, use his priority, try to improve on one of his waves.
Coming through this inside.
Oh, nice turn there.
Seems like kind of his trademark turn. Layback slam. Comes up and under. Goes big. Ooh, it looked like he had a shot at making that last turn. I feel like that's going to improve on at least that 317.
Yeah, for sure. That was beautiful surfing by Sebastian. Couple really good moves. Bummer he fell on that last move, but still good surfing.
That would have been pretty dynamic.
Here's the replay of this last wave. Gets a little bit stuck there in that first turn, but he goes back to the power source. Utilizes really well this section. It's a good turn. I like this cutback. Bouncing off the wide water. Good surfing.
All right, well, with that, Heat 15 is over. Give it up to Bo Yu Chen, representing Chinese Taipei. Almost got it the last minute, but Sebastian Ribas from the Dominican Republic and Gabriel Cabrera from Team Panama making a strong case as to why they were named to these national teams. They're going to move through in first and second place. We're going to move on to our last heat of the day, Heat 16 here in the boys under 16 Reparage round 1. So don't go anywhere. We're just going to give you a brief commercial break, but we'll be right back with more live surfing from Punta Rocas.
The dream of Olympic surfing was a dream decades ago, but today is our reality.
It's about pushing the sport and pushing the boundaries.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
It's been a tough road for me to qualify to Paris.
That's the game. You gotta win.
The wave is unlike any other wave.
This is one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's not don't be scared. Be scared, but still go and do it.
Surf fans, welcome to the last heat of day 3 of competition here at the 2025 ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. We're live from Punta Rocas, Peru. It's golden hour. The waves are pumping, and the performances have been pretty awesome. I'm Chris Cote. I'm with Sofia Milanovic, and you're watching Surfer in Green, Noah Phillips representing Chile. Got this wave right off the buzzer. Some strong backside surfing from this young Chilean. And I'm really enjoying this division because, yes, it is 16 and under, but we're really seeing all ages.
Yeah.
From 11, 12, 13, I mean, all the way up. And this heat is going to feature surfers from Canada, India, Greece, Chile. We got Esteban Barub, Sriram, and Phillips. Again, saw this wave paddling back out and thought, why not? Go back to back. So that one comes through at just a 1-point ride. It's enough to give him a 4-point total and the lead.
Good surfing by Noah. He seems like really young too, young kid. What an experience for him to be here surfing the ISA Juniors World Championships in Peru.
Do a little scouting report here. Talk about this young surfer from Team India. The first time we've seen them compete here at the junior level. We're looking at Prahlad Sriram, 12 years old. And he was born in Chennai on a Lost Subdriver 2.0. He's been surfing for 6 years, currently ranked 3rd in India. And he hopes to be a World Junior Champion one day and win the Olympics. Here we go. Wow. I mean, I'm already loving this kid's style. Look what he does with his arms, with his hands.
Yeah, he's stylish, huh?
Yeah, that was a cool wave. You know, it's not going to be a huge number, but at least he showed us, you know, what we wanted to see. Good, solid fundamentals, nice clean style. If he gets
Staying
himself,
active too,
yeah,
huh?
if he gets himself on a better wave, I mean, he's going to put up a big number. You just feel it. Yet to see Zach Epinetos, Team Greece. I mean, it's safe to say every surfer left in the draw is a good surfer because you have to be even to make these national teams. Oh, there's the peanut gallery. 400 Groms going out there to free surf. Locals, visiting, kids from all over the world. It's going to be a zoo in a good way out there this afternoon. I think these surfers are going to have a lot of fun. There's plenty of waves to go around, in theory. So Zach Epinetos, 14 years old. His favorite break is Melkbos. Actually lives in Cape Town, but he's representing Greece along with his brother Levi. It's their first time being part of the Greek team. Welcome to ISA competition, Zach Epinetos.
There's 15 minutes and a half remaining. We don't have that many waves in this heat yet.
Well, here's Zach. Couple good snaps on the outside section on his backhand. I like the little tail drift when he goes to the end of his turns. Yeah, and you could hear, oh, geez. Rock popped up out of nowhere, and he just was on the other side of it. Yeah, get out of that section. You see the water boiling up. It's real shallow in there. Tide's still dropping. 14:55 to go.
This is the replay of green, this last wave. Eye in that section. Goes for it. This is the Chilean's wave. Unfortunately, he falls off on that second turn. This is Blue's wave. Beautiful style of Blue. Doing a cutback back to the power source. Unfortunately, the wave kind of flats out there.
He's fun to watch.
Yeah, he is.
I want to
really
surf
stylish.
like that. Esteban Barube, Team Canada, got involved, got himself a 3.20.
This is red. Nice wave. Finish as well. So they've cut a lot of waves in the last minutes.
Like we have Noah Phillips. Some good goofy foot action in this heat. Up and into the lip. I like the tenacity we're seeing from Noah Phillips. I mean, he's just getting right back to the takeoff zone. Third wave right in.
Staying active, Noah. He's in first place right now. Still 13 minutes to go on this heat. Plenty of time.
And we've got Prahlad Sriram representing Team India in that top priority position. I'm excited. I want to see more for Sriram. I think that was kind of smart of him to take off on that smaller insider just to put some, shake off the nerves, put something on your score line.
For sure. He's playing a smart heat.
Looks like something perking up out the back. This wave in the foreground, very shouldery. Might be the type of wave you're looking for if you're just cruising on a log or an egg, but for these high performance juniors, they need something to work with.
Yeah.
The biggest scores have come from basically, like 2-turn waves, at least this afternoon. So 12 minutes and 15 seconds left. Waiting for these surfers to activate. Let's go down the glass. We've got Mitchell Salazar.
El Cabrera from Santa Catalina, Panama. Muchas felicidades. Big congratulations to yourself, man. First time I've ever heard of you. I am very impressed. Estoy muy impresionado. ¿Cómo te sentiste? How did you feel? Especially with the afternoon glass off con las olas excelentes aquí en la tarde.
Me sentí al principio un poquito presionado, pero después pude mantener la calma. Gracias al equipo técnico de la PS, al señor Javier, el psicólogo deportivo del equipo. Y nada, seguimos. También quiero darle gracias a Dios por pasar mi hit y hacia adelante.
Want to thank God. I want to thank our technical team. Just to be able to surf, it's a big privilege. I felt pressure at the beginning. It eventually went away, and of course I settled in. Otra pregunta más, el hecho de poder representar a Panamá. The fact that you're representing Panama from where you're from, Santa Catalina, that's a quality wave, una ola de alta calidad. How did it feel to be able to surf waves like this coming from where you're from?
Me siento súper agradecido y feliz de poder representar a mi patria, a mi país, que en verdad es un sueño. Y sí, eso.
It's a dream come true to be able to not only represent my country, really the patriarchy over there. Congratulations, muchas felicidades. Nos vemos en la siguiente.
Gracias.
Yeah, Team Panama's going off. Big celebration. Great heat for that young Panamanian. Back to the water now. Noah Phillips still in the lead. Just got a 1.63, slight improvement over that 1-point ride for his second wave.
We see a wave coming at the back.
I think during the interview there was a wave from Prahlad Sriram, 2.40 or a 1.57. Decent enough backup to put him in second place. Esteban Barub drops down to third. Esteban is 16 years old. He's surfing for Team Canada, but he's been all over the place. Born in Alberta, and now he lives in the Dominican Republic. So he went from very cold to very warm. He did get first place in the Waves of Hope qualifiers.
Nine minutes and a half remaining. This heat's still wide open.
Yeah, third and fourth place, 0.771, light work.
Priority number 1 is with red, and priority number 2 is with white.
It's definitely starting to glass off here as we inch towards golden hour. Team Canada, they don't look too stressed out. They know how good Esteban is. But check it out, it's Noah Phillips back at it. This will be his fourth wave ridden.
Staying active, Noah. He knows he doesn't need to improve much on that second wave, just 1.63. He did 1.7 now.
He's chipping away.
Yeah.
He's chipping away. Still got the lead. Do have a surfer on the inside. Yeah, this is going to be Sriram. Stylist. Up into the lip there. And gets back up.
Beautiful wave by Blue. His best wave by far, I think. That wave was a good wave. It had offered a lot of potential.
I think this wave really suits Prahlad's style, doesn't it?
Yeah, like just calm style, right? Like relaxed style.
So 8 minutes now. Score comes through for Sriram. It's a 3.37. It's enough to put him in first place. Noah Phillips now drops to second. Marub now needs a 1.5. Zach needs a 1.74. So again, still, the door is wide open. There's Team Chile. Cheering on their squad. That's really cool. That, I mean, I haven't seen any of these teams leave the beach.
Yeah, they've been here all day cheering for their participants, their teammates.
So we got 7:20 to go.
And this is going to be the last heat of the day.
Highlights package at the end of today is going to be awesome. It's going to be a video part. I hope you have seatbelts wherever you're watching. It's going to be a wild ride. There's Team India, their first time competing here at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. And they've definitely made their home nation proud. Some big performances from the team. You see Esteban Barub getting that little chip shot into this wave that kind of just goes completely flat beneath him. He didn't even get a chance to get up into that end section because there was no power left in that wave. 6 minutes, 30 seconds.
He seems like a really good surfer, but he hasn't had the opportunity to showcase his surfing. Still time left though.
So Noah Phillips puts up a 2.90. He now regains the top spot. Drops Prahlad Sriram from India into second. Esteban now needs a 2.58. Zach Epinetos needs a 2.81. Opportunity here. So it looks like it could potentially stretch out nicely down the line. And it's going to be surfer in red representing Canada. Marub. Oh
no.
Just found himself on the wrong end of a chop. Back foot slipped off. Happens to the best of them. It's okay to be frustrated, but you got to put it out of your mind quickly.
Yeah.
Got a job to do with 5.5 left. There's plenty of time, plenty of waves coming through. And there's your current second place surfer, Prahlad Sriram.
He seems so relaxed.
Yeah, like a little guru.
Yeah, he is.
He's just chilling out there. I mean, he's in a kind of a precarious second place position with third and fourth place surfers just needing near 3-point rides. I want to meet this kid.
Yeah.
All right, we're at the 5-minute mark now. Last heat of the day. Started off at 7 this morning. It's nearly 6 o'clock now. It's a good day of surfing and a good day of talking about surfing.
Yeah, it's been a long day. Beautiful day of surfing. We've seen such good surfing all day. Excellent scores. Really good waves.
Priority is with Greek surfer Zach Epinetos. Second priority is with Noah Phillips, your current leader. So we have a paddle, and it's going to be surfer in green, Noah Phillips. Trying to do better than, at least better than a 2.90. Snappy backside turn there. Comes around the section. Wave gets kind of wonky, but he's going to stay with it. There could be an opportunity here on the inside. That was good surfing all the way through, nice and controlled.
He's for sure going to improve.
Yeah, that's
his
definitely
scores.
going to extend his lead. There's Zach holding on to that top priority spot. 3 minutes, 30 seconds to go. He's trying to get around this section. Good decision for Red not to go. And he's up. Here we go. Zach Epinetos representing Greece. Not an easy takeoff, but now he's regained control. Ooh, I like that backside turn. Just working it down the line. There's a lot going against him on that wave, but He kind of covered up a few mistakes. One good turn on his backhand. That's enough for Zach Epinetos to get up into third place. Go 2.63.
So now he needs a 2.81. There's still some time left.
Yeah. Oh man, they always they want to make us nervous all the way to the end.
Every heat it's been like this. Wide open till the end.
Yeah, here's Team India flying the flag high, trying to send that good energy out to Prahlad Sriram. And here we go. One of the most stylish surfers in the draw for your under 16 boys. And he was looking to get rid of a 2.40. That wave just did not cooperate. Esteban, deep paddle for that one. He can't get it. 2 minutes left. Maybe an opportunity or two on the outside section. There you see Prahlad Sriram making his way back out to the takeoff zone. Might have a look at this one. Now he's gonna go straight through it.
Look at all the people waiting.
Oh no, just on the wrong side of the right water there for Esteban.
There's still time though. Here comes green.
Noah Phillips, this is what his 10th wave rated. The tenacious one representing Chile.
He's been super active in this heat.
Oh, I love this moment. 1 minute to go. You can't watch. Who's in priority? Oh, this is awesome. All right, Prahlad Sriram. No priority for the top 3 surfers right now. 50 seconds left. You're either going to see a lot of relief or a major heartbreak from Team India right now. Will a wave come through in time with 40 seconds left? Esteban Barub looking for a 2.58.
Oh, that's nothing.
And there you see Prahlad Sriram.
Oh my God.
Asking for a time check. 25 seconds left. Ooh, Red could have a shot. And that wave just bypassing Team Canada's Esteban Barub. 12 seconds.
Oh, this one.
Zach Epineto still has a shot, needing a 2.81, can't get into that wave with 2 seconds left. It's going to be Team Chile's Noah Phillips. And a huge story. Prahlad Sriram surfs his way back into this contest. And he surfed his way into our hearts too. I mean, I think you and I both became big fans
I love
of this
the
young
kid.
surfer.
I'm about to cry right now.
Representing Team India, one of our youngest competitors. Super clean, smooth style. And Noah Phillips, I mean, he just went out there and went to work. He had about 9 waves ridden. Everyone else has 3 or 4. So he doubled the wave count of his competition, and it worked in his favor. He got a 4 and a 3. Your boys under 16 in the Reparage round put on a great show for us today. I am amping. I want to go surf now, but it's going to be dark in 15 minutes. Do you get inspired watching these young surfers out there?
Yeah, for sure. I love how good they're surfing, how much like heart they put to each wave, to each hit.
So as Prahlad makes his way in, we're going to watch some highlights from an awesome day of surfing. After the highlights, we're going to get a word from Noah Phillips, and then we're going to send you on your way. So check this out. Get excited. This highlight package is going to make you want to surf. Here we go. We're back, and that's your heat winner, Noah Phillips. Come on in, Noah. It's time for your post-heat interview with Mitchell Salazar. We might be here for a minute. It's not easy to get in through this shore break here. Yeah, it was a rough go for Esteban Berube. You can tell he's feeling all those feelings right now. And, you know, I give it up to Esteban and Zach Epinetos. Both put on great performance. That Reparage heat. Unfortunately, third and fourth place surfers are out of this competition. But again, this is our discovery round. We just discovered one of our new favorite surfers, Prahlad Sriram from India, and Noah Phillips. I mean, the hardest working guy in the sport right now. Rode 9 waves in that heat. And if you want to learn more about all your new favorite surfers, check out the photo gallery at ISAsurfing on the gram, TikTok, Facebook. It's everywhere. And why not give us a repost? Tag us, hashtag at ISAsurfing, and you get the full story, your complete picture of what happened today. Go to isasurf.org. Check out all the team bios, all the highlights from previous days. You can check out past competitions. You can see what's coming up next. It's one of my favorite websites, Sophia.
Yeah, there's some really interesting info there. And we see Noah going in.
Drone pilots have been killing it all day as well. I mean, that takes a lot of focus to nail shots like this all day long. Of course, Action Sports Productions crew. I mean, they've been putting in the hard yards today. Should I admit to it? There was a brief pause in the action because I plugged in. The wrong plug. It happens. My bad. I almost blew up the whole site. But we got it fixed, no problem. These guys are geniuses over here. So this is Noah Phillips. I mean, the kid was hustling so much in the water. Let's get some hustle now to get your post-heat interview, Noah. Now, he earned himself this proud walk up the beach. And again, another reason I love this division, you're watching these guys out there, I mean, they're looking like grown adults ripping into these waves. And then they come to the beach, I mean,
they're little. Yeah. It's like a little warrior. He looks so happy.
Yeah, he sees his team. I mean, he's got to be tired. He just worked hard in that last heat. Oh, we're going to see a big smile here. There's the team waiting for him on top of the stairs. Yeah. Those are the moments.
Yeah.
Those are the moments you love to see. Let's get him on the glass with Mitch Salazar. Great performance there for Noah Phillips, representing Team Chile. Last heat of the round, he did it when it counts. Got the whole team watching him.
Me over there? All right, Noah, congratulations. I met you earlier today. What did it feel be the last heat of the day, especially with your team watching from the side?
It was fun. I mean, I waited all day, so I watched all the heats of all my teammates, but it was fun, yeah. The waves were really good. I thought it was going to be like choppy, but it was really fun.
It's a surreal moment, isn't it? I mean, you're 14, you're representing Chile. Has it really sunk in that you're competing for a gold medal at the ISA World Juniors?
I mean, yeah, kind of. Like, didn't sink in until I got here, but it's really fun. I've loved the experience.
All right, a message in Spanish back to your home.
Quiero darle gracias a mis auspiciadores, a Dios y a mis papás que por eso puedo estar acá. Eso, un saludo a mi abuelo en Chile y eso. Muchas gracias.
All right, let's hear it, guys.
What a guy.
Yeah, Noah.
I got another surfer to cheer for. Noah Phillips, well-spoken on the glass, and he ripped his way to a heat victory along with Prahlad Sriram, Team India. So an emotional finish to our day. Plenty to talk about at dinner tonight. All the performances that we saw, all the ripping surfers. Even the surfers that bowed out of competition should be proud of what they accomplished down here today. You know, not an easy day to do it, but everybody rose to the occasion. Chris Cote, Sofia Milanovic, it's been almost 12 hours of solid surfing all day long, but we wouldn't want it any other way. Very excited to present more Junior Championship surfing to you tomorrow morning, 7 a.m. Punta Rocas. What do you think? The waves are going to be good again?
The waves are always good here.
All right, no problem. We'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning. And this is going to be another epic day of junior surfing action. Tune in at isasurf.org.